Su Yun, a time traveler, became the top talent at the academy, only to draw the weakest bug type as his initial Pokémon. Just as everyone was mocking him, a mysterious system suddenly descended. The annual selection at Jiangbei City's Junior Pokémon Academy was in full swing. Amidst the cheers in the classroom, some were thrilled to receive a Pikachu, others a Charmander, while a girl was teary-eyed over getting a Tangela. For every aspiring trainer, this was a pivotal moment in their destiny. However, the genius scholar Su Yun was nearly in despair as he gazed at the green bug-type creature in front of him, spinning silk and blinking its big round eyes. As a time traveler, he didn't expect to get a top-tier starter, but at least something like Pikachu, which could be legendary. How did he end up with the weakest of the weak? As Su Yun was silently lamenting, the bug Pokemon suddenly puffed up its chest, exclaiming, "Young man, among all the Pokemon, you chose me. I must say, you have great vision. One day, I will transform into a mighty dragon of the heavens and lead you to the highest glory." Wow, Su Yun actually got the worst bug Pokemon. A sharp laugh shattered Su Yun's fantasy. Instantly, dozens of eyes filled with pity and ridicule turned towards him. Those who had drawn quality Pokemon sighed with regret, and some secretly rejoiced at the chance to finally surpass the scholar. Especially Zhang Hao, who had always been second, strutted over arrogantly to taunt him. "Su Yun, you finally have your day. No matter how good you are at studying, it doesn't change the fact that your starter Pokemon is trash. Do you dare to have a battle right now?" Facing the ridicule and challenges, Su Yun remained calm. Just as he was about to accept the challenge, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Initial Pokemon detected. Sacrifice evolution system successfully bound. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at Zhang Hao with disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you insult me?" Zhang Hao's voice was filled with incredulous anger as he glared at Su Yun, clearly not expecting such a sharp retort right off the bat. The surrounding classmates immediately grew excited, with some even starting to chant, "Fight! Fight!" The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. However, Su Yun ignored Zhang Hao's dark expression and focused entirely on the newly bound system. The system interface displayed the words "Sacrifice Evolution System" in bold, with a brief introduction below. This system is designed to help the host walk an extraordinary path with an ordinary body. Curious, Su Yun directly questioned the system. "You've said so much. Can you tell me what your purpose is?" The system promptly replied, "This system will provide the host with unexpected hidden evolution paths. The host only needs to sacrifice a certain number of similar creatures to unlock the corresponding hidden evolution path." As soon as the words fell, the system emitted a ding sound, followed by a prompt. Detected that the host's current initial creature is a caterpillar. Sacrificing 10 caterpillars will unlock a clever hidden evolution path. Su Yun frowned, wondering where he could possibly find so many caterpillars to sacrifice. However, the concept of a hidden evolution path piqued his interest. He keenly noticed the rating in front of the evolution path and asked, "System, if I sacrifice enough caterpillars, can I unlock higher-level hidden evolution paths?" The system confirmed, "Yes, as the host sacrifices more similar creatures, the unlocked hidden evolution paths will be higher, with the highest rating being SSS level." Elated, Su Yun quickly asked, "How powerful is the SS level evolution path? Can it compare to a mythical beast?" The system's answer made Su Yun gasp. Once the SS level hidden evolution path is unlocked, the corresponding creature's evolution will surpass an ordinary first-level god. Su Yun was stunned, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that even a caterpillar might become, or even surpass a creature like Rayquaza? This thought made him reevaluate his initial creature. Of course, this would require him to gather enough caterpillars. While Su Yun was lost in his thoughts about the future, the voice of the class teacher, Yang Ku, suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. "Zhang Hao, what do you think you're doing? You just got your initial creature, and you're already itching to fight a classmate? Do you want me to spar with you?" Yang Ku approached with a stern expression, and the surrounding students instantly fell silent, dispersing quickly. Zhang Hao stood there nervously, unsure of what to do. Yang Ku snorted, glancing between the two. "I don't care about your grievances, but fighting is not allowed here. If you really want to compete, wait for the freshman exchange match the day after tomorrow. Don't embarrass us here." "Yes." Zhang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and provocatively looked at Su Yun. "Su Yun, do you dare to compete with me at the freshman exchange match? If you're a man, accept my challenge. Don't be a coward." Su Yun smirked disdainfully and replied without hesitation, "Since you're so eager for humiliation, I'll oblige." With the help of the sacrificial evolution system, would he still fear losing to Zhang Hao? Even if his initial creature was just an ordinary Caterpie, he was confident he could evolve it into the legendary Rayquaza. "Fine, I'll wait for you. Don't chicken out when the time comes. I'll defeat you in front of everyone and crush you under my feet." Zhang Hao exclaimed arrogantly, a hint of triumph in his eyes as Su Yun agreed. His voice echoed through the classroom, drawing the attention of his classmates. Zhang Hao suddenly remembered something, a cold smile forming at his lips. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. My initial creature is actually a Rhyhorn. Surprised? There was a taunting edge to his words as he fixed his gaze on Su Yun's face, seemingly waiting for a panicked reaction. However, Su Yun remained as calm as ever, which irked Zhang Hao. You don't think I'm provoking you just because your initial creature is a Caterpie, do you? Zhang Hao snorted, continuing. Haha, I'm not like those fools. As top students, we both know that while Caterpie's growth potential isn't great and many trainers dismiss it as trash, its rapid evolution makes it invaluable for novice trainers, especially early on. Zhang Hao spoke with confidence in his knowledge. In just a few days, it can evolve into Butterfree. How many creatures can do that? Even the starters struggle to beat it early on without a type advantage. He glanced around at his classmates' surprised expressions, feeling even more smug. Those short-sighted idiots only see Caterpie's flaws, never its strengths. But I'm different, I don't think like them. Zhang Hao's eyes returned to Su Yun, his tone challenging. If my initial creature hadn't been a Rhyhorn, things might be different now. But fate chose Rhyhorn for me to defeat you. His voice grew louder, brimming with confidence. Even if your Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, it will still be no match for my Rhyhorn's rock-type advantage. My Rhyhorn, and I will defeat you. So, just wait to become a stepping stone on my path to success. Finished. Zhang Hao's aggressive presence made it clear he was confident in his victory over Su Yun. The surrounding students held their breath, waiting for Su Yun's response. Su Yun simply gave him a curious glance, thinking to himself, he has some skill, but not much. Zhang Hao's speech was unexpected, showing his careful thinking not just an impulsive braggart. But unfortunately for him, Su Yun had a secret weapon beyond ordinary logic. We'll see at the exchange match. Su Yun replied calmly, with a hint of subtle confidence. Having achieved his goal and taunted Su Yun enough, Zhang Hao turned and left, exuding an air of assured victory. The other students looked at Su Yun with pity or schadenfreude. Though Zhang Hao had insulted them, they couldn't deny he spoke the truth. They hadn't considered everything, only mocking Su Yun because his initial creature was a Caterpie. But this didn't stop them from anticipating Su Yun's defeat. Based on Zhang Hao's analysis, Su Yun wouldn't stand a chance in the upcoming match unless his Caterpie somehow mutated, which seemed impossible to them. Su Yun, good luck. Their teacher, Yang Ku, sighed, patting his shoulder heavily, offering encouragement. Clearly, he too doubted Su Yun could beat Zhang Hao in the upcoming match. However, Su Yun felt differently from everyone else. His expression remained serene, as if the provocations were irrelevant. To him, was Rhyhorn really that formidable? Not necessarily. With a slight effort, he could unlock Caterpie's hidden evolution and easily outmatch his opponent. But first, he needed to find 10 Caterpies for the sacrificial process. A glint appeared in Su Yun's eyes as he began to strategize. The Insect Sea Forest is a vast stretch of primeval woodland that spans a significant portion of Jiangbei City. Deep within its dense canopy dwell countless bug-type creatures, giving the forest its name and making it a revered battleground, training ground, and capture site for bug-type trainers. As soon as the school bell rang, Su Yun eagerly made his way to this place. To acquire 10 Caterpie quickly, there are only two options in Jiangbei City: the Pokemon Market, where, with enough money, not just 10, but even 1,000 Caterpie could be bought instantly. However, coming from an average working-class family, Su Yun couldn't afford such expenses. The other option was the Insect Sea Forest, abundant with Caterpie and, with a bit of luck, rare bug types like Scyther and Heracross. Hey there, could I borrow your bug-catching net? Su Yun approached some children playing nearby, offering a friendly smile. Without extra pokeballs, the bug-catching net was his best alternative. One lollipop, declared Zhang, a savvy young bug catcher, raising a finger with a shrewd expression. I don't have a lollipop, but I can give you money, Su Yun replied, pulling out a 50 yuan note. A new bug-catching net costs around 100, so offering half for a used one was quite fair. Deal. Zhang's eyes lit up as he quickly handed over the net in exchange for the money. 50 yuan could buy quite a few lollipops. Armed with this crucial tool and accompanied by his sole Pokemon, Su Yun ventured into the forest teeming with both danger and opportunity. Before long, he spotted two Caterpie cuddling affectionately. Unwilling to separate the couple, Su Yun swiftly captured them both with a single swing of his net. Now use tackle, Su Yun commanded decisively. He handled the restraint while the Caterpie took care of the assault, working in perfect harmony. Whoosh! His Caterpie dashed forward like a green flash. Despite its typically slow movements, its speed stat of 45 made it a formidable opponent in battle. Smack! With a crisp thud, the entwined Caterpie couple fell unconscious. Before Su Yun could issue another command, his Caterpie had already spun a web of silk, wrapping each Caterpie into separate cocoons. Su Yun was taken aback as he glanced at his Caterpie. This little creature had unexpectedly taken the initiative to join the battle, showcasing impressive combat potential. Typically, Pokemon do not attack without a trainer's command, as they often struggle to accurately assess the situation in a fight. However, this particular Caterpie was among the rare few with exceptional talent, able to make the right decisions based on its own understanding of the situation even without a trainer's guidance. Su Yun nodded to himself, thoroughly impressed by the Caterpie's performance. He understood that appropriate praise not only strengthens the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon, but also boosts the Pokémon's confidence, which is beneficial for their future development. Without hesitation, he gave a thumbs up, fully affirming the Caterpie. The Caterpie seemed to sense its owner's approval and proudly lifted its head, as if showing off its prowess to Su Yun. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! A sacrificial target has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the sacrifice immediately? In Su Yun's view, two Caterpie icons appeared. Without hesitation, he issued the command. Sacrifice all. The system quickly responded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully sacrificing two Caterpies. You need 8 more to unlock the hidden evolution path. Alongside this message, detailed information about his Caterpie was displayed. Pokemon, Caterpie. Level 5. Gender male. Type bug. Ability, shield dust protected by shield dust, preventing additional effects from occurring. Moves, tackle, string shot. Hidden evolution path, C rank 210. Su Yun swiftly reviewed this information, thinking that this Caterpie seemed unremarkable. He decided to move forward, as 2 Caterpies were far from enough. He needed to find 8 more to meet the requirement. 2.5 hours later, after dealing with the last 2 Caterpies, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations on sacrificing 10 Caterpies, unlocking the Crank hidden evolution path. 2 distinctly different hidden evolution paths were then presented to him. Evolution Path 1. Caterpie LV5 Everstone Bug Gem Emerald Bug. Evolution Path 2. Metapod LV7 String Iron Shield Pod. Faced with these 2 crank options, Su Yun fell into deep thought. He had items like zippers on his clothes that could serve as iron, and the string shot move could always be used by Caterpie. As for the level requirement, through previous battles, his Caterpie had already reached level 6, just 1 step away from the level 7 required to evolve into Metapod. This meant that if he chose the second evolution path, he could almost immediately evolve his Caterpie. However, since there was another option, Su Yun felt it was necessary to carefully compare which path would be more advantageous. After all, choosing the wrong evolution path for his Caterpie could make his journey much more difficult in the future. The system's voice resonated in Su Yun's ear, clearly and thoroughly explaining the differences between the 2 hidden evolution paths. Su Yun held his breath, afraid to miss any details. A word of caution: the initial evolution path determines future evolution directions, so please choose carefully, the system warned with a serious tone. Now, I will briefly introduce these 2 paths. The system continued. Evolution Path 1 is an unconventional route, using an Everstone as its foundation to halt abnormal development. It focuses on attack, emphasizing speed over defense. This is the path of transformation into a dragon. Evolution Path 2 is a conventional route, enhancing the existing form, with the primary focus shifting as the form changes. This is the path of transformation into a butterfly. A dragon or a butterfly? Su Yun murmured in disbelief, eyes wide open. He couldn't help but ask, System, if I may ask, isn't the dragon path ultimately stronger? Su Yun thought to himself that if someone asked whether a dragon or a butterfly was stronger, probably 99.999 of people would choose the dragon. The system, however, was unfazed. Please trust the system's capabilities. Each evolution path ultimately leads to an SS-level form, each with its own strengths and weaknesses, and there is no inherent superiority. That impressive? Su Yun pondered for a moment before deciding. Then I'll choose the dragon path. He reasoned that if the caterpillar were female, he might consider the butterfly path. But since it was male, the dragon path was the obvious choice. After all, butterflies aren't as majestic as true dragons, and who wouldn't want to witness the spectacular transformation of a caterpillar into a dragon? Su Yun even imagined Rayquaza dropping its jaw at the sight, and couldn't help but smile. Su Yun's gaze fell on Evolution Path 1. He already had a level 5 caterpillar, but obtaining an Everstone and a bug gem was proving to be a challenge. The Everstone is one of nature's mysterious minerals that halts the evolution of the Pokémon holding it. While it may seem useless, some trainers who aren't focused on their Pokémon's strength choose to use it to preserve their Pokémon's original form. These trainers are quite numerous, and coupled with the rarity of the Everstone, it creates a supply-demand imbalance. Su Yun recalled that the current market price for an Everstone was about 5 million, equivalent to a starter Pokémon's offspring. More troubling was the fact that even with money, it wasn't guaranteed to be available. In contrast, obtaining a bug gem was much easier. This entirely green, glowing material, often used as a decorative item, was commonly found in noble households. A high-quality, fist-sized bug gem could sell for 100,000, making it quite valuable. I'd better find a way to get a bug gem first, Su Yun mused, rubbing his chin with a wry smile. As for the Everstone, it was clearly out of his reach for now. Chongyu, a rare natural substance, is often found deep within the layers of insect-type spirits in the dense forests of the insect sea. It is formed from the secretions of insect spirits combined with natural materials over time, with the Chongyu produced by caterpillars being of the highest quality. Su Yun stood at the edge of the forest, his gaze piercing through the layers of branches and leaves into the unknown depths beyond. Danger and opportunity coexisted there, but he had no other choice. Looking down at the caterpillar beside him, which had shown remarkable potential, he earnestly said, "Finding the caterpillar's main base is up to you." The caterpillar, hearing this, excitedly raised its upper body, letting out a confident "awoo," as if assuring its trainer, "Leave it to me." Half an hour later, Su Yun crouched behind a dense thicket, silently marveling at the scene before him. The caterpillar had indeed lived up to his expectations, successfully leading him to a settlement of its kind. Even more surprising were the faint glimmers of Chongyu scattered among the lush grass. The unexpected bounty thrilled Su Yun, but he quickly pondered how to collect the Chongyu without alerting the many caterpillar guards. A direct confrontation was clearly unwise as Caterpillar was about to reach level 7, and without an Everstone, it must not evolve further. At that moment, an idea flashed through Su Yun's mind. He swiftly removed his backpack and took out the beginner's kit the Academy had distributed today, extracting a bottle of basic insect repellent spray. This essential outdoor item could make wild spirits steer clear of its user. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun sprayed himself with the repellent and confidently strode towards the Chongyu. Instantly, all the caterpillars were alarmed, issuing warning cries, yet the pungent scent kept them at bay. With every step Su Yun took forward, the caterpillar guards retreated in unison, their dark eyes fixed on the intruder but never daring to attack. Seeing his plan work, Su Yun felt completely at ease. Under the watchful eyes of the helpless caterpillars, he leisurely gathered all the Chongyu into his bag. With a steady stream of insect jades filling his pockets, Su Yun was quickly laden with high-quality insect jades of various colors. This not only solved the problem of evolutionary materials for the green caterpillars, but also promised considerable profits, making him secretly pleased. As he was calculating this unexpected windfall, his gaze was drawn to a large white cocoon hanging from a tree not far away. The outline of the cocoon made his pupils contract. It was clearly a human figure hanging upside down, and judging by the body's shape, it seemed to be a woman. Are green caterpillars starting to prey on humans now? Su Yun thought with a peculiar expression. He had seen many green caterpillars spinning cocoons, but wrapping a human in silk was a first for him. While he was pondering, the human-shaped cocoon suddenly began to shake violently, with faint, indistinct whimpering sounds coming from within. Realizing that the person inside might still be alive, Su Yun immediately dashed over. Although he wasn't a saint, he couldn't ignore someone in need, especially when he held a clear advantage over these green caterpillars. He carefully cut a slit in the surface of the cocoon with a small knife from his backpack. A pair of dark eyes immediately met his. "Help me. I can reward you." A soft female voice came from inside. This unexpected turn of events made Su Yun's eyes light up. Although he had acted purely out of goodwill, since the person offered a reward, he wouldn't refuse. He quickly cut the threads suspending the cocoon and lowered it to the ground, then continued to open it along the initial slit. 2.5 minutes later, a silver-haired woman emerged from the split cocoon. "Thank you," she said sincerely, stretching her slightly stiff body. Her silver hair clung to her ears, revealing a flawless figure, but what caught Su Yun's attention most was the 2 pokeballs at her waist, silver-white commemorative balls. These limited edition pokeballs were something Su Yun had only seen online before. A trainer with commemorative balls was certainly not ordinary. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the silver-haired woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. With such status, she should have been able to handle a few green caterpillars, right? As if reading his doubts, Nangong Wanyue's eyes turned icy cold, her gaze mercilessly fixed on the gathering green caterpillars. The silver-haired woman swiftly unclipped a pokeball from her waist, her clear voice echoing through the forest. "Ninetails, take care of them." With a howl, a flash of red light appeared. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to plunge into the Arctic, the temperature dropping to freezing. A gust of wind, laced with ice crystals, swept through as a snow-white Alolan Ninetails elegantly appeared on the grass. Its presence instantly coated the surroundings in a layer of chilling ice, and the Caterpie gathered in the distance were frozen into glistening ice sculptures before they could flee. This astonishing scene left Su Yun in awe. The silver-haired woman's power far exceeded his expectations. The aura emitted by this Alolan Ninetails alone sent shivers down his spine, far more intense than the pressure exerted by their homeroom teacher, Yangko. What was even more surprising was that this was a rare Alolan form Ninetails, not an ordinary one. It's well known that even a regular Ninetails is a rare sight, let alone a unique Alolan form. With power like yours, why would you?" Su Yun couldn't help but ask, only to be coldly interrupted by the silver-haired woman. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Clearly, Being overpowered by a group of Caterpie was an embarrassing incident she preferred not to discuss. Tell me, what reward do you want? I can fulfill any request. The silver-haired woman spoke with a slightly softer tone, acknowledging the debt of gratitude for being saved. Su Yun's eyes lit up. Any request? Seeing his intense gaze, the silver-haired woman's expression turned icy. Except offering myself to you. You're overthinking it. I don't want you. Su Yun explained with a frown. As someone aspiring to become a Pokemon master, he wasn't interested in romantic entanglements. This blunt rejection left Nangong Wangyue momentarily stunned. As someone accustomed to being the center of attention, no one had ever dismissed her in such a manner, let alone a young boy. A hint of displeasure rose within her. Then, what do you want? She was curious to see what could be more appealing than herself. I want an Everstone. Nangong Wangyue was taken aback, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. That's it? Nangong Wangyue gazed at Su Yun with a tumultuous shock she couldn't quite quell. She had expected the young man to make an exorbitant demand, yet to her surprise, he only asked for an Everstone. Just an Everstone? She instinctively touched the small pouch at her waist, where she happened to have one. Coming from a prominent family, she knew that while such stones were rare, they could be easily acquired with a bit of money. What else would you have me ask for? Su Yun shrugged with a sly grin. At that moment, all he needed was the stone to complete the hidden evolution of his Caterpie. Everything else was irrelevant to him. All right, it's a deal. Nangong Wangyue took out an oval, blue-gray stone from her pouch and handed it to Su Yun. As Su Yun received the stone, his eyes lit up. Wow, it really is an Everstone. He examined the treasure in his hand, though a question lingered in his mind. Why would this mysterious woman carry such a stone with her? May I ask you a few questions? Nangong Wangyue's voice suddenly softened. Of course, what would you like to know? Su Yun, in high spirits, readily agreed. Nangong Wangyue smiled, her gaze resting on Su Yun's school uniform. Are you a student at Jiangbei Junior Pokemon Academy? Yes, Su Yun admitted openly, as there was no need to hide this fact. Can you tell me why you need an Everstone? Nangong Wangyue pressed on. As an expert, she understood how rare it was for a student trainer to have such a stone, which could prevent a Pokemon from evolving. Sorry, I can't disclose that, Su Yun replied apologetically. He was determined to keep the secrets of the system and his identity as a traveler to himself. All right, Nangong Wangyue nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiry. After a brief silence, her expression suddenly turned cold. One last question, you won't tell anyone about what happened today, will you? A chill ran down Su Yun's spine, making him involuntarily shiver. This seemingly simple question hinted at a danger he couldn't quite grasp. Su Yun's heart raced, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew all too well that if he nodded in agreement, his fate might be no different from that of the frozen green caterpillars. Instinctively, he shook his head repeatedly, feigning ignorance. No, I didn't see anything. I know nothing. Nangong Wangyue's lips curled into a satisfied smile, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Good. I like smart people like you. With that, she retracted her 9 tails, walked gracefully over to Su Yun, and her tone suddenly lightened. Did you bring your phone? Su Yun was taken aback and responded instinctively. Yes, I did. Take it out, Nangong Wangyue commanded. For what? Su Yun asked, puzzled as he pulled out his phone. I'm going to transfer you some hush money, Nangong Wangyue said nonchalantly. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Happiness had come so suddenly. Not only was there a reward of an Everstone, but also money. It was unbelievably exciting. He eagerly said, I'll scan you. After adding Nangong Wangyue as a friend, Su Yun noticed her profile picture and was momentarily stunned. It was a Psyduck with its hands on its head, eyes wide open. The cute, silly avatar was in stark contrast to Nangong Wangyue's cold and aloof demeanor, and Su Yun couldn't help but wonder, do all pretty girls like to play with contradictions? This could be an interesting topic to study. As he pondered, his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Yun glanced down and was dumbfounded. 1,000,000 Alliance credits had just been deposited into his bank account. He stared in disbelief at the transfer notification from Nangong Wangyue, marveling. How extravagant is this? Do rich people really treat money so casually? Seeing Su Yun's astonished expression, Nangong Wangyue chuckled softly. Don't be surprised. Consider it a reward for keeping my secret. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out. She knew that Su Yun had saved her today, and this favor couldn't be repaid with just an Everstone. Though Su Yun might feel it was enough, her pride and dignity wouldn't allow her to settle it so lightly. Okay. Su Yun replied blankly, wondering if he had inadvertently landed himself a wealthy benefactor. By the way, what's your name? I need to make a note, Nangong Wangyue asked. Su Yun. I'm Nangong Wangyue. If you don't mind, you can also call me Miss Wangyue. After exchanging simple information, Nangong Wangyue left alone, leaving Su Yun standing there in a daze. Today had been incredibly lucky for him. Not only did he gather the materials needed for a clever hidden evolution with the green caterpillars, but he also unexpectedly met a beautiful, wealthy woman and received 1,000,000 as a tip. This kind of luck was beyond exhilarating. Coming back to his senses, Su Yun eagerly released the green caterpillar. With a level 5 green caterpillar, an everstone, and a bug gem, all evolution materials were complete. What was he waiting for? Placing the everstone and a bug gem in front of the green caterpillar, Su Yun took a deep breath and solemnly said, "System, initiate evolution. Level C hidden evolution conditions detected and fulfilled. Evolution in progress. Please wait." As the mechanical system voice faded, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped the caterpillar. These lights, like roaring flames, quickly wrapped around the caterpillar's body. Under this dazzling white glow, the silhouette of the caterpillar began to undergo subtle changes. Su Yun held his breath, watching the transformation intently, filled with anticipation. What kind of creature would emerge from this light? About half a minute later, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, your caterpillar has successfully evolved into a jade insect. As the white light gradually dissipated, a newly formed creature appeared before Su Yun. This jade insect was about half as large again as the previous caterpillar. Most striking was its entirely crystalline appearance under the sunlight. Its emerald body emitted a lustrous sheen, akin to a finely carved piece of top-quality jade. The antennae on its head had also undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer simple and slender, but now resembling the majestic horns of a dragon. The once innocent, pitch-black eyes had turned into a deep black green, exuding an aura of majesty and power, as if a true dragon had descended. "It's such a dramatic change," Su Yun remarked, stroking his chin. Although the overall silhouette still retained the basic form of a caterpillar, every detail was renewed, especially the aura, which was entirely different and far beyond the reach of an ordinary caterpillar. With a thought, the basic information of the jade insect appeared before Su Yun. Creature, jade insect. Level, 6. Gender, male. Type, rock bug. Ability, hard shell armor protected by a tough shell. Attacks won't hit critical areas. Skills, tackle, string shot, rollout, bug bite. Hidden evolution path, B level 10100. Potential assessment, elite. Indeed, the attributes had changed. This combination of rock and bug types, though having some drawbacks, was overall quite good. In terms of type matchups, rock is countered by fighting, ground, water, steel, and grass types, but it has excellent resistance to normal, poison, fire, and flying types. Meanwhile, bug is countered by fire, flying, and rock types, but has strong resistance to fighting, ground, and grass types. The two types complement each other, neutralizing many weaknesses. The only types that can fully counter it are water, steel, and rock, and even then, it's only a double effectiveness. Su Yun carefully examined the attributes of the jade insect, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Such a diverse combination of attributes was undeniably more powerful than a single attribute setup. As his gaze moved downward, an unfamiliar trait caught his attention, surprising him. Wow, the trait has changed too. Su Yun murmured to himself. He distinctly remembered that the green caterpillar's trait was previously phosphor powder, but now it had become the unique hard shell armor of shell-type creatures. A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could the shiny layer on the jade insect actually be a protective armor? Driven by curiosity, Su Yun crouched down and gently touched the surface of the jade insect. The texture felt smooth like jade, yet it wasn't as cold as jade stone. Instead, it had a slight warmth to it. Unable to resist, Su Yun tapped the jade insect's body with his knuckles, producing a crisp sound, as if he were knocking on a delicate suit of armor. This green armor is much harder than I imagined, Su Yun mused. It seems that the jade insect should at least have decent physical defense capabilities. Along with the hard shell armor trait, which can effectively prevent critical hits, and its good attribute resistances, it should have strong endurance in battles. With the change in attributes, the jade insect's skills also increased. Su Yun turned his attention to the skills section and was pleasantly surprised once again. With its new rock attribute, the jade insect's skill set now included the rock-type move Rollout and the bug-type move Bug Bite. Rollout is an outstanding move among rock-type skills. Although its initial power is only 30, it doubles with each successful hit over 5 consecutive turns, potentially reaching an astounding 480 power. This is the power limit of all moves. Of course, whether it can achieve such power in actual combat depends on the specific circumstances. In contrast, Bug Bite seemed more ordinary. With a power of 60 and the ability to nullify the opponent's held berry, it might not be remarkable, but it provides the jade insect with more tactical options. The addition of these two new moves undoubtedly expanded the attack options and enhanced the combat capability of the developing jade insect. This was a qualitative leap in overall strength. With the successful evolution of the jade insect, a new hidden evolution path emerged. Su Yun's eyes fell on the information at the back, filled with anticipation and contemplation. The next evolution requires 100 green caterpillars. Su Yun calculated. That's not a small number. 10 green caterpillars already took me several hours. 100 would take quite some time. However, recalling that he had 1 million in funds, Suyun quickly relaxed. He thought, I could always go to the creature market and buy green caterpillars. With the help of money, gathering 100 green caterpillars shouldn't be too difficult. With this in mind, Suyun's mood brightened considerably. He looked at the last line of information with a light-hearted smile. Potential evaluation, elite? Suyun frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? He clearly remembered that the green caterpillar had no such evaluation before evolution. Could this be a new metric for assessing a creature's potential? So, is the elite level considered impressive or just average? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, Suyun decided to seek help from the system. System, can you explain what the potential evaluation represents? Suyun carefully read through the potential assessment guidelines in front of him, finally understanding the classification rules. A base stat of less than 300 is considered ordinary, around 600 is pseudo-legendary, approximately 680 is a first-tier deity, and over 700 is a super first-tier deity. I see, he mused, glancing at the jade insect beside him. You're currently at the elite level, which means your base stat is between 300 and 450, equivalent to the third evolutionary stage of a regular Pokémon. This realization made his eyes light up. Although the jade insect had only gone through one evolution, its strength was already comparable to a Butterfree after 2 evolutions. What excited him even more was the system's evolution prediction. The next stage for the jade insect would reach the level of the starter trio, comparable in strength to top-tier Pokémon like Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. With this thought, Suyun's gaze involuntarily drifted to the group of frozen Caterpies not far away. Wait a minute. He suddenly slapped his forehead. This is the perfect sacrificial material. With anticipation, he quickly approached the frozen Caterpies and opened the system interface. Sure enough, above the densely packed Caterpie icons, the sacrifice option appeared. Without hesitation, Suyun chose to sacrifice them all, watching as the frozen Caterpies instantly turned into green light and vanished. Upon checking the jade insect's information panel, he saw that the hidden evolution route progress had reached 25,100, an increase of 15. Just as he was marveling at this efficiency, the system issued several notifications. Ding! Your jade insect has gained some experience from the Caterpies. Ding! Your jade insect has leveled up. Ding! Your jade insect has learned a new skill, Ancient Power. Suyun stood frozen in disbelief as he discovered that the jade insect's level had jumped to 8. This unexpected gain left him puzzled. Why hadn't there been such additional rewards when sacrificing Caterpies before? Could it be that this feature was unlocked only after the jade insect completed its evolution? He fell into deep thought. Is that even possible? Sacrificing a sprite to gain extra experience means his sprite will grow several times faster than others, doesn't it? This unexpected surprise filled Suyun with joy, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. At that moment, the jade beetle seemed to sense the sudden surge of power within itself and let out an excited cheer. Woo! It closed its eyes tightly, and its entire body began to glow with a faint green light. In the next instant, a massive rock formed above its tiny head, then shot out like a meteor, precisely snapping a towering tree in the distance. The thunderous sound of the trunk breaking echoed through the forest. Suyun's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the move. Ancient Power. This was a new skill the jade beetle had just learned, a rock-type move. Although its power was only 60, like Bug Bite, it had an incredibly advantageous effect. Each hit had a chance to raise all its stats by 1 level. With a bit of luck, this skill could be a game-changer, possessing terrifying potential for sweeping through opponents. Not bad. It seems you've grown a lot, Suyun praised with a smile. Even without a practical test, the jade beetle's current strength far exceeded the level it was at when Suyun first got it. Ah woo! The jade beetle made a happy sound, standing proudly with its small body straightened, feeling genuinely proud of its significant power boost. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The once quiet forest became lively with the commotion, as the calls of various insects and small animals rose and fell. Suyun looked up at the sky and noticed that it was gradually getting darker. Shadows stretched across the forest, creating an uneasy feeling. The Bug-Sea Forest was quite dangerous at night, and even elite trainers hesitated to linger, let alone a novice trainer like him. Without much hesitation, Suyun recalled the jade beetle and quickly left the area. When he returned home, his parents had already finished work. The living room lights were warm and bright. Knowing today was the day Suyun officially became a trainer, Su's father looked expectant. Son, did you get your first sprite today? Suyun nodded, his expression somewhat complicated. Su's father's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, Oh, which starter sprite did you choose? At this, a wry smile appeared on Suyun's face. Well, my luck wasn't great, and I ended up with a rather ordinary sprite. Saying this, he released the jade beetle from its pokeball. The little creature appeared, holding its head high and strutting around the living room, its green body gleaming under the light. Seeing this showy, confident green sprite, Su's father was momentarily taken aback. Is this a Caterpie? Suyun shrugged helplessly, not saying much more. Su's mother, looking surprised, carefully examined the unique sprite. Son, your Caterpie. It seems a bit different from others, doesn't it? Su's father also leaned in for a closer look, then nodded in agreement. Yeah, I feel that too. This little guy looks like it's full of itself, like it's not a Caterpie, but a Rayquaza. Clearly, as a native of the Pokemon world, he was well acquainted with this humorous reference. Well, maybe it's a personality thing. It's kind of narcissistic. Suyun scratched his head, awkwardly offering an explanation. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly claim that his Caterpie indeed had the potential to become a Rayquaza, could he? Confidence is good, especially when it comes to having the courage to fight, said Su's father with a slight nod, though a hint of worry flickered in his eyes. After a pause, he couldn't help but voice his concern. It's just unfortunate that the potential of a Caterpie is limited, making it difficult to achieve great success. As someone who also started with a Caterpie, Su's father had an in-depth understanding of this common Pokemon. Before he could finish, Su's mother gave him a sharp look, signaling him to stop. Son, don't listen to your dad's ramblings. Su's mother quickly turned to Su Yun with a warm smile. What's wrong with a Caterpie? It can evolve into a Butterfree, which is quite powerful. Look at that person from our county. They also started with a Caterpie and have become a renowned elite trainer. She held her son's hand firmly and said, don't ever give up just because your starter Pokemon is a Caterpie. We believe you can become a strong trainer. Su Yun felt warmth in his heart as he saw his mother's anxious expression. He smiled confidently. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not that fragile. And you're right. Starting with a Caterpie doesn't mean I'll fall behind. I have confidence in myself and my Pokemon. With his sacrificial evolution system, Su Yun knew that the weakness of a Caterpie was not an issue. That's my boy, full of spirit. Su's father laughed heartily, exchanging a knowing glance with Su's mother. She nodded and took out a bank card from her bag, gently placing it in front of Su Yun. There's $1 million in here, and the password is your birthday, Su's father said seriously. Your mom and I discussed this, and since you've officially become a trainer, you'll need resources to train your Pokemon. Consider this money for that purpose. Work hard and don't let us down. Su Yun stared at the bank card, feeling a surge of warmth. He knew how difficult it was for his family to come up with such an amount. Yet, his parents supported him without hesitation to ensure he wouldn't fall behind in training his Pokemon. This money must have been saved up over a long time. Dad, Mom, thank you. I won't let you down. Su Yun promised with determination. He thought to himself that with this million, plus the million from Nangong Wanhua, he could afford to invest in more Caterpies. This would help him quickly reach the conditions for a level hidden evolution, and with some luck, he might even trigger another evolution for the Emerald Jade bug before the freshman exchange competition, bringing its potential up to the level of a starter Pokemon's third form. This would increase his chances of defeating Zhang Hao's Rhyhorn. Great, as long as you have confidence. His parents beamed with pride. After dinner, Su Yun went to bed early to rest. He planned to visit the fairy market early the next morning to buy some caterpillars to accelerate the conditions needed for the level hidden evolution. The next morning, Su Yun first went to the fairy shop to convert the remaining insect jades into cash, earning a total of 300,000 alliance coins. Then he headed to the nearby fairy market, deliberately avoiding the well-decorated shops, and instead wandered through the stalls on the outskirts. Most shops displayed rare fairies like the starter trio, and even if they had caterpillars, the prices were far above market value. For offerings meant for sacrifice, appearance and quality weren't crucial, so there was no need to be a sucker in those shops. At the edge of the market, Su Yun stopped at a somewhat secluded stall. Boss, do you sell caterpillars here? The stall owner looked up and down at the plainly dressed young man in front of him and waved dismissively. Not selling. Not selling. This is a wholesale stall, no retail. Try somewhere else. Su Yun smirked. I need quite a few. Yeah, how many? The stall owner snorted disdainfully. Su Yun raised 5 fingers. Is 50 enough? The stall owner's eyes widened, and his attitude made a complete turnaround. Hey there. Come this way, please. Amused by the stall owner's sudden change, Su Yun chuckled. Weren't you saying you don't sell to individuals? The stall owner immediately corrected himself. This is different. Buying one is personal. Buying 50 is a group purchase. Totally different concept. Su Yun didn't bother to argue. How's the quality of your caterpillars? Absolutely guaranteed, the stall owner assured, patting his chest. No, I meant, do you have any cheap, low-quality ones? The stall owner was taken aback, looking puzzled. I run a legitimate business. How could I sell low-quality goods? Then never mind. Su Yun pretended to leave. Wait. The stall owner quickly stopped him. Actually, there are some. Moments later, in a storage room, a dense cluster of caterpillars came into view. Some were injured, others sluggish, all in less than ideal condition. These are all substandard and ready for disposal. If you want them, I'll give you the lowest price, the stall owner explained. Seeing this warehouse full of caterpillars, Su Yun was secretly delighted, as it was exactly what he needed. How many exactly? Can't say for sure, but definitely more than 50. And the price? The stall owner grinned and held up 5 fingers, 50,000, just to make a friend. Under normal circumstances, a high-quality Caterpie sells for around 50,000 alliance coins in the market. When bought in bulk, the price can drop to 40,000 each. Even those with slightly inferior qualities, which appear normal but don't meet the standard, can fetch 20,000 to 30,000 each. The stall owner offered a price of 500,000, which was indeed a sincere gesture. After a brief moment of thought, Su-Yun looked up and said, "Okay, but you need to throw in an extra 100 Pokeballs for me." "No problem," the stall owner agreed readily. Although a regular Pokeball retails for 500 alliance coins each, making 100 worth 50,000, a significant amount, couldn't refuse if he wanted to close the deal. After all, without Pokeballs, the buyer couldn't take away such a large number of Caterpies. Seeing the stall owner agree so easily, Su-Yun promptly paid the amount. The stall owner's face lit up with a smile as he received the money, nodding and bowing repeatedly. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go get the Pokeballs right away," he said before hurrying off. Sensing the opportunity, Su-Yun quickly slipped into the warehouse when no one was around. He opened the system interface and commanded without hesitation, "Sacrifice them all." As soon as he spoke, the Caterpies in the warehouse transformed into green light and vanished. The system notification sounded immediately. "Ding. Your Jade Bug Pokemon has gained a small amount of experience from the Caterpies. Ding. Your Jade Bug Pokemon's level has increased." This sacrifice pushed the Jade Bug's level to 12. What excited Su-Yun even more was that the hidden evolution path progress had also been updated. The level progress had reached 85,100, an increase of 60 points. Just 15 more Caterpies were needed to unlock the level hidden evolution path. Considering that the Clevel evolution had already made the Jade Bug quite powerful, a Blevel evolution promised even greater surprises, filling Su-Yun with anticipation. Just then, the stall owner returned hurriedly with a bag of Pokeballs, holding a special Pokeball with a slightly lighter color in his other hand. "Sorry, young man, we're out of regular Pokeballs. Here, I'll give you this Speedball in place of 30 regular Pokeballs. You won't lose out." He displayed the Speedball like a Treasurite was a rare type of Pokeball, expensive and particularly effective for catching Speed-type Pokemon. "Sure," Su-Yun agreed readily. After all, he only needed the Pokeballs as a pretext to distract the stall owner for the sacrifice. "Great. I'll help you capture the Caterpies then," the stall owner said as he entered the warehouse, only to be dumbfounded. "Where are my Caterpies?" "I've already put them away," Su-Yun explained calmly. "You had that many Pokeballs? Then why ask for mine? Is there a problem with that?" The stall owner was left speechless, forced to concede. All right. Let's just say we made a friend today." The stall owner handed all the Pokeballs to Su-Yun and then glanced at the backpack on Su-Yun's back. It was stuffed with dozens of Caterpies, the bulging bag silently attesting to that fact. "By the way, boss, can I ask you something? Do you know which area of the bug forest has the most wild Caterpies?" Su-Yun's question suddenly interrupted the stall owner's thoughts. The stall owner didn't doubt Su-Yun's inquiry and, after frowning in thought for a moment, replied, "Area 3. It's quite secluded, and there are plenty of wild Pokemon there, especially Caterpies and Weedles." "Great, thanks." Su-Yun nodded in gratitude and turned to leave. Although he had never set foot in Area 3 of Bug Forest, he had a general idea of its location. Since there were many Caterpies there, he could head straight for his destination. Su-Yun was filled with confidence today. He was determined to sacrifice enough Caterpies to help his Emerald Jade Bug unlock its level hidden evolution. In Area 3 of Bug Forest, as soon as Su-Yun arrived, he immediately spotted a few Caterpies munching on leaves. They were greedily devouring the tender foliage, completely unaware of the approaching danger. I have to admit, the boss was right. Su-Yun surveyed the surroundings, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Come out, Emerald Jade Bug." He deftly retrieved a Pokeball and released the Emerald Jade Bug. Since evolving, the Emerald Jade Bug had yet to experience combat, and today was the perfect opportunity to test its strength against these Caterpies. "Emerald Jade Bug, use Rollout." Su-Yun called out, eager to see how well the newly learned move would perform in battle. The Emerald Jade Bug let out a sound that was a mix between an insect's cry and a dragon's roar, quickly curling its body into a ball, transforming into a smooth jade stone, and spinning rapidly towards the nearest Caterpie. Hiss! The targeted Caterpie was startled by the sudden attack and instinctively spat out a mass of white silk. The other Caterpies, seeing this, also used their string shot skill, trying to fend off the incoming threat. But they clearly underestimated the power of the Emerald Jade Bug and overestimated their own skill's effectiveness. The rapidly spinning Emerald Jade Bug sliced through all the silk barriers with ease, accompanied by a dull thud, and slammed into one of the Caterpies, knocking it out instantly. At the same time, an image of a Caterpie and the word sacrifice appeared before Su-Yun's eyes. The Emerald Jade Bug only needed to defeat its opponent. Su-Yun didn't even need to capture it with a Pokeball to sacrifice it. "Well done, Emerald Jade Bug. Use them as stepping stones on your path to become a dragon." Su Yun cheered his beloved pet from the sidelines. Having taken out the first Caterpie, the Emerald Jade bug didn't lose momentum, executing a sharp 90-degree turn and heading straight for the remaining Caterpies. Slash bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 Caterpies were all knocked out. With each hit, the special effect of the rollout move increased its power, making each successive impact stronger and more devastating, leaving the Caterpies unable to withstand the attack, all succumbing in a single blow. Ding. Your Pokemon Emerald Jade bug has gained some experience from the Caterpies. Ding. Your Pokemon Emerald Jade bug has leveled up. The experience gained from the sacrifices, combined with the experience from the battle, allowed the Emerald Jade bug to level up effortlessly, reaching level 13 directly. TSK, the speed of this leveling up is like riding a rocket. Su Yun couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the growth data of his Jade insect. At this rate, his Jade insect would soon grow and smoothly get through the beginner phase. Jade insect, let's go. After dealing with the group of green caterpillars in front of him, Su Yun led his partner to seek out other targets. He was just a few steps away from reaching his goal of 100 green caterpillars. Su Yun calculated silently. If nothing went wrong, he would achieve this goal today. The Insect Sea Forest truly lived up to its reputation as a paradise for insect spirits. It wasn't long before Su Yun discovered a group of green caterpillars traveling together near a patch of grass, counting up to 7 or 8. TSK, this should be enough for my sacrifice, Su Yun grinned, releasing his Jade insect once more. Go, take care of them. With their help, you'll undergo the baptism of evolution again. Su Yun's voice was high-pitched, barely concealing his excitement and anticipation. Woe seemingly affected by its master's emotions, the Jade insect couldn't help but let out a loud howl. Use primal force. The moment the command was given, a giant rock, shimmering with a faint light, appeared out of nowhere above the green caterpillars. Whoosh. The next second, the rock fell from the sky like a meteor. Whoa, feeling the gust of wind from above, the green caterpillars' expressions changed dramatically, wriggling away desperately. Those who were a bit slower were directly crushed by the giant rock formed by primal force. At the same moment, several sacrificial figures appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Don't let them escape. Su Yun instructed the Jade insect while quickly sacrificing the defeated green caterpillars. Whoa, the Jade insect shot out like a green flash, heading straight for the nearest green caterpillar. Although it was once a green caterpillar itself, after experiencing the baptism of a clever hidden evolution, its strength was worlds apart from ordinary green caterpillars. It was no longer the weakling people spoke of, but an aspirant striving for greatness with dreams of transformation. Bang! The speed of the Jade insect was far superior to that of ordinary green caterpillars, not even in the same league. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with one, defeating it with a single strike. Then, it curled its body, transforming into a rolling boulder, unleashing the more powerful rolling skill. Bang bang bang. The rolling skill's hit rate wasn't a guaranteed 100, but under absolute power suppression, the Jade insect managed to achieve full effectiveness. Each impact's power doubled, swiftly resolving all the green caterpillars present. Su Yun unceremoniously refined them all. Just 3 more to unlock the level hidden evolution. Su Yun glanced at the Jade insect's current evolution route information, his face filled with even more anticipation and excitement. Whoa! Just then, the Jade insect, having just finished the battle, seemed to notice something and called out urgently to Su Yun. What did you see? Su Yun asked curiously, walking towards where the Jade insect was. As Su Yun crossed the lush grassland and approached the Emerald Jade insect, his attention was caught by an unexpected sight. In front of him, a dim cave entrance appeared out of nowhere. If it weren't for the Jade insect's alert, he might have overlooked this concealed cave. The Jade insect was now unusually excited, chirping incessantly and darting back and forth as if trying to demonstrate something to Su Yun. Without the constant power, Su Yun could only frown in thought, trying to grasp what the Jade insect was trying to convey. After a moment, he tentatively asked, "Are you saying those green caterpillars were trying to escape into this cave?" The Jade insect nodded eagerly, confirming Su Yun's guess. He fell into contemplation, muttering to himself, that's quite strange. Could it be their nest inside?" His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the depths of the cave, but the outside light couldn't penetrate the darkness within, leaving him unable to see what lay inside. A bold idea flashed through Su Yun's mind. If this is indeed the green caterpillar's nest, I could really hit the jackpot. Plus, I could directly have the Jade insect initiate a level hidden evolution without having to search elsewhere for the caterpillars. This thought solidified his resolve to explore further. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yun decisively waved his hand, leading the Jade insect into the cave. The interior was dimly lit, but surprisingly dry. Even more astonishing was the cool breeze they felt blowing against them. Su Yun quickened his pace, filled with curiosity. Strange. Where is this wind coming from? Could this cave lead to another exit? About 10 minutes later, a light appeared ahead. There really is an exit. Su Yun exclaimed, his heart filled with anticipation. He took a deep breath and, with the jade insect, rushed towards the light source. When they emerged from the cave, the sight before them left Su Yun stunned. A small, idyllic haven about 100 meters square lay before them. Lush grass and vibrant flowers everywhere, a gently flowing stream, and the air rich with fragrance. However, what truly caught Su Yun's eye was a wild fruit tree by the stream, standing about as tall as a person, laden with blue-purple fruits. Dragon Eye fruit. Su Yun gasped, his eyes burning as he stared at the fruit tree. This rare tree fruit is extremely scarce on the market, not something ordinary trainers could use. I can't believe there's a Dragon Eye fruit tree growing here, and I stumbled upon it. Is Lady Luck really favoring me this much? His breath quickened with excitement. However, just as Su Yun was about to claim the Dragon Eye fruits for himself, a rustling sound came from the tree. To his astonishment, two graceful little creatures emerged from the treetop, third evolution form of the green caterpillars. Butterfree. Su Yun let out a light chuckle, a hint of displeasure and disdain flashing across his face. He despised nothing more than someone interrupting his plans. Jade Worm, take care of those two. Without hesitation, Su Yun summoned the Jade Worm, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He thought to himself, this is the perfect chance to see whether your hidden evolution path is superior or if the normal evolution route is stronger. According to the system description, both the Butterfree and Jade Worm's evolved forms have elite potential. Su Yun pondered, is the system's evolution path more powerful, or does the original evolution path hold the upper hand? Sensing its master's expectations, the Jade Worm let out a loud screech. Without waiting for Su Yun's command, it launched itself into action, spinning rapidly as it charged towards the two opposing Butterfrees. This rolling attack was undoubtedly a mark of utmost respect for its adversaries. The two Butterfrees, seeing the intruder's audacity, were immediately incensed. As the rulers of this territory, how could they tolerate such insolence? Whoosh! A male Butterfree was the first to counterattack, swiftly flapping its wings to whip up a fierce wind aimed directly at the oncoming Jade Worm. This wind attack was a signature move of their kind, capable of blowing opponents away. In an instant, the flowers and grass within a few meters bowed down, trembling against the ground. Even the Dragon Eye fruit tree behind them rustled as it was disturbed by the gusts. Su Yun squinted, observing closely, and murmured to himself, these two Butterfrees are quite formidable. Just this wind technique alone made him feel an invisible pressure. He activated the system and focused on the two Butterfrees, immediately seeing the numbers flashing above their heads. Butterfree 18. Butterfree 20. These levels far exceeded the Jade Worm's level 13, with its only advantage being a fourfold elemental superiority. Su Yun smiled faintly, curious about how the Jade Worm would handle this combined assault. The answer soon became clear. The howling wind failed to halt the Jade Worm's advance, and the formidable opponents did not make it retreat. With an indomitable spirit, it leaped forward, using its evolved powerful jumping ability to tread the wind and land above the two Butterfrees. Though the Jade Worm was not a flying-type creature and lacked wings to soar the skies, its defiant airborne stance at this moment showcased its potential for flight in the future. Even a god-tier entity like Groudon would likely shed tears of envy upon witnessing this scene. Butterfree, the two Butterfree were taken aback, their wings fluttering with increased frequency. They never imagined that such explosive power could reside within the small, green body of the Jade Bug. Butterfree. The startled male Butterfree quickly adjusted its posture, doubling the frequency of its wing beats to change the wind's direction. It tried to use the strong wind to push the nearby Jade Bug back, but it was a step too late. After reaching its peak height, the Jade Bug slightly curled its body and, propelled by gravity, dived down at high speed in a spiraling motion. The male Butterfree didn't have time to create another gust and was forcefully knocked away, leaving a trail several meters long on the soft grass. The rock-type attack, 4 times more effective, clearly demonstrated its power, leaving the Butterfree severely injured and unable to fight after a few weak wing flutters. Butterfree. The remaining female Butterfree cried out mournfully as its wings flapped rapidly, scattering shimmering powder into the air. Riding the wind, the powder headed straight for the Jade Bug. Sleep powder. Su Yun warned from the side. Be careful not to touch that dust. His voice carried a note of caution, fearing the Jade Bug might fall into a trap due to carelessness. Once touched, the sleep powder would induce sleep, a common tactic of the Butterfree clan. The Jade Bug nodded and unexpectedly spat out a large amount of white silk in front of it. The silk quickly intertwined in the air, forming half of a cocoon that shielded it below. The drifting powder was blocked by the white cocoon, unable to reach the Jade Bug. Even Su Yun, its trainer, couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Impressive, using such a clever move to avoid Butterfree's sleep powder. The Jade Bug's on-the-spot adaptability and decision-making far exceeded his expectations, leaving him astonished. Butterfree. The Butterfree was equally shocked. It had battled enemies with silk spinning skills before, but it was the first time seeing one as creative as the Jade bug, using its silk to counter sleep powder. Boom! While the Butterfree was momentarily stunned, the Jade bug seized the opportunity to silently unleash its ancient power. A large rock formed behind it, and before the Butterfree could react, the rock was hurtling toward it like a meteor. Thud! A dull collision sound echoed. The surviving female Butterfree, like its male counterpart before, was knocked away and rendered incapable of battle with a single strike. It seems the system's hidden evolution path is indeed superior, Su Yun said with satisfaction after witnessing the battle's outcome. Despite the level disadvantage and being outnumbered, the Jade bug managed to turn the tables in a short time, clearly showing its strength. Huh? Can Butterfree be sacrificed too? Meanwhile, the sudden appearance of the Butterfree icon and the word sacrifice left Su Yun surprised. I thought only Caterpie could be sacrificed. He remembered clearly that he had pondered this question long before Caterpie evolved into the Jade bug whether the evolved forms like Metapod and Butterfree could be sacrificed. But when he successfully captured a Metapod with a bug-catching net, no sacrifice icon appeared, and he dismissed the possibility. But now, a big question mark loomed before him. If even Metapod couldn't be sacrificed, why could Butterfree, which is a higher evolutionary form, be sacrificed? Could it be related to its evolution? Su Yun pondered for a moment and came up with a possibility. Previously, he couldn't sacrifice Metapod because the evolutionary form of Caterpie was lower than Metapod. In other words, a higher form of a creature couldn't be sacrificed to a lower form. But after Caterpie completed its crank hidden evolution, the situation changed. It evolved into the Emerald Jade Dragon, now at the same elite level as Butterfree. This explained why Butterfree, being of the same rank, could now be sacrificed. That must be it, Su Yun muttered to himself, a confident gleam in his eyes as he tapped his chin thoughtfully. A new question surfaced in his mind. If Butterfree could be sacrificed, how many Caterpies would one Butterfree equate to? His gaze fell once more on the two Butterfrees on the ground, their vibrant wing patterns still glimmering faintly in the sunlight. To resolve this question, Su Yun decisively clicked the sacrifice option on the system panel. In an instant, the two Butterfrees turned into white light and dissipated like dust in the air. Simultaneously, a series of familiar system notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding! Your Emerald Jade insect has gained some experience from Butterfree. Ding! Your Emerald Jade insect's level has increased. Ding! Your sacrifice conditions have been met. Congratulations on unlocking the Brank hidden evolution path. Su Yun immediately checked the system panel and found that the information in the hidden evolution path section had been updated. The evolution condition had jumped from 97,200 to 117200, an increase of 20 points. This meant that sacrificing one Butterfree was equivalent to sacrificing 10 Caterpies. It seems I should just sacrifice Butterfrees from now on. It's much more efficient than running around the forest catching Caterpies, Su Yun chuckled to himself. At that moment, an exciting message popped up in his view. Brank hidden evolution path, here it comes. Emerald Jade Insect LV 15 Speedball Bug Gem Dragon I Fruit Jade Speed Dragon. This name. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the name of the evolved form. The fact that it had the word dragon suggested that his Emerald Jade insect was about to embark on the path of becoming a dragon. Eagerly, Su Yun checked the conditions needed for the Brank evolution. First was the level requirement 15 for the Emerald Jade insect. He glanced at its current level information and smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to the recent battle and sacrifices, his Emerald Jade insect had already soared to level 16, just surpassing the requirement for Brank hidden evolution. Level isn't an issue. Now for the evolution materials. Su Yun continued to examine the list. When he saw the words Speedball, his expression turned a bit peculiar. What a coincidence. I happen to have a Speedball. He recalled the wrinkled vendor at the creature market who had given him a blue glowing Speedball as a bonus when he purchased the Caterpie. Who would have thought it would come in handy now? Seems like my luck is really good today. Su Yun smiled slightly, feeling pleased as he continued to review the rest of the evolution materials list. Su Yun took stock of the remaining materials. Insect Jade and Dragon Eye Fruit. The Insect Jade was not an issue. Although he had sold most of it to the Elven shop the day before, he had wisely kept a couple of pieces just in case. This foresight was now proving useful. His gaze instinctively landed on the Dragon Eye Fruit tree not far away, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The Dragon Eye Fruit was right there, within arm's reach. With all the materials ready, he no longer hesitated and quickly walked to the tree, picking the Dragon Eye Fruits and placing them in his backpack. Su Yun took out a Dragon Eye Fruit, an Insect Jade, and a Speedball, arranging them neatly in front of the Jade Insect. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Jade Insect, you can begin your next evolution. This time, I believe you have the chance to transform from insect to dragon. Upon hearing the word dragon, the Jade Insect's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was the moment it had longed for finally arriving? It let out an eager chirping sound, as if urging Su Yun to start the evolution ceremony quickly. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately commanded, "System, initiate the level hidden evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light engulfed the jade insect. This evolution lasted a full 2.5 minutes, much longer than the previous one. When the light gradually faded, a creature known as the Jade Speed Dragon appeared before Su Yun. It maintained its blue-green body, as translucent and lustrous as fine jade, emitting a soft glow. The most noticeable change was in its antennae. What were once soft and cute had become sharp and sturdy, with more branches, a larger frame, and a color that had shifted from deep red to dark red, resembling real dragon horns. Its eyes, too, had transformed from round and adorable to narrow and sharp, like unsheathed blades that were intimidating to gaze upon. However, its overall body shape remained unchanged. There were no dragon claws or a complete transformation in form. Though its dragon-like features were more pronounced, it still exuded a paradoxical sense of being both dragon and insect. Su Yun thought to himself, it has become more dragon-like, but not completely. Yet, this was to be expected, as the green caterpillar's evolutionary path was just beginning, and gradual progress was the right way. At this moment, the Jade Speed Dragon also sensed its changes and attempted to let out a mighty dragon roar. However, perhaps due to its incomplete transformation, the sound it produced was neither a roar nor a cry, but rather resembled a throat clearing. It sounded neither majestic nor powerful, but instead had a somewhat roguish tone, leaving it deeply frustrated. No need to be discouraged, take it slow. One day you'll unleash a mighty dragon roar. Su Yun gently comforted the Jade Speed Dragon, sensing its emotional turmoil. He understood the eagerness of the newly evolved creature, but also knew that everything requires gradual progress. Hearing its master's words, the Jade Speed Dragon nodded firmly, its eyes shining with determination. Though it was still far from being a true dragon, its heart was filled with dreams of the future. The thought of soaring high in the skies one day filled it with vigor, exuding a powerful aura that hinted at a trace of dragon might. Su Yun keenly noticed this subtle change and widened his eyes in surprise. This aura was remarkably similar to that of a dragon-type spirit. Could it be that the evolved Jade Speed Dragon had acquired a dragon attribute? With this bold assumption, he quickly pulled up the Jade Speed Dragon's information panel. Spirit, Jade Speed Dragon. Level, 16. Gender, male. Attributes, Rock Dragon. Trait, Speed Boost increases speed by 1 stage after each turn. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Rollout, Bug Bite, Ancient Power, Dragon Breath. Hidden Evolution Path, A117200. Potential Evaluation, Starter Class. Seeing the attribute information, Su Yun couldn't help but marvel. It indeed had acquired the dragon attribute. From a rock bug type as an emerald jade bug to now a rock dragon type, the transformation was truly astonishing. Moreover, its trait had evolved from shell armor to speed boost, aligning perfectly with its name and fast attack strategy. Su Yun's attention was quickly drawn to the newly added skill in the list, Dragon Breath. Although this dragon-type skill had moderate power, it boasted a tempting paralyzing effect. If it hit, it could slow down the opponent significantly or even prevent them from attacking. Not bad. With this setup, tomorrow's freshman exchange competition is in the bag, Su Yun said with a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could already envision the audience's astonishment when the Jade Speed Dragon showcased its impressive strength. As the sun set, Su Yun and the Jade Speed Dragon wrapped up their training for the day. They looked forward to tomorrow's challenge with great anticipation, confident that they would shine brightly in the freshman exchange competition. Su Yun returned from the Insect Sea Forest and took out some energy cubes. The Emerald Swift Dragon immediately came overexcitedly. Unlike when it was an emerald insect and preferred leaves and grass, after evolving into a dragon, it became picky about food. However, the energy cubes whetted its appetite, and it devoured them with great enjoyment. Watching the Emerald Swift Dragon gobbling down the cubes, Su Yun couldn't help but frown. The expensive energy cubes were a source of heartache for him. A box of basic energy cubes cost 100,000 Alliance coins, and with the Emerald Swift Dragon's appetite of 3 cubes per meal, 3 times a day, his savings of over 1 million wouldn't last half a month. What am I going to do? Su Yun muttered to himself, his eyes on the dragon happily munching the energy cubes. He knew that while ordinary food could fill the creature's stomach, it wouldn't provide enough nutrition for its growth. Without energy cubes, the potential of the Emerald Swift Dragon would be greatly diminished. As Su Yun was worrying about the financial pressure, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He opened it to find a private message in the class group chat. Hey, a new betting pool has opened up, want to place a bet? The message was from Zhang Xinxin, the class monitor and a typical rich kid. Su Yun was taken aback and then asked, what betting pool? It's on tomorrow's freshman exchange match between Zhang Hao and you. Betting on who will win, Zhang Xinxin replied. This news made Su Yun's eyes light up. His initial creature was just a green caterpillar, while his opponent Zhang Hao had a powerful rhinoceros beetle. Most people would surely bet on Zhang Hao to win, which meant that if he bet on himself, The odds would be incredible. Just as Su Yun was about to reply, two notifications popped up in the chat. The messages were retracted. You saw nothing. Zhang Xinxin quickly sent a warning. Su Yun smirked and replied directly. I want to place a bet. No way. Participants in the match can't be involved in the betting. Zhang Xinxin firmly refused. Su Yun wasn't about to back down. Oh, really? But as far as I know, students organizing private betting pools is strictly forbidden by the academy, right? Although your family is influential and the academy might not dare to do much to you. If word of this got out, it could still affect you. Class monitor, you wouldn't want this to be discovered by the class teacher and become a scandal in the academy, would you? With just a few words, Su Yun managed to hit Zhang Xinxin's weak spot. Zhang Xinxin was instantly enraged. Her face flushed, fists clenched, and her voice quivered with anger as she exclaimed, Are you threatening me? Do you know who my father is? She stared in disbelief, never having been spoken to like this before. Su Yun sneered and retorted bluntly, Oh, didn't your mother tell you? This remark struck Zhang Xinxin right where it hurt, leaving her momentarily speechless and at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Zhang Xinxin finally regained her voice and spat out, You bastard. Su Yun, uninterested in further bickering, got straight to the point. Just tell me whether you agree or not. His tone was filled with impatience, thinking it was better to spend time with his spirit than waste it here. Zhang Xinxin took a deep breath to calm herself and eventually conceded. Fine, I agree. But she quickly added, However, you can't bet on Zhang Hao winning. Who knows if you'd throw the match for money? She then taunted. Not that it matters. You couldn't beat Zhang Hao even if you tried. Su Yun couldn't help but scoff. Bet on him to win? Ridiculous. He replied confidently. Don't worry, I'll bet on myself to win. Zhang Xinxin laughed out loud upon reading this. Ha ha, are you kidding me? You only have a Caterpie, how do you plan to win? If you want to give away money, why go through the trouble? Just transfer it to me. Su Yun didn't bother to explain and simply replied, That's none of your concern. He thought to himself, the more Zhang Xinxin laughed now, the harder she would cry later. Zhang Xinxin chuckled, thinking Su Yun was merely putting on a brave face. All right. How much are you planning to bet? She was convinced Su Yun was just trying to save face, and that his true colors would be revealed during the freshman competition the next day. Su Yun didn't answer directly but instead asked, What's the maximum amount someone can bet? Zhang Xinxin replied disdainfully, Not much, just 2 million. But for you, that might be astronomical, considering your families. She was cut off by Su Yun. All right, I'll bet 2 million. Su Yun's response left Zhang Xinxin momentarily stunned. Are you sure? Zhang Xinxin asked skeptically. Though she didn't know much about Su Yun, she was aware that his family wasn't wealthy, and coming up with 2 million seemed unlikely. However, she was immediately met with a transfer notification. Su Yun straightforwardly said, Here's 1 million. I'll send the rest shortly. Zhang Xinxin stared at her phone in disbelief, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Su Yun was already calculating who he could borrow the remaining million from, as he was short on funds. Su Yun's fingers lightly slid across the phone screen, scrolling to the bottom of the contact list. A name that was both unfamiliar and familiar caught his eye. Nangong Wangyue. Remembering the life-saving favor from before, Nangong Wangyue had promised to help whenever needed. Now, Su Yun found himself in a predicament that required such assistance. Are you there? Su Yun sent a brief greeting. Almost instantly, a reply from Nangong Wangyue popped up. What's up? Su Yun smiled slightly and sent a grinning emoji, then got straight to the point. I need urgent help. Can you lend me 1 million? I'll pay you back in a couple of days. There was a pause on the other end for more than 2 seconds. Then a single-word reply came through. Okay. Before Su Yun could react, his phone vibrated with a notification that the money had been deposited into his account. This prompt response left Su Yun stunned. He stared at the sudden addition of 1 million in his account, deep in thought. Nangong Wangyue's identity became a mystery, giving away 1 million without a second thought. Su Yun even had the illusion that even if he didn't pay it back, Nangong Wangyue wouldn't ask for it. Shaking his head, Su Yun decided not to dwell on it further. He quickly transferred the newly received million alliance credits to Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin was shocked to see her account suddenly increase by 2 million. She was at a loss as to where Su Yun had managed to get such a large sum. Even more puzzling was Su Yun's plan to use the 2 million as a bet. Are you sure you want to bet 2 million on yourself to win? Zhang Xinxin took a deep breath and asked again seriously. To her, Su Yun's actions seemed utterly reckless. Absolutely, Su Yun replied firmly. Zhang Xinxin couldn't help but ask, Aren't you worried about losing more than 2 million? Or are you that confident you'll win? Su Yun chuckled softly, not answering directly. Instead, he asked, Can you tell me what my odds are right now? 10 to 1. Zhang Xinxin provided a staggering ratio. Hearing this, Su Yun's face broke into a bright smile. A 10-to-1 payout meant that if he won tomorrow's competition, he would receive a reward of 20 million. For him at that moment, this was undoubtedly a huge fortune. With this money, he could buy a large number of Butterfrees or Caterpies. quickly increasing the number of sacrifices to 200, thereby unlocking a more advanced a-level hidden evolution route. In doing so, the power of the Jade Speed Demon would rise to a new level, its potential rivaling that of pseudo-deity level creatures like Volcarona and Arcanine. With this thought, Su-Yun couldn't help but laugh more heartily. Zhang Xinxin also realized this, and her expression became uncertain. Su-Yun's actions made her feel a tinge of worry. If Su-Yun really won the competition, what would she do then? With only Su-Yun betting. The morning sun cast its rays on the playground of Jiangbei City's Junior Spirit Academy, where the annual freshman exchange competition was in full swing. The grounds were filled with platforms of various sizes, each surrounded by a lively crowd. "Hey, buddy, you've got some strength there. Want to spar with me on the platform?" A burly boy taunted, waving his arms at a passing classmate. Not far away, another boy with long hair whistled at a girl. "Hey there, beautiful. Your Ralts looks as charming as ever. How about we hit the platform for a deeper discussion?" "Haha, my Charmander is unbeatable. Who dares to challenge me?" Another boy shouted proudly, his pokeball glinting in the sunlight. While the rookie trainers on the platforms were engrossed in their battles, the audience below seemed sparse. Most people appeared disinterested in these novice clashes, preferring to chat in small groups. However, around platform number 8, a dense crowd had gathered, buzzing with whispers like the ebb and flow of ocean waves. The showdown between the top two students is really something to look forward to. I wonder if Zhang Hao can break the curse of being second forever and defeat Su Yun in a real match. Isn't it obvious? Zhang Hao will definitely crush Su Yun. A boy with glasses adjusted his frames confidently. Look at their Pokemon. One's got a Rhino that's on par with the starters, and the other's just got a common Caterpie. It's clear who's stronger, isn't it? A girl with a ponytail retorted, "That's not necessarily true. Battles aren't just about the Pokemon. Strategy, adaptability, the bond with the Pokemon, and skill proficiency all play crucial roles. Sure, a Rhyhorn is stronger than a Caterpie, but that doesn't guarantee a win. Why don't you show us then? I'd love to see how you beat a Rhyhorn with a Caterpie. If you win, I'll eat my words," a freckled boy interjected. "What do you know? I'm just analyzing. Ever heard of tactical analysis? I don't need to fight myself." The ponytailed girl snapped, her face flushed with anger. "Analyze my," the freckled boy muttered. Around them, people argued passionately or debated loudly. Everyone had their own opinion on who would win the match, though most seemed to side with Zhang Hao. Suddenly, a scream pierced the crowd. "What? You say Su Yun bet 2 million on herself last night?" Zhang Xinxin's expression changed dramatically as she quickly covered her friend's mouth. "Keep it down. Don't let others hear," she whispered urgently, glancing around nervously. "Even though most here are in on the bet, there are outsiders. If they tell the teachers, we're in trouble." "Oh, sorry, I was just so shocked." Her friend nodded repeatedly, realizing her mistake. Zhang Xinxin relaxed slightly, releasing her hold, though her eyes remained wary. In disbelief, the best friend whispered, "Did Su Yun really bet on himself winning and put down 2 million? Is he crazy? Where did he get that kind of money?" Zhang Xinxin shrugged. "How would I know? But something's definitely off about this." The best friend frowned, deep in thought. There must be something fishy going on. "Do you think Su Yun got some kind of opportunity and his strength increased significantly?" Zhang Xinxin shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I think he's not as simple as he seems." "Could it be that his Caterpie evolved into a Butterfree?" the best friend speculated, then quickly dismissed the idea. "No, even a Butterfree couldn't beat a Rhyhorn." Zhang Xinxin kept her eyes on Su Yun in the ring. "Let's wait and see. Once the fight starts, we'll know what he's really up to." On the other side, the homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, was also paying attention to the match. Although he didn't believe Su Yun could win, he still held a glimmer of hope. "Su Yun, I hope you can surprise me." In the ring, Su Yun appeared calm, showing no sign of the fear others might expect. In contrast, Zhang Hao exuded confidence, basking in the admiration from the audience. Zhang Hao declared with enthusiasm, "This glory should have been mine. From today, I will reclaim everything I've lost. I, Zhang Hao, am not destined to be second forever." Su Yun smirked, looking at Zhang Hao with a hint of pity, thinking he should change his last sentence to, "I am destined to be second forever." Just as the tension between the two reached its peak, a sudden commotion erupted from the audience. All eyes were drawn to a figure slowly making her way forward. It was a woman with flowing silver hair, her long locks shimmering under the sunlight. Her features were delicate and fair, with a hint of coldness between her brows, giving off an aura of unattainability. Her alluring figure and long black stockinged legs caught everyone's attention. Following her was a slightly overweight middle-aged man, who was obsequiously deferential to the silver-haired woman but looked fierce and intimidating towards the students. "Oh my, that fat guy is the dean of students. Usually so arrogant. Why is he acting so timid today?" A student recognized the man, puzzled by the change in demeanor. "Who is that silver-haired beauty? Even the dean of students is afraid of her. She must have a significant background," another student speculated. "I know. An informed student suddenly spoke up. She's the dean's daughter, responsible for managing the academy's resources. I saw her when they distributed the initial Pokémon the other day. This revelation hit the crowd like a bombshell, setting off a wave of gasps among the students. The dean's daughter? No wonder even the dean of students is scared of her. Why is someone in charge of resources attending a freshman exchange match? That's impossible. She's a near champion level trainer. Why is she here? The crowd buzzed with excitement once more, as everyone pondered the big question. Why would such a stunning and powerful near champion appear at a rookie exchange match? On the stage, Su Yun's attention was drawn to the sudden commotion among the audience. Snippets of conversation drifted to his ears, with words like future king, dean's daughter, and head of the resources department, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Why would people of such high status appear at a novice exchange competition? Could it be that his match with Zhang Hao had caught the attention of these prominent figures? Su Yun shook his head, dismissing the unlikely thought. Filled with questions, Su Yun couldn't help but divert his gaze from his opponent, Zhang Hao, to the crowd below. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a figure that had captured everyone's attention. In that instant, Su Yun felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock, unable to utter a word. The person was none other than the silver-haired woman, Nangong Wangyue, whom he had rescued in the insect sea forest. Even more astonishing was the revelation that she was the dean's daughter and a formidable future king-level warrior. Su Yun murmured to himself, his mind racing. He had suspected that Nangong Wanyue's identity was not simple, but never had he imagined she would be part of the academy's upper echelon, let alone a rare female future king-level warrior. At that moment, Nangong Wanyue seemed to sense something, and her gaze pierced through the crowd, meeting Su Yun's eyes. She smiled subtly, a smile filled with meaning, but quickly masked it, as if unwilling to reveal the secret they shared. Su Yun was left bewildered by this strange gesture, unable to grasp what she intended to convey. A foreboding feeling suddenly crept over him, as if countless eyes would soon be focused on him. Sure enough, Nangong Wanyue began walking directly towards Su Yun's stage, instantly igniting a buzz of speculation among the audience. Students speculated about her relationship with Su Yun or Zhang Hao, amazed that these two knew someone of such stature. At this point, the homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, hurriedly approached with trepidation. Although he rarely saw Nangong Wanyue, he was well aware of her identity and greeted her respectfully, saying, Miss Nangong. Inside, he wondered how Zhang Hao and Su Yun had managed to connect with such an influential figure. Nangong Wanyue merely nodded slightly, paying no mind to Yang Ku, and instead focused all her attention on the stage. Is she looking at you? On the stage, Zhang Hao noticed the gaze of Nangong Wanyue from the audience and looked at Su Yun in disbelief. He knew Su Yun was good at studying, but since when did he become so popular with women? What surprised him even more was that both the dean and the class teacher seemed to hold this woman in high regard, indicating she wasn't just anyone. Adding to his shock, he vaguely heard the audience discussing the silver-haired woman, which left Zhang Hao stunned. Maybe she's looking at you, Su Yun replied with a slight smile, not intending to reveal the little secret between him and Nangong Wanyue, and shifted the topic back to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was taken aback by Su Yun's response. Looking at me? He instinctively touched his face, feeling a bit proud after being complimented by his opponent. Ahem, you're right. She is looking at me, Zhang Hao said, raising his chin high and shamelessly boasting. After all, a genius like me, who is also so handsome, naturally attracts the admiration of beautiful and strong women. To Su Yun, Zhang Hao's behavior was nothing short of clownish, but he didn't expose him and instead continued to flatter him. Ah yes, so my genius friend, can we start the match now? Feeling even more buoyant from the praise, Zhang Hao became more arrogant. Huh, can't wait to be crushed under my feet, can you? He grinned, saying unreservedly, well then, I'll oblige you. But don't worry, considering your sensible attitude earlier, I'll go easy on you. Su Yun chuckled lightly, unfazed. Oh really? Then you'd better give it your all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't last 3 rounds against me. Arrogant. I bet you won't last 3 rounds against me. Zhang Hao retorted, his face darkening. Let's see what you have to fight with. Come out, my unicorn rhino. With a loud shout, Zhang Hao released his initial spirit. He looked at Su Yun with disdain. Humph, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and release your pathetic green caterpillar. Oh, or maybe it's a metapod or butterfree. But it doesn't matter, whatever it is, it's no match for my unicorn rhino. Zhang Hao was brimming with confidence about this battle. Even if Su Yun's caterpillar evolved into a third-stage butterfree, he wasn't worried at all. After all, his unicorn rhino had a quadruple advantage over the flying and bug-type butterfree. As you wish, Su Yun replied with a faint smile, slowly tossing the pokeball in his hand. With a snap, a red light traced a graceful arc in the air, and a greenish-blue creature, about 40 to 50 centimeters long, appeared on the stage. Zhang Hao's mocking laughter abruptly stopped. He initially intended to ridicule Su Yun's caterpillar for still being in its early stage, not even having evolved into a chrysalis. However, upon taking a closer look at the caterpillar, the smile on his face froze. This caterpillar was different. It was noticeably larger than its peers, with antennae on its forehead that were an unusual dark red, sharply defined, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty. Even more astonishing was its body, seemingly covered in a transparent armor that reflected a greenish-blue glow in the sunlight, giving the illusion of being indestructible. What unsettled Zhang Hao the most was the aura emanating from the caterpillar. It wasn't the presence of a weak creature, but rather a pressure typical of a strong being. For a moment, Zhang Hao felt as if he was facing not an ordinary caterpillar, but a miniature version of a dragon. In response to Zhang Hao's shock, Su Yun calmly explained, "Oh, I just raised it well, so it looks a bit unique. That's reasonable, right?" This casual remark only made Zhang Hao more convinced that Su Yun was brushing him off. The students in the audience also noticed the peculiar caterpillar and started discussing it. Some marveled at its size, wondering if it had been given special growth enhancers. Others were fascinated by its dark red antennae, noting how vastly different they were from the usual bright red of ordinary caterpillars. Some even speculated whether this caterpillar had the potential to transform into a dragon. The chatter grew louder, with someone even joking, if it grows a couple of claws, it might just become a mini dragon. However, others scoffed at the idea. Don't be ridiculous. A caterpillar turning into a Rayquaza? I'd sooner believe Groudon could fly. This debate sparked laughter, yet some were quick to retort. Hey, watch what you're saying about my Earth Lord. The class teacher, Yang Ku, watching from a distance, was equally amazed. He couldn't comprehend how Su Yun's caterpillar could undergo such a dramatic transformation in just 2 days. Nameless Moon, also perplexed, pondered over the mystery behind this extraordinary caterpillar. She had seen Su Yun's green caterpillar before. It was ordinary, no different from any other green caterpillar. However, in just a day or two, it had undergone such a dramatic transformation that left her utterly astonished. Despite this, most spectators' opinions on the battle remained unchanged. In their eyes, a caterpillar is still a caterpillar, and no amount of mutation could change that. Faced with the rhinoceros beetle, which was several times its size, it seemed to have no chance of winning. Zhang Hao, standing on the stage, shared the same view. He quickly recovered from his shock and regained his previous composure and confidence. He thought to himself, no matter what trick you use to make the green caterpillar look like this, I will prove with my strength that any little trick will be exposed in front of a true master. A caterpillar is just a caterpillar. Even if it reaches its maximum level and wears an Everstone, it can never become Rayquaza. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao suddenly launched an attack, ordering the rhinoceros beetle, use horn attack. He intended to crush Su Yun with sheer power. The rhinoceros beetle let out a deep roar and charged towards the Jade speed dragon. Its sharp horn was its most lethal weapon, capable of inflicting severe damage on impact. The rhinoceros beetle's massive body shook the ground as it ran, creating a terrifying momentum. In contrast, the Jade speed dragon seemed as insignificant as an ant. Facing Zhang Hao's sudden assault, Su Yun appeared calm and unruffled. He leisurely instructed the Jade speed dragon. It's time to show these ignorant people your strength. Jump to dodge it, then use Dragon Breath. The Jade speed dragon let out a low growl, its body instantly tensing up. Just as the rhinoceros beetle was about to strike, it leaped into the air. It then opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful breath downwards at the rhinoceros beetle. This breath, imbued with the might of a dragon, cascaded down like a waterfall, knocking the rhinoceros beetle to the ground. The enormous body of the rhinoceros beetle collapsed with a thud, a scene that left everyone present in shock. The audience was incredulous and began to murmur among themselves. Did it get knocked down in one move? Am I seeing things? This can't be a staged fight, right? That was a rhinoceros beetle, and it got taken down by a green caterpillar? Unbelievable. No way, absolutely no way. A caterpillar is weak. How could it defeat a rhinoceros beetle? This defies all logic. However, some of the more skilled students keenly sensed something was amiss and started pondering another question. Wait a minute. What move did that caterpillar just use? If I'm not mistaken, it was Dragon Breath, right? Isn't that a skill only dragon-type creatures can learn? A caterpillar mastering Dragon Breath, that's insane. Is it really trying to become Rayquaza? At this moment, the students who understood the implications looked at the Jade speed dragon with completely changed expressions. They realized that this battle was far more complex than they had initially imagined. On the arena, a jaw-dropping showdown was unfolding. Who would have thought a seemingly weak caterpillar could display such astonishing strength, overpowering a formidable rhino with the prowess rivaling the elite trio? Even more astonishing, this bug-type creature used a move typically reserved for dragon types. The homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, watched intently, immediately recognizing the move used by the Jade speed dragon. He was secretly amazed, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Even Nangong Wangyue, a Kwasa champion, showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She wondered, How did this kid manage to teach a caterpillar a dragon-type move? Even scholars specializing in Pokemon moves might find it hard to achieve this. Her interest in Su Yun grew significantly. On the arena, Zhang Hao, the rhino's trainer, stood dumbfounded, as if struck by a heavy blow. He stared in disbelief at the caterpillar pinning down his rhino, his face burning as if slapped hard. Just moments ago, he was boasting arrogantly about his rhino's strength, claiming he would crush Su Yun and his caterpillar. Who knew he would be humiliated the next second? Zhang Hao pointed a trembling finger at Su Yun, emotionally questioning. This is impossible. How can your caterpillar be so strong? And that move it used isn't even a caterpillar's innate skill. It's a dragon-type move, Dragon Breath. You must be cheating, right? Su Yun scoffed at the accusation, casually retorting. Who says a caterpillar can only use innate skills? Can't I teach it moves from other types? Altaria and Executor look like traitors to the Dragon Clan, yet can learn a ton of Dragon-type moves. A caterpillar looking like Rayquaza learning Dragon Breath seems reasonable, doesn't it? These words left Zhang Hao speechless. In fact, theoretically, Su Yun's claim wasn't incorrect. Pokemon aren't limited to learning only their own type's moves. They can master moves from other types as well. Just like Charizard, which lacks a dragon attribute, can still perform moves like Dragon Rage. This rule is also acknowledged in academic circles. However, most Pokemon find it difficult to learn non-native moves, with the majority unable to comprehend or execute them correctly. Hence, many trainers assume Pokemon cannot master moves vastly different from their own type, much like fire types can't learn water-type moves. But in theory, this is entirely feasible. Especially after the discovery of Volcanion, a Pokemon with both water and fire attributes, researchers became more confident in this hypothesis. They conducted extensive experimental studies and ultimately succeeded in creating a fire-type Pokemon with a water absorbability, capable of learning various water-type moves. The discovery caused quite a stir in the world of Pokemon studies at the time, prompting countless scholars obsessed with conventional research to shift their focus to the study of unconventional Pokemon types. By comparison, a Caterpie learning Dragon-type moves seemed trivial. After all, Caterpie does have some connection to Dragon-type Pokemon. Otherwise, people wouldn't joke about a max-level Caterpie with an Everstone turning into a Rayquaza. Theory and reality are two different things. How could you possibly teach a Caterpie a Dragon-type move in just 2 days? Zhang Hao's eyes were sharp, fixed intently on Su Yun across from him, his brows furrowed, clearly unwilling to accept the reality before him. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, his brow arched. Maybe it's because my Caterpie is a bit special? He cast a meaningful glance at the Jade Swift Dragon, the Pokemon disguised as a Caterpie, standing proudly. If it were just an ordinary Caterpie, learning Dragon Breath would indeed be a fantasy, Su Yun asserted confidently. But the key is, this Caterpie isn't ordinary. It's a genuine Jade Swift Dragon with the potential to evolve into a dragon. Zhang Hao opened his mouth at this, his gaze involuntarily falling on the defiant Caterpie, momentarily speechless. He had to admit, whether in aura or appearance, Su Yun's Caterpie was indeed unique, exuding an extraordinary air. Zhang Hao's expression gradually hardened, his face darkening. No, even if it's a special Caterpie, I won't easily concede. A Caterpie is still just a Caterpie. My Rhyhorn won't lose to it. He couldn't accept the fact that his Rhyhorn was defeated by a Caterpie, his fists clenched tightly. Absolutely not. Rhyhorn, get up. We can't give up now. Zhang Hao's voice rumbled low from his throat. Roar. As if responding to its trainer's call, the once weakened Rhyhorn suddenly revived, its eyes flashing with a fierce gaze, targeting the Caterpie. Boom. Rhyhorn's massive body slowly shifted from the ground, like a small mountain rising, causing the ground to tremble with its movement. Hiss. It's actually standing up. It hasn't lost its fighting capability. I told you, a mighty Rhyhorn couldn't possibly be defeated by a Caterpie in one move, even with Dragon Breath. Go Rhyhorn. A Caterpie should be trampled underfoot. The audience erupted into cheers as they saw Rhyhorn stand up again, their emotions ignited, eager to witness the moment of a glorious comeback. Haha, well done, Rhyhorn. I knew you wouldn't be defeated so easily. Zhang Hao's despair turned to joy, his confidence soaring as he shouted excitedly. To him, the earlier incident was just Rhyhorn being caught off guard, failing to dodge, which allowed the Caterpie to land a hit. Now back on its feet, with the previous lesson learned, his Rhyhorn wouldn't lose again and was sure to defeat Su Yun's Caterpie. TCH, so what if it stands up again? I'll just knock it down once more. Su Yun remained unfazed. If he could bring down Rhyhorn once, he could do it a second time. Jade Swift Dragon, let's go again, use Dragon Breath. Su Yun murmured, issuing another command to the Jade Swift Dragon. Whoosh! The nimble Jade Swift Dragon swiftly leaped off Rhyhorn, once again soaring into the sky, releasing a fierce breath imbued with a touch of dragon might. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, Rhyhorn, use Smackdown to bring it down. A fierce dragon's breath swept forward, forcing the unicorn rhinoceros to retreat repeatedly. It struggled against the scorching airflow, gathering a massive rock to hurl at the Jade swift dragon hovering in midair. Zhang Hao had clearly misjudged the situation, still believing the Jade swift dragon was a bug-type spirit that would be vulnerable to rock-type skills. However, the Jade swift dragon had long since transformed, evolving from a bug to a true dragon-type spirit. As the rock approached, it advanced instead of retreating, curling its body into a ball and spinning rapidly to meet the rock Hedon. The clash of two rock-type skills was worlds apart due to the difference in the user's power. The Jade swift dragon, using the incredible impact generated by its high-speed spin, shattered the massive rock into pieces. The debris rained down like a torrential downpour, yet the Jade swift dragon maintained its momentum, plummeting from the sky like a meteor to collide heavily with the unicorn rhinoceros on the ground. With a resounding thud, the massive unicorn rhinoceros was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily outside the arena. The spectators were left speechless, the arena falling into a stunned silence. Everyone watched in disbelief as the unicorn rhinoceros, many times larger than the Jade swift dragon, was knocked away. The audience buzzed with excitement. Such a powerful move with so little effort. Wow, that's incredible. Is this really the caterpillar everyone calls weak? It looks like a young Rayquaza. Are caterpillars this strong now? I want one too. Maybe it can evolve into a Rayquaza someday. I'm thinking bigger. I'll raise 6 of them. When they all become Rayquazas, I'll take them for a walk and let everyone be envious. Some were already plotting to get their hands on a caterpillar, dreaming of a path to evolution and a legendary story. The homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, was also secretly amazed. When the Jade swift dragon unleashed its dragon breath, he sensed something unusual and suspected that Zhang Hao's unicorn rhinoceros might not be a match for Su Yun's Jade swift dragon. Yet, he never imagined the battle would be so one-sided. In less than 3 rounds, the Jade swift dragon had knocked the unicorn rhinoceros out of the arena. Nangong Wangyue, a Quasiking, murmured softly, blinking her eyes. This guy is getting more and more interesting. To her, Su Yun seemed like a mysterious black hole, drawing her in to explore. On the stage, Zhang Hao was dazed, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "Did I lose again?" The defeat was so sudden that he couldn't accept it. He had hoped to decisively defeat Su Yun in this match, freeing himself from the title of perpetual runner-up. Instead, his plan backfired, and he was humiliated, further cementing his status as the eternal second. At that moment, he was utterly dejected. Just then, Su Yun approached, feigning consolation as he patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "If you're weak, practice more. Don't get too cocky. You just got lucky and beat me this time. I'll be back." Zhang Hao spat out the words through gritted teeth, his face a mix of humiliation and resentment. He awkwardly mounted his unicorn rhino and left the arena without looking back, leaving the audience in an uproar. Su Yun stood his ground, a slight smile playing on his lips and a confident gleam in his eyes. His green caterpillar, though unassuming in appearance, had just demonstrated remarkable strength, defeating the seemingly formidable unicorn rhino. The crowd immediately buzzed with activity. Some were unconvinced, suspecting Zhang Hao had thrown the match. A voice emerged from the throng. "Su Yun, I challenge you." Soon another chimed in. "Count me in too." Su Yun chuckled softly, gesturing with an inviting hand. "All right, I'll give you the chance," he thought to himself, knowing these eager challengers were walking experience points he couldn't pass up. A handsome young man quickly leaped onto the stage, wasting no time in releasing his creature. "Go, Cyndaquil. Use Ember," he commanded loudly. Unfazed, Su Yun calmly instructed, "Use Ancient Power." As soon as he spoke, a massive rock materialized above Cyndaquil's head. The creature trembled in fear, its back flames extinguishing instantly. Before it could launch Ember, it was taken down in one move by Jade Dragon. The audience erupted again. This handsome challenger had fallen even faster than Zhang Hao. Next, 2 more students, unwilling to accept defeat, stepped up to challenge Su Yun. He welcomed the duel with a calm demeanor, showing no fear in facing 2 opponents at once. In less than 3 minutes, both were defeated and left the stage in embarrassment. Now, no one in the crowd doubted Su Yun's prowess. He had won over all the novice trainers present with his undeniable strength. Zhang Xinxin stood among the crowd, her face pale and her expression dazed. She suddenly realized that Su Yun's victory meant she owed a 20 million alliance coin bet. "I should have bet on him too," she regretted bitterly. Remembering her conversation with Su Yun the night before, she shivered. "If I can't come up with the money, will he really make me sell myself?" Her cheeks flushed with the thought. As everyone was still reeling from the shock, a piercingly sarcastic voice suddenly cut through the air. "Huh. The regular class is really a bunch of weaklings. A strange-looking green caterpillar has you all fooled? Is this all you're capable of?" All eyes turned toward the voice, spotting a young man in a purple teacher's uniform approaching with an arrogant-looking boy. Gasp. "It's someone from the elite class." Someone recognized them. "That's Song Chinfeng, the elite class mentor." He's the strongest mentor in our academy. What's he doing at a novice exchange match for the regular class? First, it was the dean's daughter, a Suntobe elite trainer, and now the academy's strongest mentor. Everyone was puzzled. Could all these prominent figures really be here to watch Su Yun's matches? For a moment, Su Yun became the center of attention once again, as everyone held their breath, eager to see what would happen next. Hey, you over there, a defiant teenager suddenly shouted, breaking the silence of the arena. His sharp gaze fixed on Su Yun, and his tone was full of disdain. Don't think that beating a few nobodies makes you invincible. To me, your little green caterpillar is as good as trash. Not convinced? Come on, let's have a match, and I'll show you what real strength is. Upon hearing this, Su Yun frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing on his face. He looked around to confirm he didn't know this provocative teenager. The Jade Speed Dragon standing by Su Yun's side was furious upon hearing the term green caterpillar and let out a low growl. It hated two things most, and this teenager had managed to hit both. Yang Ku, the homeroom teacher for the regular class, had seen enough. He stepped forward and coldly addressed Mentor Song from a distance. Mentor Song, isn't it too much for your student to belittle our regular class students like this? Yang Ku's gaze swept over the surrounding students, clearly displeased with such public provocation. However, Song Qinfeng didn't even glance at Yang Ku. His gaze went straight past him and landed on Nangong Wanhua. In his eyes, there was a flicker of intense admiration and jealousy. Junior sister, since when did you start caring about the battles of regular class students? He asked, his tone tinged with envy. Song Qinfeng and Nangong Wanhua were graduates of the same year at Jiangbei City's primary spirit academy. For years, Song Qinfeng had pursued Nangong Wanhua, even giving up better opportunities to stay and work at the academy. However, Nangong Wanhua never responded to his advances, not even sparing him a glance. Song Qinfeng always thought Nangong Wanhua was too proud to notice someone weaker than herself. So, over the years, he focused on improving his strength, hoping to become a quasi-king level expert one day and win her favor. But recently, he found out that Nangong Wanhua had appeared at the regular class's novice exchange match, just to watch a student's battle. This news was unacceptable to him. Why? Song Qinfeng raged internally. I'm the top mentor at this academy, a gym-level expert, and yet I can't get her attention. Why can a regular class student? Jealousy spread like a venomous snake in his heart. He decided he had to see for himself what kind of student could capture Nangong Wanhua's attention. No comment. Nangong Wanhua replied coldly to Song Qinfeng's questioning, clearly unwilling to engage further. Her indifferent response only fueled Song Qinfeng's anger. He almost couldn't contain his rage, wanting to shout out loud. But he managed to suppress this urge, wearing a cold smile as he secretly planned his next move. Song Qinfeng's eyes gleamed with a manic light as he stared intently at Nangong Wanhua, his voice twisted with possessiveness. Oh, Nangong Wanhua, aren't you so concerned about that student of yours? Then I'll have my student defeat him right in front of you, crush him underfoot. I want you to understand that your precious student is nothing but trash. Only I, Song Qinfeng, deserve your attention. And you belong only to me, Song Qinfeng. Song Qinfeng clenched his fists and silently signaled to the defiant young man. The young man immediately understood, leaping nimbly onto the stage and landing steadily. He looked mockingly at Su Yun opposite him, a taunting smile playing on his lips. Loser, dare to face me? If you're scared, just admit in front of everyone that you and your creature are worthless, and maybe I'll consider sparing you. Su Yun's face darkened instantly, fury boiling within him. Before he could speak, the Jade Speed Dragon couldn't hold back any longer and let out an angry growl. Hearing the Jade Speed Dragon sound, the defiant young man showed a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to his disdainful expression. Oh, just a green caterpillar trying to mimic a dragon's roar. Do you even deserve it? Let me show you what a real dragon's roar sounds like. The young man swiftly drew out a pokeball and tossed it effortlessly. In an instant, a massive gray creature spread its wings, hovering in the air. Fossil Pokemon Aerodactyl. With a deafening dragon roar, everyone present instinctively covered their ears. The defiant young man looked at Su Yun with a smug expression, his nose in the air. So, are you scared stiff? Never seen a real dragon, have you? My Aerodactyl is a genuine dragon Pokemon, a dominant presence in ancient times, nothing your green caterpillar can compare to. If you know what's good for you, admit that you and your creature are rubbish, or face my Aerodactyl in battle. But I can't promise your little bug won't end up as a snack for my Aerodactyl. Huh? Su Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the Aerodactyl. A series of small numbers gradually appeared before his eyes. Aerodactyl 20. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, amused. A level 20 Aerodactyl. And you dare put on airs in front of me? Despite Aerodactyl's imposing appearance, Su Yun knew its base stats weren't high, even lower than the fully evolved starter Pokemon. His Jade Speed Dragon, on the other hand, had potential akin to a starter Pokemon, and its hidden evolved form was even stronger than its normal form. In a real fight, Aerodactyl might not be a match for Jade Speed Dragon. A mere 4-level gap could easily be bridged with strategy and quick thinking. More importantly, Jade Speed Dragon's rock type was the perfect counter to Aerodactyl's flying type. Alright, let's see how this goes, Su Yun replied with a calm smile. He had never feared a Pokemon battle. The young man was taken aback, giving Su Yun a surprised look, thinking he must have misheard. Did I hear you right? You just said you want to fight my Aerodactyl. What, are you scared? Su Yun raised an eyebrow in challenge. The young man burst into laughter. Scared? Huh, you're really full of yourself. Since you're so eager to meet your doom, I'll grant your wish. Just don't regret it when your little bug gets eaten by my Aerodactyl. With a cruel grin, the young man slowly retreated to the other side of the stage, theatrically declaring, Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you make the first move. Damn, what a show-off. Just because you have a slightly stronger spirit doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. A student from the regular class shouted, breaking the peace of the campus. Su Yun, we're with you, take him down. Yeah, what's so special about the elite class? A tadpole with a frog tattoo. Who are you trying to impress? What's so great about a fossil pterosaur? Caterpie is the real MVP. Do you even know the value of a young Rayquaza? The defiant youth's bold provocation instantly ignited the anger of the regular class students. Filled with fervor, they pointed at the defiant youth, hurling insults and voicing their support for Su Yun. With such enthusiasm behind him, Su Yun had no reason to back down. He glanced at the Jade Swift Dragon by his side, his eyes questioning. Do you think we can take them down? Roar. The Jade Swift Dragon nodded emphatically, its keen eyes burning with battle spirit. It stood tall, muscles tense, clearly eager to teach the defiant youth and his fossil pterosaur a lesson. All right, let's fight together, Su Yun declared with determination, waving his hand. Charge in. Use rollout. As soon as the command was given, the Jade Swift Dragon shot out like a green lightning bolt, its speed causing the defiant youth to widen his eyes slightly. Your Caterpie is quite something, reaching such speed. The defiant youth raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with surprise, but he quickly regained his arrogance. Unfortunately, when it comes to speed, my fossil pterosaur is the real expert. Fossil pterosaur, use Fire Fong. A woo. The fossil pterosaur folded its wings in response, its body diving like a sharp sword. Just as they were about to collide, it showcased its superb flying skills, sidestepping the Jade Swift Dragon's rollout attack. Not only that, but it also executed an almost impossible sharp turn while diving, opening its flaming jaws to bite at the Jade Swift Dragon. The Jade Swift Dragon reacted just as swiftly, dropping to the ground to narrowly avoid the fossil pterosaur's Fire Fong. In their first encounter, neither side gained the upper hand. Some skill, but not much. Even though he didn't gain the upper hand in battle, the defiant youth couldn't resist taunting, trying to break his opponent's spirit. Yet, tactically, he took Su Yun seriously and immediately adjusted his strategy. Fossil pterosaur, use wing attack. Whoosh. The fossil pterosaur spread its wings, enveloped in a dazzling white light, transforming them into deadly blades that sliced through the air. Use Dragon Breath to push it back. Su Yun quickly adapted his strategy, giving new orders to the Jade Swift Dragon. The Jade Swift Dragon took a deep breath, its chest visibly swelling before exhaling forcefully. The fierce dragon breath surged towards the oncoming fossil pterosaur. The dragon's might within the breath made even the fossil pterosaur, with its dragon lineage, hesitate. The fossil pterosaur suddenly halted midair, as if an invisible hand restrained it, leaving it unable to move. Deprived of its flying power, it plummeted towards the ground like a heavy stone. The audience below watched in shock, mouths agape, as murmurs of astonishment spread through the crowd. What happened? Why did the fossil pterosaur suddenly stop moving? Su Yun's dragon breath skill took effect, leaving the fossil pterosaur paralyzed and stiff. The crowd erupted in surprise, with someone exclaiming, It's the dragon breath. The special effect triggered, and the fossil pterosaur is paralyzed. Ha ha ha, fortune is on my side, someone in the stands laughed loudly. Strike while the iron is hot. Su Yun, let your creature attack now. As an excellent trainer, Su Yun's eyes sharpened, instantly assessing the battlefield. Realizing the fossil pterosaur was paralyzed, he swiftly commanded his Jade Swift Dragon. Now's the time, use rollout to finish it off. Whoosh. The Jade Swift Dragon quickly curled up into a green ball, spinning rapidly as it charged towards the fossil pterosaur. Its form resembled a boulder tumbling down a mountain, carrying unstoppable momentum. The fossil pterosaur, stiff and motionless, was a sitting duck, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Fossil pterosaur, dodge it. The previously composed, defiant young man's expression changed dramatically, his voice rising in pitch. He never expected Su Yun's luck to be so good, triggering the special effect with just one dragon breath, putting his ace creature on the defensive. On the sidelines, Song Qinfeng's face was as dark as water, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white. Useless. Can't even handle this. Have all the training sessions been for nothing? Song Chinfeng had brought the defiant young man here to embarrass Su Yun in front of Nangong Wanyue, intending to teach him a lesson. But now the tables had turned, not only failing to achieve their goal, but seemingly presenting Su Yun with an opportunity to showcase his strength. If the defiant young man lost to Su Yun, losing face would be the least of their worries. Failing the task was the real issue. Humph, this kid's luck is unbelievable. Nangong Wanyue's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Moments ago, she was worried Su Yun wouldn't stand a chance against the defiant young man, but now the situation had completely reversed. She had to admit, Su Yun always managed to surprise her at critical moments. Bang! A loud crash echoed across the arena. As everyone expected, the Jade Swift Dragon's rollout skill hit the defenseless fossil pterosaur with precision. The tremendous impact forced a painful cry from the fossil pterosaur as its massive body was flung several meters away. Despite its larger size, it couldn't withstand this full-force attack. The seemingly small body of the Jade Swift Dragon harbored an extraordinary power. Fossil pterosaur, what are you doing? Get up. Watching his creature get knocked back, the defiant young man was visibly agitated, veins bulging on his forehead. He knew the importance of the task Song Chinfeng had entrusted to him, and failure would spell disaster. Roar! The fossil pterosaur let out a low growl, struggling to rise from the ground. Though the paralysis was wearing off, its movements were still sluggish. Just as it regained its balance, bang! The Jade Swift Dragon struck again like a cannonball, its second rollout attack hitting the fossil pterosaur squarely in the chest. Rollout is not just a single attack, but a continuous skill, capable of lasting up to 5 turns until the target is lost. Each successful hit doubles the power of the next attack. With the first hit successful, the second had reached a power of 60, and a third hit would escalate to 120, equivalent to the power of most major attacks. Moreover, the rollout skill itself is type effective against the fossil pterosaur, meaning even if it had multiple lives, it couldn't withstand the hit. The impact, twice as powerful as the first, sent the fossil pterosaur sliding 5 or 6 meters to the edge of the arena, barely stopping before falling off. Another step back, and it would be out of the ring, marking the end of the battle. That was close, almost went down. The defiant young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He quickly issued a clear command to the fossilized pterosaur, which was teetering in midair. Fossil pterosaur, fly up quickly. Don't get tangled with it on the ground. As a flying-type creature, the fossilized pterosaur's unique advantage was its ability to battle in the sky. Engaging the ground-bound Jade Speed Dragon on land would be like attacking the enemy's strength with one's weakness. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur let out a painful howl, its body covered in wounds, but it mustered the last of its strength to flap its wings and lift off, leaving the Jade Speed Dragon, which could only show off on the ground, momentarily without a target. Humph! As long as I stay up here, you can't touch me. The defiant young man's eyes lit up as he regained his usual confidence, a smug smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Oh, really? Su Yun, standing at the other end of the field, scoffed, showing no sign of panic. He casually questioned, aren't you being a bit overconfident? My Jade Speed Dragon isn't just a ground-bound Groudon that can only stare up helplessly. It can't fly, but that doesn't mean it can't leave the ground. Su Yun gave an almost imperceptible nod to the Jade Speed Dragon on the ground. The creature's body immediately shimmered with a faint green glow. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Jade Speed Dragon shot up from the ground like an arrow, leaping straight into the sky. What? Its jumping ability is that incredible. The defiant young man was dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. The Jade Speed Dragon had leapt to a height near that of the fossilized pterosaur with just a single bound. Fossil pterosaur, dodge quickly. Don't let it get close to you. The young man, thinking Su Yun would try the rolling technique again, hurriedly shouted to warn his creature. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur let out a weak growl, struggling to flap its battered wings and ascend further. At that moment, a confident smile quietly appeared on Su Yun's lips. Yeah, you fell for it. Barely audible, Su Yun's words were followed by the sudden appearance of a massive rock above the fossilized pterosaur. The young man had misjudged his opponent's intentions. The Jade Speed Dragon's leap into the air was merely a feint to distract them. Damn, he's setting a trap for me. The young man finally realized, his face turning pale. He wanted to command the fossilized pterosaur to evade, but it was too late. A colossal rock, formed by primal energy, descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the back of the fossilized pterosaur. Already severely injured, the creature couldn't withstand this rock-type attack and plummeted straight to the ground. Boom! Dust rose, and the sturdy arena shook slightly from the impact. As the dust settled, the fossilized pterosaur lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise again. Su Yun wins the match. Deafening cheers erupted from the audience below. Ha! Well done. Isn't the elite class supposed to be amazing? And yet, this is all they can do? Can't even last 3 minutes. Calling you a second man is a compliment. What fossilized pterosaur, in front of my bug god? It's just a small fry. Su Yun is awesome. Caterpie is awesome. Shut up. It's called a Rayquaza hatchling. Many spectators pointed and jeered at the pale-faced young man, the mocking voices rising and falling. The once arrogant young man, who had looked down on the regular students, had long angered the crowd. Now that he was defeated, Su Yun had avenged them all. Loser. How embarrassing. The surrounding students couldn't help but point and sneer, their faces full of ridicule. Standing below the stage, Song Chinfeng watched his elite class students suffer a crushing defeat. His face turned dark as ink, and his eyes burned with anger barely contained. His tightly clenched fists revealed bulging veins as he struggled to control his emotions. In contrast, Yangku appeared much more relaxed. With a smug smile, he walked over to Song Chinfeng and raised his voice intentionally. Instructor Song, it seems your elite class students need more practice. You made such a big entrance earlier. I thought they were really something. Turns out, they were just here to give our regular class students some experience. Thanks for the effort, Instructor Song. These sarcastic words pierced Song Chinfeng's heart like daggers, turning his face from dark to pale, finally settling into a livid shade. Humph. Song Chinfeng snorted coldly, turned on his heel, and strode out of the arena with large steps. As the top instructor of the academy, he had lost face today and couldn't bear to stay a second longer. The defeated young man followed his instructor, glaring at Su Yun with gritted teeth before leaving. Su Yun, right? Just you wait. My instructor, and I won't let you off. He spat out before skulking away like a beaten dog, his back radiating resentment and unwillingness. Yangka didn't hold back, loudly calling after them. Take care, Instructor Song. His exaggerated farewell drew laughter from the surrounding students, filling the arena with merriment. Nangong Wanyue stood at the edge of the crowd, casting a deep look at Su Yun, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. She turned and disappeared into the crowd, clearly intrigued by the once overlooked boy's newfound prowess. On the stage, amidst the reverent, admiring, and envious gazes of the crowd, Su Yun slowly stepped down. Ignoring the eager attention, he walked straight through the throng to Zhang Xinxin's side. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, "Don't forget my 20 million." His breath brushed against Zhang Xinxin's earlobe, causing her face to flush slightly. Such an intimate gesture in front of so many people made Zhang Xinxin nervous and embarrassed, worried about possible misunderstandings. However, Su Yun was unfazed, concerned only with whether he would receive his 20 million on time. If you don't pay up, I'll sell you. Su Yun half-jokingly threatened. Zhang Xinxin's body trembled, and she quickly nodded. I'll give it to you. She silently calculated, deciding to prioritize paying Su Yun first and figure out the rest later. Su Yun, you're something else. Class teacher Yangku approached, giving Su Yun a hearty slap on the shoulder. When I found out your initial spirit was a Caterpie, I thought you'd be disheartened. But you surprised me by not only defeating Zhang Hao, but also proving the elite class students no match for you. The strength Su Yun displayed had deeply impressed Yangku, leaving him unable to calm down. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he saw the hope of the class's rise. So, I've decided to have you represent our class in the freshman tournament in a week. What do you think? Yangka looked at Su Yun expectantly. Freshman tournament? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, curious about this unfamiliar term. Yes, it's a tradition of the academy, held annually, Yangku explained. It's specifically for novice trainers who have just received their initial spirits. Each class can send one student to compete, and winning not only brings glory to the class, but also earns rich rewards and honors. Hearing about the rewards, Su Yun's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, what kind of rewards? The champion's prize in previous years was 5 million alliance coins, plus a rare spirit cub. But I've heard the academy plans to enhance this year's rewards. While the specifics aren't clear yet, they certainly won't be worse than in past years. 5 million alliance coins and a rare Pokémon. Su Yun took a sharp intake of breath, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as his thoughts raced. That's quite a generous reward. If it could be increased, would they offer a starter Pokémon as well? His gaze turned intense, and his interest in the competition's rewards flared up like a spark. Winning the freshman tournament would mean more than just honor. It was an opportunity. If he could seize it, the hidden evolution path of his Pokémon would become much smoother. All right, I'm in. Su Yun decided firmly after a moment of thought. His decision was crisp and without hesitation. The academy's offer was too good to pass up. Hearing this, Yangka visibly relaxed, a look of relief spreading across his face. He let out a small sigh of relief. If Su Yun had declined, it would have been a significant loss for their class. Since you've decided to participate, there are some rules I need to clarify with you, Yangka said, his tone becoming formal. Su Yun sat up straight and nodded seriously. Please go ahead. Clearing his throat, Yangka began to explain. The freshman tournament is intended for new trainers at the academy, but students from the elite class can also enter. Besides the initial Pokémon provided by the academy, most of them have an additional Pokémon prepared by their families. He tapped his finger on the table. So, most elite class students have 2 Pokémon, and some even have 3. Frowning slightly, Yang Ku continued. To address this, the Academy revised the rules 2 years ago to allow participants to use 2 Pokemon in Batliza 2v2 format. He locked eyes with Su Yun. If you want to perform well, it's best to train another Pokemon. Competing with just one Pokemon puts you at a disadvantage. Train another Pokemon? Su Yun murmured, frowning. He had considered this before, but finding a good Pokemon in the wild wasn't easy. He recalled his time training in the Bug Sea Forest. Had he encountered a Scyther or Heracross, he would have captured and trained it without hesitation. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. As for buying a Pokemon from official sources, his lips turned down slightly. That was out of the question. A decent Pokemon costs millions, and he didn't have that kind of money. But circumstances had changed. A glint appeared in Su Yun's eyes. It was time to start training a second Pokemon. He remembered that Zhang Xinxin still owed him 20 million Alliance coins, which would be more than enough to buy a good Pokemon hatchling. Got it. Su Yun nodded, mentally noting Yang Ku's advice. Whether for the freshman tournament or future growth, training a second Pokemon was essential. Good to hear. Yang Ku's tone softened. If you face any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I'll do my best to help you. His words were sincere. Cultivating a powerful trainer would be significant for him as an academy mentor. Oh, there's one more thing I need to confirm with you. Suddenly, Yang Ku's expression turned serious. He sat up straight, his eyes intently focused on Su Yun. Su Yun looked at Yang Ku in confusion. What's the matter? Yang Ku didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced around cautiously before pulling Su Yun into a secluded corner. In a low voice, he asked, "Do you happen to know Nangong Wanhua?" Su Yun was taken aback, his brows furrowed. Why was this a problem? Anyone with a bit of perception could see his connection with Nangong Wanhua. After all, Nangong Wanhua wouldn't attend the novice exchange competition without a reason. Was she just there to enjoy the sun? Yes, it's a big problem. Yang Ku nodded gravely, a hint of concern in his eyes. Do you know who Nangong Wanhua is? The dean's daughter? Su Yun replied uncertainly, recalling bits of conversation he'd overheard from the audience. Do you know who the young man with the elite class students today is? Su Yun shook his head, genuinely clueless about this. Let me tell you. Yang Ku lowered his voice further. He's our academy's top mentor, Song Chinfeng. Su Yun was puzzled, his frown deepening. But what does that have to do with me? Yang Ku chuckled wryly, placing his hands on Su Yun's shoulders. You don't see the connection, so naturally, you don't think it concerns you. He then briefly explained the entanglement between Nangong Wanhua and Song Chinfeng. Now you should understand why Song Chinfeng might cause trouble for you, and why I'm warning you. Su Yun was momentarily speechless, surprised that such a distinguished mentor had a personal grudge. He thought to himself that his relationship with Nangong Wanhua was entirely innocent. He had never entertained any romantic notions about her, and as for her thoughts, he couldn't be sure. However, he guessed that someone as exceptional as Nangong Wanhua, an ice-cold beauty, wouldn't have any special interest in him. Her presence at the competition was likely just out of curiosity about her savior. Song Chinfeng is narrow-minded and vindictive, and he sees Nangong Wanhua as his possession. Yang Ku continued to warn. You've shown closeness with Nangong Wanhua and defeated his student in front of everyone, embarrassing him. He probably won't let it slide. While he might not confront you directly, he could send someone to target you. So be careful when you're out training. Su Yun nodded repeatedly, taking Yang Ku's words to heart. It's wise to be cautious, as you never know how far someone desperate might go. His concerns proved valid. That evening, on his way home, as Su Yun walked through a narrow alley, a figure emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Here's some advice. Stay away from Nangong Wanhua. Song Chinfeng stood under the dim streetlight, his expression stern. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you disappear from this world. The chilling words left his mouth, and the air around them seemed to drop in temperature. An invisible pressure crashed over Su Yun like a wave, making him instinctively reach for the pokeball at his waist. This small gesture didn't escape Song Chinfeng, who let out a derisive laugh. Don't even think about resisting. To me, you're nothing more than an ant I can crush at will. Although I must admit, your Caterpie is unique, but in front of my Pokemon, it's still just trash. Suddenly, Su Yun felt a cold sensation from behind. He turned to see a water-blue Pokemon had quietly appeared, cutting off his escape route. Su Yun felt an icy chill all over his body, as though he were in the depths of winter. The Greninja stood motionless, yet exuded a suffocating aura of menace, like an unsheathed sword. Su Yun could clearly sense that with just a nod from Song Chinfeng, the sharp water shuriken would mercilessly pierce his body. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun slowly withdrew his hand from the pokeball. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm of power between him and Song Chinfeng. Releasing his Jade Speed Dragon now would only result in unnecessary damage. Song Chinfeng smirked with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of control. You are wise, he said disdainfully. People who are wise usually avoid harm. Leave Nangong Wanhua, and I'll let you go. Before he finished speaking, Song Chinfeng gave a signal to the Greninja behind him. Instantly, Su Yun felt a cold sensation at his neck. A sharp water shuriken was poised at his throat. Song Qinfeng sauntered over to Su Yun, looking down at him with contempt. "This is your warning," he said coldly. "Nangong Wanyue is beyond the reach of trash like you." Moments later, Song Qinfeng withdrew his gaze and left with his Greninja. Su Yun clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes burning with fury. But soon, the anger dissipated, and his expression returned to its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. "Song Qinfeng, I won't forget you," Su Yun vowed silently. Back home, Su Yun's phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhang Xinxin. "I've gathered the 20 million for you. Send me your account number, and I'll transfer it." Su Yun was a bit surprised. Zhang Xinxin had acted faster than he expected. He quickly sent his bank account number. About 2.5 minutes later, his phone notified him of the deposit. With 20 million in hand, Su Yun felt a surge of confidence, and his previously gloomy mood lifted. He began to consider how to use the money, first thinking of purchasing a Pokemon egg. After all, he urgently needed to train a second Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon should I get? Su Yun mused, stroking his chin. Pseudo-legendary Pokemon eggs were beyond his budget and resources, but a starter Pokemon seemed like a good option. They were strong, had excellent growth potential, and were within his price range. Su Yun carefully weighed the pros and cons of various starters like Charmander, Rowlet, and Piplup. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he felt a surge of excitement. How about raising a Froakie? Froakie, as a water-type starter, evolves into Greninja, a Pokemon with considerable strength and a sleek appearance. Although it couldn't mega-evolve, for Su Yun, who possessed a hidden evolution system, this wasn't an issue. He could make Greninja surpass even legendary Pokemon. Choosing Froakie was also influenced by Song Qinfeng's Greninja. The pressure that Greninja exerted on him was something he still vividly remembered. A bold plan took shape in Su Yun's mind. To train a powerful Greninja, not only to counter Song Qinfeng, but also to sacrifice the opponent's Greninja to enhance his own Pokemon strength. The dual benefit of this idea excited him more and more, and he quickly resolved to train a Froakie. Full of anticipation, Su Yun opened the Pokemon League's official website to check the price of a Froakie. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw the cost to plain Froakie Pokemon egg was a staggering 18 million League coins. This price was 5 million higher than the eggs of starter Pokemon like Charmander or Bulbasaur. What was even more unbelievable to Su Yun was that Froakies were out of stock in Jiangbei City. He widened his eyes, muttering in shock. What's going on? Are Froakies really this popular now? It's one thing for the price to be high, but there's no supply at all. This meant that if he wanted to buy a Froakie, he'd have to go to another city. Moreover, the 18 million price tag was just too steep for him. His newly acquired 20 million would vanish in a blink. Su Yun reluctantly calculated and ultimately decided to abandon the purchase. He had planned to use part of this money to buy a Butterfree or Caterpie to help his Jade Dragon unlock an upgrade hidden evolution. How could he waste it all on buying Pokemon eggs? Even though he gave up on buying the Pokemon egg, Su Yun's idea of training a Froakie didn't fade. He began to meticulously search for Froakie's habitat in Jiangbei City, hoping to catch one in the wild. However, the results were disappointing. Either there were no habitats, or they were in government-controlled areas that ordinary people couldn't access. After searching around, he couldn't find any open areas where he could catch a Froakie. Just as Su Yun was at a loss, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Ningong Wangyue. As the daughter of the dean and a coexisting trainer in Jiangbei City, perhaps she could help. Thinking of this, Su Yun eagerly opened his chat app and sent a message to Nangong Wangyue. As for Song Qinfeng's threat? He didn't care at all. "Are you there, beautiful?" Su Yun sent the message and quickly received a reply. "What's up?" Nangong Wangyue asked succinctly. Without a word, Su Yun transferred 1 million to her. "This is the million I borrowed from you yesterday, returning it now." Nangong Wangyue accepted the transfer but didn't reply. After waiting for a long time with no response, Su Yun couldn't hold back his anxiety and sent another message. "I have a favor to ask." Still no reply. Feeling a bit frustrated, Su Yun wondered if he wasn't being sincere enough, so he transferred another 1 million. This time, Nangong Wangyue quickly replied, "I'm in the shower," along with a Psyduck showering gif. Su Yun was taken aback, and an unbidden image of Nangong Wangyue bathing floated into his mind. He quickly shook his head, trying hard to dispel the image, thinking, the scene is too beautiful to imagine. Nangong Wanyue's reaction was unexpected for Su Yun. She didn't accept the large sum of money he transferred. Instead, she straightforwardly said, "I don't need money, just tell me what you want." Her words left Su Yun feeling deeply ashamed, realizing he had wrongly assumed her intentions. Su Yun confessed his goal. "I want to catch a Guagua bubble frog, preferably within Jiangbei City. Do you have any suggestions?" Nangong Wanyue replied almost instantly. "Jiangbei City Wetland Park. There should be Guagua bubble frogs there, you can check it out." Wetland Park. Su Yun muttered to himself, unfamiliar with the place. After searching online, he was disappointed to find that the area was managed by the Jiangbei City Ecological Nature Protection Bureau and was off-limits to the public. This place isn't open to the public. I can't get in. Is there another option? Su Yun replied, feeling frustrated. However, Nangong Wanhua had a surprise for him. I know the director there. I can contact them for you. Shortly after, she brought good news. I've already talked to them. Just mention my name when you go, and they'll let you in. Su Yun was ecstatic. Not only was he likely to get a Guagua bubble frog, but he also saved 18 million. He sincerely thanked her. Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. But then a hint of confusion set in. Why was Nangong Wanhua so eager to help him? Was it simply because he had once saved her? Wasn't that debt already settled in the insect sea forest? With a sense of curiosity, Su Yun cautiously asked, Can I ask why you're helping me unconditionally? Nangong Wanhua's answer was simple and direct. Because you saved me. Su Yun was stunned, and in a moment of heat, he blurted out, That's it? No other reason? Like, you wouldn't be interested in a younger guy, would you? As soon as he said it, Su Yun regretted it. He wanted to take it back, but it was too late. The chat window fell into an uneasy silence, and Su Yun could almost feel the temperature around him drop. After a long pause, Nangong Wanhua coldly replied, Remember to come to the academy tomorrow. Su Yun was puzzled. What for? I'll help you improve your combat experience. Nangong Wanhua's response only added to Su Yun's confusion. However, the next day, Su Yun didn't go to the academy to face Nangong Wanhua. He took a leave from Yangku, claiming he had more important matters to attend to. Su Yun returned to the Pokemon market and found the vendor who had previously sold him the Caterpie. Seeing Su Yun, the vendor beamed with a bright smile. Hey, our valued customer is back. Clearly, their last transaction had been very profitable for him. What kind of Pokemon are you looking for this time? Another Caterpie? Standing in front of the Pokemon market stall, Su Yun gently shook his head. Do you have any Butterfree? Yes, of course. The stall owner brightened up, nodding repeatedly. But what quality are you looking for? Quality doesn't matter, the cheaper the better, Su Yun said straightforwardly. He knew well that the system didn't care about the quality of the offering, as long as it was alive. The stall owner paused, frowning slightly. This customer always wanted the cheap stuff, which was puzzling. But then again, as long as he could make money, why worry about what the customer intended to do with them? Follow me, the owner said, putting aside his doubts and cheerfully leading Su Yun to the Pokemon storage. You're lucky. We've just got a batch of Butterfree to deal with. If you don't mind, I can offer you a very low price. Are they sick or injured? Su Yun recalled the batch of Caterpie he had bought before. No, the owner explained. These are Butterfree that have just laid eggs. As a trainer, you should know that after laying eggs, their life is almost over. Even if we don't sell them, they wouldn't live much longer. Su Yun was thrilled, though he managed to contain his excitement. These Butterfree, nearing the end of their lives, were perfect for his offerings. The price would definitely be much lower than usual. All right, I'll take them, Su Yun said calmly. But you have to give me a good price, since these are practically waste outside. The owner, relieved, opened the warehouse door. Shelves lined with countless Pokeballs were neatly arranged. There are 30 here. If you take them all, it'll be just 500,000. The price was indeed a bargain. A normal Butterfree could cost millions on the market, while these averaged just over 10,000 each, and they even came with Pokeballs. Deal. I'll take them all, Su Yun said, paying promptly. Before leaving, he specifically instructed, if you have more of these low-priced ones in the future, let me know. This was a shortcut to help his Jadeite dragon unlock its hidden evolution, much more efficient than catching them in the wild. After leaving the market, Su Yun found a secluded spot, opened the system interface, and offered all the Butterfree. The system's pleasing notification sound immediately followed. Ding. Offering conditions met. Congratulations on unlocking the A-level hidden evolution route. A grade hidden evolution path. Jade Speed Dragon LV30 Amulet, Coin Dragon Scale, Dragon Bone Golden Armor Dragon. This key information appeared clearly before Su Yun, and he couldn't help but frown. TSK, it requires level 30 to evolve. This level requirement is a bit high this time, Su Yun muttered as he stared at the screen. For him right now, the requirement of level 30 was indeed quite a challenge. Before sacrificing those Butterfree, his Jade Speed Dragon was barely at level 17. This was only achieved after defeating the arrogant youth Aerodactyl. Otherwise, the level would be even lower. Su Yun curiously pondered how much the sacrifice of so many Butterfree could enhance the Jade Speed Dragon. Since evolution was currently out of reach, he decided to carefully examine the detailed information of the Jade Speed Dragon. Creature, Jade Speed Dragon. Level, 25. Gender, male. Type, Rock Dragon. Ability, Speed Boost increases speed by 1 stage after each turn. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Rollout, Bug Bite, Ancient Power, Dragon Breath, Dragon Hammer, Rock Polish. Hidden Evolution Path, S267500. Potential Assessment, Starter Pokemon. Level 25, quite an improvement. Seeing that the Jade Speed Dragon had reached level 25, a hint of surprise appeared on Su Yun's face. This meant he only needed to help the Jade Speed Dragon increase by 5 more levels to meet the level requirement for the A-grade hidden evolution. With such a level increase, it must have learned new skills, right? With this thought, Su Yun's gaze shifted to the skills section. As expected, the Jade Speed Dragon had mastered two brand new skills. One was the Dragon-type move Dragon Hammer, with a power of 90, much stronger than Dragon Breath, though it unfortunately had no special effects. The other was the Rock-type move Rock Polish, a status move that significantly boosts speed by polishing the body. This move can effectively close the speed gap when facing faster opponents, making it highly practical. After confirming the Jade Speed Dragon's details, Su Yun once again reviewed the other requirements for the Grade evolution. The level requirement couldn't be met immediately, as level progression takes time. However, he could collect the other evolution materials in advance, so that once the Jade Speed Dragon reached level 30, it could evolve immediately. Amulet Coin, Dragon Scale, and Dragon Bone. Su Yun murmured these three evolution materials quietly. He was quite familiar with the Amulet Coin, as it wasn't considered a rare item. It's the coin found on the forehead of a Meowth, and one could obtain it by capturing a wild Meowth. If that seemed too troublesome, it could also be purchased directly from the Pokemon store at a reasonable price of just a few $100,000 Poke Dollars. In contrast, Dragon Scale and Dragon Bone were much more precious. As the name suggests, a Dragon Scale comes from the scales of Dragon-type Pokemon. However, not all Dragon-type Pokemon have Dragon Scales. For instance, Altaria and Alolan Exeggutor are Dragon-type, but don't have Dragon Scales. Dragon Scales, a rare treasure, can only be obtained from certain Dragon-type creatures and are highly valuable. Despite their rarity, they are available on the market, with prices varying based on quality. Ordinary Dragon Scales cost around hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins, while Dragon Bones are even more exceptionally rare. Very few people collect Dragon Bones, and they are almost non-existent in the marketplace. After all, harming a Dragon-type creature for a bone is akin to sacrificing the essence for the superficial, a foolish act. Such treasures are likely only found in local museums. After organizing his thoughts, Su Yun decided to first acquire the relatively easier-to-obtain talisman coins and Dragon Scales, before figuring out how to find Dragon Bones. He headed straight to a nearby creature shop and spent 120,000 Alliance coins on a talisman coin. He intended to buy Dragon Scales as well, but unfortunately, the shop was out of stock, so he had to temporarily abandon that plan. Upon leaving the creature shop, Su Yun hailed a car and headed directly to the Wetlands Park in the suburbs of Jiangbei City. Thanks to Nangong Wangyue having spoken with the park manager the day before, he encountered little resistance and easily entered the park. The Wetlands Park was picturesque, with the horizon blending seamlessly with the water in the distance and numerous small ponds scattered around. The lush vegetation formed a vibrant green ocean. As soon as he stepped into the park's outskirts, Su Yun heard the melodious croaking of frogs from a nearby pond, which immediately heightened his anticipation. Could it be a gua-gua bubble frog? He wondered, eagerly making his way to the pond's edge. Two wild creatures emerged from the water, their large yellow eyes curiously observing him. The moment he identified them, his anticipation faded. Unfortunately, they're not gua-gua bubble frogs. Hidden in the pond were two crogunks, also frog-type creatures, but far less powerful than the gua-gua bubble frogs. Without lingering, Su Yun continued his exploration deeper into the wetlands. Soon, a lake appeared before him. A prominent wooden sign stood on the shore, painted with the words Red Gyarados Memorial Area in red paint, accompanied by an explanatory text. According to the description, the lake had once been home to a rare red Gyarados, and the sign was erected to commemorate the event. The whereabouts of the red Gyarados, however, remained unknown. Su Yun speculated that it was likely captured by officials. After all, Gyarados are already incredibly powerful creatures, and a red Gyarados is even rarer. No trainer would pass up the chance to own such a strong and visually impressive creature. Perhaps out of respect and admiration for the red Gyarados, Su Yun paused there. He walked to the shore, gazing into the lake, pondering whether there might be Magikarp inside. If there were, he could capture one. Although it's extremely challenging for Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados in the wild, for someone with a sacrificial evolution system like his, it was not a difficult task. Su Yun's ambitions were great. He wanted both the Gua-Gua Bubble Frog and the Magikarp. Su Yun squinted his eyes, carefully observing the small lake in front of him, searching for any sign of the king carp. The lake's surface glistened with light, and the water plants swayed gently, yet there was no trace of his target. His gaze swept over a few leisurely swimming goldfish, and he sighed inwardly at his poor luck. It seems my fate with the king carp is just not meant to be, Su Yun muttered to himself with a wry smile tugging at his lips. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden flash of light from across the lake caught his attention. The light seemed to come from the water plants, like a mirror reflecting the sun. Instinctively squinting, Su Yun's curiosity drove him to walk along the shore toward the source of the light. As he got closer, the mysterious object gradually came into focus. When he was less than 10 meters from the opposite side of the lake, he finally saw it clearly: a red, semicircular scale. Su Yun's breath quickened as he recalled the sign by the shore, Red Gyarados Memorial Zone. His heart raced, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. A red Gyarados scale? Su Yun murmured in disbelief, astonished that he had stumbled upon such a rare treasure. Gyarados were already scarce, let alone the shiny red variant, which was 1 in a million. And this dragon scale was exactly the evolution material he urgently needed. Feeling secretly pleased, Su Yun thought about how careless the officials who captured the red Gyarados must have been to leave behind such a valuable find. Thrilled, he eagerly made his way toward the water plants. Suddenly, the sharp croak of a frog halted his steps. Su Yun stopped alertly, turning his eyes toward the sound's origin. Emerging from the water plants was a wild creature, light blue in color with 2 large eyes, meeting his gaze. Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, his delight unmistakable. Froakie, he exclaimed inwardly, hardly able to believe his luck. First, the red scale, and now a Froakiethis was like a dream come true. The Froakie also noticed Su Yun, letting out a gentle croak. Man and creature stood silently, gazing at each other, as Su Yun held his breath, afraid of disrupting this rare encounter. Su Yun quietly reached behind his back, ready to unleash the Jade Speed Dragon. Meanwhile, the audacious Quack Frog, mistakenly thinking Su Yun was paralyzed with fear, brazenly swam to where the red dragon scale was. It picked up the scale right under Su Yun's nose, clearly attracted by its dazzling glow. This scene left Su Yun momentarily stunned. He watched in disbelief as the Quack Frog so boldly snatched his dragon scale, as if he didn't matter at all. To make matters worse, the frog even had the audacity to flip him off before diving into the water and disappearing. Su Yun's expression darkened instantly, burning with anger. Not only had the Quack Frog stolen his dragon scale, but it dared to provoke him like that. It was crossing the line. Although he couldn't determine the frog's gender, its behavior was undeniably mischievous. Jade Speed Dragon, let's go after it. Don't let it get away. Su Yun decisively released the Jade Speed Dragon, determined to teach the impudent Quack Frog a lesson. The shallow waters among the swaying reeds made it easy to track the Quack Frog's movements. Su Yun quickly locked onto his target and commanded the Jade Speed Dragon. There it is, intercept it for me. The Jade Speed Dragon let out a low growl, unleashing its primal power at the Quack Frog in the water from a distance. The impact of the massive stone hitting the water sent waves crashing, with reeds and mud flying everywhere. Although the Quack Frog dodged in time, it was thrown into the air by the force. Realizing the trouble it had gotten into upon seeing the devastation of the reed bed, it shrank back and swam desperately away. Seeing the Quack Frog escape, Su Yun sighed in frustration. He turned to the Jade Speed Dragon and said, "Next time, don't use primal power. Use Dragon Breath instead. Primal power is too destructive and might upset the staff. Dragon Breath has less environmental impact and can paralyze the target." The Jade Speed Dragon nodded in agreement and transformed into a streak of light to pursue the frog. With its unmatched speed, it quickly closed the gap between itself and the unevolved Quack Frog, which was no match for the Jade Speed Dragon in terms of speed. Quack! The Gua Bubble Frog felt a gust of wind behind it and instinctively glanced back, shivering at the sight before it. The Jade Speed Dragon was enveloped in a pale green glow, racing forward like a lightning bolt, its presence utterly intimidating. Terrified, the Gua Bubble Frog let out a series of frantic cries. Quack, quack, quack. The crisp frog calls echoed through the water plants, quickly catching the attention of other wild creatures. At that moment, a deep, resonant croak sounded, as if responding to the Gua Bubble Frog's plea for help. Hearing this familiar sound, the fear on the frog's face instantly turned to smugness, and its demeanor became audacious. It stopped in its tracks, turned to face the pursuing Jade Speed Dragon and Su Yun, and once again made a taunting middle finger gesture, provoking enough to make one's teeth grind. Su Yun's expression darkened immediately. This annoying Gua Bubble Frog, it's so reckless, once it finds support, he muttered under his breath, keeping a wary eye on the swaying water plants. The ripples on the water's surface indicated that something massive was approaching rapidly. Quack! Following a low frog croak, a water blue creature about a meter tall leaped out of the water. This wild creature was deep blue all over, with a white belly covered in spiral black lines, resembling the mosquito coils used by humans. Huh, so it's a Poliwag, Su Yun sneered, not taking this level 30 wild creature seriously. While it might be a local tyrant in the wild, it was no match for his Jade Speed Dragon, which was just 5 levels higher. Quack! The Poliwag shielded the Gua Bubble Frog behind it, fixing Su Yun with a stern gaze, as if accusing him. Before Su Yun could speak, the Gua Bubble Frog behind it eagerly let out a series of accusatory cries. Quack, quack, quack. Watching this scene, Su Yun was both amused and exasperated. The mischievousness of this Gua Bubble Frog far exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, Su Yun issued a brief command to the Jade Speed Dragon beside him. "Take care of it. I'll capture the Gua Bubble Frog." The Jade Speed Dragon let out a low growl, a sharp glint flashing in its eyes. Its body transformed into a streak of green lightning. instantly reaching the Poliwag and unleashing the newly mastered Dragon Hammer skill. The Poliwag didn't even have time to defend itself before being sent flying by the powerful strike. Boom! The dull sound of impact echoed through the water grass, sending up a splash of white water. The Poliwag fell into the water in a disheveled state, creating a large spray. Hidden behind, the Guagua Bubble Frog watched this scene in shock. Its neck mechanically turned as it stared in disbelief at the rippling water surface. The ruler of the water grass, the Poliwag, which it relied on as a dependable ally, was taken down by the Jade Speed Dragon in a single move. This completely shattered its understanding. The low growl of the Jade Speed Dragon snapped it back to reality. When it met those sharp dragon eyes, it finally realized this was not a dream, but stark reality. From the distance came a familiar gua sound. The Poliwag struggled to stand in the water, its eyes burning with anger. However, it only let out a thunderous croak before turning into a streak of water light, swiftly retreating into the distance. The Guagua Bubble Frog was utterly dumbfounded. It had expected the Poliwag to fight back and regain control, but instead, it wisely chose to retreat. Swallowing hard, it awkwardly glanced at Su Yun on the shore, realizing it had indeed gone too far this time. To avoid a beating, the Guagua Bubble Frog sensibly hopped in front of Su Yun before the Jade Speed Dragon could act. It blinked its innocent big eyes, gently placed the red dragon scale in its mouth on the ground, and then leapt up, voluntarily entering the Pokeball on Su Yun's waist. The seamless series of actions left Su Yun stunned. He'd never seen such an obedient wild Pokemon before. He picked up the saliva-covered red dragon scale, wiped it clean, and put it in his backpack, then opened the system to check the Guagua Bubble Frog's information. Pokemon, Guagua Bubble Frog. Level, 6. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, Torrent increases water-type move power by 50 when HP is below 1/3. Moves, Pound, Growl Bubble. Hidden Evolution Route, B05. Potential Assessment, Elite. Upon seeing that the Guagua Bubble Frog was female, Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. Huh, it's really a female brat. In the natural world, the gender ratio of Froakies is severely imbalanced, only 1 in every 8 is female. At this moment, Su Yun gazed at this rare female Froakie in front of him, feeling a bit sentimental. What surprised him even more was that this Froakie displayed typical features of a human brat. He shook his head slightly, deciding to correct this issue. After all, no trainer wants to deal with their Pokemon flipping them off all day. With his extensive experience in training, Su Yun was confident he could turn this Froakie into an outstanding Pokemon. As he carefully examined the Froakie's hidden evolution path, his eyes lit up. By sacrificing 5 of its kind, he could unlock a level hidden evolution, with the evolved potential reaching the level of the starter Pokemon. This meant Froakie could skip the Frogadier stage and directly evolve to the level of Greninja. However, this excitement was quickly dampened by reality. Unlike the ubiquitous Caterpie, Froakies were far rarer. Catching 100 Caterpie was easy, but finding a few Froakies was a much greater challenge. Looking around the wetland park, Su Yun fell into contemplation. This was currently the only place he could find Froakies, and it seemed a shame to leave after catching just one. He immediately released the newly captured Froakie, crouched down, and gently asked if it knew the whereabouts of others of its kind. Facing the confused Froakie, Su Yun realized his mistake. A newly captured Pokemon couldn't fully understand human language yet. He had to turn to his Jade Raptor for assistance as a translator. The Jade Raptor let out a low growl, conveying Su Yun's message in the unique language of Pokemon. Surprisingly, after listening, the Froakie's innocent face suddenly showed an angry expression, and it began to chatter incessantly at the Jade Raptor. Su Yun quickly sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't understand what the Guagua Bubble Frog was saying. He had to patiently wait for the translation from the Qingyu Speed Dragon. Soon, the Qingyu Speed Dragon conveyed the Bubble Frog's plight to him. It turned out that a group of its kind frequently bullied the Bubble Frog, eventually driving it away. So, you want to borrow my strength for revenge? Su Yun asked, noticing the Bubble Frog nodding repeatedly. The little creature pointed towards the distance, clearly wanting to lead Su Yun. Having witnessed Su Yun's power firsthand, even the dominant mosquito coil frog of the Waterweed Marsh was no match. It was confident that these bullies would be easily dealt with. All right, since you're my spirit now, I must help you settle this score, Su Yun promised. This was not only to seek justice for the Bubble Frog, but also to further his plan of finding offerings for a ritual. Upon hearing this, the Bubble Frog was overjoyed and eagerly led the way. After crossing the Waterweed Marsh, they arrived at an area dotted with waterholes. The Bubble Frog stopped and pointed towards the waterholes ahead. However, Su Yun couldn't see what lay beneath due to the glare reflecting off the water's surface. The Bubble Frog hopped onto a rock and let out a crisp frog croak. Instantly, several waterholes erupted with splashes, and several water blue figures emerged. A group of 4 Bubble Frogs and 1 Guahead Frog. Seeing this familiar lineup, the Bubble Frog shivered in fear and quickly hid behind Su Yun. Quite a few of them. Su Yun chuckled lightly, a glint of excitement in his eyes. 4 bubble frogs and a guahead frog, just enough to unlock the level hidden evolution path. Through the system, he discerned that the strongest among them was the level 25 guahead frog, whose strength was even less than the mosquito coil frog they had encountered before. The leader, guahead frog, noticed the bubble frog hiding behind Su Yun and showed a mocking expression. The timid bubble frog, now with a backer, boldly flipped the guahead frog the middle finger. This provocative gesture instantly enraged the guahead frog. With an angry croak, the guahead frog led its underlings in a charge towards the bubble frog. Faced with this aggressive advance, the bubble frog immediately chickened out, swiftly leaping to open Su Yun's waist-held spirit ball and deftly slipping inside, deciding to play it safe. TCH, with such little courage, you still dare to flip someone off? Su Yun sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the pokeball on his waist before shifting his gaze to the Froakie and its underlings. Jade Speed Dragon, they're all yours. Even before he finished speaking, the Jade Speed Dragon shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Froakie's pupils contracted in fear. It had noticed the Jade Speed Dragon before, but hadn't taken it seriously. Now, faced with its dazzling speed and overwhelming presence, it finally realized the formidable nature of its opponent. The Froakie chickened out immediately, screeched to a halt, and ran without looking back, abandoning its 4 Froakie minions. The minions stood there, dumbfounded, watching their leader flee in disbelief. Bang! The Jade Speed Dragon swept through like a force of nature, using its rollout move to clear the area. In no time, the 4 Froakie minions were down for the count. Su Yun received the sacrifice prompt and sacrificed them without hesitation. Just one more to go, Su Yun said, eyeing the fleeing Froakie with a playful smile. No enemy could escape the Jade Speed Dragon, and the Froakie was no exception. The Jade Speed Dragon suddenly accelerated, turning into a streak of light in pursuit. Sensing the chilling presence behind it, the Froakie risked a glance back, nearly losing its soul into a relentless, unstoppable projectile was hurtling toward it. The Jade Speed Dragon used its Dragon Hammer move against the fleeing enemy. The Froakie shrieked, spewing a flurry of bubbles in a futile attempt to block the attack. However, such a weak move was useless against the Jade Speed Dragon unless it could unleash a hydro pump. Unfortunately, the Froakie wasn't strong enough to master that skill. Bang! The Dragon Hammer struck the Froakie's chest, sending it flying. It skidded across the water for several meters before sinking, unable to rise again. Su Yun chose to sacrifice it directly, not bothering to capture it with a pokeball. In an instant, the Froakie dissolved into a beam of white light. The system immediately sent an evolution prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you've met the sacrifice conditions. Your Froakie has unlocked a level hidden evolution path. Evolution Path 1, Froakie LV10 Water Grass Water Stone Torrent Frog. Evolution Path 2, Froakie LV10 Sludge Dark Stone Shadow Frog. The unexpected dual evolution paths made Su Yun's eyes light up. From the perspective of evolution conditions and materials, both options seemed equally challenging, leaving Su Yun deep in thought. He asked the system about the specific differences between the 2 evolutionary paths. The system explained clearly. The Torrent Frog follows a balanced development route with evenly distributed base stats, while the Shadow Frog leans towards an extreme development, focusing primarily on speed and attack, emphasizing explosive power. This reminded Su Yun of the comparison between pseudo-legendary Pokémon and mythical creatures. Both have a total base stat of 600, but mythical creatures have 100 in each stat, forming a perfect hexagon. In contrast, pseudo-legendary Pokémon take extreme approaches, being either heavily defensive, fragile yet powerful, or possessing excellent attack and defense, but very slow. After careful consideration, Su Yun ultimately chose the Shadow Frog. Though the Torrent Frog is good, I prefer distinctive traits, he mused to himself. He reviewed the evolution requirements: a level 10 Froakie, some sludge, and a Dusk Stone. The level wasn't an issue, as his Froakie was already level 15. Sludge was abundant in the wetland park, and while the Dusk Stone was rare, it was available at the Pokemon shop for 1 million Alliance credits, which wasn't a problem for him now. With his Jade Swift Dragon, Su Yun headed straight to the Pokemon shop. I'd like a Dusk Stone, please, he eagerly requested. I'm really sorry, but we've just sold out of Dusk Stones, the shop assistant replied apologetically. Sold out? Su Yun was taken aback. I clearly saw several when I came to buy the amulet coin earlier. Yes, that's true, but they were all purchased just now by a silver-haired girl, the assistant explained. She was the one you just passed at the entrance. Su Yun's mind immediately conjured up the striking image of that girl Nangong Shiyu. How many did she buy? Su Yun asked quickly, thinking he might be able to buy one from her at a high price. After all, he wasn't short on money now, but he did lack a Dusk Stone. The store's entire stock of 5 Dark Stones was bought by her. The clerk frowned, puzzled by the silver-haired girl's decision to purchase so many at once. After expressing her thanks, Su Yun quickly left the elven shop, contemplating the potential uses for the 5 Dark Stones. Weaving through the bustling streets, He scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Before long, he spotted the silver-haired girl at a street corner. Found her. Su Yun's eyes lit up as he quickened his pace to catch up. Hey, little girl, please wait. Su Yun called out urgently as the silver-haired girl was about to turn into an alley. The silver-haired girl paused, turned around suspiciously, and pointed to herself. Are you talking to me? Yes. Su Yun replied with a polite smile, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the bulging bag in her hand. Did you just buy 5 dark stones at the elven shop? Yes, I did. Is there a problem? The silver-haired girl puffed out her chest with a hint of pride in her voice. Su Yun earnestly asked, could you sell me one? I'm willing to pay double the price. To his surprise, the silver-haired girl refused without hesitation. No way. Su Yun was taken aback and asked, why not? I assume you don't need that many dark stones for yourself, right? The silver-haired girl huffed, deliberately shaking the bag of dark stones in front of Su Yun. I don't need that many, but I just won't sell them to you, especially after you called me little girl. I'm not that little. She bit her lip, looking quite defiant. Su Yun was bewildered, not expecting to upset her with a simple term of address. He sized up the silver-haired girl and tentatively asked, how old are you? 16, she declared proudly, standing tall. Su Yun's mouth dropped open in surprise. The silver-haired girl barely reached his shoulder, standing around 5 feet tall, with a youthful face full of childlike innocence hardly resembling a 16-year-old. Sensing Su Yun's doubt, the silver-haired girl flushed with anger and jumped up. Hey, what's with that look? I'm just a late bloomer. What are you questioning? Apologize quickly, or there's no way I'll sell you a dark stone. Finding it amusing, Su Yun chuckled softly and asked, so, if I apologize, you'll consider selling me a dark stone? If your apology is sincere, I might think about it. The silver-haired girl replied, lifting her chin and standing on tiptoe, trying hard not to seem shorter than Su Yun. Su Yun rolled his eyes at her, his voice tinged with impatience. What are you thinking? He already apologized, and they still need to consider it? Then what's the point of apologizing? It's not like I can't get the dark stone elsewhere, even if it means going to a few more places. The silver-haired girl stomped her foot in frustration, her face turning red with anger, struggling to speak coherently. You're so unreasonable. Just as Su Yun was about to leave and head to another elf shop to buy a dark stone, a group of young men with brightly colored hair blocked his way. Leading them was a young man with yellow hair, who eyed the silver-haired girl with a teasing smile. Hey little sister, I heard you have a lot of dark stones. Why don't you show them to us? My dark crow could use one. It was clear this group had overheard their conversation. Seeing the silver-haired girl was young and knowing the yellow-haired youth's dark crow needed a dark stone for evolution, they were up to no good. I won't give you any dark stones, the silver-haired girl said through gritted teeth, her stance firm. If she wouldn't sell it to Su Yun for double the price, she certainly wouldn't give it away for free. Oh really? The yellow-haired youth sneered and signaled to his lackeys. They quickly understood and surrounded the silver-haired girl. Then the yellow-haired youth turned his attention to Su Yun. Hey kid, I suggest you stay out of this and just watch, or else you'll regret it. Su Yun shrugged and wisely stepped aside, preparing to watch the scene unfold. As for being a hero, he wasn't that noble. If the silver-haired girl had agreed to sell him the dark stone earlier, he might have considered helping. But now, he was more interested in being a bystander. The silver-haired girl stomped her foot angrily. Hey, don't you have any conscience? You're just going to watch me get bullied and not help. Su Yun merely shook his head with a smile, ready to enjoy the show, which only made the silver-haired girl more furious. She clenched her small fists. Fine, if you won't help, I'll handle it myself. Come out, Miss Magius. With a firm call, a ghost-type spirit with flowing long hair appeared before everyone. Well, didn't expect you to be a trainer. The yellow-haired youth raised an eyebrow. In that case, let's settle this the trainer way. Go, Murkrow. The dark and flying-type Murkrow was a perfect counter to the ghost-type Miss Magius. The other lackeys followed suit, releasing their own spirits. Even before the battle began, the silver-haired girl's Miss Magius was already at a disadvantage, facing multiple opponents at once. Wow, her Miss Magius is quite high-level and strong. Su Yun stood in the stands, his eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl's Miss Magius. The ghost-type Pokémon exuded a powerful aura at level 20, creating a stark contrast with the girl's youthful appearance. Su Yun was secretly surprised. Such strength already surpassed most of the students at the academy. However, when his gaze shifted to her opponent, his brow furrowed. The blonde young man's Honchkrow stood proudly in the air, its level 25 power like an insurmountable mountain. The advantage and attributes only made things worse. Even unknown, the Miss Magius would struggle to cope. Moreover, there was a group of minions nearby, ready to pounce. The battle was about to begin. The silver-haired girl seemed to realize the disparity in strength and decided to take a different approach. Miss Magius, use Astonish. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. The Miss Magius let out a piercing scream, attempting to intimidate the enemy. However, the Honchkrow merely shook its feathers slightly, unfazed. TCH, what's the point of just screaming? The blonde young man sneered dismissively. Battles are about strength and direct attacks. Honchkrow used Pursuit. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Honchkrow transformed into a black arrow, charging directly at the Mismagius. Unable to dodge, the Mismagius was sent flying. Immediately, other Pokémon surged forward like a tide, overwhelming the Mismagius. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, the Mismagius struggled to use Psychic, barely pushing the enemies back, but it was already on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the Honchkrow attacked again, another Pursuit. This strike was even more powerful, as the move's damage increases when the opponent is injured. The silver-haired girl's eyes reddened, and in desperation, she cast a pleading look at Su Yun. Please save my Mismagius. I'll give you a Dusk Stone as a reward. Her voice trembled, her former pride completely gone. Heh, dream on, the blonde young man mocked. That coward ran off long ago. How could he possibly help you? However, at the critical moment, a green light suddenly appeared, blocking the Honchkrow. Su Yun, at some point, had already stepped into the arena, wearing a harmless smile. Are you talking about me? The sudden turn of events left the blonde young man speechless, involuntarily taking a step back. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes because he sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Su Yun. Su Yun felt a fire burning inside him as he forced himself to take a step forward, glaring angrily at the young man with yellow hair. Who do you think you are? Dark Crow, attack. Before he could finish, a shadow flashed by like lightning. Bang! A heavy thud echoed behind him. The young man turned his head mechanically, his pupils shrinking. His proud Dark Crow was taken down in an instant, lying limp on the ground like mud. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds reverberated. In the blink of an eye, the young man's minions' creatures were all defeated. They couldn't even see who had struck, and fear washed over them like a tide. Run for it, someone shouted, and the minions scattered like frightened animals. The young man, slow to react, bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, I was wrong, he apologized while backing away. Seeing that Su Yun wasn't pursuing the matter, he picked up the unconscious Dark Crow and ran off. Su Yun watched their hasty retreat with a disdainful snort. With skills like those, they try to rob others? He turned to the silver-haired girl standing there in shock. Where's my Dark Stone? Huh? Oh right. The silver-haired girl snapped out of her daze and quickly handed a Dark Stone to Su Yun. You're so strong. I know. Su Yun replied calmly as he took the stone. The silver-haired girl curiously eyed the jade-green swift dragon beside Su Yun, blinking. Is it a caterpillar? It doesn't really look like one. No, it's a young Rayquaza. What? You're lying. It doesn't even have dragon claws. Then why ask? Su Yun was about to leave when the silver-haired girl hastily grabbed his sleeve. Wait, can you take me home? I live near the museum in the city center. It's not far from here. After the earlier scare, she didn't dare go home alone. Su Yun intended to refuse, but the mention of museum made him pause. You live at the museum? He was on the hunt for evolution materials for the jade-green swift dragon, specifically a dragon bone, and the city's museum was the only possible source. Yes, my grandfather is the museum curator. The silver-haired girl nodded obediently. Su Yun was surprised. This silver-haired girl's background was more complicated than he had imagined. If he could win her favor, getting a dragon bone or two from the museum might not be a problem. With this thought, Su Yun gave the girl a gentle smile. All right, let's go. The unexpected kindness left the silver-haired girl flustered. Why do I feel like you've suddenly become a different person? Have I? You definitely have. You weren't this nice to me before. As soon as you heard about my background, your attitude changed. Wait, you aren't trying to get a piece of our family fortune, are you? Even though you're handsome and strong, I won't agree to something like that. You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in women. Huh? Ahem. What I mean is, my goal is to become a Pokemon master. Su Yun quickly clarified, relieved that he managed to cover it up in time. In front of the Jiangbei City Museum, Su Yun suddenly halted and looked at the girl beside him in surprise. Your last name is Nangong? Why? Is that a problem? Nangong Shiyu frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure, sensing a trace of condescension in his words. It's fine. Su Yun didn't inquire further. There are plenty of people with the surname Nangong, not necessarily related to Nangong Wanghua. Pushing open the heavy glass doors of the museum, an intense sense of history washed over them. In the center of the exhibit hall stood a massive skeleton, the remains of a mythical beast that had recently been a hot topic on TV. Su Yun recalled the reports mentioning that the skeleton was discovered by the Alliance in a newly found secret realm, initially glowing with a golden light. That brilliance had now faded, leaving only these dull, ancient bones. According to experts, this was likely the remains of the legendary sun envoy, Solgaleo, a discovery that had caused a stir in the world of mythical creature archaeology. May I take a look around? Su Yun turned to Nangong Shiyu, secretly hoping to find the dragon bone he needed. Nangong Shiyu drew out her words, tapping her cheek with a finger. Well, although the museum is currently closed to the public, given that you've helped me before, I'll make an exception and let you in. Her eyes twinkled with mischief, clearly pleased to showcase her privilege in front of Su Yun. After expressing his gratitude, Su Yun began to carefully explore the exhibits. There were a wide variety of items covering different fields, but the dragon bone he sought was nowhere to be found. Just as he was feeling disheartened, an elderly man in a research coat approached briskly. "Who are you? This area is closed to the public. Leave immediately, or I'll call the police." The old man spoke sternly, his tone unfriendly. Su Yun glanced at the name badge reading Nangonghong and was taken aback. Was this the museum's curator? At that moment, Nangong Shiyu hurried forward, taking the old man's arm and coaxing. "Grandpa, he's my friend." She whispered a few words in his ear, and Nangong Heng's expression softened as he reassessed Su Yun. "My young friend, thank you for helping my granddaughter. I apologize for my abruptness earlier." Nangong Heng's demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving Su Yun momentarily at a loss. He quickly realized that Nangong Shiyu must have mentioned the earlier incident with the young thug to her grandfather, but probably omitted his request for the dark stone. Otherwise, Nangong Heng might not have been so cordial. Is this little girl deliberately trying to help me? Su Yun wondered as he looked at Nangong Shiyu with surprise. The young girl winked mischievously, as if she had seen right through his thoughts. "You're too kind," Su Yun replied modestly after regaining his composure. Nangong Heng stroked his beard and smiled as he got to the point. "I noticed you wandering around the museum earlier. Were you looking for something special?" Realizing his purpose was discovered, Su Yun spoke frankly. "I wanted to see if the museum has any dragon bone relics." "Well," Nangong Heng furrowed his brows. "I've worked here for many years and can assure you we've never had any dragon bone relics." Hearing this, Su Yun felt dejected. If even the Zhongbei City Museum didn't have dragon bones, where else could he look? "You're quite interested in dragon bones?" Nangong Heng asked with curiosity. "Yes, very interested." Su Yun nodded earnestly. "In that case, I might be able to help you," Nangong Heng said with a kind smile, clearly offering this favor because of Su Yun's help to Nangong Shiyu. Su Yun's eyes lit up. "How so?" Nangong Heng explained. "Recently, an ancient site was discovered on the outskirts of Zhongbei City. It's still being excavated, but the instruments have detected a large number of dragon bone relics. If you wish, I can send you photos from the excavation site in a few days." Photos? Su Yun was taken aback. He needed the actual relics, not photos. "Can I visit the excavation site?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," Nangong Heng said apologetically. "The excavation is confidential and not open to the public." Su Yun's heart sank once more. Not being able to visit the site meant he couldn't obtain the dragon bones, which was of no use to him. "Grandpa, let him go," Nangong Shiyu suddenly pleaded. "If you don't agree, I won't talk to you anymore." Humph. Su Yun was stunned. He couldn't understand why this little girl was so eager to help him. Could she be impressed by his skills and appearance? All right, my little ancestor," Nangong Heng said, unable to resist his granddaughter's persuasion, as he affectionately patted her head. "Grandpa will agree, okay?" Su Yun was dumbfounded. The curator had just said the site wasn't open to the public, and now he changed his mind? Clearly, he was just being evasive to avoid trouble. Su Yun silently criticized the cunning old man in his heart, but felt much more relieved. As long as he could visit the site, he could find a way to get the dragon bones. The 11 hidden evolution of the Qingyu Swift Dragon was finally within reach. "Yay, Grandpa is the best," Nangong Shiyu cheered, darting toward Nangong Heng and giving him a warm hug. Her bright eyes sparkled with pride as she looked up at Su Yun, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "So, aren't you grateful to me?" she asked with a playful tone. For her, it was a small gesture, but for Su Yun, it was invaluable help. Su Yun smiled slightly and bowed sincerely to Nangong Shiyu. "Of course, thank you, Miss Shiyu." He knew well that Nangong Shiyu had indeed done him a great favor, and expressing gratitude was only right. Hearing this, Nangong Shiyu puffed up with pride, letting out a small hum, her nose slightly raised. "Now, do you still think I'm just a kid?" "Not at all. Miss Nangong is impressive in every way." Su Yun quickly waved his hands, generously showering her with compliments. These simple words made Nangong Shiyu beam with joy, feeling as if she could soar into the sky. "Humph, that's more like it," she hummed happily, her smile wide. But then she changed her tone. "However, just a verbal thank you isn't enough. You have to promise me something." Hearing this, Su Yun actually felt relieved. He had anticipated that Nangong Shiyu would ask for something in return. Otherwise, her help would seem too good to be true. If she hadn't asked for anything, he might feel uneasy. "Go ahead, what's your request?" Su Yun asked. Nangong Shiyu turned slightly and pointed to the pokeball at her waist. "I want you to battle me. Only if you beat me will Grandpa take you to that ruin." She had seen Su Yun's formidable strength before, but hadn't had the chance to face him directly. As a battle-loving trainer, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to spar with him. That's it. Su Yun was taken aback, not expecting her request to be so straightforward. To him, defeating Nangong Shiyu seemed like a piece of cake. "Hey, don't underestimate me," Nangong Shiyu snapped, annoyed by Su Yun's nonchalant attitude. I have the Dusk Stone now. Once my Misdreavus evolves into Mismagius, you might not be able to beat me. Seeing her reaction, Su-Yun quickly reassured her. All right, then hurry and evolve it. He knew well that even if her Misdreavus evolved into Mismagius, it wouldn't be a match for his Jade Dragon. Humph, when my Mismagius defeats you, you'll regret it. Nangong Shiyu retorted, increasingly irritated by Su-Yun's attitude. She huffed and retrieved the remaining 4 Dusk Stones from her bag. Carefully, she released Misdreavus and placed the stones in a circle around it, aligned with the cardinal directions. Her actions left Su-Yun a bit puzzled. He couldn't help but remind her, you only need 1 Dusk Stone to evolve Misdreavus into Mismagius. No need to waste so many. To his surprise, Nangong Shiyu shot him a glare, hands on her hips, and retorted angrily, I want to, so what? Mind your own business. Seeing this, Su-Yun could only shrug and say no more. After all, it wasn't his money being wasted, so he didn't need to worry about it. The Dream Eater gently touched the 4 dark stones, and suddenly, 4 streams of dark energy surged forth, converging in the air into tiny rivulets and flowing into the Dream Eater's body. In an instant, the Dream Eater was enveloped in the white light of evolution. It's evolving. It's evolving. Nangong Shiyu jumped up excitedly, her eyes sparkling like stars. She shot Su-Yun a triumphant glance and waved her fist, taunting, Humph, wait till I crush you later. Su-Yun sighed, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, thinking, this little girl may be small, but her bravado is anything but. About 2.5 minutes later, the light of evolution gradually faded. What appeared before the 3 of them was a noticeably larger new creature, the evolved form of the Dream Eater, the Dream Demon. Just from its aura, its strength was clearly much greater than that of the previous Dream Eater. Nangong Shiyu, her confidence soaring, waggled a finger at Su-Yun with a mischievous grin. Don't go crying from fear of my Dream Demon. Su-Yun chuckled lightly and asked directly, shall we battle right here? Before Nangong Shiyu could respond, Nangong Hung interjected with concern, no way. What if the exhibits get damaged? You two should go to the backyard. Both agreed readily and headed towards the museum's backyard. The open, deserted space was perfect for a creature showdown. Without hesitation, Su-Yun released the Jade Swift Dragon. Nangong Hong, upon seeing the Jade Swift Dragon, asked in surprise, hey, what kind of creature is that? I've never seen it before. A Caterpie. A baby Rayquaza. Su-Yun and Nangong Shiyu responded in unison. Nangong Hung paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, if you ask me, it should be called a Rayquaza Caterpie, or maybe a green dragon worm. As an archaeologist, he quickly realized it might be some kind of mutant creature. After the joke, the atmosphere turned serious. Su-Yun looked at Nangong Shiyu across from him and asked solemnly, are you ready? Nangong Shiyu nodded in response, ready. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Jade Swift Dragon shot out like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing Nangong Hong. So fast? That's not the kind of speed a typical bug-type creature would have. Nangong Shiyu was startled by the sudden attack and quickly ordered, Dream Demon, use magic flames. In her understanding, the Jade Swift Dragon was still confined to bug-type limitations, and a fire-type move should be able to counter it. However, this assumption might have been her biggest mistake. The menacing Dream Demon waved its ribbon-like long arms in front of it, conjuring a fiercely burning flame in midair. A fiery red dragon roared as it charged toward the oncoming Jade Swift Dragon, creating a spectacular scene. Su-Yun's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. You've made a wrong move, he said softly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Charge straight ahead and deliver a fatal blow. Su-Yun commanded decisively, his voice full of authority. Hearing its master's order, the Jade Swift Dragon let out a deep, resonant roar and fearlessly charged into the blazing fire. The fire dragon collided with it heat-in, but was as ineffective as a gentle breeze, failing to inflict any harm. Instead, the Jade Swift Dragon easily dispersed it, leaving only sparks that vanished into the air. Nangong Shiyu witnessed this and was left speechless with shock, her eyes wide open. Countless questions flashed through her mind. How is this possible? Isn't it a bug-type spirit? How can it be immune to fire damage? This isn't how things are supposed to be. For a moment, she began to doubt her own judgment. Before Nangong Shiyu could react, the Jade Swift Dragon shot out of the flames like an arrow released from a bow. Its body, glowing with a green light, struck the Dream Demon squarely in the chest with precision. Ugh! The Dream Demon let out a piercing scream and plummeted to the ground, utterly defeated. This astonishing scene left Nangong Hung dumbfounded. Did it just get taken out in one hit? He muttered incredulously to himself. Although he had anticipated that the Jade Swift Dragon's power was extraordinary, the sheer disparity in strength was far beyond his expectations. Nangong Shiyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She glanced down at the Dream Demon lying on the ground, then looked up at the triumphant Su-Yun, tears welling up uncontrollably. You jerk! Don't you have any compassion? Couldn't you have gone a bit easier? She choked out, clearly unaccustomed to such a setback. Suyin scratched his head in confusion at her words. Weren't you the one who asked me to defeat you? Is it my fault you lost? He replied dismissively, a hint of scorn in his tone. You. Nangong Shiyu was so infuriated by his response that she couldn't speak, her face a mixture of anger and grievance. Sensing the tension, Nangong Hung quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Haha, come on, winning and losing is part of the game. No need to get upset, he said, turning to Su Yun to skillfully change the subject. Young friend, your skills are impressive. Even Shiyu isn't your match. Which academy are you attending now? As a student of the elite class. How could I have possibly met him, a student from the regular class? Nangong Shiyu wiped away the remnants of tears from the corner of her eyes and turned her head arrogantly. Her gaze swept across the classroom as she mentally catalogued each face in the elite class. Since she had no recollection of him, Su Yun must undoubtedly be a regular class student. What? You're a regular class student? Nangong Heng's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. He scrutinized Su Yun, searching for any clues. Su Yun nodded calmly. Is there a problem with that? Nangong Hung clicked his tongue in disbelief. Of course there's a problem. With your abilities, you should be in the elite class. How are you in the regular class? Maybe it's because I like to keep a low profile, Su Yun replied half-jokingly. In truth, he knew that his previous self was indeed average, and when he arrived in this world, he was already in the regular class. Such arrogance. Nangong Shiyu couldn't help but mutter under her breath. The strength Su Yun had shown during their match was anything but low-key. Is that so? Nangong Hung mused. That's a real shame. How about I talk to someone at the academy and get you transferred to the elite class? You could be in the same class as Shiyu. You could both learn from each other and improve together. His eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly envisioning a promising future. No way. Nangong Shiyu hurriedly interjected before Su Yun could respond. I don't want to have any deep exchanges with him. This guy has no sense of compassion. He'll definitely make me cry. She couldn't help but recall the scene where Su Yun had overpowered her, feeling a lingering fear. Su Yun nodded in agreement. I think the regular class is just fine. He reasoned that if he joined the elite class, dealing with the likes of the boastful princess Nangong Shiyu and others like Song Chenfeng would be too much. The regular class might not have the same perks, but it offered peace and freedom. Seeing both of them disagree, Nangong Hung sighed regretfully. All right then. At this point, Su Yun remembered what was most important to him, Senior Nangong, about the relic. Nangong Hung slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The relic excavation will take a few more days. How about this? Come to the museum in 3 days, and I'll take you to the excavation site. Su Yun nodded in agreement, already formulating a plan. In those 3 days, he could level up his Jade Swift Dragon. Once it reached level 30, he could obtain the Dragon Bone at the relic and trigger the Jade Swift Dragon's a-level hidden evolution. With the relic matter settled, Su Yun took his leave from the museum. Nangong Shiyu's frustration remained unresolved, growing more intense. She took out her phone, opened her messaging app, and began venting to her sister. Sister Wangyue. Today a bad person bullied me. Su Yun was about to initiate a level evolution for his pet frog, Guagua, when his phone suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up with a message from Nangong Wangyue. Have you met my sister? This brief message left Su Yun momentarily stunned. He frowned in thought, images of people he encountered today flashing through his mind. Nangong Wanyue's sister? He didn't even know she had a sister, let alone met her. However, the image of a silver-haired girl suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. Sure enough, Nangong Wanyue's next message confirmed his suspicion. Her name is Nangong Shiyu. Su Yun took a sharp breath. Although he had a hunch as soon as he heard the name Nangong Shiyu, he couldn't help but be surprised when it was confirmed. He recalled Nangong Shiyu's striking silver hair and realized, so it's a family trait. He replied briefly, yes, I ran into her on my way home today. Then he asked, but how did you know about this? After all, neither Nangong Shiyu nor Nangong Hung knew he was acquainted with Nangong Wanyue. Nangong Wanyue explained, Shiyu complained to me today that someone was bullying her. She described the person's appearance and spirit, and I figured it was you. Su Yun was speechless and sent an emoji. Wasn't this just tattling? He quickly explained, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Here's what happened. He briefly recounted the events at the museum, making sure to add, if you don't believe me, you can ask Nangong Hung. He was there too. After all, Nangong Wanyue was a formidable opponent, and if she wanted to avenge her sister, he couldn't withstand it. Moreover, he had teased her yesterday, and who knew if she would settle both old and new scores together. Nangong Wanyue was silent for a moment before replying. So you're saying Shiyu lost a match and wanted to use me to teach you a lesson? I'll verify this. A few minutes later, she messaged again, you did nothing wrong. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how rational this ice-cold beauty was, choosing to side with him. However, the next moment, Nangong Wanyue added, but I still want to hit you. Su Yun was baffled. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. Because you called me an old cow yesterday. Nangong Wanyue gave an irrefutable reason. I'm not old. Su Yun remembered yesterday's teasing and tentatively said, how about I'm the old cow, and you're the young grass? Nangong Wanyue thought for a moment before replying. Okay. Su Yun was instantly intrigued and couldn't help but tease. So, can I eat you? Prepare to be beaten. Nangong Wanyue's reply was as cold as ice. Su Yun instantly regretted it. He shouldn't have pushed his luck. Although teasing was fun, the outcome was terrible. He sighed, realizing he might need to ask for a day off tomorrow. He certainly didn't want to experience the wrath of a nearly invincible opponent just yet. After finishing his conversation with Nangong Wanyue, Su Yun clenched his fists, feeling a burning desire for strength like a raging fire within him. The helplessness of being at others' mercy made him grit his teeth and silently vow, when I become powerful, I'll make sure Nangong Wanyue gets a taste of being taught a lesson. Although his current strength wasn't enough to fulfill this wish, Su Yun was eager to take action. He decisively released Kero Kero Bubble Frog, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. It might hurt a bit later, so hang in there. Su Yun gently reassured the Bubble Frog, attempting hidden evolution for the first time, a valuable experience he had learned from the Jade Speed Dragon. Kero Kero Bubble Frog blinked its innocent big eyes. Though it didn't understand what was about to happen, its trust in the trainer prepared it to endure the pain. Su Yun carefully placed the sludge and the dark stone in front of the frog, then opened the system and firmly commanded, System, start evolution. In an instant, a dazzling white light of evolution engulfed Kero Kero Bubble Frog. The powers of the dark stone and the sludge intertwined and fused, continuously reshaping its body. 2 minutes later, the light faded, and a formidable dark purple creature stood before Su Yun. This shadow frog had a physique comparable to a Greninja, with its pink long tongue elegantly wrapped around its neck like a scarf, exuding a mysterious and fierce aura. Its posture was upright like a sword, giving off an imposing presence. What an incredible transformation! Su Yun marveled. The once cute Kero Kero Bubble Frog had now transformed into a dashing warrior. Even its call had become sharper. This majestic presence surpassed even Song Qinfeng's renowned Greninja. Eager to learn more about the Shadow Frog's attributes, Su Yun immediately pulled up the information panel. Creature, Shadow Frog. Level, 15. Gender, female. Type, Water Ghost. Ability, Bond Transformation. Increases bond value with the trainer during battle, entering a bond state at a certain level, transforming into Bond Shadow Frog. Same type moves power increases by 30, entering bond state immediately after defeating an opponent. Skills, Water Shuriken, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Ball, Double Team. Hidden Evolution Path, A920. The combination of water and ghost types perfectly matched the Shadow Frog's dark purple appearance. But what truly shocked Su Yun was its ability. This was not only the Bond Evolution ability unique to Ash's Greninja, but an enhanced version with a broader range of power increase. Realizing this, Su Yun was so excited that his face flushed, as if seeing another crucial turning point on his path to becoming stronger. The power of Bond Evolution showcases an impressive boost in strength during battles, almost comparable to Mega Evolution. This means that even without the aid of a Mega Stone and a Key Stone, the Shadow Frog can reach a form akin to Mega Evolution, often becoming a decisive factor in turning the tide of critical battles. From a numerical perspective, Bond Evolution offers the Shadow Frog a boost of approximately 100 base stat points. This remarkable figure means that the Shadow Frog, which originally had the power level of a starter, leaps directly to a pseudo-legendary level in its Bond Evolution state, even surpassing Su Yun's current strongest Pokémon, Jade Speed Dragon. What's even more astonishing is that even after the Jade Speed Dragon completes its rank hidden evolution, it still can't compare to the potential of the Shadow Frog in its Bond Evolution state. So powerful, incredibly powerful. Su Yun clenched his fist, his heart filled with excitement. Choosing to train the Froakie was indeed the wisest decision. With the addition of the Shadow Frog, his overall strength has shown a sharp upward trend. Even without relying on the Jade Speed Dragon, the Shadow Frog alone is enough to intimidate many elite class students. However, the Shadow Frog is not without its flaws. Its current level disadvantage at level 15 is its biggest weakness. Despite mastering powerful moves like Water Shuriken and Shadow Ball, the gap in strength due to level differences is still difficult to completely bridge. Su Yun frowned in thought, realizing that the focus must now be on raising the Shadow Frog's level. After all, level remains the most critical factor in enhancing Pokémon strength. The next day, Su Yun requested 3 days off from his homeroom teacher, Yang Ku. He stocked up on energy cubes, potions, and antidotes at the Pokémon store, then headed straight to the Bugsea Forest, the largest wilderness training ground in Jiangbei City. He had already devised a plan to maximize the strength of both the Shadow Frog and the Jade Speed Dragon within these 3 days. The specific goal was to elevate the Jade Speed Dragon's level to 30 in preparation for obtaining the Dragon Bone at the Dragon Bone Ruins and completing its rank hidden evolution. As for the Shadow Frog, although it was still some distance from its next hidden evolution, Su Yun set a minimum target of level 25 to prepare for the upcoming Academy Freshman Tournament. Upon reaching Bugsea Forest, Su Yun didn't linger on the outskirts. As a beginner trainer, the sparse, low-level wild Pokemon in the outer areas were no longer sufficient for his training needs. He headed straight into the forest depths and soon encountered an ideal opponent in a swarm of Beedrill numbering in the dozens. Ah, these are perfect experience points. Su Yun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. Su Yun released his creatures without hesitation. Jade Swift Dragon, Shadow Frog, they're all yours, he commanded, and both creatures charged forward simultaneously. The Jade Swift Dragon attacked first. It curled its body and transformed into a rapidly spinning boulder, barreling through the swarm of Beedrill. Although the Beedrill's stingers were sharp, they couldn't penetrate its tough defense. The Shadow Frog employed a different tactic. It instantly split into dozens of shadow clones, confusing the enemies. Then, it formed a water-blue shuriken and hurled it at the Beedrill swarm. The sharp water shuriken cut through them like a reaper's scythe, causing the Beedrill to fall one by one. Su Yun observed the battle, his brow furrowed. The Shadow Frog's attack was extremely ruthless, as if it turned the battlefield into a gruesome work of art. In contrast, the Jade Swift Dragon also defeated its foes, but its methods were not as brutal. The battle ended quickly, with the Beedrill swarm completely defeated. The Jade Swift Dragon's level rose to 26, and the Shadow Frog reached level 17. As the battle concluded, the murderous aura around the Shadow Frog gradually dissipated, allowing Su Yun to breathe a sigh of relief. Shadow Frog, in future battles, you can tone it down a bit. There's no need to be so ruthless, Su Yun couldn't help but advise. However, the Shadow Frog's response was unexpected. It turned to look at Su Yun, a glint of disdain in its eyes, and slowly raised one hand to give him the middle finger. Su Yun was taken aback. He suddenly realized that his previous assessment might have been wrong. The Shadow Frog was still the same mischievous little devil as always. Shadow Frog, use Shadow Ball. Jade Speed Dragon, use Dragon Breath. The command for battle echoed through the Bugsea Forest, accompanied by a series of system notifications ringing in Su Yun's ears. Jade Speed Dragon was the first to surpass level 30, mastering the most powerful Dragon-type support, Skill Dragon Dance. Not to be outdone, Shadow Frog broke through 2 barriers in one go, learning Rain Dance and Hex, raising its level to 23. 3 days of intensive training finally paid off. Su Yun watched the system notifications flash before him, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. Jade Speed Dragon successfully reached the level threshold for a rank hidden evolution, and with the newly acquired Dragon Dance, it was a significant boost for the upcoming Academy Freshman Tournament. Although Shadow Frog's level 23 was slightly below expectations, the 2 unexpectedly learned skills more than made up for this minor shortcoming. Now, only one material remained for Jade Speed Dragon to complete its rank hidden Evolutiona Dragon Bone. It was time to visit Nangonghang. Su Yun looked up at the rising sun in the east, his eyes filled with anticipation. An hour later, at the Jiangbei City Museum. You're early, my young friend. Nangonghang greeted Su Yun warmly, his face beaming as if he had received some tremendous news. Senior, you seem to be in great spirits. Did something pleasant happen? Su Yun asked curiously. Ha! Nangonghang laughed heartily, stroking his snowy beard. You have a keen eye, young man. Indeed, it's good news, and for you, an unexpected delight. Could it be related to the relics? Su Yun speculated, his interest piqued. Exactly, Nangonghang replied excitedly. The relic team just sent word that they've discovered a colossal 30-meter dragon bone skeleton. It's an extraordinarily rare find in hundreds of years of archaeological history, and it's right here, within Jiangbei City. A 30-meter dragon bone skeleton? Su Yun gasped. According to archaeological data, ancient Pokemon were typically only about 1.5 times the size of modern ones, with most dragon-type Pokemon fossils ranging from 3 to 10 meters. A 30-meter size completely defied conventional understanding. Could it be an ancient Pokemon? Su Yun pondered aloud, stroking his chin as he voiced his hypothesis. Only Pokemon from ancient times could have such massive sizes. Historical records mention a group of extraordinary Pokemon from that era, towering several dozen meters high, resembling modern skyscrapers. Although these giants were short-lived, the discovery of ancient gigantic Pokemon fossils by archaeologists over the centuries has provided solid evidence of their existence. These must be the colossal rulers of the ancient times. Nangonghang nodded in agreement with Su Yun. But to confirm our hypothesis, we need to conduct an on-site investigation. Senior, what are we waiting for? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, the remains of ancient giant dragon-type Pokemon were priceless. If he could secretly acquire a piece as evolution material for his Jade Swift Dragon, it might even activate the genes of the ancient giant Pokemon. Nangonghang smiled and summoned a black business car, and the 2 of them headed to the outskirts. Meanwhile, the excavation site was bustling with activity. Workers carefully cleared the soil and debris around the massive dragon bones. Although this ancient relic had lost its life force, its primal aura still commanded respect from everyone present. It's huge. An experienced archaeologist looked up at the dragon bones with a mix of pride and awe. I've worked in archaeology for years, and I've never seen dragon bones this large. Luckily, this creature lived in ancient times. Another worker remarked with relief. If it existed today, humanity would be in danger. We wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. Even the most skilled trainers wouldn't be able to tame a creature of this size, his colleague agreed. But such rulers are destined not to last long. This skeleton is proof of that. What do you think this creature looked like when it was alive? Someone asked. Could it be some unknown, extinct Pokémon? The site buzzed with speculation as everyone shared their opinions. It must be a Charizard. Look at the features of the tail and wings. I think it looks like a Salamence. Charizard's neck isn't that short. Maybe it's an Aerodactyl? Didn't they find similar remains in Chunjiang City a few years ago? Amid the heated debate, a cool voice suddenly interjected, "It's a Dragonite." The site fell silent immediately. At the archaeological site, a silver-haired figure suddenly appeared, catching the attention of the staff present. A silver-haired girl stood not far from them, intently gazing at the massive dragon skeleton. "Dragonite," she murmured softly, yet her voice was clearly audible. "Who are you? How can you be so sure this is a Dragonite skeleton?" A staff member questioned, his tone full of skepticism. The silver-haired girl glanced at him indifferently without responding, as if he wasn't worth her time. "Can't say anything, can you? Just making wild guesses like the rest of us?" The staff member scoffed, growing more contemptuous with her silence. "Stop talking. Do you even know who she is? If you don't want to lose your job, shut up now," a colleague whispered urgently, a hint of fear in their eyes. Who is she?" The staff member was taken aback, instinctively asking. Despite working with the archaeological team for over a year, he had never seen this silver-haired girl before. "She's from the Nangong family, Nangong Wangyue, a formidable figure from Jiangbei City. If you provoke her, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough," the colleague explained, clearly alarmed. The staff member shuddered at the revelation, his face turning pale. "What? Am I doomed then?" he stammered, then regretfully slapped his own mouth. "Ugh, why couldn't I keep my mouth shut? You better hope Nangong Wangyue doesn't take this to heart, or your life might be over," the colleague advised, distancing themselves to avoid any fallout. Nangong Wangyue ignored the commotion around her, completely absorbed in observing the Dragonite skeleton. Although as an Ice-type trainer, Dragon-type Pokémon weren't her specialty, archaeology was one of her few passions. She was eager to uncover hidden truths buried in history. She sensed that the ancient Dragonite skeleton before her held secrets yet to be revealed. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Nangong Heng had just arrived at the site. From afar, Su Yun noticed the striking silver-haired figure. "Nangong Wangyue, what's she doing here?" he wondered, surprised, as he expected her to be at the academy. "You know her?" Nangong Heng, noticing Su Yun's reaction, asked curiously. As a distinguished member of the Nangong family, he naturally knew of Nangong Wangyue. Su Yun paused, then shook his head. No, I don't know her." He preferred not to reveal their acquaintance, fearing it might upset Nangong Wangyue. After all, if she decided to act, he wasn't strong enough to oppose her. "Let me introduce you," Nangong Heng offered enthusiastically. "She's a genius from our Nangong family, currently working at your academy. I think you two should meet." Nangong Heng wore a knowing smile, clearly still trying to win over Su Yun. Su Yun keenly picked up on the hints in Nangong Heng's words and went along with it, saying, "Thank you, senior." With that, he followed Nangong Heng towards Nangong Wangyue, though he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, Nangong Wangyue had often threatened to give him a beating. Su Yun had previously avoided going to school, narrowly escaping trouble. Now, facing Nangong Wangyue in person, who knew if she might take action against him on the spot? Just then, Nangong Heng suddenly spoke up. "Wangyue, there's a young man here who's admired you for a long time and wants to meet you." This left Su Yun stunned, alarms ringing in his mind. "Old dang, don't stir up trouble. When did I ever say that?" Su Yun thought to himself, sensing that Nangong Heng was pushing him into a pit of fire. Although Nangong Heng didn't mean any harm, he simply wanted to introduce Su Yun to Nangong Wangyue. Nangong Wangyue turned her head suspiciously. Upon seeing Su Yun's face, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Su Yun gave an awkward smile and greeted her weakly. "Hi." Nangong Wangyue raised an eyebrow and said something with a deep meaning. "Here to get beaten up?" Nangong Heng was confused, scratching his head as he looked at the two of them. Su Yun, understanding the situation, quietly retreated behind Nangong Heng. However, to save face, he pretended to be calm and said, "Miss Nangong, you wouldn't want that matter to become public knowledge, would you?" He had already devised a plan. If Nangong Wangyue dared to make a move, he would reveal her little secret to everyone. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Nangong Wanyue's hand, which was reaching for the pokeball, stopped immediately. A faint blush appeared on her fair face as she glared at Su Yun, as if warning him not to expose her secret. I won't beat you, Nangong Wangyue said, turning her back on Su Yun and ignoring him, focusing instead on the ancient Dragonite remains. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and secretly praised his own cleverness. Luckily, he had leverage over Nangong Wangyue. Otherwise, he might not have escaped unscathed today. Although it was a bit underhanded, given that he had promised not to reveal the matter, he had no other choice since he couldn't match Nangong Wanyue's strength. He silently vowed that once he became stronger, he would earn Nangong Wanyue's respect with his true abilities. Nangong Hong, sensing something amiss between the two, frowned and asked, "Something's not right, are you two hiding something from me?" He was certain that Su Yun and Nangong Wanyue were not meeting for the first time, and that Su Yun had been deceiving him. No, Nangong Wanyue responded coldly, her tone firm. Nangong Hung was taken aback, looking at Su Yun in confusion. Su Yun simply shrugged, indicating he was powerless. He had no intention of truly angering a genuine Quasiking level expert. Nangong Hung opened his mouth, but ultimately stood there, feeling frustrated. He realized that Nangong Wanyue was unwilling to speak, while Su Yun dared not say anything. Su Yun slowly walked over to stand beside Nangong Wanyue, gazing up at the enormous dragon skeleton towering amidst the ruins. Up close, he couldn't help but marvel. It's huge. The sheer size of this behemoth reminded him of the legendary ancient giant Pokémon. Seeing this dragon skeleton with his own eyes, Su Yun was convinced it was indeed the remains of an ancient giant dragon-type Pokémon. He was secretly calculating, knowing this was precious material for helping Qingyu Sulong achieve an 11-level hidden evolution, and he had to find a way to get a piece of it. He firmly believed the bones of this ancient giant dragon-type Pokémon would be far superior to ordinary dragon bones. As Su Yun was lost in thought, Nangong Wanyue spoke softly. Can you tell which dragon-type Pokémon's remains these are? Su Yun turned his head, catching a glimpse of her stunning profile, and chuckled. Are you testing me? You could say that, Nangong Wanyue replied calmly. So if I get it right, do I get a reward? Su Yun couldn't help but ask. Nangong Wanyue smiled faintly. I can let bygones be bygones for what happened before. Su Yun cleared his throat and began to explain. It has a dragon tail and wings, typical features of a Western dragon, which rules out many dragon-type Pokémon. Those that fit this description include Charizard, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, and Salamence. But it stands on two legs, its wings are small relative to its body, and it has a spike on its head. Taking all this into account, it's very likely an ancient giant Dragonite. He paused for a moment and added, and if I'm not mistaken, this type of ancient giant Pokémon hasn't completely gone extinct. 3 years ago, lighthouse personnel at the Dragon Graveyard Strait reportedly saw an ancient giant Dragonite, which was later confirmed by officials, causing a stir in the academic world. Nangong Wanyue applauded his brilliant analysis, looking at him in surprise. Your academic knowledge is impressive, almost too impressive for a student at a beginner Pokemon Academy. You seem more like someone who's witnessed many things. Su Yun chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly sweating, realizing he'd almost revealed too much and made Nangong Wanyue suspicious of his identity. Seeing Nangong Wanyue's gaze lingering on the ancient Dragonite skeleton, Su Yun couldn't help but ask, are you interested in dragon bones too? Nangong Wanyue shook her head. No, I'm just interested in archaeology. Don't you think uncovering the truths buried in the river of history is fascinating? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Wanyue's response reminded him of Cynthia. Like her, Cynthia was also interested in mythology and archaeology, but she was much gentler in personality compared to Nangong Wanyue. While Su Yun was distracted, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The ancient giant Dragonite skeleton standing in the ruins also started to tremble, with dirt and rubble raining down like a storm, causing trouble for the excavation workers. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ruins, filling the air with dust and debris that enveloped the entire area. Su Yun stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend what was happening. The surrounding crowd began to panic, with shouts warning of the ruins collapsing and the dragon's skeletal remains falling apart. Before Su Yun could react, a whirlwind mixed with dust surged towards them like a tsunami. In a split second, Nangong Wanyue decisively released her Spirita snow-white nine-tailed creature. This elegant being let out a clear cry and quickly formed an ice-blue barrier in front of them, effectively shielding them from the raging sandstorm. As the storm subsided, Nangong Hung urgently instructed the staff to assess the situation. This site was crucial to the Nangong family's reputation and future, and any loss was unacceptable. Concerned for his dragon bones, Su Yun hurried towards the ruins. When they reached the site, they were stunned by the sight before them. In the center of the ruins was a massive circular pit, several meters in diameter, seemingly bottomless like an endless black hole. The surface of the pit shimmered with strange, wave-like ripples, absorbing most of the sunlight, with only a small fraction reflected back. The towering dragon skeleton, once standing tens of meters tall, had vanished, likely having fallen into this mysterious abyss. Standing at the edge of the ruins, Su Yun's pupils constricted in shock. He recalled seeing similar descriptions in his academy textbooks. This was an entrance to a secret realm. Secret realms are passages connecting the real world to independent spaces, rich with resources like rare berries, powerful spirits, and valuable items. He remembered a textbook example of an ordinary elite trainer who accidentally entered a secret realm and returned a year later as a champion-level master, far surpassing his peers. Secret realms represent endless possibilities, offering ordinary trainers the chance to transform and reach the pinnacle of their lives. Especially a new, unexplored secret realm where countless treasures await. Nangong Wanyue stood beside Su Yun, calmly observing the scene. As a genius of the Nangong family, she was well-versed and had entered secret realms multiple times. The Ice Ninetales by her side was captured in one such realm. Her exceptional talent, combined with the opportunities found in secret realms, had contributed to her near-champion strength at a young age. To be precise, this is a medium-sized secret realm, Nangong Wanyue said softly. Su Yun carefully examined the entrance's scale, nodding in agreement. 10 meters across, it indeed fits the criteria for a medium-sized secret realm. He recalled the classification of secret realms. Based on the entrance size, they are divided into small, medium, large, and extra-large categories. The newly discovered secret realm in the ruins fell into the medium-sized category. As Su Yun was chatting with his companions, the pokeball at his waist suddenly opened on its own. A flash of purple light appeared, and a dark purple frog-like creature emerged beside him. What are you doing out here? Su Yun glared at the shadow frog, his voice tinged with obvious displeasure. He had planned for the shadow frog to make a stunning debut at the freshman tournament, but it had decided to show itself at this critical moment. The shadow frog croaked in discontent, ignoring Su Yun's scolding. Its sharp eyes were fixed on the entrance to the secret realm below, as if drawn by some mysterious force. Is this your new capture? Nangong Wanyue keenly noticed the unusual creature. Yeah, I caught it in the wetland park, thanks to your help, Su Yun admitted candidly. A hint of curiosity flashed in Nangong Wanyue's eyes as she examined the shadow frog closely. Its color resembles a shiny Pokémon, but it's slightly different. It must be an alternate color variant. However, its aura isn't strong. How did it evolve into a Greninja so early? Maybe it just grows up quickly. Su Yun awkwardly fabricated a poor excuse. Nangong Wanyue's lips curved into a knowing smile. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. A chill ran down Su Yun's spine, sensing that letting Nangong Wanyue see the shadow frog today was a significant mistake. Just then, Nangong Hung joined them, showing great interest in the unusual Greninja. Su Yun hurriedly attempted to return the shadow frog to its pokeball, but it resisted strongly, making the situation quite awkward. Ahem, my Pokemon is like this, a bit mischievous and disobedient. Su Yun finally managed to return the shadow frog, and explained awkwardly. Nangong Wanyue thoughtfully gazed at the entrance of the secret realm. Your Pokemon probably senses something down there that attracts it, which is why it doesn't want to go back into the Pokeball. Can you tell what's attracting it? Su Yun asked urgently. I'm not your Pokemon. How would I know? Nangong Wanyue rolled her eyes at him. Seeing Su Yun's embarrassment, Nangong Hung chimed in to ease the tension. Whatever it is, it must be something very beneficial for your Pokemon. Nangong Wanyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the speculation. Su Yun stood at the entrance of the secret realm, his curiosity piquing his desire to explore. How about I go down and take a look? He suggested, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of adventure. The realm held not only the remains of ancient giant dragons, but also mysterious items that attracted shadow frogs, both compelling reasons for him to embark on this journey. No way, it's too dangerous. Nangong Wanyue immediately rejected the idea, her tone firm. Having experienced the secret realm firsthand, she knew the perils it held, especially since this one had just appeared. She explained that before the official alliance exploration, even a high-level trainer like her couldn't guarantee a safe return. Moreover, entering recklessly could cause spatial disruptions, closing the entrance and trapping adventurers until it reopened. Nangong Heng nodded in agreement. Wanyue is right. This is a job for the official alliance, he said as he turned to make a phone call. Faced with their warnings, Su Yun reluctantly gave up. He realized that his current abilities were insufficient, and such an adventure could lead to irreversible consequences. However, a new problem arose. Without a dragon bone, his Jade Speed Dragon couldn't achieve its rank hidden evolution. Su Yun glanced around, searching for any remnants of the ruins. Nangong Wanyue noticed his actions and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Dragon bone," Su Yun replied honestly. "I have one." Nangong Wanyue's response took Su Yun by surprise. She elegantly reached into her chest and pulled out a crescent-shaped bone carving that shimmered with a crystalline glow. "This is a Latia's horn bone," she explained. "My father bought it at an auction as a birthday gift for me." Su Yun was internally shocked, thinking, Using a legendary Pokemon's bone as a pendant? The world of the wealthy is truly beyond comprehension. Unable to resist, he asked, "Can I have a look?" To his surprise, Nangong Wangyue agreed almost without hesitation. She removed the dragon bone from her neck and handed it to Su Yun. "Thank you." Su Yun carefully took it, placing it in his palm for a closer look. He couldn't help but admire. "It's really beautiful. It would be perfect as an evolution material for my Jade Speed Dragon." Of course, he kept this thought to himself. As Su Yun gently touched the dragon bone pendant, a unique fragrance reached his nose. "Hey, why does your pendant smell so nice?" he asked instinctively. Nangong Wanyue's face suddenly changed color, a blush spreading across her fair cheeks. She quickly snatched the pendant back, glaring at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Who said you could smell it?" Only then did Su Yun realize the source of the fragrance. His face turned red as he inadvertently glanced at Nangong Wanyue's chest, instantly understanding where the scent came from. An awkward silence enveloped them, and both fell into a moment of speechless embarrassment. At noon, the League officials took over the ruins site. Clad in their standard uniforms, the staff set up a perimeter, leaving Su Yun with no choice but to leave. Standing at the edge of the ruins, Su Yun's gaze remained fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. The remains of the giant dragonite and the mysterious item that attracted shadow frogs were hard for him to let go of. He turned to Nangong Wangyue beside him, his voice tinged with hope. "Do we have a chance to come back?" Nangong Wangyue turned away with a cold expression, clearly still upset over Su Yun's earlier impulsive actions. Su Yun awkwardly scratched his head, regretting his instinctive move that had angered her. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Nangong Hung spoke up to break the silence. "This is, of course, a secret realm discovered by the Nangong family. So when can we go in?" Su Yun immediately seized the opportunity to ask. Nangong Hung stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "That depends on the league's efficiency. Based on past experience, it might take 3 to 4 days." 3 to 4 days? Su Yun's eyes lit up. Isn't that right after the freshman competition ends? This timing was quite satisfactory to him. Noticing Su Yun's eager expression, Nangong Hung smiled and asked, "It seems you're quite interested in this secret realm, aren't you?" "Indeed," Su Yun admitted frankly. "It's important for enhancing my abilities. Do you have a way to help me get in?" Nangong Hung chuckled awkwardly. "That's not something I can decide. It depends on the league's arrangements." He paused, glancing at Nangong Wangyue. "But Wangyue has more contact with the league. Maybe you should ask her." Su Yun was at a loss, as this was clearly passing the buck. In the current situation, he found it difficult to even talk to Nangong Wangyue. He could only look at her with a pleading expression, hoping she would let go of her grudge. Under Su Yun's intense gaze, Nangong Wangyue finally relented. "I'll look into it." Su Yun agreed to help. Upon hearing the news, a joyful smile spread across his face as he finally felt relieved. He leaned in and whispered sincerely into Nangong Wanyue's ear. "Thank you. You're a lifesaver." 2 days later, Nangong Wanyue brought exciting news. The plan for handling the secret realm had been finalized to improve the overall strength of Jiangbei City's new generation of trainers. In addition to the slots for the Nangong family and the Alliance, other forces and families would also receive allocations. More importantly, all beginner spirit academies in Jiangbei City would be granted a precious slot for the secret realm. "You now have 2 ways to enter the secret realm," Nangong Wangyue explained in detail. "First, you could enter as a member of the Nangong family, but this would require using one of the family's slots, and I'd need to apply to the family. Second, you could enter as a representative of the academy." Faced with these choices, Su Yun fell into deep thought. Nangong Wangyue had already helped him a lot, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. Moreover, choosing the Nangong family route might require a huge price, possibly even becoming a puppet of the family. After careful consideration, he cautiously asked, "How can I obtain the academy's slot?" "My father plans to offer the secret realm slot as a reward to the champion of tomorrow's freshman tournament," Nangong Wangyue replied. As the dean's son, he was well aware of this decision. "So, if I win first place in the freshman tournament, I can represent the academy to enter the secret realm?" Su Yun confirmed. After receiving a positive response from Nangong Wangyue, Su Yun made his decision immediately. "All right, I'll choose the academy route, so I won't trouble you further." Although his Azure Jade Speed Dragon hadn't evolved into a Golden Armor Dragon due to its Dragon Bone issue, with the bonded Shadow Frog at his side, he was confident about winning the freshman tournament. Monday, at the entrance of Jiangbei City Beginner Spirit Academy. As soon as Su Yun arrived at the school gate, he was stopped by his anxious homeroom teacher, Yang Ku. "You, boy, you haven't been to the academy for days. Do you think your teacher here is just your scapegoat?" Yang Ku reprimanded with a stern face, but quickly changed his tone. "Quick, tell me, have you been slacking off these days? How's your spirit training going?" Su Yun had taken leave under the pretense of going out for training to ensure he could perform well in the freshman tournament. Yang Ku, risking being discovered by the headmaster, had approved all his leave requests. Now, seeing Su Yun return safely, He was eager to know the results of his training. Relax, everything's okay. Su Yun replied calmly with a reassuring gesture to Yangke. Seeing Su Yun so confident, Yangke couldn't help but ask, do you think you can rank in the top few in this freshman tournament? To this question, Su Yun slowly raised one finger. First. Seriously? Yangke stared wide-eyed at Su Yun, utterly incredulous. In just a week, the once humble young man now boldly claimed he would outshine everyone in the freshman competition and seize the top spot. Absolutely. Su Yun's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding a commanding aura that was hard to resist. This indomitable spirit rubbed off on Yangke, who couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. Then the teacher will go wild with you. We're aiming for the top, he laughed heartily, as if he could already see Su Yun's triumphant moment. The competition venue was packed, even though the event hadn't started yet. Spectators filled the area to the brim, leaving little room for the actual contestants, who seemed notably sparse. Only a few members of the academy's upper echelon were present. Yet, amidst the crowd, a striking silver-haired figure immediately caught Su Yun's attention. Nangong Wangyue is here so early? Could she be here just to watch my match? Su Yun thought to himself, feeling a bit self-satisfied. He waved enthusiastically at her. Nangong Wangyue noticed his gesture, her brows furrowing slightly before relaxing into a faint smile. This scene was caught by the arriving Song Qinfeng. His handsome face darkened instantly, glaring at Su Yun. Su Yun, he practically spat out the name. Song Qinfeng had pursued Nangong Wangyue for years without ever receiving so much as a smile from her. Now he had to witness her giving such a gentle expression to a freshman. What infuriated Song Qinfeng even more was that he had previously warned Su Yun to stay away from Nangong Wangyue. Although he hadn't seen them interact since, Su Yun dared to engage with her right in front of him. He stormed over to Su Yun, his voice a hoarse growl. I warned you. Are you looking for trouble? Su Yun looked at Song Qinfeng with disdain, scoffing. So what? Are you planning to use force against me? He was confident Song Qinfeng wouldn't dare make a scene in front of everyone, especially with Yangke and Nangong Wangyue around. Song Qinfeng, are you threatening my student? Yangke stepped up without hesitation. Do you think you own the academy? If you lay a finger on him, I'll report you to the dean right now. Despite lacking Song Qinfeng's strength and status, Yangke was ready to protect his student at all costs. Song Qinfeng glared venomously at Yangke and Su Yun, his fists clenched tightly. Through gritted teeth, he spat out. Hope you can still be this arrogant once you're out of the academy. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Yangke frowned and sternly warned. Song Qinfeng, I've got my eyes on you. You better control yourself, or if anything happens to my student, you'll be the first I come after. Song Qinfeng let out a cold laugh, completely disregarding Yangke's warning. He cast a meaningful glance at Su Yun before turning away, his back radiating resentment and anger. Turning to Su Yun, Yangke said with concern, You've probably got yourself into big trouble, kid. Su Yun, however, seemed unfazed and smiled calmly, asking, Mr. Yang, do you know Song Qinfeng's strength? Yangke paused for a moment before replying. Probably mid-level at the dojo. But why are you asking? Then, his expression changed as he realized something. Wait, you're not thinking of taking him on, are you? Yangke thought Su Yun's idea was utterly unrealistic. Although Su Yun was exceptionally talented and progressing rapidly, he had just become a trainer and was still in the growth phase. Song Qinfeng, once a prodigy, had now significantly increased his strength. Such a gap couldn't be bridged by talent alone. Su Yun shook his head and calmly said, No, I'm just asking. He knew in his heart that he wasn't a match for Song Qinfeng right now. But he had a strong feeling that after returning from the Secret Realm training, things might be different. Yangke breathed a sigh of relief, patting Su Yun on the shoulder. That's good. What you need most now is time to grow. Focus on developing yourself. I'll report this to the academy, and Song Qinfeng won't dare to act recklessly. 10 minutes later, the participants and the academy's higher-ups had all gathered. Yangke began introducing Su Yun to the competitors and the format of the new student competition. There were 16 participants, with 8 from the regular class and 8 from the elite class. The competition consisted of 4 rounds in a 2v2 single elimination format. The first round opponents were determined by random draw. Suddenly, Yangke's tone turned serious. However, there's a rarely used hidden rule I need to tell you about in advance. Surprised by the sudden shift, Su Yun paused and curiously asked, What is it? Yangke, with a serious expression and a low voice, revealed a little-known rule to Su Yun. Before the first round of the competition, participants from the regular class have the privilege of choosing their opponents. He paused, then continued to explain. However, they can only select from the 8 contestants in the elite class, and the chosen elite class contestants have no right to refuse. Hearing this, Su Yun frowned slightly and blurted out, Is there such a rule? That seems unfair to the elite class participants. Yangke chuckled softly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. On the surface, it does seem so, but the reality is quite the opposite. Seeing Su Yun's puzzled expression, he asked, Think about it. If you were an elite class student, Who would you rather compete against? A regular class student or another elite class student? Without hesitation, Su Yun replied, of course, a regular class student. In terms of strength, the overall level of regular class students is far below that of the elite class. Yang nodded approvingly and continued to question, then, if you were a regular class student, would you choose to challenge an elite class student? This time, Su Yun didn't answer immediately, but his eyes gradually brightened as he seemed to grasp the intricacies of the situation. He slowly articulated his understanding. I get it. This rule seems advantageous to the regular class on the surface, but in reality, few people would use it. Regular class students would rather leave it to chance in a draw than actively challenge the elite class. On the other hand, elite class students, who appear to have lost the right to choose, actually hope to be picked by regular class students because it benefits them the most. Yang nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, you've uncovered the secret. This rule exists, but the vast majority of regular class students won't use it. They prefer to leave their fate to luck. However, he looked at Su Yun meaningfully. If someone has the strength to defeat an elite class student, this rule becomes a powerful tool to avoid stronger opponents. Su Yun smirked slightly, teasingly saying, the someone with strength you're referring to wouldn't happen to be me, would it? Yang openly admitted it, pulling a list of contestants from his pocket and pointing out a few individuals. I've analyzed the strength of the 8 elite class contestants. These few should be less capable than you. If you choose one of them as your opponent, you may easily advance to the second round. Su Yun didn't make an immediate choice but thoughtfully asked, if I defeat any one of them, does that mean their class will be eliminated and stop at the top 16? Yang nodded solemnly. That's right, and that's the harsh reality of the single elimination format. After listening to Yang Ku's introduction, Su Yun's lips curled into a knowing smile. His gaze fixed on the photograph of the short-haired boy at the top, as a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Liao Bufan, the strongest among the 8 elite classes and the most promising contender for this year's championship, Yang Ku remarked, noticing a peculiar gleam in Su Yun's eyes. Why are you asking about him? He's not even your opponent in the first round. You just need to. Yang Ku suddenly paused, his face changing as he stared incredulously at Su Yun. Wait, you can't possibly be thinking. Su Yun chuckled softly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Don't you think it would be satisfying to see Song Qinfeng's class stopped in the top 16? His voice was calm, yet carried a strong sense of vengeance. I may not know the past results of the freshman competition, but I assume Song Qinfeng's class has always performed well. If this year they suddenly fall short and don't even make it to the top 8, don't you think Song Qinfeng's mood would be as awful as eating dirt? Yang gasped, sensing the madness emanating from Su Yun. He understood why Su Yun was so fixated on Song Qinfeng's old dog had provoked him first. But this plan seemed too risky. If something went wrong, it could be their own team failing to make the top 8. Don't worry, you can trust me, Su Yun said confidently, his eyes shining with determination. If I can't even beat Liao Bufan, then making the top 8 means nothing to me. My goal is to be number 1. Everything else is irrelevant. Yang Ku was inspired by Su Yun's spirit, recalling his own youthful passion and courage. Taking a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, he patted Su Yun heavily on the shoulder and said, all right, then I'll accompany you on this wild ride. The two exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with anticipation for the upcoming challenge. They couldn't wait to see Song Qinfeng's downfall. It was bound to be a spectacular show. Contestants, please come up to draw your lots. Wang Ku, Zhang Huai. Suddenly, the referee's voice echoed loudly across the arena. One by one, the named contestants stepped onto the stage, reaching into the box to determine their fate. The atmosphere was tense, yet filled with anticipation. Su Yun. When his name was called, Su Yun straightened his back and walked confidently to the platform. However, unlike the others, he didn't approach the box. Noticing this, the referee assumed Su Yun was unfamiliar with the process and kindly reminded him, please draw your lot. Su Yun shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. I want to choose my opponent myself. This statement was like a bombshell, causing a stir in the arena. The referee was taken aback, incredulously eyeing the unique young man before him. Are you sure? Su Yun nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. The referee handed him a list of contestants. Su Yun scanned it quickly and stopped at the top name. He pointed. Him. Liao Bufan. The referee's frown deepened. Are you sure? Once chosen, it can't be changed. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. I'm sure. He's the elite among elites. I aim to challenge the best. The referee shook his head, choosing not to argue further. He picked up the microphone and announced to the crowd. Contestant Su Yun from the regular class has used his challenge privilege to face Liao Bufan from the elite class. Both contestants, please proceed to ring 1. Other contestants, please wait. The news struck like lightning, plunging the arena into silence. Everyone stared at Su Yun, as if he had lost his mind. A buzz of whispers erupted from the audience. What? A regular class contestant challenging an elite? Did I hear that right? Isn't this like a moth flying into a flame? A sure path to defeat. Does Su Yun know he can't make the top 8? So he's just giving up? Even the elite class contestants couldn't resist mocking. How does he dare to challenge Liao Buffon? Where does he get his courage? From a cartoon character. I bet he'll be beaten so badly by Liao Buffon that he'll question his life. Won't last 3 rounds. Haha, 3 rounds? You're giving him too much credit. If he lasts 3 seconds, I'll consider him a real man. Amidst the skepticism, someone patted Su Yun on the shoulder and whispered, "You're really going big this time. It's either fame or shame." Below the stage, Yang Ku's expression was complex, a mix of excitement and worry, as his gaze shifted between the ring and the audience. On stage, Nangong Wangyue blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through them. She thought to herself, this might not be a wise move, yet I must admit, it's quite impressive. She couldn't help but wonder about the level of Su Yun's current strength. Song Qinfeng sneered repeatedly, his face full of mockery. He cursed inwardly. Fool, daring to challenge my people right away, truly overestimating himself. Wanting to show off requires real skill, or he'll end up a laughingstock. Even the dean, Nangong Chun, was drawn to the scene and turned to ask the teaching director beside him, "Whose student is this, with such audacity?" The teaching director responded respectfully, "He's a student from Yang Ku's class, named Su Yun." "Oh, Su Yun? How strong is he?" Nangong Chun inquired further. The teaching director hesitated, recalling the events of the freshman exchange competition, finding it hard to give a precise evaluation. Su Yun was not weak, having nearly swept the regular classes and even defeated students from the elite class. But to say he was very strong seemed premature. After all, Su Yun had only shown his strength once, and although his performance was outstanding, it was difficult to draw a conclusion. Seeing the teaching director's difficulty in answering, Nangong Chun waved it off. "Never mind, I'll see for myself." He then focused intently on the ring. On the stage, Liao Buffon walked slowly, his demeanor arrogant, his gaze cold, with a mocking smile on his lips. He looked at Su Yun with disdain and said, "Kid, I have to admit you have guts, daring to choose me as your opponent. Didn't your mentor tell you about me?" Su Yun chuckled lightly, teasing, "Of course he did, but my impression is that you're quite ordinary." Liao Buffon paused, then sneered. "Do you know how my mentor evaluates you? Want me to tell you?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow, having already guessed that Song Qinfeng wouldn't speak kindly of him, still replied, "Go ahead." Liao Buffon grinned, his voice suddenly turning sinister. "My mentor says that when you encounter a frog in a well like you, who doesn't know their limits, you should be crushed underfoot to understand what it means to have greater heights above." Su Yun's expression shifted, thinking to himself, Song Qinfeng is still bitter about his issues with Nangong Wangyue. With that, a mischievous thought crossed Su Yun's mind, and he crossed his arms, responding defiantly. "Then please pass a message to your mentor for me." "What?" "Tell him, your goddess, she smells wonderful." Liao Buffon's eyes widened instantly, a look of disbelief on his face. The referee's announcement snapped Liao Buffon out of his thoughts. He quickly refocused, directing all his attention to the battle at hand. "You'll lose miserably," Liao Buffon whispered, flicking his wrist as the pokeball traced a graceful arc. "Come out, Sizer." With a resounding ha-ha, a fiery red Pokemon with massive pincers appeared on the stage, exuding a fierce aura. Almost simultaneously, Su Yun released his Pokemon. "You too, Shadow Frog." A flash of red light, followed by a gua, and a dark purple figure quietly emerged, starkly contrasting with Sizer. The two Pokemon had completely different auras. Sizer was like a spirited warrior, exuding energy akin to a surging sea. In contrast, the Shadow Frog resembled a calm assassin, its aura restrained like a stern statue. The audience was captivated by the scene, buzzing with discussions. "It's Sizer, the evolved form of Scyther. Its attack power is incredible. Is that a Greninja on the other side? The color seems off. Maybe it's a shiny Greninja. But who cares? With Sizer's attack power, the Greninja might not even get a chance to strike before being taken down." Yang Ke carefully observed the Shadow Frog, silently amazed. Is this his second Pokemon? And it's a shiny third evolution form. No wonder he was so confident before. Song Qinfeng, however, was full of disdain. "Huh, Greninja? Did he choose the same Pokemon as mine because of last time? But he doesn't even deserve to be my shadow. My Greninja is far superior to this dark creature." Principal Nangong Chen looked surprised. "Oh, this student's Pokemon is quite extraordinary." The headmaster nearby couldn't help but comment. "If you saw his Caterpie, you'd be even more surprised." Nangong Chen was intrigued by Su Yun's Shadow Frog, but he also noticed, "But it shouldn't be as powerful as that Sizer, right? Judging by the aura, Sizer seems stronger." Su Yun was aware of this too. Through the system's power, he discovered that Liao Buffon Sizer was at level 30, a full 5 levels higher than his Shadow Frog. This was despite having trained the Shadow Frog since returning from the Dragon Bone ruins. Without that, the gap would have been even greater. Despite this, Su Yun remained confident. Only he knew that the Shadow Frog's true strength was far beyond its outward appearance. At this moment, Liao Bufon didn't attack immediately, but instead taunted. Your Greninja is quite unique. It's the Shadow Frog. Su Yun's lips curled into a confident smile, correcting his opponent's statement. Liao Bufon responded with a dismissive sneer. Whatever it is, it's no match for my Sizer. His expression suddenly turned serious. Sizer, quick attack. Huh. The Sizer moved instantly, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, cutting through the arena space. Shadow Frog, counter with quick attack. Su Yun commanded calmly. Ribbit. The Shadow Frog became a purple blur, charging directly at its opponent. In an instant, the two figures collided fiercely, sending brilliant sparks flying. Both retreated and stood their ground. Despite the level difference, the Shadow Frog held its own impressively. Can it really stand toe-to-toe with my Sizer? Liao Bufon couldn't hide his surprise. This is just the beginning. Su Yun chuckled as he launched another assault. Shadow Frog, Water Shuriken. The Shadow Frog flickered across the arena, leaving afterimages in its wake, as it formed a brilliant blue water shuriken in its hand. Its astonishing speed put Liao Bufon under pressure, prompting him to quickly instruct. Sizer, increase speed and prepare for double hit. The audience was captivated, struggling to keep up with the two creatures moving beyond the limits of the naked eye. Those who had initially supported Liao Bufon now found themselves in awe of the formidable Shadow Frog. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the arena. Look, the Shadow Frog is above the Sizer. Watch out above, Liao Bufon urgently warned. The Sizer's sharp gaze darted upwards as it leapt to execute double hit. However, when its pincers struck the target, the figure dissipated like smoke. It's a trap. Quick attack to retreat. Liao Bufon realized too late. Just as the Sizer was about to act, a gleaming water shuriken was already poised at its neck. The Shadow Frog had somehow silently appeared behind it, unnoticed. A chilling intent to kill brushed past its face, causing the giant scythe mantis to freeze in terror. It could distinctly feel the sharpness of the sailor's shuriken piercing its skin, as if its head was about to be sliced off in the next moment. Faced with the threat of death, it instinctively chose defense over escape. In an instant, the giant scythe mantis's fiery red body was enveloped in a silvery sheen, as if coated in an indestructible metal. This was its steel-type defensive skill, Iron Wall, which could instantly harden its skin like iron, significantly boosting its defense. Giant scythe mantis, what are you doing? Liao Bufon's face twisted as he shouted hoarsely. I told you to use quick attack, didn't you understand? He was furious because the giant scythe mantis dared to ignore his command and chose to defend itself instead. Was it questioning his judgment of the situation? However, the next second, a crisp metallic clash sounded, and Liao Bufon's face turned pale. Watching the giant scythe mantis being knocked back, he suddenly realized if it hadn't chosen to defend, it wouldn't have escaped the Shadow Frog's attack and might have been instantly defeated. Is its strike really that ruthless? Liao Bufon gasped, staring in horror at the Shadow Frog on the stage, his heart filled with fear. The Shadow Frog exuded no strong battle intent, yet every move was lethally precise. It felt less like a combatant and more like a cold-blooded assassin, its sole aim to eliminate its target. Realizing this, Liao Bufon unconsciously swallowed, his heart unsettled. This suffocating sensation was something he had never experienced, not in battles with trainers nor with wild creatures. While he was lost in thought, the Shadow Frog attacked again. Transforming into a streak of purple light, it appeared ghost-like in front of the giant scythe mantis, which had just risen. It slammed its hand down on the mantis's head, driving it forcefully into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sound of impact pounded like a drum on everyone's hearts, leaving them stunned and speechless, eyes wide open in disbelief. Seeing the giant scythe mantis gradually lose its ability to resist, the Shadow Frog gathered a basketball-sized dark purple energy sphere in its palm and mercilessly smashed it onto the mantis's head. The Shadow Ball, typically used for ranged attacks, was wielded as a melee weapon. Boom! The energy sphere exploded instantly, engulfing the giant scythe mantis in dazzling flames. The Shadow Frog stood aside, unmoved by the violent shockwave, resembling an invincible war god. Such a display left everyone present speechless, chilled to the bone. Wow, that was amazing! The combination of Water Shuriken and Shadow Ball took down Sizer in a flash. Greninja's power is astonishing, Sizer didn't stand a chance. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, is this even a regular Greninja? How can it use Shadow Ball? Who cares? It's awesome, another voice responded. The crowd erupted. Everyone was in awe of the incredible power displayed by Greninja. Those who had previously underestimated Su Yun and his Greninja now hung their heads in shame, wishing they could kick themselves for their own short-sightedness. Is this guy really a student from the regular class? Mumbled a student from the elite class. Even Liao Bufon Sizer couldn't stand against him. Compared to him, we feel like the regular class students. Another student chuckled bitterly. I thought he wouldn't last 3 rounds against Liao Buffon. But who would have guessed Liao Buffon couldn't last 3 rounds instead? Seriously, the so-called 3-second tough guy got taken down just like that? The elite class students were stunned, starting to question everything they knew. Awesome. Way to go, Su Yun. In the crowd, Yonka clenched his fist and pumped it in the air, his face beaming with pride. That smooth combo was just epic. On the podium, Song Chinfeng stood up in disbelief, having witnessed the scene firsthand. This is impossible. He stared at Su Yun with shock, unable to comprehend how the rookie he once easily dismissed had grown so much in just a week, even surpassing his prized student. What troubled Song Chinfeng the most was that Greninja wasn't even Su Yun's initial Pokémon, but his second one. This meant Su Yun had trained Greninja to this level in less than 7 days. If his second Pokémon is this powerful, how strong has his initial Pokémon, the Caterpie, become? Song Chinfeng thought with a grim face, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. He couldn't believe he was feeling threatened by a student. If I told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. Song Chinfeng thought to himself, reluctantly admitting that he was afraid. Afraid that one day, Su Yun might surpass him. Damn it. Struggling to accept his own thoughts, Song Chinfeng cursed under his breath, a terrifying idea taking root in his mind. Eliminate Su Yun before he becomes unstoppable. On the other side, Nangong Wangyue watched Su Yun with sparkling eyes and a charming smile. Although she had witnessed Su Yun's Greninja at the Dragonbone Ruins before, seeing its formidable power firsthand still left her, a Suntope champion, in awe. This regular class student is truly remarkable, Nangong Wangyue murmured. This guy never fails to surprise. Especially this creature of his. Its power far surpasses the typical shadow frogs. Not only can it perform the flying water shuriken, but it also effortlessly uses the ghost-type move, Shadow Ball, which is truly astonishing. Dean Nangong Chun stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with approval. By the way, what's this student's name again? Nangong Chun turned and asked. The head of teaching respectfully replied, Su Yun. Su Yun. Nangong Chun repeated softly, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I'll remember that name. On the stage, Liao Buffon stood as if struck by lightning, stunned. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sizer lying battered on the ground. I was defeated by a student from the regular class, he muttered to himself, looking down at his trembling hands, as if in a dream. Yet the sight of the barely conscious sizer on the ground was a harsh reminder that it was all real. Liao Buffon's gaze shifted from confusion to determination. No, I can't lose, he shouted inwardly. I am the Academy's genius, the pride of the elite class. How could I lose to a student from the regular class? He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mindset. The fire of determination reignited in his eyes, and confidence returned to his face. Su Yun, Liao Buffon said in a deep voice. I admit I underestimated you. But this is where it ends. Defeating my sizer is enough for you to boast. Now, I'll show you my true strength. Before he finished speaking, Liao Buffon removed the pokeball hanging around his neck. The ball, originally the size of a ping-pong ball, quickly expanded to the size of a tennis ball in his hand. A portable pokeball, someone in the audience exclaimed. That's a special pokeball with a complex manufacturing process and a hefty price tag, capable of changing shape and size at will. Whoever can afford such a pokeball must be someone of significance. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, a trace of inexplicable excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Finally revealing your trump card, are you? But so what? The shadow frog isn't the extent of my strength either. If any attentive audience members observed closely, they would notice thin wisps of purple smoke rising around Su Yun. These tendrils ascended like ribbons into the sky. The same phenomenon occurred around the shadow frog. The two streams of smoke seemed to resonate with each other, intertwining in the air and eventually merging into a single energy. At the same time, a line of glowing Chinese characters appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Bond, evolution. The sudden phenomenon in the sky caused the audience to gasp in amazement. Two streams of pale purple energy intertwined high above, resembling a magnificent painting. A stir spread through the crowd as people craned their necks to find the source of the energy. Look over there, someone exclaimed. It's coming from that contestant. Immediately, another voice chimed in. And the Greninja is glowing too. All eyes were on Su Yun and the Greninja. The same energy emanated from both of them, converging in the air as if engaging in some mysterious exchange. The unusual sight left the audience dumbfounded, with countless questions arising in their minds. Among the crowd, Yonka stood as if struck by lightning, staring at the stage in disbelief. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, this kid, is it really a special evolution? How is that possible? They've only been together for a few days. Despite his rational mind insisting it couldn't be happening, the reality before him shook his firm beliefs. On the podium, Nangong Chun and the others were equally stunned by the scene. Song Chinfeng was so excited that he jumped from his seat, his gaze fixated on Su Yun and the shadowy frog. This is absolutely impossible, he muttered in disbelief. Even I can't do that now, so how could he? Years of effort seemingly surpassed by a novice trainer was something he couldn't accept. Nangong Wanyue elegantly covered her lips, her beautiful eyes glimmering with surprise. Su Yun had once again brought unexpected surprises, causing ripples in her calm heart. Nangong Chun was so excited that he leaned forward, fixating on the stage. It's it, no doubt, he trembled as he spoke to himself. It has really appeared again. And on an ordinary class student, this is absolutely incredible. Next to him, the headmaster seemed pensive, suddenly opening his mouth wide in astonishment. Could it be Bond Evolution? At that moment, Su Yun softly uttered those 4 words on the stage. Although his voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears clearly, plunging the entire arena into a stunned silence. Su Yun entered a unique state where all distractions faded away, leaving only the inner voice of the shadow frog intertwined with his own. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented resonancy was the shadow frog, and the shadow frog was him. The Bond evolution had finally succeeded. Suddenly, a violent surge of ghost energy swept across the arena like a hurricane. The energy storm rose sky-high, its power alarming. Liao Bufan, standing at the forefront, bore the brunt of it, unable to keep his eyes open against the fierce energy, and involuntarily let out a terrified scream. Bond evolution. It's actually Bond evolution. Liao Bufan shouted in disbelief, waving his arms and retreating. How is this possible? How can there be such a monstrous person in the world? The legendary form of evolution, said to rival super evolution, had been mastered by Su Yun. This was a feat even the headmaster of their academy couldn't achieve. Liao Bufan's mind was in turmoil, refusing to accept this reality. Fake. It's all fake, he yelled hysterically. I will defeat you and crush your conspiracy. With that, he hurled the pokeball he held tightly in his hand. A Pokemon with 3 heads leaped out against the fierce wind, letting out a Nihi sound. It was an Exeggutor, a rare and powerful Pokemon with base stats comparable to those of the fully evolved starter Pokemon. Exeggutor, use Seed Bomb to blow it away. Liao Bufan commanded at the top of his lungs. Exeggutor immediately began to dance on the spot, launching energy bombs that sparkled brilliantly from its heads. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the surging flames engulfed the shadow frog. However, when the flames subsided, the shadow frog's figure had vanished. Su Yun then slowly looked up, directing his gaze skyward. There, a Pokemon carrying a massive water shuriken was suspended high in the air against the scorching sun. Its skin was now even darker, as if merging with the shadows. This was the Bond Shadow Frog. Each of its hands held a shadow ball the size of a basketball, clearly unharmed by Exeggutor's seed bomb. It turned out that at the moment of the explosion, the Shadow Frog had used the powerful blast to leap into the sky. Now it was time for its counterattack. Whoosh! The Bond Shadow Frog, clutching 2 shadow balls, dived rapidly from the sky. While it could have easily launched the shadow balls for a ranged attack, it preferred the close-range execution out of habit. Liao Bufan, slow to react, was momentarily stunned before shouting. Exeggutor, quickly use Psychic to stop it. Exeggutor shook its body, conjuring a tangible psychic wave aimed at the swiftly approaching Shadow Frog. However, the Shadow Frog merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. Then, the 2 shadow balls brimming with terrifying energy descended upon Exeggutor from above. Boom! The explosion unleashed a purple energy that instantly submerged the entire arena. The surging shockwave spread in all directions, causing the audience below to step back in fear. As the storm gradually subsided, everyone eagerly looked towards the arena. There stood the Bond Greninja proudly, and at its feet lay the fainted Exeggutor. Exeggutor is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Su Yun from the regular Class 3. The referee's voice echoed across the arena, stirring a wave of astonishment. In the stands, students from the regular class were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the figure in the center of the arena. Su Yun, a boy from the regular Class 3, had shockingly defeated the elite class's top contenders with lightning speed. He took down Sizer in 2 moves and crushed Exeggutor with just 1, leaving everyone speechless. Is this the power of Bond evolution? Someone murmured in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. After undergoing Bond evolution, Su Yun's Greninja not only looked imposing, but also exuded an aura so intense that few dared to meet its gaze. In an instant, Su Yun became a hero among the regular class students. Several bold female classmates even openly confessed their admiration, eager to get to know this invincible champion better. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the elite class was one of gloom and dejection. They hung their heads, their expressions grim. We lost. Liao Bufan actually lost. He was the strongest in our elite class. Oh my, his Exeggutor fell even faster than Sizer. Some tried to defend Liao Bufan. Honestly, he didn't lose unfairly. Who would have thought a student from the regular class could wield the Bond evolution that even elite champions envy? Yeah, That Greninja was unbelievably cool after evolving. Its presence was so overpowering. Who could resist? However, many elite class students were left in confusion and envy. Why is such a prodigy in the regular class? He should be in our elite class. Among the crowd, Yang Ku jumped up in excitement, unable to contain his shout. Su Yun, well done. This victory brought him immense joy. Not only did their class advance to the top 8, but Song Qinfeng's class was also eliminated. The thought of the Academy's top mentor and elite class homeroom teacher not even making it to the top 8 filled Yang Ku with schadenfreude. More importantly, Su Yun's defeat of the elite class's strongest, Liao Bufan, meant he was likely to win the freshman tournament. On the podium, Song Qinfeng's face was darker than coal. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if he'd swallowed a fly. As the homeroom teacher of the elite class, failing to make the top 8 was an utter disgrace. He never imagined Liao Bufan would lose to a regular class student, and this loss led directly to their class's elimination. At that moment, Song Qinfeng felt a tightness in his chest, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. The outcome of the match elicited varied reactions from those present. Song Qinfeng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, as he glared at Su Yun with gritted teeth, already plotting his revenge. In contrast, Nangong Wangyue couldn't hide the joy in her eyes not only because her spot in the secret realm was secured, but also because she was genuinely thrilled to witness Su Yun, the Dark Horse, defeat Liao Bufan. The power of bond evolution. Nangong Wangyue's delicate fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, her eyes alight with curiosity. How did he master a realm that even I haven't reached? Maybe I should find an opportunity to ask him. Nearby, Dean Nangong Chun watched the young man on the stage intently, already calculating how to bring this prodigy into the Nangong family. Such a genius. Even in the Nangong family, there's no one who can compare. He glanced thoughtfully at his daughter. Wang Yue is of marriageable age. Little did he know, Nangong Wangyue and Su Yun had already shared an unforgettable encounter. On the stage, Su Yun was smiling as he praised his partner. Well done, Shadow Frog. However, the Greninja ignored its owner's compliment, instead staring straight at Liao Bufan and suddenly flipping him off. This left Liao Bufan dumbfounded. He had lost many times before, but never had he been so blatantly mocked by a Pokémon. That raised middle finger felt like a heavy blow, shattering his pride and turning his face crimson. The audience was stunned at first, then erupted into laughter. The Greninja, known for its cold-blooded assassin persona, had just pulled such a cheeky stunt. The stark contrast had everyone doubled over in fits of laughter. This Shadow Frog is hilarious, winning and still taunting the opponent. Look at Liao Bufan. He's turning black with anger. Why do I find this cheeky Shadow Frog kind of adorable? Even Su Yun was taken aback usually. The middle finger was reserved for him, but now it was directed at Liao Bufan in public. It was a bold move that left no room for dignity. Seeing Liao Bufan's face contort in frustration, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After Su Yun and Liao Bufan's match concluded, the remaining 14 contestants proceeded to draw lots for their upcoming matches. Perhaps influenced by Su Yun's performance, the participants from the regular class faced their elite class opponents with newfound determination, their eyes no longer filled with fear, but with an unprecedented fighting spirit, energized as if they were on an adrenaline rush. At the edge of the arena, the regular class contestants clenched their fists, their gazes intense, as if trying to pierce through their opponents. However, while their courage was commendable, the gap in skill was as vast as a chasm. None could match Su Yun's strength to bridge this divide. The 7 matches proceeded with great intensity, the clash of spirits eliciting gasps from the audience. Yet, the outcome seemed preordained. The regular class contestants who drew elite class opponents were all defeated, with none advancing. The disparity between them and the elite class could not be overcome with mere passion. Su Yun's success was, after all, an exception that could not be replicated. 5 elite class contestants and 3 from the regular class. This is the best result the regular class has ever achieved in the freshman competition. Yang Ke remarked from the sidelines after the first round concluded, his gaze sweeping over the remaining contestants. Having witnessed many cohorts, it was his first time seeing the regular class achieve such a feat, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Turning to Su Yun beside him, Yang Ke clapped his hands heavily on Su Yun's shoulders, his eyes filled with expectation. Su Yun, I believe in you. You defeated Liao Bufan, and I'm sure you can win the championship in this year's freshman competition. I have the same confidence, Su Yun replied with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. This was not arrogance. Throughout the 7 matches, Su Yun had observed each contestant's strength and tactics, concluding after careful analysis that even the strongest among the 7 who advanced was only near Liao Bufan's level. Since Liao Bufan wasn't his match, these others posed even less of a threat. Will contestant Su Yun and contestant Zhao Tai please proceed to Arena 1 for their match? The referee's voice cut through the air, signaling the start of the quarterfinals. Su Yun ascended the stage with steady strides, accompanied by a burly teenager named Zhao Tai from the elite class. Standing before Su Yun, Zhao Tai appeared particularly uneasy, unable to meet his gaze. Please guide me, Zhao Tai said respectfully, unable to muster any pre-match bravado, evidently intimidated by Su Yun's previously displayed prowess. Su Yun nodded politely, then retrieved a pokeball from his waist and tossed it lightly, revealing the shadowy figure of his shadow frog in the center of the arena. He always preferred to use the shadow frog for battles that could be won without revealing his Jade Speed Dragon, which had become one of his trump cards and whose mystery he intended to maintain. Zhao Tai sighed heavily upon seeing the shadow frog, the same creature that had consecutively defeated Liao Buffon's 2 Pokémon, a bitter and helpless expression crossing his face. He regretted drawing Su Yun as an opponent, would have preferred to face Su Yun's other Pokémon rather than this formidable shadow frog. The shadow frog stood in the arena's center, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air. Just looking at it made Zhao Tai shiver involuntarily, an absurd sense of dread creeping in. This wasn't merely a match, but a life-or-death duel. However, as a representative of the elite class, pride forbade him from conceding. Zhao Tai took a deep breath, forced himself to remain calm, and reluctantly retrieved his Pokeball to release his own Pokémon. Go, Charmeleon! Zhao Tai shouted confidently, releasing his starter Pokémon. The Charmeleon appeared on the arena with an impressive aura. As one of the popular Fire-type starters among male trainers, it drew attention. However, Su Yun merely glanced at it with a hint of disappointment. He thought to himself that although this Charmeleon had potential, its power, being unevolved, was not much greater than an ordinary Pokémon, especially when compared to his Shadow Frog. Just a Charmeleon? Su Yun murmured, shaking his head. If it were a Charizard, it might have been a worthy opponent for my Shadow Frog. But a Charmeleon? Sorry, I can't even muster the interest to fight. Su Yun coldly commanded. Use your best move, and end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Frog moved like a phantom, suddenly appearing behind Charmeleon. It swiftly formed a water shuriken in its hand and struck Charmeleon with lightning speed. Charmeleon didn't even have time to react before it was knocked out by the decisive blow. Zhao Tai stood there, stunned. The speed was so astonishing that he didn't even have a chance to respond. The gap in their abilities was so vast, they weren't even on the same level. I concede, Zhao Tai said, finally coming to his senses, feeling defeated. He had expected to last a round or two against Su Yun, but he didn't even get a chance to make a move before being swiftly defeated. The Shadow Frog croaked triumphantly, then made a surprising gesture. Right, flipped Zhao Tai the middle finger. Zhao Tai was taken aback, standing in shock for a full 10 seconds. He wondered, I already admitted defeat, why the insult? He recalled that Liao Buffon had been flipped off for provoking them, but he had always been respectful to Su Yun, even showing humility and seeking guidance. Why was he subjected to such humiliation? Su Yun, too, was at a loss for words regarding the Shadow Frog's gesture, unable to offer a reasonable explanation. He could only pretend not to notice, simply saying, thank you for the match, and then walked off the stage with the Shadow Frog. This second-round match was effortless for Su Yun, not even stirring any emotional response. At this point, he was no longer interested in the other contestants' matches. He just wanted to finish the remaining 2 rounds quickly and claim the first prize in the freshman tournament. On the podium, Dean Nangong-chun watched the scene and couldn't help but remark, it seems this year's freshman tournament's first place will undoubtedly go to this student, Su Yun. A student from the regular class winning the freshman tournament is unprecedented in its history. Next to him, the director of education immediately chimed in with flattery. Yes, this is all thanks to your excellent management of the academy, Dean, that we have such a genius. Nangong-chun rolled his eyes at the director. He knew full well it wasn't his doing, as he'd never even heard of Su Yun before. However, he couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing his appreciation for the compliment. By the way, Su Yun's homeroom teacher is Yang Ku, right? Nangong-chun suddenly asked. The director quickly replied, yes, Dean. Nangong-chun nodded lightly. After the tournament, see to it that he gets a promotion. Reward and punishment are part of our academy's values. Yes, Dean. The director responded, feeling a tinge of envy for Yang Ku, who was about to be promoted due to his student's outstanding performance, unbeknownst to Yang Ku himself. Back at the competition, Su Yun swiftly advanced to the 3rd round. Unexpectedly, his opponent this time was even weaker than Zhao Tai, another student from the regular class. It had to be said, this regular class student's luck was remarkable. In 2 consecutive matches, he faced opponents from the regular class who were both weaker, allowing him to easily reach the semifinals. This was also unprecedented in the history of the freshman tournament. Both he and Su Yun had made history for the regular class in the freshman tournament. The only difference was that one relied on luck to make history, while the other was writing a legend with his skills. On the arena, Zhou Dafu, a contestant from the ordinary class, respectfully spoke up. Idol, can we discuss something before we start? Su Yun looked at his opponent, who claimed to be his fan, and nodded slightly. Go ahead. Zhou Dafu breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the pokeball on Su Yun's waist that housed the Shadow Frog. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Could you not use the Shadow Frog against me? Can we switch to another Pokemon? Su Yun refused without hesitation. That's not possible. He didn't want to reveal the existence of his Jade Speed Dragon in the freshman competition. Zhou Dafu's face fell instantly, and he reluctantly tried another request. If you do use the Shadow Frog, can you at least make sure it doesn't flip me off if I lose? Su Yun shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that's not possible either. He thought to himself. Even he couldn't control the Shadow Frog's habit. So how could he promise it wouldn't do that to others? Zhou Dafu was struck as if by lightning, his expression bitter. Resolutely, he turned and shouted to the sidelines. Referee, I'm forfeiting, I concede. This sudden declaration of surrender plunged the entire arena into a brief silence. The referee, the audience, and even Su Yun himself were bewildered. The crowd began whispering, speculating that Zhou Dafu chose to forfeit out of fear of being mocked by the Shadow Frog's infamous gesture. This speculation quickly spread among the audience, and they looked at Su Yun with a newfound apprehension. Owning a Pokemon that would flip people off was indeed unsettling. Su Yun noticed the strange looks from the crowd and sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected Zhou Dafu to concede just to avoid the Shadow Frog's gesture. Now, everyone was looking at him oddly. Brats like this need a good lesson. Su Yun muttered to himself. He realized he needed to correct the Shadow Frog's bad habit, or his notorious reputation would soon spread throughout the academy. Under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Su Yun awkwardly stepped down from the arena. Although the match ended unexpectedly, his thoughts had already shifted to the upcoming finals, which was the battle he truly anticipated. Wu Fan's move shocked the entire audience as he unleashed an Arcanine with an impressive level of 30. Even Su Yun was taken aback by this display. Although he had noticed his opponent before, it was the first time he saw him use an Arcanine. This is my strongest Pokemon. If you can defeat it, I'll concede right away. Wu Fan declared confidently, his voice full of assurance. It turned out Wu Fan had been waiting for this moment. His plan was to use Arcanine to defeat Liao Buffon and claim first place in the freshman tournament. Unexpectedly, Su Yun eliminated Liao Buffon. However, for Wu Fan, the result remained the same. As long as he defeated Su Yun, the championship would still be his. Wow, Wu Fan really hid his skills well and fooled even me, remarked a student from the elite class in the audience. This freshman tournament is full of surprises. I'm glad I wasn't eligible to participate. Otherwise, I'd just be a background character. All eyes were on the stage, eagerly anticipating the upcoming intense battle. I wonder if Wu Fan's Arcanine can defeat that guy's Greninja and restore our elite class's reputation, one hopeful student speculated. Even Nangong Chun was startled by the unexpected turn of events. I didn't expect another expert to appear. This is getting interesting, he muttered to himself. Arcanine is considered a legendary Pokemon. The starters are nothing compared to it. I wonder if it can defeat Su Yun's Greninja? Nangong Wangyue, usually calm, also squinted slightly, feeling a ripple of intrigue. Could he possibly fail at the last moment? She pondered silently. On the stage, Su Yun's lazy eyes gradually opened, finally showing a hint of interest. He initially thought this final would end without much excitement, but Wu Fan gave him a pleasant surprise. Good. This makes the match interesting, Su Yun said with a slight smile, feeling more excited than nervous. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilled he became. Go, Shadow Frog, Su Yun commanded, and Shadow Frog appeared instantly on the field. The two Pokemon faced each other, exuding a powerful aura. Although the battle had not yet begun, the energy of fire and water clashed invisibly, vying for dominance. Sensing the rising tension, Shadow Frog unknowingly formed a water-blue water shuriken in its hand. Not to be outdone, Arcanine lowered its body slightly, assuming a pouncing stance. The temperature around it surged, igniting a blazing fire. The tension was palpable, and the showdown was about to commence. With a swift motion, the Shadow Frog leaned forward, transforming into a gust of wind as it sprinted rapidly. The water shuriken in its hand spun at high speed through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, as if slicing through the surrounding atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Arcanine was not to be outdone. Its limbs bent slightly, muscles tensed, and it exploded with incredible power like a fierce beast, its flames burning intensely and raising the ambient temperature to a peak. As the two were about to meet in the center of the arena, Wu Fan decisively ordered, Arcanine, use Crunch. As a top student in the elite class, he was well-versed in type advantages. Su Yun's Shadow Frog was a water-type Pokemon, naturally countering his fire-type Arcanine. Therefore, Wu Fan cleverly avoided fire-type moves, opting for a dark-type attack instead. This decision unexpectedly put the ghost-type Shadow Frog in a predicament. Arcanine opened its jaws wide, releasing a wave of unsettling dark energy that made the Shadow Frog frown. Su Yun immediately sensed the danger, shouting, Dodge it, don't let it bite you. He knew that dark-type moves were effective against the Shadow Frog. Additionally, the Shadow Frog's level was lower than Arcanine's, and it had sacrificed defense for speed. If hit by Arcanine's crunch, it might be a one-hit knockout. The Shadow Frog let out a low croak and quickly reacted. It leaped back to distance itself from the charging Arcanine, simultaneously hurling its water shuriken. The high-speed spinning water shuriken collided with Arcanine, diverting its attack away from the Shadow Frog. Arcanine let out a low growl, shaking its head as it bit down, its sharp fangs shattering the water shuriken. The cool water burst, droplets scattering over Arcanine, but evaporating instantly in its surrounding flames before touching its fur. Seeing this, the Shadow Frog's expression grew even more grim. It seemed particularly displeased with Arcanine's destruction of its water shuriken. Fueled by anger, the Shadow Frog immediately formed two larger water shurikens, launching them simultaneously at Arcanine from both sides. Faced with this sudden dual attack, Arcanine found it difficult to evade. However, Wu Fan remained exceptionally calm and quickly issued a command: jump up. Although Arcanine wasn't a flying type, its impressive jumping ability allowed for brief aerial maneuvers. Arcanine let out a low growl, propelling itself off the ground with powerful limbs. The two water shurikens collided on the ground, neutralizing each other. In this critical moment, Su Yun seized the opportunity and decisively commanded, use Shadow Ball. He astutely realized that with Arcanine in midair, it had no solid footing, making it the perfect time to strike. The Shadow Frog, seemingly in sync with Su Yun, immediately began gathering energy. A dark energy ball quickly formed in its hands, ready to be unleashed. The Shadow Frog reacted with lightning speed. Before Su Yun had even finished speaking, two deep purple shadow balls had already formed in its palms. Unlike its usual close-range attacks, this time the Shadow Frog opted for a long-range assault. The shadow balls whistled through the air, homing in on the Arcanine in midair. Seeing this, Wu Fan knew there was no way to dodge and gritted his teeth before ordering, Arcanine, use Flamethrower. The Arcanine opened its massive, fanged maw, and a fiery red flame quickly gathered within. In the next moment, a fierce pillar of fire erupted like a ferocious dragon, meeting the incoming shadow balls heat-in. Boom! A massive explosion shook the sky. The once blue heavens were instantly bathed in fiery red, as blazing flames and wisps of light purple energy intertwined and consumed each other, creating a spectacular scene. While everyone's attention was captivated by the dazzling display in the sky, a quiet transformation was occurring on the stage with the Shadow Frog. Streams of light purple energy flowed towards Su Yun, intertwining with another energy source, triggering a change in the Shadow Frog's form-bonded evolution was activated once again. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile. The Shadow Frog had met the conditions for bonded evolution after only 3 or 4 rounds against Arcanine. Although not as swift as its previous battle with Liao Buffon, it was certainly quick. Now, let's start the onslaught, Su Yun said softly, raising his right hand with slightly bent fingers. The bonded Shadow Frog seemed to sense his intentions, mirroring his action, but with a basketball-sized shadow ball forming in its palm. This sight made Wu Fan's eyes widen in shock, his pupils contracting. He had assumed that the Shadow Frog wouldn't be able to trigger bonded evolution again so soon after its battle with Liao Buffon. But he was gravely mistaken. The Shadow Frog not only entered the bonded evolution state again, but did so even faster. On the podium, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. The battle is about to end. This kid keeps catching people off guard. It was the first time he had seen bonded evolution used in 2 consecutive battles. Beside him, Nangong Wangyue, who was quite interested in bonded evolution, was deeply intrigued by Su Yun and became even more determined to engage with him further. While everyone was still reeling from the Shadow Frog's sudden bonded evolution, it began its fierce counterattack. The Shadow Frog leaped with force, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it shot into the air. The sheer power of its jump left the arena floor riddled with cracks and a pair of faint footprints. Use the flamethrower to push it back. Wu Fan's urgent voice cut through the air. Arcanine understood and unleashed a massive dragon of fire, sending a torrent of flames rushing towards the Shadow Greninja. However, this time, the Shadow Greninja didn't evade. It raised its water shuriken and struck directly at the fire dragon. The collision of energies created a billowing white mist. The water shuriken sliced through the flames with ease and continued its advance. The astonishing scene left the students and teachers in awe. Exclamations of amazement filled the air. That's incredible. Did it just cut through the flames? Is this really the freshman tournament? Seizing the advantage, the Shadow Greninja precisely struck Arcanine with its water shuriken. The powerful stream of water instantly extinguished the flames surrounding Arcanine. With a pained howl, Arcanine plummeted from the sky. The battle should have ended there, but the Shadow Greninja seemed to hold a grudge against Arcanine's earlier provocation. Relentlessly, it continued to wield its water shuriken, attacking the fallen Arcanine until its eyes rolled back. Stop! I surrender. Wu Fan finally snapped back to reality, shouting in distress. Yet, the Shadow Greninja ignored him and intensified its assault. In a panic, Wu Fan fumbled for the Pokeball, hastily recalling Arcanine without checking its injuries, fearing any delay could lead to disaster. With its target gone, the Shadow Greninja glared at Wu Fan, leaving him frozen in fear. At the crucial moment, Su Yun intervened. All right, enough. Come back. The Shadow Greninja let out a disgruntled cry, flipped Wu Fan off, and reluctantly returned to its Pokeball. Wu Fan was left utterly bewildered. Not only had he been thoroughly beaten, but now he had to endure such mockery? His heart burned with anger. Yet he was helpless, simply couldn't defeat Su Yun's Shadow Greninja. The audience of students and teachers, witnessing this dramatic scene, couldn't contain their laughter, which echoed throughout the area. Haha, Wu Fan really had a rough day. Not only did he get beaten up, but he was also mocked to his face. Su Yun's Greninja isn't just powerful, it has a unique personality. Its signature middle finger gesture has become a nightmare for all its defeated opponents. This image lingers in the audience's minds, making them wonder, who would dare challenge Su Yun lightly in the future? Losing is one thing, but being disdained with a middle finger is the real humiliation. Before they knew it, Shadow Frog's fame spread like wildfire throughout the academy. As the referee announced, Wu Fan concedes, and the winner of this match is Su Yun from Class 3. The freshman competition came to a successful close. Su Yun achieved his goal, securing the coveted spot in the secret realm. On the podium, Su Yun basked in the admiring and envious gazes of teachers and students alike, his smile brighter than the flowers in his hands. The principal, Nangong Chun, beamed with pride as he personally presented Su Yun with the prize. Congratulations, Su Yun. You will receive a cash reward of 5 million and represent our academy in the secret realm training. Su Yun politely responded, Thank you, principal. I'll continue to work hard. This humble attitude further delighted Nangong Chun. He remarked, The world is full of geniuses, but geniuses like Su Yun, who are modest and unassuming, confident yet not arrogant, are truly rare. Nangong Chun turned and called out, Wang Yue, a genius like this is a once-in-a-century find for our academy. Come and meet him. He was about to introduce them. Su Yun, let me introduce you to, when Nangong Wang Yue interrupted. No need for introductions. We already know each other. Nangong Chun looked surprised, his gaze shifting between them, wondering, when did his daughter start mingling with students from the academy? How did he not hear anything about this? Nangong Wang Yue seemed to sense her father's doubts and added, We met at the ruins Grandpa discovered. Only then did Nangong Chun understand, and he smiled. I see. Since you know each other, there's no need for introductions. You should take the opportunity to communicate more in the future. Nangong Wang Yue detected the matchmaking intent in her father's words, but remained indifferent. Su Yun also understood Nangong Chen's intentions, but his mind was already set on the upcoming exploration of the secret realm, leaving him no time for romance. He skillfully changed the subject. Principal, when can I go to the secret realm for training? Nangong Chen confidently replied. We've received confirmation from the Alliance. It will officially open to the public tomorrow. He didn't elaborate, but he knew that Su Yun wouldn't be the only one entering the secret realm this time. Members of the Nangong family, official trainers from the Alliance, and other talented individuals from various forces would also be present, making it a gathering of elites. Oh, can I head to the secret realm tomorrow? Su Yun asked, unable to hide his excitement. He had expected to wait longer, but it was happening sooner than he thought. He secretly hoped that the giant Dragonite remains hadn't been taken by the Alliance officials. Otherwise, evolving the Jade Speed Dragon would be a hassle. As soon as the school bell rang, Nangong Wang Yue eagerly sought out Su Yun. With a sense of urgency, she got straight to the point. Su Yun, I want to delve into the topic of bond evolution with you. If you can share your secret with me, I'll grant you one request. Hearing this, a glimmer of interest flashed in Su Yun's eyes. He looked Nangong Wang Yue up and down, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Oh? Any request? Although Su Yun's Shadow Frog's ability to evolve through bonds was largely thanks to the system's assistance, he wasn't entirely clueless about the field. As an avid Pokemon enthusiast in his previous life, his understanding of Pokemon was deep-rooted, surpassing even the top scholars of this world. When it came to bond evolution, he was fully capable of providing Nangong Wang Yue with unique insights. More importantly, Su Yun was currently facing a tricky problem that required Nangong Wang Yue's help. Noticing the cunning sparkle in Su Yun's eyes, Nangong Wang Yue frowned slightly. Yet, determined to learn the secret of bond evolution, she nodded lightly. As long as it's something I can do, anything is fine. Su Yun smiled in satisfaction and pointed at Nangong Wang Yue. I want you to be my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Nangong Wang Yue was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing her face. Su Yun explained, exactly a bodyguard. For the next month, I need you to protect me closely. He didn't mention the conflict with Song Qinfeng today, or the potential retaliation it might provoke. Without enough strength to contend with Song Qinfeng, he needed a strong safeguard. Nangong Wang Yue, with her near-elite level strength, was undoubtedly the best choice. Sensing something amiss, Nangong Wangyue asked seriously, "Is someone trying to harm you?" Su Yun shook his head, refusing to elaborate. "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you agree or not." After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Wangyue finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I agree. Then let's go? Escort me home," Su Yun said, turning to walk out of the school, with Nangong Wangyue following closely. "You haven't told me the secret of bond evolution yet," Nangong Wangyue reminded him. Su Yun replied leisurely, "There's plenty of time. We can discuss it on the way." As they reached the school gate, Song Chenfeng, who had been waiting for quite some time, spotted Su Yun and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A brewing confrontation was about to unfold. "Humph, Su Yun, you dared to provoke me. You're dead meat today," Song Chenfeng muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed menacingly ahead. However, his fierce expression froze when he noticed Nangong Wangyue beside Su Yun, his face twisting even more grotesquely. Nangong Wangyue. His knuckles turned white from his clenched fists. "Damn it. How are they together? Why do they get to be together? It's me who should be with Nangong Wangyue." Bang! Song Chenfeng punched the wall hard, a dull thud echoing as his knuckles collided with the solid surface. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely at the two walking side by side in the distance, his chest heaving. The sight was a stab to his eyes, fueling his hatred for Su Yun that boiled within him. "Su Yun, I'll make you pay dearly," Song Chenfeng growled hoarsely. "I won't let you get near Nangong Wangyue again." He shot Su Yun a cold, venomous glare, then turned and strode away. Though Nangong Wangyue's presence prevented him from acting immediately, he wouldn't let it go. Song Chenfeng took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Cousin, I heard you got a spot in the Dragonbone secret realm. I need you to kill someone for me, and I can reward you." The next day, the area around the Dragonbone secret realm was bustling with people. Nearly all the major forces from Jiangbei City had gathered there. Su Yun, following Nangong Chun, arrived to see the crowd divided into distinct factions. Nangong Chun carefully introduced the various forces to Su Yun. The group in blue trainer outfits up front is the talented trainers from the Jiangbei City Pokémon League. They're all exceptionally strong, even surpassing some geniuses from prominent families. If you encounter them in the secret realm, it's best to avoid conflict. He pointed to the left. "Those are people from our Nangong family. The elder leading them is a senior from my family. I'll go greet them later, so if you meet them in the secret realm, they can look out for you." Finally, he gestured to the right. "The rest are various family forces from Jiangbei City. Though not as strong as the League or our Nangong family, they have many talented individuals you should be wary of." Su Yun listened attentively, his gaze sweeping over the young talents from each faction, though none had released their Pokémon, making it hard to judge their actual strength. Nangong Chun continued to advise, "The secret realm is dangerous, so you must be extremely careful. If you find yourself in conflict over an opportunity, assess the opponent's strength before deciding. It's important to know when to give up and not act recklessly." Su Yun nodded, committing the advice to memory. As Nangong Chun prepared to greet the Nangong family, Su Yun offered to join him. "Dean, I'll come along. I have a few questions for Senior Nangong Han." Nangong Chun was taken aback, turning to him in surprise. "Wait, how do you know his name is Nangong Han?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, I already know Senior Nangong Han," Su Yun explained calmly, brushing past Nangong Chun, leaving him standing there bewildered. "When did you infiltrate my Nangong family?" "Long time no see, my friend," Su Yun greeted with a warm smile as he walked towards Nangong Han. His demeanor was calm, as if it were just a casual greeting. Nangong Hang's gaze landed on Su Yun, his eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. "Oh, young friend, you're here too?" His tone was filled with unexpected delight. Su Yun nonchalantly replied, "Yes, I got a spot in the Academy's secret realm." This simple statement struck Nangong Hang like a heavy blow. Nangong Hang's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he regained his composure and gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising, "Wow, I was right about you. You're truly impressive." As someone familiar with the Jiangbei City Junior Spirit Academy, Nangong Heng knew it was a place full of hidden talents that had produced many strong individuals. Su Yun standing out among the students was proof of his extraordinary abilities. Su Yun smiled humbly and skillfully changed the topic. "Haha, you're too kind. By the way, do you remember that giant dragonite skeleton from before?" Nangong Heng's expression turned complex, filled with both nostalgia and regret. He nodded, his tone tinged with lament. "How could I forget? It was a treasure I dreamed of uncovering. Unfortunately, it fell into this damned secret realm and vanished without a trace. Even the Alliance couldn't find it after searching for days. It must be lying in some hidden corner by now." Hearing this, Su Yun was secretly surprised. The Alliance's fruitless search suggested that the giant dragonite skeleton was likely still within the secret realm. His lips curled into a slight smile, relieved. While it was bad news for Nangong Hong, it was great news for Su Yun. There was still hope for the evolution of his Jade Speed Dragon. Knowing the skeleton hadn't fallen into others' hands, Su Yun felt at ease. However, a new challenge emerged: how to locate it in the vast secret realm. If even the Spirit Alliance couldn't succeed, he would need a clever plan to have a chance. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Yun's mind. Could his Jade Speed Dragon sense the location of the giant Dragonite skeleton? As a dragon-type spirit needing dragon bones for evolution, perhaps it had some ability to sense them. Though it was just a hypothesis, Su Yun decided to test it once inside the secret realm. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. A massive iron door embedded in the ground slowly opened, revealing a dark abyss below. "The secret realm is opening," someone shouted, causing the crowd to stir and rush towards the entrance. Nangong Hung advised, "Young friend, go ahead. You can enter the secret realm now." With that, he led the Nangong family towards the entrance. Not wanting to fall behind, Su Yun quickly merged into the surging crowd. In no time, he was at the edge of the secret realm's entrance, ready to step into this unknown world. The head of the Alliance's secret realm stood atop a high platform and loudly announced, "Everyone, the entrance to the secret realm is now open. Please enter quickly. Those not involved, please stay clear and do not block others." As soon as he finished speaking, an eager young man leapt forward and jumped into the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing this, others followed suit, rushing to enter. Su Yun watched the scene unfold and, without hesitation, joined the crowd in jumping in. In an instant, Su Yun felt enveloped by a space force as vast as the ocean, losing all sense of direction. He experienced a moment of suffocation and dizziness, but these sensations passed quickly. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had completely changed. Su Yun found himself in a sandy desert, surrounded by endless dunes with no sign of the others. "Am I in?" he muttered to himself. "It seems like a random-type secret realm." He was aware that secret realms could be either fixed or random. Clearly, the Dragonbone secret realm was the latter, explaining why those who entered together ended up in different locations. No wonder it took the Alliance 3 days without finding the giant dragon remains. It's all down to luck here, Su Yun realized. In a random-type secret realm, the entry points were always different, making large-scale searches nearly impossible. Once he confirmed the area was safe, Su Yun called out, "Qingyu Swift Dragon, come on out." A flash of light appeared, and the Qingyu Swift Dragon materialized beside him. Su Yun eagerly asked, "Can you try to sense the location of the dragon bones?" The Qingyu Swift Dragon blinked with a troubled expression, as if saying, "Isn't this a bit much to ask?" Seeing this, Su Yun frowned, realizing his plan had hit a snag. He then turned to the system for help. "System, do you have the ability to locate evolution materials?" The system promptly responded, "Tip, by using sacrifice points, you can activate the item exploration feature. Once activated, you can search for specified evolution items. The duration and range depend on the evolution points used. The more points consumed, the greater the range and duration." Su Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. "Quick, I want to activate the item exploration function." The system prompted, "Activating the exploration feature requires 10 sacrifice points. Do you wish to continue?" "Continue," Su Yun replied without hesitation, knowing that the Qingyu Swift Dragon's current 267 sacrifice points were more than sufficient. The system then listed the available options for exploration. Su Yun decisively selected Dragon Bone and chose a range and duration of within a kilometer, 24 hours, consuming 30 sacrifice points. With the system's notification, a radar-like disc appeared in Su Yun's vision, with a green dot flickering continuously in the bottom right corner. Soon, the system provided another alert. Ding. Dragon Bone evolution item detected. A look of joy spread across Su Yun's face as he finally found a way to locate the giant dragon remains. Wow, luck is on your side. Did you just stumble upon a dragon bone right after entering the secret realm? Su Yun's eyes lit up with an uncontrollable excitement on his face. The unexpected discovery made his heart race, but he quickly frowned. Could this be the remains of the giant dragonite he had been searching for? While the system could detect the presence of a dragon bone, it couldn't specify which dragon-type creature it belonged to without a closer look. "Qingyu Swift Dragon, let's go check it out." Su Yun decisively set off with his partner, following the system's guidance through the desert. The soft yellow sand kept sinking underfoot, making each step a struggle against the ground. After half an hour of arduous trekking, he finally arrived at the target location. Looking down, he saw a tailbone, eroded beyond recognition by the wind and sand, partially buried in the dunes. What a pity, Su Yun shook his head with a sigh. Just judging from the size of the bones, it was clear this wasn't the remains of an ancient giant creature. He crouched down, carefully brushing away the surrounding sand to extract the dragon bone in its entirety. Even upon close inspection, the severe wear made it difficult for him to identify its origin. Just then, the system provided a timely hint. The tailbone of a Garchomp, though heavily worn and of average quality, could be used as evolution material. Garchomp. Su Yun examined the unremarkable bone in his hands with surprise. Without the system's input, he would never have guessed it was the remains of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Although its quality had greatly diminished, it still served as a far superior evolution material for Qingyu Swift Dragon compared to ordinary dragon bones. Of course, it was still far from the colossal Dragonite remains he sought. But in the absence of an ideal target, it was a decent alternative. Just as he stowed the bone in his backpack, the sand beneath his feet began to shift violently, as if drawn by a bottomless pit. Before he could react, a menacing, tooth-filled maw shot up from the sand, aiming straight for his right foot. In the nick of time, Su Yun instinctively pulled his foot back, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. With a low growl, a massive, earth-toned creature burst from the sand. It was a trapinch, known for its ambush predation tactics. Clearly, Su Yun had inadvertently stumbled into a trap meticulously set by the large mandible ants and nearly became their prey. He looked down at his shoe, which was nearly bitten through, and felt a surge of anger. You dare treat me as prey? Watch how I deal with you. Su Yun gritted his teeth and turned to the Jade Speed Dragon beside him, commanding, Jade Speed Dragon, teach them a lesson. Sensing its master's fury, the Jade Speed Dragon's eyes sharpened instantly. It let out a low growl and opened its mouth, releasing a powerful dragon's breath. This breath, like an invisible blade, flipped the large mandible ant onto its back in an instant. The ant lay on its back, paralyzed and unable to move. Su Yun sneered, is that all you've got? He had expected the large mandible ant to be formidable, but it couldn't even withstand a single move from the Jade Speed Dragon. However, just as Su Yun was feeling smug, the surrounding sand began to churn and rustle. Suddenly, hundreds of earth-colored wild large mandible ants emerged from the sand, their pitch-black eyes all fixed on Su Yun. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Su Yun sucked in a cold breath, his scalp tingling. So many large mandible ants. This is trouble. I've stirred up the ant colony. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing the gravity of the situation. A few ants wouldn't have been an issue, but facing hundreds, including elite ones up to level 30, was daunting even with the Shadow Frog's help. Time to make a run for it. Su Yun composed himself and, without hesitation, turned to flee with the Jade Speed Dragon. Although the Jade Speed Dragon wasn't accustomed to retreating, it understood the urgency. As it withdrew, it continued to launch primal forces and dragon breath attacks at the ant colony, executing a strategy of retreat while fighting. Seeing this, Su Yun's eyes lit up. He realized this crisis was also an excellent opportunity to level up his creatures. So, during their retreat, he released the Shadow Frog to join the battle. Although the Shadow Frog wasn't as powerful as the Jade Speed Dragon, its long-range attacks were superior. Its shadow balls exploded among the ant colony, injuring large swathes with each blast, proving highly effective. In this manner, Su Yun led the Jade Speed Dragon and the Shadow Frog in a fighting retreat, significantly reducing the number of ants in a short time. Meanwhile, the levels of the Jade Speed Dragon and Shadow Frog increased significantly, with the former reaching level 32 and the latter level 27. Seeing their relentless assault failing and suffering heavy losses, the ant colony had no choice but to abandon the chase, retreating into the sand. However, Su Yun was not willing to let them go so easily. Think you can just run after losing? Not a chance. He eyed the retreating ants with greed, viewing them as walking experience points and easy prey not to be missed. Shadow Frog, Jade Speed Dragon, find them for me. Su Yun commanded with determination in his voice. The Shadow Frog and Jade Speed Dragon sprang into action, their figures shimmering in the sunlight. The Shadow Frog emitted waves of dark energy, while the Jade Speed Dragon dashed across the ground at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of green afterimages. Their attacks rained down like a storm on the yellow sand. Boom! Explosion after explosion resounded, sending sand flying into the air like a sandstorm. The ground was instantly pockmarked with craters, resembling the surface of the moon. The wild big-jawed ants that didn't manage to burrow underground were blown away, tracing arcs in the air before becoming experience points for the Shadow Frog and Jade Speed Dragon. Emboldened by their success, the two creatures became even more proactive, seeking out traces of the big-jawed ants without Su Yun's direction. They coordinated seamlessly, one scouting and the other launching powerful attacks, quickly overwhelming a large number of the ants together. As the battle continued, a tidal wave of experience flooded into the Shadow Frog and Jade Speed Dragon, visibly boosting their levels. The Shadow Frog leaped to level 33, while the Jade Speed Dragon reached level 28. Seeing the once massive swarm of hundreds of big-jawed ants dwindling to almost nothing, Su Yun signaled for a halt. It wasn't out of mercy. Rather, something more urgent had caught his attention. The system's scan indicated the presence of dragon bones in the area once again. This time, the green dot on the display was larger and brighter than before. Such unusual data filled Su Yun with anticipation. Could it be the remains of a giant dragonite? Suppressing his excitement, Su Yun quickly recalled the Shadow Frog and Jade Speed Dragon, racing in the direction indicated by the system. Half an hour later, A bizarre dark purple forest appeared before him. Suyun couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh? Why are all the plants here dark purple?" He looked around, witnessing such a peculiar sight for the first time in his life. The plants seemed drained of life essence yet thrived in a strange way, silently proclaiming their vigorous life force. Just then, the shadow frog suddenly leaped out of its pokeball. Its eyes gleamed with greed as it scrutinized the surroundings. Under Su Yun's astonished gaze, the shadow frog headed straight for a patch of grass and began tasting the dark purple weeds. "Shadow frog, what are you doing?" Su Yun asked, puzzled. He knew the shadow frog liked to eat energy cubes, but when did it develop a taste for weeds? The shadow frog shot Su Yun a disdainful glance and continued to chew with relish. Observing the shadow frog's reaction closely, a sudden realization dawned on Su Yun. "Are you saying these weeds contain the ghost-type energy you like?" The shadow frog nodded, grabbing another handful of weeds to savor. Su Yun scratched his head, baffled. Strange, how can these weeds contain ghost-type energy? But he finally understood why the shadow frog was so captivated by them. As a bona fide ghost-type creature, these plants, rich in ghost energy, were undoubtedly a great boon for the shadow frog. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Yun's mind. He asked with a peculiar expression, "Wait, could it be that the thing in the secret realm that attracted you was actually these plants containing ghost-type energy? If the things attracting the shadow frog in the mysterious realm are really just these plants, then isn't that a bit too trivial?" The shadow frog shook its head, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. It raised a middle finger at Su Yun, silently mocking. "Do you think I would be fooled by these weeds?" However, its incessantly opening and closing mouth was like a loud slap in its own face. Su Yun furrowed his brows, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, what is it then?" he wondered to himself. "If it wasn't these plants containing ghost-type energy that attracted the shadow frog, then what could be the more precious treasure?" The shadow frog shook its head again, extending a damp finger towards the depths of the forest. Following its direction, Su Yun was surprised to find it coincided with the system's detection of the location of the dragon's bone. This coincidence made him ponder deeply. Could his previous assumption be wrong? Could the system have detected not the remains of a giant dragonite, but a dragon's bone containing immense ghost-type energy? Several possibilities flashed through Su Yun's mind. If there was any dragon-type spirit inherently containing significant ghost-type energy, his first thought was of Dragapulta, a powerful spirit with both ghost and dragon attributes. Of course, there was another existence even stronger than Dragapulta, an equally ghost and dragon-type spirit. But Su Yun quickly dismissed this possibility. Giratina, as one of the most powerful Tier 1 gods, stands at the pinnacle of the spirit world with endless life. Such a being would not leave a dragon's bone unless it suffered severe trauma or an accident. But that assumption was even more absurd. Not even the space god Palkia and the time god Dialga are its match, so who could injure it? Its own creation, the alpaca? That makes no sense. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun decided to investigate personally. He stepped into the dark forest, heading deeper. Whatever was there, it could be a great opportunity for both the Jade Speed Dragon and the Shadow Frog. As soon as he entered the ghost forest, a thick wave of ghost-type energy hit him, making the surrounding air instantly cold and piercing. Su Yun frowned, quickly concluding that this place was not suitable for the living to linger. The ghost-type energy in the air far exceeded normal levels, greatly damaging to the human body. He hadn't walked for long before feeling unwell. In contrast, the shadow frog seemed oblivious, instead becoming exceptionally excited, as if a fish returning to water. The rich ghost-type energy around it was a rare tonic, and without needing to actively absorb it, the energy naturally converged into its body, continuously enhancing its strength. The shadow frog vaguely felt that if it could stay here for 10 days or so, its strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. As they ventured deeper, the ghost-type energy grew even denser. Eerie and terrifying sounds occasionally echoed through the forest, and ghostly figures could be seen fleeting between the trees. Su Yun was not afraid at all. Rather, he excitedly observed his surroundings. Those so-called ghostly figures were merely wild ghost-type spirits. He secretly hoped to encounter a Gengar, thinking he might capture one to train. Su Yun's sharp eyes continuously scanned the elusive, ghostly figures, searching for signs of Ghastly, Haunter, or Gengar. The number of ghost-type spirits in this forest far exceeded his expectations. Out of nowhere, a wild creature with a white skull mask leapt from the roadside bushes, blocking Su Yun's path. This Marowak was unique, possessing a rare ghost and fire attribute rather than the usual ground type. The white bone club it wielded was ablaze with eerie blue flames, casting an unsettling glow. Marowak's eyes were intense, fixed on the shadow frog beside Su Yun, emanating a palpable aura of determination. Su Yun paused, as if he could sense the creature's intent, and asked in surprise, "Is it challenging you to a duel?" The shadow frog nodded indifferently, clearly uninterested in the challenge. Su Yun glanced at Marowak's level and understood. Only level 25? No wonder the shadow frog isn't interested. While a level 25 was impressive in the wild, it was a minor threat to the level 27 Shadow Frog. However, Marowak didn't back down. It waved its bone club, pointing directly at the Shadow Frog, taunting relentlessly. The Shadow Frog's eyes flickered with annoyance, clearly offended by the impudence. Suddenly, the Shadow Frog transformed into a streak of purple light, instantly appearing behind Marowak. The water shuriken it formed in its hand struck the back of Marowak's head mercilessly. With a resounding crack, Marowak was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The white skull on its head was covered in cracks, defeated in a single blow. Witnessing this, Suyun shook his head in exasperation. Why bother? Challenging beyond your means is just asking for trouble. He couldn't comprehend Marowak's overestimation of its capabilities. After dealing with this overconfident opponent, Su Yun and the Shadow Frog continued onward. They hadn't gone far when two more wild creatures blocked their path to level 30 Misdreavus. This time, the opponents piqued the Shadow Frog's interest slightly, and it acted much faster than before. In just 2.5 minutes, the Shadow Frog effortlessly dealt with these overconfident challengers. Having faced these inexplicable challenges repeatedly, Su Yun sensed something was amiss. He frowned at the Shadow Frog and asked, "What's going on with these wild creatures? Why do they keep coming out to challenge you?" The Shadow Frog shook its head, indicating it was just as clueless. The Shadow Frog's gaze was fixed ahead, as if drawn by some invisible force. Su Yun noticed its unusual behavior and was about to ask when the Shadow Frog silently sped deeper into the forest. "Hey, talk to me. Why the silent treatment?" Su Yun hurried to catch up, only to find themselves suddenly surrounded by a large number of wild ghost-type spirits. The Shadow Frog wielded its water shuriken with precision, taking down several wild spirits with each swing. Yet, some managed to slip past its attacks, closing in on Su Yun from behind. What on earth is that thing up to? Su Yun frowned, reluctantly releasing the Jade Speed Dragon for protection. It was the first time he'd seen the Shadow Frog so unsettled, clearly having discovered something significant, yet choosing not to share it with him. Frustrated, Su Yun vented his anger on the obstructing wild spirits. "Get out of my way." With a roar, the Jade Speed Dragon seemed to transform into a war deity, its dragon roar shaking the heavens, sweeping away a large swath of enemies with a single breath. As they ventured deeper, the scene before them turned eerie. The ground was littered with scattered bones, some exposed, some half buried in the soil, and others piled into small mounds, creating a chilling atmosphere. What kind of place have I stumbled into? Cold sweat beaded on Su Yun's forehead, his vigilance heightened. Suddenly, the Shadow Frog halted, its gaze fixed forward. Su Yun hurried to its side, gasping at the sight. A path paved with bones stretched out before them, flanked by countless bone hills. At the path's end loomed a massive mountain of bones, 3 to 4 meters high, atop which sat an enormous dark purple spirit. This spirit had blood-red eyes and a terrifying visage akin to a demon, with huge white fangs nearly reaching its ears, resembling a soul-devouring abyss. "That's Gengar," Su Yun exclaimed, recognizing the spirit as the ruler of this area. The earlier wild ghost-type spirits challenging the Shadow Frog were likely its minions. Now, having defeated all the underlings, the Shadow Frog finally stood before the leader. The air was thick with tension, a fierce battle inevitable. Yet, looking at this extraordinary Gengar, Su Yun felt a deep sense of unease. Could the Shadow Frog truly overcome such a formidable opponent? Su Yun, using the power of the system, stared at the Gengar sitting on the bone throne. This spirit was vastly different from an ordinary Gengar. Its massive size and the oppressive aura it emitted were suffocating. The information displayed by the system made him gasp in shock. This was a leader Gengar. Leader spirits are the supreme beings among wild spirits. Not only do they possess extraordinary talent and power, but their size also surpasses that of their peers. In the vast wilderness, perhaps only 1 in 100,000 spirits becomes a leader spirit, and even in opportunity-rich secret realms, they are hard to find. Encountering a leader Gengar now was an incredible stroke of luck. Greed flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Such a rare wild Gengar, if I can capture it and leverage the hidden evolution system, it might one day surpass even legendary beasts. But his excitement was quickly dampened by reality. The system showed that this leader Gengar was at level 45, a full 12 levels higher than his Jade Speed Dragon. Moreover, living in an environment saturated with ghost-type energy for so long, its strength was far beyond that of ordinary spirits. As Su Yun pondered his predicament, something behind the bone mountain caught his attention. It was a colossal skeleton, resembling a small mountain, the very giant dragonite remains he had been searching for. Ha! After all the searching, it comes without effort. With these remains, the Jade Speed Dragon can evolve into a golden armor dragon. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gengar. The leader Gengar turned at the sound, casting a puzzled glance before breaking into a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. That's definitely a villain's laugh. Su Yun thought to himself. Boom. Before he could react, the over 2-meter tall leader Gengar leaped down from its throne, landing steadily opposite the Shadow Frog. The Shadow Frog narrowed its eyes, instantly forming a sharp water shuriken in its hand. Whoosh! Both spirits attacked almost simultaneously. Shadow Frog swung its water shuriken straight at its opponent, while the leader Gengar conjured a pitch-black shadow ball to counter. Bang! With just one exchange, the Shadow Frog was forced back to its original position by the immense power. The disparity in strength was obvious. The vast difference in strength left Su Yun feeling utterly despondent. Despite undergoing a hidden evolution, the Shadow Frog struggled against the leader Gengar, who was nearly 20 levels higher. Each encounter pushed the Shadow Frog further back. This won't do. I need the Jade Speed Dragon to evolve quickly, Su Yun thought, frowning deeply. He turned to the Jade Speed Dragon and commanded, "Go relieve the pressure on the Shadow Frog. Return when I summon you." The Jade Speed Dragon let out an excited roar and charged into the battlefield without hesitation. It was the first time it faced such a formidable opponent, and its fighting spirit was high. The battlefield echoed with continuous roars as the combined attacks of the Shadow Frog and Jade Speed Dragon stormed toward the leader Gengar like a torrential downpour. However, the chilling truth was that the leader Gengar not only handled the assault with ease but maintained a dominant position, forcing the two creatures to retreat repeatedly. This can't go on. Su Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. He needed the Jade Speed Dragon to evolve immediately, or even with both creatures combined, defeat seemed inevitable. Seizing the moment when the leader Gengar's attention was diverted, he sprinted toward the remains of a giant Dragonite. Bang! A figure suddenly flew past and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. It was his prized Shadow Frog. This was unimaginable normally. It was the Shadow Frog sending opponents flying, not the other way around. The Shadow Frog slowly got back on its feet, its eyes glinting with unprecedented coldness. It exuded a furious aura, clearly unable to accept its defeat. Just as Su Yun was about to check on the Shadow Frog's condition, a system panel unexpectedly popped up, causing his pupils to contract. The Shadow Frog's bond value was skyrocketing at an alarming rate. 66, 77, 88, 99. Boom. As the value hit 100, a powerful energy erupted from within the Shadow Frog, spreading outwards like a tidal wave. Su Yun instinctively took a few steps back, watching the astonishing transformation. A soft purple energy surrounded the Shadow Frog, resonating with the same colored energy emanating from Su Yun. Amidst the interwoven energies, a ghostly blue sailor's shuriken materialized behind the Shadow Frog. The bonded Shadow Frog was born. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from the Shadow Frog of bondage, sweeping the surroundings like a volcanic explosion. This sudden change not only startled Su Yun, but also caught the attention of the leader Gengar, who was fiercely battling the Jade Speed Dragon. A flicker of shock and confusion passed through the scarlet eyes of the leader Gengar. Although as a spirit living in the secret realm for years, it couldn't comprehend the transformation mechanism of the Shadow Frog of bondage, it didn't dampen its thirst for battle. At this moment, the Shadow Frog of bondage finally displayed a strength worthy of its serious attention. Gengar. The leader Gengar quickly gathered a brilliant shadow ball in its palm, forcing the Jade Speed Dragon back, before immediately charging at the Shadow Frog of bondage. Not to be outdone, the Shadow Frog of bondage left an afterimage on the spot and rushed towards its opponent Hedon. This time, it aimed to reclaim all its previous losses. Both sides simultaneously unleashed shadow balls, and the two energy orbs collided midair, releasing a tremendous shockwave. The surrounding bones were blown away by the blast, and amidst the swirling dust, both figures retreated. Gengar only half a meter, while the Shadow Frog of bondage was pushed back a couple of meters. Despite having evolved, the difference in strength remained evident. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Su Yun immediately turned and ran towards the massive remains of a dragon behind Bone Mountain. "Jade Speed Dragon, come to me," he shouted, taking out a talisman coin and a red dragon scale. The Jade Speed Dragon quickly understood, using the opportunity to evade the leader Gengar's attacks, and swiftly retreating to Su Yun's side. A system prompt sounded. "Ding. Your spirit Jade Speed Dragon has met all evolution conditions. Would you like to evolve into a golden armor dragon now?" "Evolve," Su Yun commanded without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling white evolutionary light enveloped the Jade Speed Dragon. The talisman coin transformed into a golden stream, merging with it, while the red dragon scale emitted a crimson glow atop its head. The towering dragon remains began to tremble, producing a series of cracking sounds as they were gradually consumed by the evolutionary light, merging into the Jade Speed Dragon. Roar! A deep dragon roar emanated from the light of evolution, reverberating throughout the forest. The sound wave was so powerful that it shook Su Yun, who was nearby, to his core, his consciousness nearly shattering. Even Gengar, who was in the midst of battle, paused for a moment upon hearing the dragon's roar. It stopped fighting, its expression grave as it glanced towards Su Yun, a flicker of caution in its eyes. Following the roar, an invisible dragon's might swiftly spread from the light of evolution, filling the entire space. It was as if an ancient dragon was coiling above them, pressing down so heavily that neither humans nor Pokémon could stand upright. The air was thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. Su Yun's eyes widened in shock as he watched the ever-expanding light of evolution. Wow, it's causing such a commotion. Could it be because of the giant Dragonite's remains? He thought to himself. Although this wasn't his first time triggering a hidden evolution for a Pokémon, he had never witnessed such an astounding scene. The leader Gengar became extremely vigilant, uncertain of what was happening, but sensing a strong threat emanating from the light of evolution. It let out a low Gengar, its muscles tensed, ready to respond to any potential danger. At that moment, the Shadow Greninja seized the opportunity when the leader Gengar was distracted and launched a surprise attack. The wounded leader Gengar flew into a rage, retaliating wildly against the Shadow Greninja. In an instant, the Shadow Greninja, already not a match for Gengar, found itself struggling in the fierce battle, dodging left and right under Gengar's ferocious onslaught, barely holding on. Amidst this intense battle, the Jade Dragonite, enveloped in the light of evolution, suddenly rose into the sky. The originally round light of evolution seemed to be stretched by an invisible hand, transforming into a long strip. Soon, sharp dragon claws extended from the light of evolution, glinting coldly. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, the light of evolution burst open in the sky, scattering into starlight. From the dazzling brilliance, a new figure slowly emerged. A transformed golden armor dragon appeared in Su Yun's view. This newly born dragon-type Pokémon was a dazzling golden yellow, its body covered in hard dragon scales. Each scale shone with a metallic luster, interwoven with fine red lines, forming intricate patterns across its body. The dragon horns on its head were sturdier and more imposing, black and majestic, exuding an intimidating dragon's might. Most strikingly, the golden armor dragon had grown 2 pairs of dragon claws under its belly, each claw razor-sharp, reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Its overall design was unique, bearing many similarities to the legendary Sky Lord Rayquaza. Wow, that's incredibly awesome! Su Yun exclaimed, looking up at this astonishing transformation, his eyes sparkling with excitement, barely able to contain himself. This evolution brought about such a dramatic change in the golden armor dragon. If the previous Jade Dragonite was somewhere between a dragon and a bug, the current golden armor dragon was undoubtedly a true dragon. From afar, it could easily be mistaken for the Sky Lord Rayquaza. Such a transformation had completely broken through the limitations of its species. The dream of a Caterpie evolving into a dragon was no longer a distant fantasy, but a reality unfolding right before his eyes. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yun quickly pulled up the basic information of the golden armor dragon. Pokémon, golden armor dragon. Level, 35. Gender, male. Type, dragon steel. Ability, airlock eliminates all weather effects. Moves, rollout, bug bite, ancient power, dragon breath, dragon hammer, rock polish, dragon dance, dragon rage, dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon pulse, dragon rush, flash cannon, meteor assault. Hidden evolution path, S227500. Potential assessment, pseudo-god. Seeing that the golden armor dragon's ability had changed from speed boost to airlock, Su Yun's pupils contracted, and he took a sharp breath. A shocking thought crossed his mind. Did the golden armor dragon copy Rayquaza's ability? As we all know, Rayquaza, the ruler of the skies, possesses the unique airlock ability that negates all weather effects. This trait has always been exclusive to Rayquaza, but now, the golden armor dragon before him has defied this rule. Su Yun gazed at the newly transformed golden armored dragon with a hint of curiosity. This majestic creature not only shared the airlock ability with Rayquaza, but also bore a striking resemblance to the Sky's sovereign. He pondered with a tinge of concern. If Rayquaza finds out, will it come after me? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought with a smile. A noble beast like Rayquaza surely wouldn't be so petty, and as long as he didn't flaunt it, Rayquaza would likely remain unaware of the true nature of the golden armored dragon's ability. The evolution brought unexpected enhancements that delighted Su Yun. The golden armored dragon not only underwent a dramatic transformation in appearance, but also reached level 35. Even more thrilling was its new steel dragon type combination, identical to the attributes of Dialga, the god of time. This pairing is top tier despite its weaknesses to fighting and ground types. It boasts 8 double resistances and 1 quadruple resistance, making it nearly impervious to most ordinary attacks. As Su Yun reviewed the golden armored dragon's skill set, his face lit up with excitement. Following its species evolution, it had mastered nearly all dragon-type moves, and its repertoire of steel-type skills had significantly expanded, offering a rich array of combat techniques. While Su Yun was quietly pleased, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations. The evolution materials you used were exceptionally rare, allowing your golden armored dragon to awaken a trace of ancient giant Pokémon bloodline. Ancient giant Pokémon bloodline. Su Yun was taken aback, then recalled the massive Dragonite remains the golden armored dragon had fully absorbed. The system's explanation appeared. Ancient Pokémon bloodline 13, present in certain ancient Pokémon bodies, grants Pokémon with this bloodline the ability to transform into the appearance of ancient Pokémon under specific conditions. Only a third awakened? And what are these specific conditions? Su Yun pondered, as the golden armored dragon's roar echoed once more in the sky. Su Yun instinctively looked up, and was instantly paralyzed as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. In the sky, the golden armored dragon was suddenly engulfed by tendrils of blood-red mist that seemed to ooze from within, enveloping its entire body. Under the shroud of this eerie mist, the dragon began to expand at an astonishing rate, its originally 3 to 4 meter long body swelling several times over in the blink of an eye. This terrifying growth did not cease until its massive form obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the entire expanse, and only then did it gradually come to a halt. The golden armored dragon was no longer the ordinary creature it once was, but had transformed into a colossal ancient dragon. Its robust girth far exceeded the width of a well, spiraling high above, with golden scales gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, as if it had become the sole source of light in the sky. The overwhelming presence of the dragon descended upon the earth like an invisible giant hand, causing the forest's wild spirits to prostrate themselves in reverence, unable to resist. Even the leader, Gung Gue, ruler of this domain, broke into a cold sweat, eyes filled with terror. It stared at the sky in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the defeated creature, which was previously less than half its size, had transformed into such an enormous being, with a single dragon claw dwarfing its entire body. Gung Jie, a wave of boundless fear surged through Gung Gue's heart. The disparity in size had surpassed any compensable level difference. Its full-force Shadow Ball attack was as ineffectual as a tickle on the golden armored dragon. Realizing the shift in the situation, Gung Gue immediately turned to flee, but everything unfolded under the watchful eyes of the golden armored dragon. With a roar, the dragon's claw descended from the sky. Gung Gue felt the rush of wind above and frantically plunged into the shadows, desperately trying to escape. Yet before the ancient dragon, its vaunted speed was nothing more than a crawl. With a slight movement, the dragon's claw overtook it, then slammed down with force, pinning Gung Gue securely. The once arrogant leader was now like a fish on a chopping block, easily lifted by the golden armored dragon. Gung Jie, under the immense pressure, Gung Gue instantly recognized the situation and dared not resist further. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun produced a pokeball, flashing a victorious smile at Gung Gue. Why don't you just get in the ball? Jenga, the leader Gengar let out a low murmur, obediently slipping into the pokeball. As the system notification sounded, a stream of information about the leader Gengar appeared before Su Yun. Pokemon, Gengar level, 45 gender, male type, ghost poison ability, cursed body when hit by an attack. There is a chance to disable the opponent's moves, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Sucker Punch, Nightshade, Hex, Hypnosis hidden evolution path. A 0-1 potential evaluation, starter. Su Yun quickly scanned through the data, his eyes lighting up. Besides the basic attributes similar to a regular Gengar, the most striking feature was its a level hidden evolution path requiring the sacrifice of only one Gengar to unlock. This condition was far simpler than he anticipated, having expected at least 5 sacrifices. At that moment, the golden armored dragon in the sky rapidly shrank and returned to its normal form, landing beside Su Yun. It let out a series of excited dragon roars, clearly exhilarated by the experience of becoming a divine dragon. Haha, feels great to be a dragon, doesn't it? Su Yun laughed, patting the head of the golden armored dragon. As its trainer, he was genuinely pleased with the growth of his beloved dragon. The golden armored dragon responded with a deep rumble, filled with emotion. If not for meeting Su Yun, it might have forever remained the ridiculed caterpillar. It gazed at its trainer with gratitude. The nearby bonded shadow frog watched the transformation of the golden armored dragon with envy. It moved closer to Su Yun, eyes full of anticipation. Don't be envious, Su Yun reassured. Once I find more Froakie to sacrifice, you'll reach that level too. He gently tapped the pokeball in his hand, addressing the newly captured leader Gengar. Gengar, the same goes for you. As long as you follow me, each of you can achieve a transformation in your lives. These words immediately resonated with the leader Gengar inside the pokeball, who had initially been somewhat resistant. It promptly pledged its loyalty to Su Yun. Meanwhile, the bonded shadow frog was more motivated than ever, eager to find its kind for the sacrifices. Meanwhile, the geniuses scattered across the secret realm were startled by an unexpected phenomenon. A massive golden dragon silhouette stretched across the sky, obscuring most of it with its astonishing size. My God, what is that? One of the Alliance's prodigies exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the sky. Could it be the legendary sky ruler, Rayquaza? His companion speculated, frowning. However, this guess was quickly dismissed. Impossible. Another companion stated firmly. Rayquaza is supposed to be green. How could it be shining like gold? Even a shiny Rayquaza should be black. Everyone chimed in, discussing animatedly. It can't be Rayquaza. Its size is nowhere near that large, someone pointed out. You all saw it. Its body stretches dozens of meters long, almost comparable to the giant ancient spirits. A sharp voice suddenly spoke up. Could it be that this secret realm still harbors nearly extinct ancient giant spirits? This possibility plunged everyone into silence, their expressions grave as they gazed at the sky. The prodigies of the Nangong family also noticed the phenomenon. The young leader at the forefront was so excited that his voice trembled. The appearance of a giant golden dragon must be related to the remains of the ancient giant Dragonite. What we're looking for is right there. Follow me. With that, he led all the Nangong family prodigies swiftly toward where the golden dragon had appeared. Other factions' prodigies also focused their attention on the golden dragon, teeming with speculations and ambitions. It's an opportunity. The reappearance of ancient spirits. Capturing it would be immensely beneficial. A golden dragon-type spirit. Could it be an undiscovered species? If I capture it, wouldn't I achieve fame and glory for eternity? Such formidable dragon might. There must be a dragon attribute treasure emerging. As a dragon-type trainer, this is my heaven-sent opportunity. Today is the day to rise. In no time, the geniuses from various family forces converged towards Su Yun's location. However, Su Yun, the unwitting catalyst of these events, was oblivious to it all. He was navigating the forest with his shadow frog, eventually stopping at a vast chasm. Is this what attracted you? Su Yun asked the shadow frog, peering into the seemingly bottomless fissure. They hadn't arrived here by chance, but were guided by some mysterious force. The shadow frog shook its head, pointing further into the chasm. Su Yun frowned. Deeper still? He could clearly sense the ghost-type energy emanating from the chasm. This thick energy had even materialized into a tangible purple mist, seeping from the abyss. It was not hard to deduce that the mutation of the forest flora was largely due to this chasm. The ghost-type energy spilling from it had altered the surrounding environment, causing nearly everything here to be imbued with ghost-type energy. Su Yun gazed at the massive chasm before him, filled with curiosity. He turned to the newly subdued leader, Gungui, and asked, Gungui, have you ever been down there? Gungui looked embarrassed and shook its head. Its eyes glanced over the chasm, a flicker of obvious apprehension crossing its face. This reaction caught Su Yun's attention. You've never been there. Su Yun, noticing the change in Gungui's expression, couldn't help but feel surprised. As the de facto ruler of the area, Gungui should be well acquainted with its secrets. Yet, it seemed unfamiliar and even fearful of this long-standing chasm. Su Yun's mind raced. The ghostly energy emanating from the chasm was so dense that there must be even more astonishing energy below, possibly a treasure trove of ghost-type natural artifacts. For any ghost-type spirit, this would be an irresistible lure. So why was Gungui indifferent? Unless you have some unspeakable reason. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Gungui. Gungui didn't respond with words, but explained through action. It slowly levitated toward the chasm. However, as it neared the edge, a strange scene unfolded. Gungui's body suddenly lost control, crashing heavily to the ground as if pulled down by invisible hands. Can't fly. Su Yun was astonished. It was well known that while Gungui wasn't a flying-type spirit, it could fly effortlessly. Its earlier easy levitation had proven this. So why couldn't it fly near the chasm? Su Yun took a few steps forward, his brow furrowed. He quickly dismissed the possibility of a gravity shift, felt no abnormality. His eyes fell on the pale purple ghost energy continuously rising from the chasm, forming a theory in his mind. To test this idea, Su Yun ordered the shadow frog beside him. Shadow frog, try jumping here. The shadow frog nodded in agreement, its legs bending slightly before springing up like a coil. However, it had barely left the ground when its body was yanked back down by an invisible force, quickly falling back to the ground. This scene solidified Su Yun's suspicion it was likely the dispersing ghost energy causing this anomaly. His gaze returned to the chasm, filled with curiosity and caution about the unknown. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly realized, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He finally comprehended the effect of ghost-type energy on Shadow Frog and Gengar. These two ghost-type Pokémon had lost their ability to float and fly here, bound to the ground by an invisible force. Su Yun's gaze swept around as his mind raced. He understood why Gengar, despite guarding this place for so long, dared not venture into the great fissure. The powerful ghost-type energy had stripped it of its flying ability, and the fissure was bottomless and fraught with danger. He shuddered at the thought of what might happen if Gengar recklessly entered the fissure. It could either be shattered to pieces, a fate even the strongest defensive Pokémon like Shuckle couldn't avoid, or it might survive by sheer luck, only to be trapped in the abyss forever. For Gengar, either outcome was unacceptable. Suyin nodded slightly, understanding Gengar's choice. Rather than risking its life, it was better to reign over the mountain safely. After all, the energy leaking from the fissure was enough to satisfy its needs. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun decisively released Golden Armored Dragon. He said firmly, "Golden Armored Dragon, let's see if you can fly here." His eyes were fixed on the great fissure, filled with anticipation. With a low roar, Golden Armored Dragon spread its wings and soared gracefully above the fissure, unaffected by the mysterious force. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Yun's face. He had found the key to exploring the great fissure. "Shadow Frog, Leader Gengar, you two come back for now. I'll take you down with me." Su Yun cautiously recalled the two ghost-type Pokémon to prevent any accidents. Leader Gengar, hearing this, grinned widely and eagerly returned to its Pokeball. It had waited for this moment for a long time, hindered only by its inability to act. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, it was naturally overjoyed. Though Shadow Frog's expression remained calm, its quick movement into the Pokeball betrayed its inner excitement. The mysterious object that had always drawn it was waiting deep within the great fissure. Su Yun took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He knew a thrilling adventure was about to begin, and the secrets hidden within the great fissure would finally unveil their mysteries. Su Yun rode the golden armored dragon deeper into the great chasm. In the pitch-black, chilling fissure, ghostly energy surged intermittently like a fountain, severely hindering the dragon's flight. After over 10 minutes of arduous progress, they finally reached the depths of the crevice, yet still had not touched the bottom. Suddenly, Su Yun noticed a purple glow flickering on the rock walls on either side. Squinting to observe closely, he discovered that these were variously shaped amethysts, resembling blooming violets adorning the cliffs. "Wait, take me over there to have a look," Su Yun said, patting the dragon's head, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. With a low growl, the golden armored dragon carried Su Yun to the cliff face. Su Yun leaned forward to examine the crystals closely, a joyful smile gradually appearing on his face. "It really is ghost gems," he muttered excitedly to himself. These amethysts were indeed ghost gems, one of the secret treasures of the ghost type. They contained an abundant amount of ghost attribute energy, making them incredibly precious to ghost-type spirits. Absorbing them could significantly enhance ghost energy and boost the power of ghost-type moves. Such treasures typically grow only in places rich in ghost energy and take decades to form. In the outside world, ghost gems are in high demand and command steep prices. Even with money, they are not always available for purchase. The large cluster of ghost gems before him, with their pure purple hue, indicated top-tier quality. Su Yun estimated that just one palm-sized gem could sell for millions. This entire cluster was worth at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. "There's definitely something valuable here," Su Yun murmured excitedly. "If I found treasures worth over a billion just after entering, the valley floor must hold treasures worth tens or even hundreds of billions." Despite the allure of the ghost gems before him, Su Yun decided not to take them just yet. "I'll leave them here for now, go down and check things out, and retrieve them on the way back," he thought. Since there was no one else around, he figured he could return for them later and lighten his load in the meantime. "Golden Armored Dragon, let's continue." Su Yun patted the dragon's head again. As they ventured further, the ghost gems on the rock walls became more numerous, with some even forming continuous patches, creating a magnificent sight. Indeed, the treasures here are countless, Su Yun thought, relieved by his decision. What is considered a precious ghost gem in the outside world is just commonplace here. Not taking it immediately was the right choice. He understood the wisdom of not sacrificing greater gains for smaller ones and chose not to let immediate temptations distract him from potential larger rewards. After another 10 minutes or so, the golden armored dragon finally landed at the valley floor. Su Yun nimbly jumped off the dragon's back, gently stroking its horn, and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Su Yun withdrew the golden armored dragon and immediately released Gengar and the shadow frog. In an instant, Gengar appeared with a grin stretching to its ears, its body expanding as it greedily absorbed the rich ghost-type energy surrounding it. The energy here was far more concentrated than in the forest, so much so that it flowed into Gengar without any effort. While the shadow frog's expression was not as exaggerated, it too seemed content, basking in the ghostly energy. Su Yun smiled with satisfaction and took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The valley floor was spacious, lined with purple crystal flowers on either side, each a top-grade ghost gem. The ground beneath was also made of ghost gems, emitting a faint purple glow in the dim light. Such an abnormal environment made Su Yun furrow his brows in thought, recalling what he had learned at the academy. In nature, such a dense ghost-type environment should not exist, surpassing even the underground ghost mineral veins. After walking for a short distance, a glimmer of light caught Su Yun's attention. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small pool of deep purple water, chillingly cold, evidently formed from concentrated ghost-type energy. Su Yun speculated that this pool might be the source of the surrounding abnormal environment. While Su Yun was deep in thought, the shadow frog quietly appeared beside him, its gaze fixed intently on the pool. An idea struck Su Yun, suspecting there might be something unusual underwater. Before he could react, the shadow frog leaped into the water. Gengar arrived a moment later, looking regretful, as if it had missed an opportunity. Su Yun was puzzled. What were the shadow frog and Gengar competing for? Suddenly, the water surface rippled as the shadow frog emerged, holding a pitch-black octahedral stone in its mouth. Su Yun instantly recognized it. His expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "This is the source of attributes." The source of attributes, those mysterious octahedral crystals, are treasures formed by the condensation of nature itself. They belong to 18 categories, each representing the purest form of natural energy. Legend has it that these crystals are intimately connected to the attribute tablets of Arceus, the creator god, and their rarity makes each one incredibly valuable. Su Yun gazed at the uniquely shaped crystal before him, unable to remain calm. He recalled when he first crossed into this world, the discovery of an Earth attribute source in Jiangbei City caused a huge stir in society, even alerting the League officials in the capital, eventually being claimed by an influential figure. Now, he unexpectedly encountered a ghost attribute source. So that's it. Su Yun suddenly realized why the shadow frog had shown such a strong attraction outside the secret realm. Such treasures are indeed irresistible to any spirit. The shadow frog gently spat out the ghost attribute source it held in its mouth and offered it to Su Yun. This action surprised him. Aren't you going to swallow it? Gengar quickly explained. Gengar, it turned out that the shadow frog wasn't unwilling to absorb the attribute source, but its current strength couldn't handle such a potent energy. Hastily consuming it would not enhance its power, but rather harm it. In that case, I'll hold on to it for you until you're ready to handle it, Su Yun said, putting away the ghost attribute source. As soon as he said this, Gengar protested, pointing at itself. Being a ghost-type spirit, it also yearned for the nourishment of the attribute source. Su Yun shrugged and said, "That depends on the shadow frog." Although he was the shadow frog's trainer, out of respect for his spirits, he didn't have the right to make such decisions on his own. Upon hearing this, Gengar immediately put on a fawning smile towards the shadow frog. However, the shadow frog ignored it and jumped straight into the ghostly pond. While it didn't dare to swallow the attribute source, the ghost attribute liquid was a great boon for it. Gengar grumbled discontentedly. Seeing that the shadow frog was unwilling to share and wanted to monopolize the pond, it jumped in without hesitation. To it, the ghost attribute liquid was also a rare opportunity. Soon, the two spirits were soaking in the ghostly pond, the chilling attribute liquid swirling around them, forming two eerie whirlpools, one large and one small. Gengar's vortex was more immense than Shadow Frog's, clearly absorbing the ghost attribute liquid at a faster pace. Gengar glanced at Shadow Frog with a smug feeling. Since you won't share the source of ghost attributes with me, I'll just absorb all the ghost attribute liquid myself. However, Gengar's smugness quickly faded. Shadow Frog's surrounding vortex expanded continuously during the absorption process, indicating its absorption speed was steadily increasing. Gengar was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Shadow Frog managed this. In contrast, Gengar's absorption speed remained stable and unchanged. Observing this, Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Your Shadow Frog has entered a special state, comprehending the use of ghost power. Please maintain a stable environment to help your Pokémon complete its comprehension smoothly. It turned out that, having absorbed the ghost attribute liquid, Shadow Frog was in a state akin to an epiphany in a martial arts novel, comprehending new abilities. Su Yun watched the Shadow Frog in the pool with anticipation, wondering what abilities it might grasp. Meanwhile, near the large crevice in the outside world, a group of young trainers appeared, drawn by the earlier dragon phenomenon. They were geniuses from various factions. A short-haired boy arrived first, exclaiming, "Such dense ghost attribute energy, flowing from that big crevice." His eyes were fixed on the large crevice in the ground ahead, full of excitement. Following him, a boy in black clothing jumped out, laughing loudly. "Ha! Who would have thought there'd be such a magical place in the secret realm? Isn't this a perfect opportunity for me? Right, Gengar?" He looked at the Gengar beside him, speaking boldly. Behind him, 3 other boys in matching outfits each had a ghost attribute Pokémon by their side. A genius from the Ghost Clan? Humph, they're really getting lucky, someone muttered enviously, recognizing the group. Soon, more people gathered, with a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on the large crevice ahead. At this moment, a boy wearing official league attire spoke up. "Everyone, I assume you were all drawn here by the dragon silhouette? I'm Zhuang Shang, a professional trainer from the Jiangbei City Pokemon League. I suspect that dragon might be hidden within this crevice. Would any of you lend me a flying-type Pokemon so I can investigate? It turned out he was a ground-type trainer, finding it difficult to enter such a large crevice with his Pokemon alone. The boy in black scoffed. Huh. What good is a league professional trainer without a flying Pokemon? You might as well stay on the ground like you always do. With that, he and his Gengar walked straight to the edge of the crevice, turning to sneer at the others. Gengar, let's show these ground dwellers how we take to the skies. Gengar, the black-clad youth's Pokemon, let out its signature eerie laugh and leapt gracefully towards the large chasm, watched eagerly by the crowd. Did you see that? The youth boasted, raising his chin with an air of superiority. However, his smug smile vanished in an instant as disbelief flooded his eyes. To his shock, his prize Gengar suddenly plummeted from midair and crashed heavily to the ground, resembling an unwilling floor hugger. Gengar, what are you doing? He scolded, frowning. At first, he thought it might be another of Gengar's usual pranks. This mischievous ghost-type Pokemon did love to play tricks. Gengar shook its head vigorously, indicating it wasn't at fault. It gestured at its feet, mimicking a pulling motion. As its trainer, the youth immediately sensed something was amiss, his expression darkening. Are you saying there's a mysterious force pulling you down, stopping you from flying? Gengar nodded emphatically like a pecking chick. Ridiculous, the young man scoffed, unwilling to accept this explanation. I'm standing right here and don't feel any pulling force. At this point, Zhuang Shang, a professional trainer from the Pokemon League, stepped forward. After a moment of contemplation, he offered an explanation. The unique environment here might be the cause. The ghost energy concentration is unusually high, which is both an opportunity and a restriction for ghost-type Pokemon. The powerful ghost energy nurtures them but also limits their mobility. This could be why your Gengar suddenly can't fly. Nonsense, the youth retorted derisively. Who's the ghost-type trainer here, you or me? Ghost-type Pokemon being constrained by ghost energy? Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't believe such absurdity. Are all Pokemon League trainers as self-righteous as you? Despite the young man's sarcasm, Zhuang Shang remained composed. If you don't believe me, try releasing another ghost-type Pokemon. What do I have to fear? The youth replied defiantly, immediately releasing another Gengar from his belt. This one, however, lacked the presence of the first, appearing to have just evolved from a haunter. The crowd murmured softly among themselves. Why does he have two identical Pokemon? Maybe he really likes Gengar, just like that trainer who only used Dragonite back in the day. The youth met the crowd's speculation with a dismissive smirk. To him, they were all short-sighted, failing to appreciate Gengar's true value. He firmly believed that any ordinary ghost-type trainer with just one Gengar could surpass most others. But wouldn't having 6 Gengars make him invincible? A hint of pride flashed in the eyes of the boy in black, and he smirked slightly. He decisively gave the order. Gengar, fly up. The purple ghost Pokemon immediately responded, pushing off the ground and leaping gracefully into the air. However, just as it rose less than half a meter, something strange happened. A mysterious force, like an invisible chain, suddenly yanked it back to the ground with a dull thud. The boy's expression froze instantly. Damn it, he cursed through clenched teeth, his face dark with anger. What frustrated him even more was that Zhuang Shang, the smug one, had actually guessed right. He glared at Zhuang Shang in irritation and quickly recalled his 2 Gengars. Despite the public embarrassment, he tried to maintain his composure, scanning the crowd. Who has a flying-type Pokemon? Lend it to me, and I'll reward you handsomely later. Ghost-type Pokemon couldn't perform at their best in the Great Rift, so he had no choice but to seek help from other trainers. The crowd remained silent. His arrogant demeanor was off-putting, and the vague promise of a future reward didn't inspire confidence. More importantly, the Great Rift was fraught with danger, and they weren't as obsessed with whatever lay inside as this ghost-type trainer was. Just as the boy in black was about to speak again, a small, timid figure stepped forward hesitantly. I have a flying-type Pokemon. The speaker was a shy, unremarkable boy with no prestigious background, allowed into the secret realm only because he had once saved the child of a high-ranking official in the Pokemon League. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and release it, the boy in black urged impatiently. He despised this kind of timid, weak person the most. The shy boy nodded shakily and released a large Tropius. The boy in black's eyes lit up, and without waiting for permission, he moved to mount the Pokemon. Let's agree on the reward first, the shy boy said, mustering rare courage and standing a bit taller. Get me down there, and I'll give you 1,000,000, the boy in black replied dismissively with a wave of his hand. Overjoyed at the offer, the shy boy immediately climbed onto the Tropius. The boy in black followed suit, then provocatively turned to Zhuang Shang. Care to join us? I'll give you 1,000,000 too. Zhuang Shang thought for a moment and then stepped forward. The Tropius was large enough to comfortably accommodate 3 people. The shy boy didn't object, either earning an extra 1,000,000 was a rare opportunity. The tropical dragon carried the three figures slowly into the depths of the great crevice. As they descended, the ghostly energy in the air grew denser, swirling around them like a thin purple mist. The boy in black sat on the dragon's back, his eyes gleaming with a wild light. He was inwardly ecstatic. Ha! This place is truly a godsend for me. With such concentrated ghostly energy, there must be extraordinary ghost-type treasures hidden below. He glanced at the shy boy and Zhuang Sheng beside him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Once we find the treasure, I'll make sure you two stay here forever. Before long, they reached the midsection of the crevice. The cliffs began to be sporadically adorned with shimmering purple crystals, emitting a mysterious glow in the dim environment. The sudden beauty of the scene left them all breathless. Ghost gems, the shy boy exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. A piece this large could sell for tens of millions. The boy in black scoffed derisively at this, patting the pokeball at his waist. Fool! Such high-quality ghost gems should never be sold. They're meant for nurturing spirits. The shy boy scratched his head with an awkward smile, not daring to argue. He gently patted the tropical dragon, signaling it to approach the crystals, only to be immediately stopped by the other two. What are you doing? The boy in black asked coldly, staring at him. Taking the ghost crystals, the shy boy replied timidly. Who do you think you are? The boy in black retorted harshly. Zhuang Sheng frowned, trying to mediate. There's no rush to deal with these crystals now. We can handle them on the way back. The priority is reaching the bottom of the valley. Realizing his haste, the shy boy offered an apologetic smile and directed the tropical dragon to continue descending. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the valley, another dramatic scene unfolded. A storm of ghostly energy swirled around the shadow frog, like stars encircling a moon. The energy liquid from the ghostly pool was drawn into this storm, flowing entirely into the shadow frog's body. The sight left the Gengar leader seething with anger. It stormed out of the pool, glaring at the shadow frog, which hovered in midair like a ghostly deity, surrounded by a ghostly wind. Overwhelmed with frustration, it retreated into its pokeball, unwilling to witness the infuriating scene any longer. Su-Yun couldn't help but show a wry smile at the reaction of his lead Gengar, who was taken aback by the shadow frog. He mused to himself about the impressive strength of the shadow frog. However, when he considered the evolution conditions for the lead Gengar, he frowned slightly. Although it only required the sacrifice of a similar kind to unlock the A-level hidden evolution path, capturing a Gengar in the wild was extremely difficult. As he pondered his strategy, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations, your Pokemon Shadow Frog has experienced a breakthrough and learned an unconventional ghost-type move, Shadow Theft. The name gave Su-Yun a jolt, and his eyes widened. Shadow Theft? Isn't that the exclusive skill of the mythical Pokemon Marshadao? As the envoy of Ho-Oh and the trial officer of the Rainbow Warrior, Marshadao excels at sneaking into the opponent's shadow to launch surprise attacks. This move, Shadow Theft, not only catches opponents off guard but also steals their stat boosts. Looking at the Shadow Frog, which hadn't fully recovered from the ghostly storm, Su-Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Can it really do that?" He recalled how the Golden Armor Dragon previously copied Rayquaza's airlock ability, and now the Shadow Frog had learned Marshado's unique skill. Su-Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. His Pokemon were certainly a restless bunch. Opening the Shadow Frog's information panel, Su-Yun noticed its level had significantly increased. Pokemon, Shadow Frog. Level, 32. Gender, female. Type, Water Ghost. Ability, Bond Transformation. As he was checking the data, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw three figures racing toward him. Leading them was a young man in black, his face twisted with anger. These three were the black-clad youth, the shy youth, and Zhuang Sheng, who had come down from above. As soon as they reached the valley floor, they spotted Su-Yun and the Shadow Frog suspended in the air by the ghostly storm. When the young man in black noticed the dried-up pool and the remnants of the ghostly storm, he immediately charged at Su-Yun with a menacing expression. A ghost storm raged across the sky, creating a spectacular sight with its dense ghost-type energy. This rare natural phenomenon was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ghost-type creatures. A young man dressed in black rushed forward, his gaze first captured by the ghost storm above, then drawn to a dry pond on the ground. The dark purple liquid remaining at the bottom immediately caught his attention. It was the priceless ghost attribute liquid. Hiss! The young man in black gasped, his pupils contracting sharply. In his family, these two heavenly treasures could trigger a storm of bloodshed. However, the scene before him made his expression gradually darken, as a surge of anger rose within his chest. This should have been the pivotal opportunity for his rise, but someone else had beaten him to it. The young man in black glared fiercely at Su-Yun, his facial muscles twisted with rage. Bastard! Spit out all the ghost attribute liquid. Before entering the Great Rift, he had already considered the treasures at the bottom of the valley as his own. He had imagined using them to enhance his power and avenge past humiliations inflicted by Zhuang Sheng. But now, apart from the most ordinary ghost gems, all other opportunities had been seized by someone else. Jengar, kill him for me. The young man in black shouted in fury, summoning his creature immediately. Although he didn't understand how an unusual Greninja could absorb ghost attribute liquid, he was certain that this creature had stolen his chance. A Gengar with a sinister smile appeared beside the young man in black. Su Yun, who had been somewhat puzzled, suddenly brightened upon seeing this Jengarthus was the perfect sacrifice to help his leader Gengar unlock the A-level hidden evolution path. Though the thought was harsh, the other had come intending to kill his shadow Greninja, so it was only fair to return the favor. If the young man in black had shown respect, Su Yun wouldn't have considered such a thing. It was entirely the other's misfortune brought upon by himself. Golden Armored Dragon. Su Yun called out calmly, summoning his creature. A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the valley as a dragon-shaped creature, golden all over, appeared majestically. The prowess of Baigu was overwhelming, far surpassing that of Gung Gue by an unknown margin. The boy in black was dumbfounded, his face turning pale as he stared in disbelief at the golden armored dragon circling in the sky. What kind of spirit was this? Although he specialized in ghost types, he had studied other types as well, yet he had never seen such a peculiar dragon-type spirit. Zhuang Sheng, a professional trainer with the Spirit Alliance, frowned at the sight of the golden armored dragon. His mind raced with possibilities. A young Rayquaza? Unlikely, as it lacked the unique aura of a mythical beast. An offspring of Rayquaza? A new unknown species? Despite his surprise, he was far more composed than the boy in black. A timid boy, while comforting his trembling Tropius, anxiously asked Zhuang Sheng, "Bro, what kind of spirit is this? Why is my Tropius so scared?" Zhuang Sheng shook his head gravely. "I don't know either, but it's incredibly powerful. It's best not to provoke it." With that, he pulled the timid boy to a safe distance. Noticing their actions, the boy in black sneered disdainfully. "Huh. Two cowards. It's just a dragon-type spirit. What's there to be afraid of?" Despite his initial shock, he remained arrogant and taunted Su Yun coldly. "Dare to steal my opportunity, and you'll pay with your life. Gung Gue, what are you waiting for? Take them all out." Gung Gue responded by forming a shadow ball and launching it at Su Yun. Su Yun remained calm and whispered to the golden armored dragon, "Don't show your full strength. Pretend to be weaker, make it think you're not a match." He had already confirmed through the system that the boy in black's Gung Gue was level 33, only 2 levels below the golden armored dragon, but the actual combat power was vastly different. The golden armored dragon nodded in understanding, deliberately concealing its strength, and released a seemingly weak dragon breath to counter Gung Gue's attack. On the surface, it appeared as if Gung Gue had the upper hand. Seeing this, the boy in black laughed triumphantly. "Haha, so your dragon-type spirit is just a paper tiger, all show and no substance. My Gung Gue is the strongest. Since that's the case, you must die? This is the price for stealing my opportunity. Gung Gue, kill him." The young man in black had a wild gleam in his eyes, completely ignoring the presence of Zhuang Sheng and the shy boy. His focus was solely on Su Yun. The shy boy watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Su Yun, as if he saw a reflection of himself in him. "Brother, can't we stop him? Killing, it's against the law." The shy boy hesitated, turning to Zhuang Sheng with uncertainty in his voice. Zhuang Sheng calmly shook his head. "No need." His gaze was sharp, having noticed that the golden armored dragon hadn't exerted its full strength. Though he didn't understand Su Yun's intentions, he was certain that defeating Su Yun wouldn't be easy for the young man in black, and might even lead to unexpected outcomes. As the battle intensified, the shadow frog in midair suddenly opened its eyes. Its ghost-type energy was completely absorbed, causing the surrounding ghostly storm to dissipate. It immediately noticed the fight between Su Yun and the young man in black, and unhesitatingly joined in. The shadow frog darted in front of Gengar with lightning speed, forcing the opponent back with a water shuriken. It glanced back at Su Yun, puzzled, realizing it could have defeated the enemy in one blow but held back due to its owner's signal. Witnessing this, the young man in black wasn't angry but instead sneered. "Pathetic, 2 against 1 and you can barely hold your own against my Gengar. With such strength, how dare you try to seize my opportunity? Your spirit's absorbing the ghost-type liquid is a waste. Since you like to bully with numbers, let's see how you handle this." With that, he threw 2 more Pokeballs. Instantly, another Gengar and a Haunter appeared before Su Yun. Seeing this lineup, Su Yun had a peculiar expression on his face. This guy? Did he train 3 Jengars? He thought to himself, a flicker of excitement rising in his heart. There's hope for Gengar's hidden evolution path. Before Su Yun could ponder further, the young man in black commanded his 3 spirits to launch a fierce attack. Su Yun swiftly recalled the golden armored dragon and shadow frog, leaping onto the golden armored dragon and opting for a strategic retreat. Without the ability to fly, the Jengars and Haunter lunged in vain, leaving the young man in black cursing loudly as Su Yun disappeared into the distant sky. "Coward! You spineless wimp! If you have guts, don't run away. The shout of the boy in black echoed through the chasm. Su Yun merely glanced back with a hint of disdain in his eyes, further provoking his adversary. What gives you, a runaway loser, the right to look down on me? The boy in black clenched his fists, veins bulging. Try looking at me like that again. Su Yun ignored the enraged shouting, continuing to ascend with his golden-armored dragon. He knew the type all too well, sure enough. As Su Yun departed without a backward glance, the boy in black grew desperate. He disregarded the valuable ghostly gems at his feet and rushed to the side of the timid boy, grabbing his collar. Take me up there, he growled with a twisted face. I'm going to kill that bastard. The timid boy, startled by this sudden aggression, quickly commanded his tropical dragon to carry the boy in black into the sky. He and Zhuang Sheng remained at the bottom of the valley, clutching the ghostly gems they had gathered, uninterested in pursuing Su Yun. Outside the chasm, the crowd was intently waiting for Zhuang Sheng and the others to return. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the sky. It was Su Yun riding the majestic golden-armored dragon. Everyone present was stunned by the breathtaking scene. My God, what is that? A golden dragon-type spirit. It looks so divine. Could it be an unknown spirit from the chasm? The crowd buzzed with excitement, many eager to venture down and seek their fortunes. But then, the tropical dragon emerged, carrying the furious boy in black who was cursing Su Yun as he pursued him, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. What's going on? How is the genius of the ghost family in such a sorry state? Could it be that the golden dragon was snatched away? Realizing the tropical dragon couldn't keep up, the boy in black jumped off and released 2 Jengars. Free from the chasm's constraints, the Jengars regained their ability to fly and carried their master in pursuit. Su Yun glanced back at the persistent figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. Gotcha! He gently patted the scales of the golden-armored dragon, signaling it to fly towards the distant desert. That desolate, uninhabited land was the perfect place for some unsavory dealings. Keep running. Go on. Aren't you quite the runner? In the vast desert, a young man dressed in black blocked Su Yun's path with a menacing grin. The sun blazed overhead, and the fine sand drifted gently in the breeze, adding a tense atmosphere to the standoff. The young man's Gengar hovered close by, its red eyes glinting with danger. Faced with the provocation, Su Yun remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Run? Why should I run? He met the young man's gaze directly, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Do you really think your Gengar is faster than my golden armor dragon? That's quite the joke. Su Yun explained unhurriedly. You managed to catch up to me only because I deliberately slowed down. Or rather, I led you here on purpose. His tone was filled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. The young man in black paused, then sneered. Huh. Realizing you can't escape, so you're planning to go down fighting? His voice dripped with contempt and arrogance, clearly not taking Su Yun seriously. You're right. There will indeed be a fish that's caught. Su Yun suddenly dropped his smile, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. But that fish isn't me. Before he finished speaking, 3 beams of light shot out from the Pokeballs at Su Yun's waist. 3 Pokemon appeared instantly, forming a triangle to surround the young man in black. Among them was an imposing leader Gengar. The young man's eyes widened with shock, the surprise evident on his face. You have 3 Pokemon, and one is a leader Gengar. His attention was fixed on the leader Gengar, his mind in turmoil. As a trainer specializing in ghost-type Pokemon, the young man knew Gengar well. He could clearly feel that Su Yun's leader Gengar was even stronger than his most powerful Gengar. This realization sent a chill down his spine, beads of cold sweat appearing on his back. You bastard, you dared to set me up, the young man growled, his voice hoarse with anger. He finally understood that he had fallen into Su Yun's carefully laid trap. Su Yun smiled calmly, unfazed by the exposure of his plan. Seeing it now doesn't change anything, it's already too late. His tone was composed and assured, as if he could already see the outcome of this confrontation. The moment the young man in black followed Su Yun into the desert, the outcome of their fate was sealed. On the desolate sands, the two stood facing each other, with a palpable tension hanging in the air. Su Yun's eyes flashed with cold intent as he commanded, Gengar, Gold Dragon, Shadow Frog, attack. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the 3 Pokemon transformed into beams of light, charging at the young man from different directions in a triangular formation. As danger loomed, the young man's expression changed drastically, and he didn't dare delay. He swiftly threw out Pokeballs, and 4 flashes of white light revealed 2 Jengars and 2 Haunters in front of him, forming a defensive stance. Seeing this, Su Yun was elated, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Thanks to my friend for delivering these sacrifices, he thought to himself, eyes gleaming with greed. The Pokemon brought unwittingly by the young man in black ignited an almost uncontrollable excitement within Su Yun. Su Yun murmured to himself, well, in light of your loyalty, I'll reluctantly leave you with an intact body. Though his words carried a teasing tone, They also hinted at his merciful heart. The battle was about to erupt. The young man's two Jengars were formidable, both surpassing level 30, considered elite among regular trainers. However, in the face of Su Yun's Pokémon, their strength was insufficient. The gold dragon spread its wings, its golden scales shimmering under the sun. With a single move, Dragon Dive, it became a golden lightning bolt, instantly piercing through one of the Jengars. The Gengar dissipated into a wisp of purple smoke before it could even scream. Meanwhile, Su Yun's leader Gengar engaged in a fierce battle with the young man's Gengar. Facing its kin, the leader Gengar showed no mercy. It quickly rubbed its hands together, forming a shadow ball the size of a basketball, and hurled it. After just 2 exchanges, the young man's Gengar was defeated, collapsing and losing its ability to fight. In an instant, the situation became one-sided. The young man's 2 prized Jengars were down, leaving the 2 Haunters and 1 Ghastly standing idly, at a loss. The brutal scene left the young man in black speechless. Although he had sensed Su Yun's hidden strength, he never imagined it to be so overwhelmingly powerful. As a prodigy of the Ghost family from Jiangbei City, he had achieved the status of an advanced trainer at a young age, ranking high in the city, yet he couldn't last 3 rounds against Su Yun. Frustration and anger boiled within the young man, almost to the point of explosion. But his remaining rationality told him he had to escape immediately. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a threat. "I'll admit defeat this time, but wait for me." He turned to flee. Su Yun sneered. "Huh? You think there'll be a next time?" He snapped his fingers. The young man had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly halted. A sharp, cold kunai was pressed against his neck. The shadow frog had appeared silently behind him, its piercing gaze filled with murderous intent. It turned out the shadow frog hadn't participated in the earlier battle. It had been lurking in the young man's shadow, ready to strike. This was the new move it had recently mastered, Shadow Sneak. Feeling the cold, killing intent from behind, the young man instantly cowered. Cold sweat poured down, soaking his black clothes, and his earlier arrogance vanished. He trembled as he spoke. You can't kill me. I am from the Ghost family of, Before he could finish, a sharp dagger pierced his chest. The shadow frog moved like lightning, never intending to hold back. Blood dripped from the dagger, spreading like a dark red flower on the dry sand. The young man's life ended abruptly. As the young man in black fell, disbelief flashed in his eyes. Blood gushed from his chest, staining his clothes red. He glanced down at his wound, his gaze slowly fading until he collapsed heavily to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Su Yun watched the scene with an impassive expression, as if the life that had just ended was merely a problem to be dealt with. Calmly, he instructed the leader beside him, "Gung Gui, burn it. Leave no trace." Understanding immediately, Gung Gui summoned a flickering blue ghost fire and accurately hurled it at the young man's body. The flames spread quickly, consuming the corpse. Soon, the remains turned to ashes, blending seamlessly with the surrounding sand, as if they had never existed. At that moment, the words "spirit sacrifice" unexpectedly appeared in Su Yun's vision. This discovery made him thoughtful. He recalled the previous battles where the defeated Gung Gui showed no signs of being eligible for sacrifice. It was only after the young man in black had died that they became potential offerings. Su Yun quickly concluded that only masterless spirits could be sacrificed. To sacrifice other trainers' spirits, their masters must first be eliminated. This realization brought a cold glint to his eyes. Without hesitation, Su Yun decisively ordered, "Sacrifice them all." 2 Jengars and 2 Ghastlies, equivalent to the sacrifice of 3 Jengars, were instantly absorbed by the system. Immediately, a system notification sounded in Su Yun's mind. "Ding! Your spirit, Gengar, has unlocked an 11 hidden evolution path." The system then presented 2 evolution paths. Path 1, Gengar LV35 White Feather Moon Ball Cloth of the Spirit World Judgment Spectre. Path 2, Gengar LV35 Black Feather Dream Ball, Curse, Talisman Nightmare Demon. Su Yun carefully examined the detailed descriptions of both paths. The Judgment Spectre is a ghost psychic type with excellent special attack capabilities and multi-attribute offensive options, capable of freely switching between various forms. The Nightmare Demon, on the other hand, is purely ghost type, sacrificing defense for extreme dual attacks, creating dreams that plunge enemies into nightmares, attacking both psychologically and physically. After a brief consideration, Su Yun made his decision. Choose Judgment Spectre. This choice was based on 2 main considerations. Firstly, the psychic attribute of the Judgment Spectre could compensate for the current team's weaknesses. Secondly, the ability to switch forms reminded him of the evolving Shadow Frog, a versatility he was eager for. In comparison, the Nightmare Demon, though powerful, overlapped with his existing high-attack spirits, especially the Shadow Frog, which also shared the ghost attribute. Taking into account team balance and tactical diversity, the Judgment Spectre was undoubtedly the better fit for the current situation. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, anticipating the potential this new partner would bring. After selecting his evolution path, Su Yun began to contemplate how to gather the necessary materials. He quickly reviewed the list in his mind. A level 35 Gungue, a white feather, a moon ball, and a spirit cloth. The leader Gungue had already reached the required level, which was no surprise. The white feather was also not a problem, as any white feather would suffice. Su Yun calculated that these two items were essentially secured. However, acquiring the moon ball and the spirit cloth made him frown. The moon ball, being a special type of pokeball, was often a custom item and hard to find in regular stores. As for the spirit cloth, one of the ghost-type treasures, its rarity was self-evident. Su Yun's eyes lit up as he remembered the ghost gem he had obtained earlier. He planned to post a trade request on the official trading website to exchange the ghost gem for the spirit cloth. This plan gave him a bit of relief. Just wait a little longer, and I'll let you evolve when we get back, Su Yun gently said, stroking the leader Gungue's head. Gengar, the leader Gungue nodded eagerly, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It could feel the mysterious power within, as if it was just waiting for the right moment to emerge. The leader Gungue glanced slyly at the shadow frog not far away, secretly resolving that once it evolved, it would surely give the shadow frog a good lesson for not sharing the ghost attribute source earlier. After leaving the desert, Su Yun arrived at a swamp. The area was shrouded in miasma and mist, creating a beautiful yet mysterious scene like a fairyland. However, beneath the beautiful exterior lay hidden dangers, and one wrong step could lead to sinking into the foul-smelling bog. In such a perilous situation, the wise choice would have been to detour. But Su Yun chose to venture deeper because he had spotted traces of the rare bubble frog. This elusive creature was the sacrificial material needed for the shadow frog's evolution. For Su Yun, this was a rare opportunity. So, do you have the guts to brave this dragon's lair? Su Yun turned to the shadow frog, a slight smile on his lips. Ribbit, the shadow frog raised a middle finger and leaped into the mist before Su Yun could react. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then a bit annoyed. Playing hard to get again, huh? He muttered to himself, feeling helpless. If it were a Curlia or a Frosmoth, he would have disciplined them already. But with the shadow frog, he always hesitated to act. In the mist, Su Yun walked alongside the shadow frog. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant frog call broke the silence. Delighted, Su Yun turned to look at the shadow frog, only to see it shake its head before transforming into a streak of light, darting into the mist toward the source of the sound. Is it, or isn't it? Su Yun wondered quietly, following closely behind. Emerging from the mist, a vibrant little pond came into view. The surface was covered with lotus leaves, and a wild spirit, entirely blue, was perched on one of them. Darn, not another mosquito coil frog, Su Yun couldn't help but mutter, recalling memories of the wetland park. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the shadow frog was motionless, its cold, sharp eyes fixed on the water. What did you find? Su Yun paused, following the shadow frog's gaze. With a splash, a small, sky-blue figure emerged from the water in a panic, quickly disappearing among the dense lotus leaves. Su Yun was stunned. In that instant, she clearly recognized it as a fellow Shadow Froga wild Guata frog. Hurry, don't let it get away. That's worth 5 sacrifice points. Su Yun shouted excitedly, pointing in the direction the Guata frog had fled. The Shadow Frog had already sprung into action, causing waves among the lotus leaves as it swiftly pursued. In no time, the words, Wild Guata Frog Sacrifice, appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Quick move, Su Yun quipped, completing the sacrifice without hesitation. The Guata Frog vanished in a flash of white light, and the Shadow Frog's sacrifice points increased from 9 to 14. Just one more Guata Frog and a Guagua Bubble Frog would be perfect, Su Yun thought with satisfaction, feeling closer to unlocking the 11 hidden evolution path. At that moment, the sound of clapping came from the mist. Su Yun squinted warily, spotting a casually dressed young man approaching. Impressive, truly impressive, the young man said nonchalantly. To refine a Guata Frog in an instant, you must have some big secrets. No wonder you're surrounded by such extraordinary spirits. Those words struck Su Yun like a bolt from the blue, causing her expression to change dramatically. Damn, he saw the sacrifice, she thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Yun's heart sank, and his face turned grim. He silently regretted not noticing the presence of others around him earlier, acting so boldly without any caution. Now, it seemed his secret had been entirely exposed, overheard and seen by someone else. His hand instinctively moved towards his waist as he calculated his next move. He couldn't let this person leave alive. The secret about the system was something only he should know. Otherwise, he would face an unprecedented disaster, and being captured for experimentation would be the least of his worries. What? Are you thinking of silencing me? The boy in casual clothes glanced at Su Yun's lowered right hand and raised an eyebrow. Don't bother, because coincidentally, I'm here to kill you too. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's demeanor shifted, becoming menacing and filled with murderous intent. Su Yun was taken aback, his mind racing. Kill me? Had he offended someone in the past? Could it be someone from the ghost family? He recalled the young man he had killed in the desert, but quickly dismissed that thought. He had made sure to lure the victim to a deserted place, ensuring no one witnessed the act. If it wasn't the ghost family, then who had sent this person? Can't figure out who wants you dead? The boy in casual clothes seemed to read Su Yun's mind and smirked. Here's a hint. My name is Songjia. At the mention of the name, a figure immediately appeared in Su Yun's mind. Song Chinfeng. If anyone held a grudge against him, it would be Song Chinfeng, with whom he had a long-standing enmity. Huh. You're not entirely clueless, Songjia continued. Since you've guessed it, I won't hide it. Song Chinfeng paid me to kill you, and he's willing to pay a lot. At this, Songjia couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. Clearly, Song Chinfeng had spared no expense to hire someone to kill Su Yun. I initially planned to kill you directly, but after seeing your secret, I changed my mind, Songjia squinted. If you hand over your secret, I'll let you go. How about that? He was clearly interested in Su Yun's ability to sacrifice and mutate spirits. Sure, come a little closer, and I'll tell you personally. Su Yun smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Songjia was momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Yun to agree so readily. But he quickly caught on and chuckled. You're not being honest. Since you're unwilling, then die. He could see that Su Yun was setting a trap. If he dared to get closer, he would surely be killed by Su Yun. Come out, Dragon King Scorpion. Kill him. Songjia commanded sharply, releasing his Pokémon from its ball in midair. A massive, purple-black creature stood before Su Yun. Just its presence exuded an aura of deadly poison, sending chills down one's spine. The information about the level 40 Dragon King Scorpion appeared before Su Yun's eyes, causing his pupils to slightly contract and his heart to surge with shock. Level 40, already in the elite category, was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered so far. Heh, Song Chinfeng really went to great lengths to kill me. Su Yun sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His anger boiled inside him, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Before entering the secret realm, a level 40 Dragon King Scorpion might have indeed left him helpless. Song Chinfeng had clearly calculated meticulously, but he never expected Su Yun to gain so many opportunities in just one day, significantly boosting his strength. Even more unexpected was that he had also tamed a level 45 boss Gengar. Su Yun calculated silently. Even against this level 40 Dragon King Scorpion, he had full confidence. However, the gift from Song Chinfeng was something he remembered well, vowing to return the favor with interest. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun suppressed his anger and slowly removed the Pokeball from his waist. In an instant, his boss Gengar and a golden-armored dragon appeared beside him, exuding a commanding presence. Songjia's face showed a hint of shock. Before coming, Song Chinfeng had never mentioned that Su Yun had a Gengar. The aura emitted by this Gengar was incredibly strong, not inferior in the slightest to his Dragon King Scorpion, perhaps even slightly superior. This made Songjia wary. Even more surprising was that Su Yun had released a dragon-type spirit he had never heard of. What kind of spirit is this? Songjia asked with a frown. And where's your green caterpillar? He recalled Song Chinfeng's warning, saying Su Yun had a strange and powerful green caterpillar that must be dealt with carefully. But now Su Yun had revealed all his cards, and there was no sign of the green caterpillar. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed through Songjia's mind. His face changed dramatically, his expression twisting into one of horror. The green caterpillar turned into a dragon? How is that possible? Songjia muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. If these were all of Su Yun's spirits, then there was only one truth. The unknown dragon-type spirit before him was the green caterpillar Song Chinfeng had mentioned. It had undergone a mutation, transforming into such a powerful being. This astonishing discovery quickly turned Songjia's expression from horror to greed and excitement. The secrets surrounding Su Yun were far more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. If even the green caterpillar could mutate into a dragon-type spirit, what would his Dragon King Scorpion evolve into? This thought made Songjia tremble with excitement. His eyes shone with fervor as he shouted at Su Yun, "Hand over your secrets." Before he finished speaking, Songjia swiftly threw out 2 more Pokeballs. Golduck, Macamp, you come out too. Show him who the strongest really is. With 2 crisp clack sounds, Songjia's spirits appeared, and the tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Gah! Golduck and Macamp leapt from their Pokeballs simultaneously, standing at levels 30 and 35, respectively, showcasing their formidable strength. Su Yun faced 3 powerful Pokémon, each over level 30, with the strongest reaching level 40. This lineup was significantly more daunting than the Ghost family prodigies he had encountered before, indicating that his opponent had considerable backing. However, Su Yun showed no fear, his eyes gleaming with determination. He decisively commanded, "Golden Armor Dragon, use Dragon Breath. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Shadow Frog, Water Shuriken." The orders were given almost simultaneously, demonstrating Su Yun's adept command skills. The battlefield erupted instantly. The golden armor dragon unleashed a majestic blue-purple dragon breath. The shadow frog formed a glowing purple water shuriken in its hand, launching it like a meteor towards Macamp. Meanwhile, Gengar summoned a basketball-sized shadow ball in midair, sending it howling towards Golduck. Faced with such a fierce assault, Songja didn't dare to be complacent and quickly responded. Golduck, use Zen Headbutt on Shadow Frog. Macamp, find that golden dragon, don't let it escape. Drapion, Snipe Shot, keep an eye on Gengar. He skillfully assigned opponents to his Pokemon based on attributes and levels, especially pairing the strongest Drapion against the formidable Gengar. Suyun discerned his opponent's strategy, but had his own plans. He sent the Golden Armor Dragon to face Drapion. Despite being slightly lower in level, it was not to be underestimated. Boom. In an instant, various moves clashed in midair, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The Pokemon exchanged blows, constantly seeking advantageous positions, making the scene chaotic and tumultuous. Amidst the intense battle, the bond level of the Shadow Frog soared at an astonishing rate. 40, 50, 60, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed 100. Seeing this, Su Yun raised his hand excitedly and shouted, Shadow Frog, Bond, Evolution. At his call, two strands of pale purple energy surged from Su Yun and the Shadow Frog, converging in midair. At that moment, the trainer and Pokemon seemed to connect, becoming one. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the Shadow Frog's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. A massive water shuriken formed on the Shadow Frog's back, emitting a blue-purple glow. Ribbit! A resounding croak echoed throughout the swamp, heralding the birth of a powerful shadow assassin. The bonded Shadow Frog rejoined the battle with a renewed form. Whoosh! The Shadow Frog of Bonds transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing instantly behind Macamp. Its massive Sailor Shuriken in hand was like the scythe of death, aimed directly at Machamp's neck. Feeling the menacing presence of death, Machamp's hair stood on end, and it instinctively raised its arms to block. Clang! The Sailor Shuriken collided with Machamp's iron-hard arms, producing a sharp metallic clash. Although Macamp narrowly avoided a fatal strike, the immense impact sent it flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a towering tree nearby. Golduck, go help it! Songja shouted anxiously. He had expected Macamp to hold out for at least a few rounds, but it was defeated in a single move. Golduck responded immediately, leaping into the air. It unleashed a powerful stream of water from its mouth, aiming directly at the Shadow Frog of Bonds below. Watch out, Su Yun urgently warned. However, the Shadow Frog of Bonds merely glanced indifferently before vanishing into a wisp of purple smoke. Golduck's attack missed, the water splashing harmlessly onto the ground. Quack! Golduck landed back in place, scratching its head in confusion as it looked around, bewildered. Where did it go? Songja was equally puzzled. The Shadow Frog of Bonds moved faster than the eye could follow, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Su Yun, however, was unusually excited, a slight smile playing on his lips and a glint of anticipation in his eyes. As a trainer, he knew the true location of the Shadow Frog of Bonds. With careful observation, one could see that Golduck's shadow had grown more pronounced. The reason was the Shadow Frog of Bonds had used Marshadow's signature move Shadow Sneak. It hadn't vanished, but was lurking within Golduck's shadow, waiting to strike. In the next moment, the purple-black figure emerged from the shadow. The cold, sharp Sailor Shuriken mercilessly pierced through Golduck's body, taking it out with a single blow. This was a surprise attack. Any opponent facing it for the first time was unlikely to escape. Songja watched in shock as Golduck fell, his expression blank. He muttered in disbelief. Could it be? The scene before him was astonishing. The Shadow Toad emerged ghost-like from Golduck's shadow, delivering a fatal blow. This bizarre move left Songja utterly blank, having only read about such miraculous abilities in ancient text Shadow Steel, the exclusive technique of the mythical creature, Marshadow. How can your Pokemon use Shadow Steel? Songja stammered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Yun let out a cold laugh, making a throat-slitting gesture. Wanna know? Ask your Golduck in hell. Before the words even settled, the leader Gengar and Shadow Toad lunged at Songja like arrows released from a bow. In a moment of crisis, Songja hastily called out to his ace Pokemon, Drapion, come back and protect. However, his words were cut short. The sight before him was soul-crushing. His prized Drapion was being held in the mouth of a golden armored dragon, like a pitiful snack. What? Even Drapion? Songja's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. It was one thing for Golduck and Macamp to be defeated, but how could even his strongest Drapion be no match? Recalling that Song Chinfeng once said Su Yun's Caterpie was only slightly stronger than the fully evolved starter Pokemon, Songja was infuriated. Song Chinfeng, you screwed me over. Seeing his main Pokemon fall one after another, Songja felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He frantically shouted, wait, we can negotiate. Don't kill me. Spare me, yeah. A harrowing scream pierced the swamp's silence, and Song's pupils lost their light in an instant. His body was disdainfully tossed into the mud by the shadow toad, gradually sinking, becoming nourishment for the earth. Su Yun watched it all with a blank expression, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Song Zhe and his Pokémon were too weak, not even worthy as sacrifices, merely providing negligible experience points for his Pokémon. His thoughts drifted to Song Qinfeng's Greninja, recalling the scene where he was threatened in the alley. I'll settle both old and new scores, Su Yun vowed silently. Once I leave the secret realm, I'll get revenge on Song Qinfeng. But before that, he needed to strengthen himself. After all, Song Qinfeng had reached the gym leader level, far beyond these so-called prodigious youths. With his current abilities, dealing with him was still quite challenging. After clearing the battlefield, Su Yun continued to search the swamp for Froakie, Frogadier, or Greninja, hoping to unlock the rank hidden evolution path for his Shadow Toad as soon as possible. However, Lady Luck seemed not to favor him. After searching for most of the day, he didn't even catch a glimpse of a Frogadier or Froakie, let alone a Greninja. Stopping by a clear stream, Su Yun muttered in frustration, "Why is it so hard to find?" The previous discovery of a Frogadier had led him to believe there would be more of its kind here, but reality proved him wrong. Su Yun reluctantly followed the stream upstream, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a flash of fiery red in the water caught his attention. A Magikarp. Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a glint of greed. Though Magikarp is not a powerful Pokémon and doesn't even know any basic attack moves before evolving, it can only splash around harmlessly. Once it evolves into Gyarados, it transforms completely. It becomes so formidable that even many fully evolved starter Pokémon can't compare. However, for a Magikarp to naturally evolve into a Gyarados is exceptionally difficult. Without attack moves, it can't gain experience through battles to level up. In the real world, there are no experience-sharing devices like in games, so it can't level up through other Pokémon's battles. This results in the majority of Magikarp never evolving in their lifetime, making them even rarer than starter Pokémon. Nonetheless, Magikarp can still evolve through two paths in nature. One is through sheer time, slowly gaining experience and leveling up as it ages, hoping to meet the evolution requirement before its lifespan ends. But 99 of Magikarp fail to do so, and even if they succeed, their potential is limited by age. The other path is to leap over the Dragon Gate, a natural ritual that elevates its life form to become a powerful Gyarados. This path is extremely arduous, with a minuscule success rate, yet countless Magikarp attempt it every year, seeing it as their lifelong pursuit and highest honor. Because of this, Magikarp are often viewed as useless by trainers, even less popular than the so-called useless Caterpie. But none of this mattered to Su Yun. He possessed a hidden evolution system. Magikarp hard to evolve? That's not an issue at all. Plus, with their large numbers, they are easy to obtain for sacrifice points, making them highly efficient for evolution and full of potential. A perfect match. A faint smile appeared on Su Yun's lips as his hand instinctively reached for the Pokeball at his waist. Even without a fishing rod, he could have his water-savvy Shadow Frog help with the capture. Snap! Su Yun opened the Pokeball, pointing at the seemingly clueless Magikarp blowing bubbles in the water, and commanded Shadow Frog, "See that Magikarp? Help me catch it. I want to capture it." Ribbith's Shadow Frog let out a disgruntled croak. Although it seemed dismissive, it honestly leaped into the stream. Extending its hands, it swiftly reached for the Magikarp. Startled by the threat, the Magikarp dashed away with such speed that even Su Yun on the bank was left in awe. "TCH, it's pretty fast," Su Yun remarked, raising an eyebrow but showing no concern. To him, if the Shadow Frog couldn't catch a single Magikarp, it might as well give up. The Shadow Frog was momentarily stunned, surprised that its prey dared to flee under its pressure. This was an affront in front of Su Yun. A hint of displeasure arose within it, and its expression darkened. Without wasting words, it conjured a water shuriken in its hand, aiming it at the Magikarp. Su Yun watched in alarm and quickly shouted, "Stop! I told you to catch it, not kill it. If you hit it too hard, what then?" Although Magikarp is not a rare species, there's a distinction in quality. This particular Magikarp, having escaped the Shadow Frog, was clearly exceptional. If the Shadow Frog accidentally killed it, that would be a huge loss. Ribbith's Shadow Frog reluctantly withdrew its water shuriken, flipping Su Yun the bird in frustration before creating a path on the water's surface, pursuing the Magikarp ahead. The river roiled with waves, causing quite a commotion and startling many aquatic Pokémon. Soon, the area was teeming with various wild Pokémon, with several Magikarp among them, all scrambling to escape. Seeing this, Su Yun was speechless. But then, his gaze suddenly sharpened. "Wait, is that?" A flash of gold in the murky water made his pupils contract to pinpoints. Could it be a golden Magikarp? Su Yun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Among the fleeing fish, there was a shiny Magikarp. Its scales were not the usual red but a striking gold, standing out prominently among the crowd. "It's really a golden Magikarp." Su-Yun confirmed again, gasping in astonishment. The rarity of a golden Magikarp could rival that of legendary Pokémon. To encounter one in a small river was almost unbelievable, as if Lady Luck herself was on his side. Shadow Frog, do you see that golden Magikarp? Don't let it get away. You must catch it alive and unharmed. Realizing the significance of this opportunity, Su-Yun excitedly called to the Shadow Frog in the water. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. One had regret missing forever. Ribbit. Feeling Su-Yun's overwhelming excitement, the Shadow Frog understood the gravity of the situation. It set aside its playful demeanor and grew serious. Diving into the river, it shot toward the golden Magikarp like a spear through the water. Splash! The river surged, creating towering waves. The Shadow Frog moved like a fish in water, rapidly closing in on the golden King Carp with astonishing speed. Startled, the golden King Carp leaped out of the water, its scales dazzling in the sunlight. Su-Yun's eyes lit up from the riverbank, and without hesitation, he threw the Pokeball he had been preparing. The red and white orb traced a graceful arc through the air and, just as it was about to hit its target, snapped open, releasing a blinding white light that enveloped the golden King Carp. The carp's form became translucent as it was forcibly drawn into the ball. With a click, the Pokeball fell to the ground, shaking violently to indicate the struggle inside. Su-Yun clenched his fists, eyes glued to the ground, his heart pounding like a drum. But in the next moment, the Pokeball burst open, and the golden King Carp broke free. Su-Yun sighed in slight frustration, but soon spotted a glimmer of hope. The Shadow Frog, having been lying in wait, struck like lightning, grabbing the golden King Carp by the tail. What happened next left Su-Yun dumbfounded. The Shadow Frog, holding the carp's tail, began to thrash it against the water's surface. The sharp, continuous slapping sound echoed, and this unexpected method of subduing the carp was not brutal, but certainly humiliating. In no time, the golden King Carp's eyes rolled back, and it lost consciousness, whether from anger or the thrashing was unclear. The Shadow Frog casually tossed the carp at Su-Yun's feet, as if discarding a piece of trash. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Yun once again deployed his Pokeball. This time, the capture process went much smoother. The Pokeball gently rolled in his palm a few times before sparking, signaling a successful capture. Simultaneously, the basic information of the golden King Carp appeared before Su-Yun. Species: King Carp. Level: 15. Gender: male. Type: water. Ability: timid when hit by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves. Its speed increases due to timidity. Move: splash. Hidden evolution path: B010. Potential evaluation: common. Wow, a rare hidden ability. No wonder it's a golden King Carp. Su-Yun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise upon seeing the carp's unusual ability. It was well known that King Carp typically had only the Swift Swim ability, and only rare hidden abilities would be timid. Su-Yun continued to browse and focused on the hidden evolution path section. Is it really possible to unlock a hidden evolution path just by sacrificing 10 Magikarps? Su-Yun thought in surprise, his gaze sweeping towards the shimmering river not far away. The Magikarps swimming there were exactly what he needed for the sacrifice. Su-Yun closed the system interface and turned to the Shadow Frog standing in the river, issuing a command. Shadow Frog, I need Magikarps. Lots of them. As soon as he spoke, the calm surface of the river suddenly erupted, with columns of water shooting skyward. The Shadow Frog's figure flickered in the water, launching basketball-sized shadow balls like raindrops into the river, causing splashes all around. The aquatic creatures in the river were thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions. Soon, several system prompts indicating Magikarp sacrifice popped up before Su-Yun's eyes. Sacrifice them all, Su-Yun whispered excitedly, his eyes glued to the system interface where the sacrifice points for the golden Magikarp were rapidly increasing. Moments later, the system chimed, ding. Congratulations, your Magikarp has unlocked the level hidden evolution path. Following that, the details of 2 evolution paths appeared automatically before Su-Yun. Evolution Path 1. Magikarp LV10 Gyarados Dragon Whisker Firestone, Crimson Gyarados. Evolution Path 2. Magikarp LV10 Gyarados Dragon Fong Waterstone, Deep Blue Gyarados. The system also thoughtfully provided detailed analyses of the 2 evolution forms. Crimson Gyarados, Dragon-type, Fire-type. It has a ferocious and aggressive nature, often becoming frenzied in battle, delivering deadly strikes to enemies. Even outside of battle, its aura can instill fear and hesitation in others. Recommended for male trainers. Deep Blue Gyarados, Dragon-type, Water-type. It has a gentle and mild nature, preferring to restrict opponents' movements with water flow rather than dealing direct damage. Its aura is calm, like a gentle stream. Recommended for female trainers. Su-Yun carefully weighed the 2 distinct evolution paths. The Crimson Gyarados perfectly inherited the ferocious traits of a Gyarados, while the Deep Blue Gyarados seemed a bit unconventional, deviating from traditional traits. After some thought, Su-Yun ultimately chose the Crimson Gyarados evolution path. Firstly, he lacked a Fire-type creature, and secondly, The Crimson Gyarados battle style aligned more closely with his ideals. To evolve it into a Crimson Gyarados, I'll need to find a Gyarados Dragon Whisker and a Firestone, Su Yun murmured to himself. Obtaining a Firestone wasn't too difficult, but the Gyarados Dragon Whisker posed a challenge. Who would casually collect such a thing? To get a Gyarados Dragon Whisker, he might have to personally hunt down a wild Gyarados. As Su Yun pondered, a low roar suddenly echoed from afar, interrupting his thoughts. Su Yun's gaze sharpened as he looked upstream. The deafening roar came from that direction. Could there be a big one up there? Su Yun's eyes darted between the upstream and downstream. On the downstream surface, a group of Magikarps was frantically leaping, attempting to ascend like dragons. Considering the sound he just heard, a bold idea formed in Su Yun's mind. That sound, could it be a Gyarados? He speculated. If Magikarps in this area were constantly trying to leap like dragons, it suggested they might have succeeded before. This meant that one or two Gyarados might have been born here. With this thought, Su Yun eagerly turned to the equally surprised Shadow Frog, exclaiming excitedly, "Let's go. Let's check it out." Upstream on the river, a fierce-looking wild spirit stood menacingly in the center of a pool, facing a girl in blue from a distance. Su Yun hurriedly arrived just in time to witness the scene. His gaze quickly fixed on the Gyarados in the water, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He had found the dragon's whisker needed for the evolution of his golden Magikarp. However, when he noticed the girl in blue on the shore, he frowned slightly. Had someone beaten him to it? But soon, his expression returned to normal. In this secret realm, opportunities always favored the strong. There was no such thing as first come, first served. The girl in blue also noticed Su Yun's arrival and glanced at him in surprise. Then, she smiled and said in a coquettish tone, "Hey there, handsome, I found this Gyarados first. Can you help me capture it?" It was clear she was trying to use her charm to get Su Yun to work for her for free. Su Yun chuckled softly, unmoved. He wasn't someone who thought with his lower half. A bit of flirtation wouldn't sway him. Even if she had a nice figure and a sweet face, he wouldn't agree, no matter what. "Sorry, I want that Gyarados too," Su Yun teased with a playful tone. "How about you let me have it? As a reward, I'll show you my 8-pack abs." The girl in blue was taken aback, clearly not expecting Su Yun to respond this way. Realizing what he meant, her face immediately showed strong disdain, and she snapped, "Drop dead, shrimp head." With that, she quickly released a Starmie and issued an attack command. "Go to hell too, you annoying brat," Su Yun retorted, as his Shadow Frog stepped forward. The two spirits clashed instantly. Starmie struck first, launching a powerful hydro pump at Shadow Frog. In response, Shadow Frog conjured a water shuriken and sliced through the incoming attack, nullifying it. The girl in blue was stunned, her face full of shock. She hadn't anticipated Su Yun's strength, able to easily counter her Starmie's hydro pump. "Wait, maybe we can negotiate." Seeing Su Yun ready to attack again, the girl in blue quickly backed down, conceding. Su Yun frowned impatiently and said sharply, "Fight or leave, your choice." He was eager to capture the Gyarados and had no time to waste. The girl in blue froze, not expecting Su Yun to be so unyielding. She doubted she could defeat him, but giving up on the Gyarados she had found was hard to swallow. After a moment of thought, she came up with an idea and, feigning bashfulness, blushed and said through gritted teeth, "Help me capture this Gyarados, and I'll spend some time with you." Her demeanor truly resembled that of an innocent girl being forced into a difficult situation. Su Yun let out a derisive laugh, his face cold as he spoke again. "I don't want to repeat myself." He had already seen through the clumsy intentions of the girl in blue. If she had shown any intent to kill, he would have acted and eliminated her long ago, instead of wasting time here. The girl in blue, misunderstanding his reaction as a sign of her lack of sincerity, slowly removed her outer garment and approached Su Yun with graceful steps. Su Yun watched her with a calm gaze and snapped his fingers gently, causing the Shadow Frog to disappear into the shadows. Seeing the Shadow Frog vanish, the girl in blue became more brazen. She swayed her slender waist, flaunting her seductive charm, while inwardly mocking. This man, pretending to be strong, but his eyes betray his true nature. Just like other men, he's easily tempted. Seizing the moment as Su Yun seemed entranced by her dance, the girl in blue subtly signaled to the gem starfish nearby. The gem starfish immediately understood, and the red gem on its chest burst into a dazzling light, rapidly gathering immense psychic energy. "Huh, so easily swayed are you?" The girl in blue sneered with a twisted smile. "Dare to look at me with such lecherous eyes? Die." Gem starfish, attack. Her seductive act was nothing more than a ploy to paralyze her opponent and strike when the moment was right. Yet, as the surprise attack unfolded, Su Yun appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated it all along. He slowly opened his eyes, their dark depths as profound as an abyss. "I gave you a chance," he said. With another snap of his fingers, the Shadow Frog, which had seemingly vanished, suddenly emerged from the shadow of the gem starfish, its hand firmly pressed against the creature's head. Before the gem starfish could unleash its psychic attack, a shadow ball, long prepared, struck the red gem on its chest with precision. Psychic powers may be strong and mysterious, but they're ultimately no match for the ghostly type's advantage, Su Yun remarked. With a resounding crash, the purple energy enveloped both the shadow frog and the gem starfish. When the smoke cleared, the gem starfish lay motionless on the ground, its chest gem shattered into dust, its life force extinguished. The girl in blue stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a water-type shadow frog could employ ghost-type moves, or how it had managed to appear behind the gem starfish at that critical moment. Su Yun approached the girl in blue, who had collapsed to the ground, and looked down at her from above. Panic finally seized her, and she pleaded shakily, "Please don't kill me. I'll serve you, fulfill your every desire." Su Yun chuckled softly and turned away with indifference, leaving behind only a single command. "Shadow Frog, she's yours." After dealing with the girl in blue, Su Yun turned his attention to the massive Gyarados at the center of the lake. The detection skill revealed it was at level 40, a figure that surprised him. In the realm of wild creatures, such a level signifies strength, making it likely the ruler of this lake. Golden Armor Dragon, it's your turn. After a brief moment of thought, Su Yun decisively summoned his trump card. This choice was not without reason. Although Gyarados is a water and flying type Pokemon, it is known to wield dark type moves that counter ghost types. In this situation, neither Shadow Frog nor Gengar would be at their best. Instead, the Dragon and Steel type Golden Armor Dragon was the optimal choice. Roar! The Golden Armor Dragon responded with a deep growl, flying towards the center of the lake without hesitation. Gyarados met the challenger with an equally thunderous roar, showing no fear. Golden Armor Dragon, use Dragon Dive. Su Yun, well-versed in type advantages, immediately commanded. Dragon versus Dragon is the most straightforward countermeasure. The Golden Armor Dragon became enveloped in a fierce aura, transforming into a golden streak as it dove down. Its oppressive presence descended upon Gyarados like a mountain. Unyielding, Gyarados responded with a fierce dragon rage. Amidst a deafening explosion, the Golden Armor Dragon charged through the fiery blast of Dragon Rage. Su Yun remained unfazed, knowing that the Steel-type resistance would prevent any fatal damage from a Dragon-type move. Indeed, the next moment, the golden silhouette burst forth from the flames, its sharp claws leaving a deep gash on Gyarados. The massive body of Gyarados bent, flying backward across the water like a cannonball, creating a splash over 10 meters long. The Golden Armor Dragon followed up with another fierce claw attack. Gyarados roared in pain, its eyes bloodshot, thrashing violently and churning up waves tinged with blood. "Be careful, it's going berserk. Keep your distance and wear it down with Dragon Pulse or Dragon Breath." Su Yun, well acquainted with Gyarados' behavior, immediately warned. The battle style of the Gyarados is extremely ferocious. Once it suffers a severe injury, it fights its enemy to the death without regard for its own life. The Golden Armor Dragon knows this well. Though it does not fear its opponent, it understands not to recklessly engage at close range. It cautiously retreats to create distance, only to see the Gyarados stirring up a massive tidal wave in pursuit. The Golden Armor Dragon immediately breathes a sharp dragon breath, hitting its target precisely. More blood gushes from the Gyarados' wounds, but it seems oblivious to the pain, instead raising its massive tail for a dragon tail attack. However, even at its peak, the Gyarados' speed is no match for the Golden Armor Dragon, let alone in its current injured state. The Golden Armor Dragon easily dodges the tail, then gathers its dragon energy to unleash a solid dragon shadow. Straight at the Gyarados. This is the powerful Dragon Pulse. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon-type energy fully engulfs the Gyarados. After an anguished roar, the Gyarados falls silent. A sacrifice prompt appears before Su Yun's eyes, but he doesn't act immediately. "Shadow Frog, go retrieve its dragon whiskers," he instructs. The goal of defeating the Gyarados was not only for sacrifice, but also to obtain materials needed for the evolution of the Golden King Carp. The Shadow Frog swiftly swims to the Gyarados and roughly tears off its dragon whiskers to bring back. Only then does Su Yun proceed with the sacrifice, adding 10 sacrifice points to the Golden King Carp. He strokes the thick, long, sticky dragon whiskers in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Now, all that's left is a fire stone to evolve the Golden King Carp into a Crimson Gyarados." Just then, the Golden Armor Dragon suddenly dives into the lake, splashing water everywhere. As Su Yun wonders what's happening, it emerges with a rusty treasure chest in its mouth. Once the Golden Armor Dragon places the chest on the shore, Su Yun eagerly opens it, and a blinding light bursts forth. Once his vision clears, the sight inside the chest leaves him astonished. Gold coins, pearls, evolution stones, and gems, all glittering treasures. This must be the Gyarados' collection, Su Yun thinks. Research shows that dragon-type creatures are naturally inclined to collect shiny objects, and the Gyarados is no exception. As he carefully sorts through the items in the chest, he suddenly spots a fiery red stone, and his eyes light up with joy. It's the coveted fire stone. With this unexpected find from the Gyarados' collection, his golden Kingcarp can finally evolve. Magikarp, you're in for a treat. Su Yun eagerly released the golden Magikarp, carefully placing the Gyarados whisker and the Firestone in front of it. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with anticipation. System, begin evolution. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped the golden Magikarp completely. 2.5 minutes later, accompanied by the system's crisp notification sound, a majestic crimson Gyarados appeared before Su Yun. The system immediately displayed detailed information about this newly evolved creature. The crimson Gyarados possesses dual attributes of dragon and fire, similar to the Mega-evolved Charizard X. Its unique ability, unrivaled, caught Su Yun's attention. It boosts all capabilities by 50 when health drops below half. If health falls below a third, it gains a 100 overall boost, but enters an uncontrollable frenzy. This level 20 male Crimson Gyarados has mastered skills such as Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Fire Fang, and Sunny Day. Although it hasn't learned many new skills, its balance of physical, special, and support moves is well suited to meet current battle needs. Su Yun carefully observed the Crimson Gyarados before him. Its distinct fiery red body set it apart from a typical Gyarados, exuding an aura unlike the usual water vapor and fishy smell. The Crimson Gyarados radiated intense heat, reminiscent of a red-hot iron rod, intimidating to behold. Each breath it took released tiny flames from between its teeth, as if an eternal fire burned within. Reflecting on his Pokemon lineup, Su Yun pondered deeply. Besides the newly evolved Crimson Gyarados, he also had a level 46 Gengar, a level 40 Agron, and a level 35 Shadow Frog. While the Crimson Gyarados at level 20 still lagged behind these companions, its evolution had significantly transformed it. The next step was to focus on enhancing the strength of these Pokemon. After all, evolution brings a qualitative leap, but leveling up is equally essential. Su Yun understood the importance of enhancing his strength and had a clear plan in mind. He looked up at the Shadow Frog and other spirits, flashing a confident smile. Friends, it's time for some intense battles ahead. 7 days later, a brilliant beam of light suddenly burst forth in the sky. All the adventurers throughout the secret realm felt a lightness in their bodies, as if an invisible force was pulling them toward the light. Su Yun, engaged in combat in the forest, was no exception. He glanced at the light in the sky, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Is it finally time to return? He pondered. Now that my strength has grown, it's time to settle the score with Song Chinfeng. Over these days, Su Yun had been like a tireless warrior in the forest, turning every wild spirit he encountered, regardless of strength, into experience for his spirits to level up. His team's strength had surged. His leader Jengar had broken past level 50, reaching gym-level strength to rival Song Chinfeng. The Golden Dragon had reached level 46, just a step away from gym level. The Shadow Frog had joined the ranks at level 40, becoming an elite spirit, and the Scarlet Gyarados had made the most progress, soaring from level 20 to 30, a full 10-level increase. Clenching his fist, Su Yun thought to himself, with this strength, I'm now qualified to stand against Song Chinfeng. The threats, humiliation, and the attempts on my life he orchestrated, I will avenge them immediately. His eyes gleamed as he remembered Song Chinfeng's Greninja. My Shadow Frog needs just 6 more sacrifice points to unlock the A-level hidden evolution path. Once I deal with Song Chinfeng and sacrifice his Greninja, the evolution path for my Shadow Frog will be secured. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Su Yun told his spirits, all right, everyone, come back. It's time for us to leave. He led his spirits swiftly toward the source of the light beam. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the powers of various families had gathered, ready to welcome back their talented members. The principal of Jiangbei City's primary spirit academy, Nangong Chun, was also present, watching the entrance of the secret realm intently, his authoritative face filled with both anticipation and concern. I wonder how that boy Su Yun has fared in the secret realm, Nangong Chun mused to himself. I just hope he hasn't gotten into any conflicts or faced any accidents. Through conversations with Yang Ku, he had gained a deeper understanding of Su Yun's character. Usually unassuming, but never one to back down when his interests were at stake. Nangong Chin's concerns were not unfounded. The secret realm was full of opportunities, often leading to competition among trainers. He worried that despite Su Yun's strength, he might end up at a disadvantage when vying for these opportunities and could be harmed by the ruthless talents from the great families. After all, incidents of killing over opportunities were not uncommon, especially among those family talents who had little fear of repercussions. Boom. The ground shook as ripples spread across the secret realm's entrance, and figures emerged one after another. The young talents from various powerful families returned safely, sharing their gains from the secret realm with their elders amid laughter and joy, creating a lively atmosphere. In the midst of the crowd, Nangong Chun stood with his gaze fixed on the entrance, his concern growing stronger with each passing moment. His hands clenched involuntarily, brows furrowed, as he muttered to himself. Su-yun, why aren't you out yet? Please don't let anything happen. Just as Nangong Chen's anxiety was becoming unbearable, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the secret realm. It's Su-yun. Nangong Chen's eyes lit up, and his tense nerves finally relaxed as he let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly approached, eager to ask, how was it? Did you gain much? Su-yun's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride in his eyes as he calmly replied, not bad. This brief response only piqued Nangong Chen's curiosity further. Did your strength improve significantly? Nangong Chen pressed, his eyes intently focused on Su-yun. Su-yun nodded, his tone carrying a touch of confidence. I think I've reached the threshold of the dojo level now. Hearing this, Nangong Chen's pupils constricted, and he drew a sharp breath. What? Such a huge improvement? Did you hit the jackpot or something? He recalled Su-yun's display of advanced trainer skills during the freshman competition, and now, in just a few days, he had leapt nearly 2 major levels. This rate of progress was simply astonishing. Sort of, Su-yun replied half-jokingly, recalling the intense training of the past few days, which indeed felt like pushing his limits. Nangong Chen's eyes were filled with admiration and satisfaction, proud that the academy had nurtured such an outstanding student. He continued to ask, did you catch any new Pokémon? With your current strength, just 2 Pokémon won't be enough. Su-yun pointed to the 2 new Pokeballs on his belt, brimming with confidence. Of course, there were plenty of rare Pokémon in the secret realm. How could I miss out? Following Su-yun's gesture, Nangong Chen's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, oh, which ones did you capture? Su-yun smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. A ghost-type Gengar and a water-type Gyarados. What? Nangong Chen was stunned, staring at Su-yun in disbelief. Gengar and Gyarados? Did you get incredibly lucky? Capturing 2 such rare Pokémon at once. Both Gengar and Gyarados are as rare, if not rarer, than the starter Pokémon. Even for some wealthy and influential families, they are not easily acquired. Su-yun not only encountered them in the secret realm, but also managed to capture both at once in an extraordinary stroke of luck. Nangong Chen was filled with emotion, recalling his own experiences entering the secret realm in his youth, where his luck was nowhere near as good as Su-yun's. You're incredibly lucky, aren't you? Even I'm a bit envious as the dean, he said with a wry smile. Back when I entered the secret realm, I didn't even encounter a starter Pokémon, let alone Gengar and Gyarados. Heh, maybe Lady Luck has a crush on me and decided to favor me, Su-yun said with a cheeky grin, scratching his head. Nangong Chen was momentarily stunned by his words, then showed a helpless smile. Just as the two were joking around, an angry shout suddenly erupted from nearby, shattering the light-hearted atmosphere. Bastard! Who's the fool with the nerve to mess with a genius from the Ghost Clan? A middle-aged man in a purple robe strode over, his face as dark as iron, eyes burning with rage as he scanned the people present. At that moment, a trainee from the Ghost Clan quickly stepped forward and whispered something in the man's ear. The middle-aged man's gaze immediately locked onto Su-yun, striding towards him with a fierce aura. Kid, tell me, where's the genius from my Ghost Clan? The middle-aged man demanded, his expression fierce. Su-yun was unfazed, frowning slightly. How would I know about your Ghost Clan's people? Don't play dumb with me, the middle-aged man snarled. My son chased you into the Great Rift and then vanished. Oh, that guy, Su-yun said, as if suddenly realizing. I shook him off back then and haven't seen him since. Nonsense. The middle-aged man erupted in anger. How could someone like you shake off a genius from my Ghost Clan? A flicker of annoyance crossed Su-yun's face. So what do you suggest happened? I think you harmed my son, did something terrible to him, the middle-aged man snarled viciously. Idiot. Su-yun sneered. You just said I'm not as strong as him. So tell me, how could I harm him? With that pig brain of yours. The middle-aged man was clearly not expecting such insolence from Su-yun and was about to lash out in fury. Enough, Nangong Chen, who had been observing, interjected sternly. Are you treating me like I'm invisible? TCH, just a measly dean. The middle-aged man scoffed, glancing at Nangong Chen with contempt. You think you can teach the Ghost Clan how to act? Looks like you don't want to be a dean anymore. Just as tensions were about to boil over, Nangong Hung appeared with members of the Nangong family, his voice icy. If being a dean isn't enough, how about adding the Nangong family to the mix? Jiangbei City's Spirit Academy might not be enough, but the Nangong family isn't afraid of the Ghost Clan. Old Deng, are you trying to be the leader here? The middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Nangong Hung. His voice was low and threatening, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Nangong Hung remained composed, but a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. He knew well that if the missing person were just an ordinary family member, a direct conflict with the Nangong family might be avoided. However, the victim this time was the middle-aged man's own son, and the situation could not be easily calmed. The middle-aged man, gritting his teeth, turned to Su-yun. His face was twisted with anger, his eyes glinting dangerously. Kid, Not even Arceus can save you today, I'm telling you. His hand was already on the pokeball at his waist, ready to unleash it at any moment. At this tense moment, a biting cold wind suddenly swept through. The temperature plummeted, as if winter had arrived in an instant. Following this, a dull thud was heard. Before anyone could react, the middle-aged man flew backward like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe the disheveled state of the middle-aged man. Looking at the trail on the ground, they saw a purple-black frog-like Pokémon elegantly dusting off its feet, its face showing a nearly human-like disdain and contempt. This scene plunged the sight into silence once more, leaving everyone gaping in shock. The middle-aged man had been kicked away by a shadow Greninja. Nangong Chun and Nangong Hung simultaneously looked at Su Yun, their eyes full of astonishment. Even Su Yun was a bit taken aback, clearly not expecting the shadow Greninja to suddenly intervene. As he regained his composure, he secretly cheered, feeling that this kick had vented his frustration. The middle-aged man got up in a sorry state, roaring furiously, "You bastard! How dare you ambush me?" He was about to release his Pokémon to retaliate when he felt a weight on his shoulder, and a cold voice spoke from behind, "Stand down." Though the voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. The middle-aged man stiffened, turning back warily to see the current head of the Ghost Clan, Yu Mifeng, standing behind him. Under the clan leader's command, the middle-aged man had no choice but to retreat, seething with anger. Yu Mifeng's lips curled slightly as his deep gaze fell on the shadow Greninja. As a seasoned ghost-type trainer, he keenly sensed something unusual. The shadow Greninja had not emerged from a Pokeball, but had eerily emerged from Su Yun's shadow. What surprised him even more was that this Greninja contained pure ghost-type energy within. Yu Mifeng calculated silently, thinking that this mysterious shadow Greninja might help the Ghost Clan overcome its current predicament. He turned to Su Yun, his tone softened. "Young friend, I apologize for the offense caused by my clansmen. With the support of the Nangong family, I trust your words are not without merit." Yu Mifeng composed himself, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked sincerely at Su Yun. In a gentle and earnest tone, he said, "Young friend, even if you did kill our family's genius, it was due to his own lack of skill. The Yuling family will not hold it against you." Su Yun frowned slightly at these words, feeling puzzled. He wondered what Yu Mifeng was up to. However, since the other party had already apologized sincerely, there was no need to pursue the matter further and risk antagonizing the Yuling family. With this in mind, Su Yun said, "Shadow Frog, come back." A flash of red light later, the Shadow Frog disappeared, easing the tension in the air. Seizing the moment, Yu Mifeng made a request to Su Yun. "Young friend, I have a favor to ask. Would you consider helping me? Of course, there will be a generous reward afterward. You will not be helping in vain." Su Yun suddenly understood why Yu Mifeng was being so cordial, needed something from him. Yet, Su Yun was curious. Why would the influential Yuling family need assistance from a young man like him? Moreover, Yu Mifeng hadn't stopped the middle-aged man earlier, but intervened only after the Shadow Frog appeared. Was he interested in the Shadow Frog? With caution in mind, Su Yun asked, "What is it?" Taking a deep breath, Yu Mifeng began to explain, "I would like you to come to the Yuling family." He detailed how the family had a forbidden ground known as the Ghost Tomb, which was crucial to their development. It opened once a year for the younger generation to train, drastically boosting their abilities. However, this year an unexpected issue arose, and no qualified young family member could successfully open it. Yu Mifeng continued, explaining that the Yuling family had sent many members to train in a secret realm, hoping to change this outcome, but recent reports showed little promise. Therefore, Yu Mifeng turned to Su Yun, hoping to use his Shadow Frog to open the Ghost Tomb's gate. Upon hearing this, Su Yun was intrigued by the mysterious nature of the Ghost Tomb. He recalled that his leader Gung needed a piece of Spirit World cloth as an evolution material, and this might be his chance. So, he said, "I can help with this, but I don't want any reward. If I can successfully open the Ghost Tomb, I want to enter and train myself." Yu Mifeng pondered his words, while the middle-aged man behind him snorted and sternly refused. "No way. The Ghost Tomb is our family's sacred ground. Outsiders cannot enter." Su Yun shrugged indifferently. "Then I can't help you. You should look for someone else." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Mifeng made a decision. "All right, I agree." Having entered the Ghost Tomb himself in his youth, he knew its secrets. As long as Su Yun's spirit wasn't Gung, allowing him entry wouldn't matter much. It might only cost some opportunities and wouldn't affect the Ghost Tomb's true foundation. However, the middle-aged man was clearly not as open-minded as Yu Mifeng and immediately protested, his voice filled with anxiety. "Master, this must not be allowed. My mind is made up. There's no need for further discussion." Yu Mifeng's voice was as cold and hard as ice, his eyes reflecting an undeniable determination. He turned to Su Yun, his tone softening slightly. "Young friend, if you can help the Yu Ming family open the Ghost Tomb, I will allow you to enter for training." But there are some things we must clarify first. Yu Mingfeng's gaze was sharp like a hawk's, locking onto Su Yun's eyes. The ghost tomb is unpredictable and full of dangers. Even the descendants of the Yu Ming family find it difficult to emerge unscathed. If you encounter any misfortune inside, do not blame the Yu Ming family. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at the Nangong family, his implication clear. Obviously, he wanted to avoid any enmity with the Nangong family over an accident involving Su Yun. While the Yu Ming family was strong and unafraid of the Nangong family, in such turbulent times, it was better to have one less powerful enemy. Su Yun pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Agreed. He understood the warning in Yu Mingfeng's words, hinting that it might be best to give up on entering the ghost tomb. But Su Yun was not one to back down in the face of challenges. With two ghost-type spirits in his possession, the ghost tomb was a necessary destination for both his Shadow Frog and leader Gung Gui. The only concern for Su Yun was the possibility of the Yu Ming family setting up obstacles for him, since they had already given a preemptive warning. If Su Yun did encounter any mishap, they could easily attribute it to the inherent dangers of the ghost tomb, absolving themselves of responsibility. The Nangong family might find it difficult to pursue the matter. However, considering his current strength, Su Yun felt reassured. According to Yu Mingfeng, those entering the ghost tomb were all from the younger generation of the Yu Ming family, with no older, stronger members involved. Even if the Yu Ming family harbored ill intentions, his situation wouldn't be hopeless. At worst, he would face an outnumbered battle against the younger members of the Yu Ming family. Even if he couldn't win, he should be able to protect himself. At this moment, Nangong Hung snorted coldly, exuding dominance. If Su Yun encounters trouble in the secret realm, we naturally won't hold anyone accountable. But if I find out that the Yu Ming family is behind it, humph. Clearly, he also saw through the underlying message in Yu Mingfeng's words. Yu Mingfeng smiled calmly. Of course. Outwardly, he agreed, but his true intentions remained unknown. If there's nothing else, young friend, please follow me back to the Yu Ming family. Yu Mingfeng extended an enthusiastic invitation, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. All right. Su Yun agreed, bidding a simple farewell to Nangong Chun and Nangong Hung before leaving with the Yu Ming family. An hour later, they arrived at the Yu Ming family. Without further ado, Yu Mingfeng led Su Yun directly to the forbidden area of the Yu Ming family. What lay before them was a towering stone gate, 3 to 4 stories high, carved with eerie ghostly figures, exuding an ancient and wild atmosphere. Su Yun looked up and couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Yun was surprised to find a carving on the stone door that closely resembled a Gengar. This coincidence made him ponder, could there really be a connection between the Ghost Clan and Gengar? Just then, Yu Mifeng began to introduce. This is the Ghost Clan's trial ground ghost tomb. Once you open this stone door, the passage will be revealed to you. Su Yun examined the stone door closely, noticing 2 gaping mouths carved into it. What are these for? He asked curiously. They're for testing the qualifications of the trial takers, Yu Mifeng explained. To open the passage, both the trial taker and their ghost-type Pokémon must each place a hand into the stone mouths. The door will release energy to test both parties. If they pass, the passage opens. If they fail, it remains shut. Interesting, Su Yun remarked softly, then called out his Pokémon, Shadow Frog. Shall we give it a try? Shadow Frog scoffed, gave Su Yun the finger, and walked straight toward the stone door, ready to attempt it. At that moment, Yu Mifeng suddenly intervened. Wait, the ceremony hasn't started yet. You can't open the door now. Shadow Frog paused mid-action, casting an annoyed glance at Yu Mifeng. The next moment, it defiantly thrust its hand into the stone door and deliberately stirred it with force, provocatively looking at Yu Mifeng as if to say, who can stop me? This scene left Yu Mifeng momentarily stunned. Ahem, nice weather we're having, Su Yun said awkwardly, pretending not to notice. Although Shadow Frog's behavior was indeed inappropriate, as its trainer, Su Yun didn't want to reprimand it in front of others. Yu Mifeng smirked slightly, choosing not to argue, and instead instructed the middle-aged man beside him. Go gather the clan's trial takers. Before long, the middle-aged man returned with a group of young people. Upon learning the situation, they expressed their dissatisfaction. The head of the clan must be out of his mind, one person grumbled. Allowing an outsider to open the ghost tomb, and even letting them participate in the trial, this undermines our clan's dignity. Exactly. Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to our ghost clan, another chimed in. Look at this guy with his ugly toad. Does he think he can pull off a stunt? Humph, just wait and see him make a fool of himself. Not just anyone can open the ghost tomb's passage. As the discussion grew louder, Yu Mifeng, already in a bad mood, finally lost his patience. He turned sharply, glaring coldly at the crowd and shouted, Shut up, all of you. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? If any of you could open the ghost tomb passage, why would we need an outsider's help? His words were like a bucket of cold water, silencing the crowd immediately. They hung their heads in shame, avoiding eye contact with Yu Mifeng. Beyond the authority of the clan, the truth in his words was undeniable. Damn it. That despicable guy got us scolded by the clan leader, and he still dares to laugh? Su Yun and his shadow frog stood aside, smiling as if watching a comedy. Someone in the crowd muttered under their breath, "That damn frog just flipped me off." Anger simmered in everyone's hearts, yet no one dared to openly lash out. Yu Mifeng snorted coldly and turned to the middle-aged man. "Begin the ritual." "Yes, clan leader." The middle-aged man replied respectfully and then signaled to a few people behind him. The ritual began in earnest, and Su Yun and the shadow frog stepped back to observe in silence. Just then, the pokeball at Su Yun's waist started to tremble. Feeling something, he discreetly placed his hand on the ball and whispered, "Stay calm, Gengar. Now's not the time for you to come out." However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more violently Gengar reacted. Su Yun frowned, wondering what on earth was going on with it. Sensing the anomaly, the shadow frog moved closer to Su Yun, communicating in its unique way. Su Yun looked at it in surprise. "You're saying there's something behind this door that Gengar wants?" The shadow frog nodded in confirmation. A daring thought crossed Su Yun's mind as he recalled the Jengar-shaped relief on the stone door earlier. "Haha, we came to the right place this time. Seems like the ghost tomb holds a big secret about Gengar." He whispered to the shadow frog, "Tell Gengar to calm down. We'll take it inside soon." The shadow frog communicated with Gengar again, and the pokeball indeed quieted down. By this time, the ritual was nearing its end. Yu Mifeng turned to Su Yun. "Young friend, you may begin." Su Yun nodded and approached the stone door with the shadow frog. They stood on either side of the door, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously placed their hands into the grooves. The talented members of the ghost clan around them watched disdainfully. Someone sneered, "Putting on a show. In front of the stone door, any disguise will be exposed. We, the ghost clan's many geniuses, couldn't gain recognition, and he, an outsider, thinks he can succeed? Utterly delusional. Oomph. If he can open the passage to the ghost tomb, I'll eat the stone door." No sooner had the words been spoken than the stone door, which had been immovable, suddenly began to shake violently. Dust fell as a crack, glowing with a ghostly purple light, slowly appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The stone door slowly opened, and a chorus of gasps erupted among the talented young members of the ghost clan. It opened. "How is this possible?" a young clan member exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "How did he gain the stone door's approval? He's not even from our ghost clan," another genius murmured, his face full of incredulity. Many of the ghost clan's prodigies began to question their own worth, especially the one who had arrogantly claimed he would devour the stone door. His face was now a picture of embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. They had always considered themselves superior, viewing talents from the outside world as insignificant, convinced that if they couldn't open the stone door, no one else could. Yet, Su Yun's success was a harsh slap in their faces. Even Yu Mifeng, the head of the ghost clan, was taken aback, filled with immense shock. He had invited Su Yun with little expectation, merely hoping for a miracle, and yet it had actually happened. In the long history of the ghost clan, no outsider had ever managed to open the stone door to the ghost tomb. Su Yun's achievement shattered their records. Yu Mifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for such talent, lamenting internally, "If only you were a member of our ghost clan, what a pity." But then he felt a sense of relief, grateful that the enmity between the ghost clan and Su Yun had been resolved. Provoking such a promising talent would have been unwise for the ghost clan. "It's open. Shadow Frog, let's go in quickly." As the stone door swung open, Su Yun's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly led Shadow Frog into the passage. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned dark. He barked at the stunned ghost clan youths. "What are you idiots standing around for? Get in there before that kid takes all the opportunities." His scolding was like a thunderclap, snapping everyone back to reality. The ghost clan prodigies, spurred into action, rushed into the stone door like a swarm of bees, eager not to miss out. In moments, they had all disappeared, and the stone door slowly closed behind them. Watching everyone successfully enter the ghost tomb, Yu Mifeng finally felt a sense of relief. He mused that the overall strength of the ghost clan's younger generation would likely see significant improvement upon their return. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to the middle-aged man with a frown. "You didn't secretly order them to attack Su Yun, did you?" The middle-aged man hesitated, stammering, Wasn't that your intention, clan leader?" Yu Mifeng's frown deepened. "What do you mean, my intention?" The middle-aged man explained. "Back in the secret realm, you mentioned the dangers there, supposedly to give me a reason to eliminate that kid quietly, didn't you?" Yu Mifeng's face changed dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "What orders did you give them?" Realizing he might have misunderstood Yu Mifeng's intentions, the middle-aged man answered reluctantly. To join forces and kill the boy." Upon hearing this, Yu Mifeng's face turned pale, and he staggered back a couple of steps, glaring at the middle-aged man with fury that made his voice tremble. "Fool! You! The future of the ghost clan, ruined by your hands." Yu Mifeng was so enraged that he shook all over, wishing he could strangle the man himself. He deeply understood a truth. It's not the godlike opponents you should fear, but the pig-like teammates. Summon all elite trainers from the family immediately. Yuming Feng furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with deep concern. He remained silent for a long while before finally speaking in a firm voice that brooked no argument. The middle-aged man standing nearby was struck with a mix of fear and confusion upon hearing this. He hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Master, what are we going to do?" Yuming Feng let out a cold snort, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. How dare you ask?" His voice was as chilling as ice. "The moment you issued that order, it meant that the enmity between our ghost clan and him was irreconcilable. Since there's no room for reconciliation, we must eliminate him. We cannot allow him to grow, or he will become the greatest threat to our ghost clan." The middle-aged man was taken aback, his face full of confusion. Their illustrious ghost clan had stood for a century without falling, so why fear a mere youngster? Was this young man's potential truly so terrifying that even the usually cautious Yuming Feng was being so careful? "Master, aren't you overthinking this?" The middle-aged man mustered the courage to question cautiously. "He's just a student from a beginner spirit academy. Even if he has some talent, is it necessary to take him so seriously? Our ghost clan has seen many exceptional talents over the years. Why fear him? Besides, he's just a fledgling now. With so many of our clan's geniuses acting together, surely we can handle him?" Yuming Feng listened, a sneer of contempt flashing in his eyes. "Short-sighted fool," he mocked coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. "You better pray he doesn't return from the ghost tomb, or you'll be the greatest sinner of our ghost clan." With that, he turned and left, unwilling to debate further with someone so lacking in vision. The middle-aged man was shaken by Yuming Feng's authoritative tone, his body involuntarily trembling. He stood there for a long time, torn by inner conflict. Ultimately, he wavered in his conviction and turned to gather the clan's core members. Meanwhile, the situation inside the ghost tomb was equally tense. Just as Su Yun was marveling at the abundance of ghostly energy there, members of the ghost clan had silently surrounded him. Sensing the disturbance, Su Yun narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings warily. His hand instinctively moved to his waist as he thought to himself, "These people mean trouble. What do you want?" Su Yun asked in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of warning. The leading youth in black sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and murderous intent. "What do we want? Isn't it obvious? We're here to kill you," he declared arrogantly, his voice dripping with contempt for Su Yun. "You really have no sense of awareness," chimed in a companion beside the black-clad youth. "You provoked our ghost clan without realizing it, and then had the audacity to demand entry into our ghost tomb? Such arrogance. Do you think our ghost clan is a pushover?" "Exactly. Our ghost tomb is not a place outsiders can enter at will," another voice added. "Dare to covet our ghost tomb, and you'll pay with your life." "Why waste words on him?" another impatient voice interjected. "Anyone who shows no respect for our ghost clan should be killed on the spot. Letting him stay in the ghost tomb even a second longer is an insult to us." "Second uncle said he even used schemes to kill one of our clan's geniuses," a young voice added. "Each of these offenses is enough to sentence him to death 10 times over." The ghost clan's prodigies accused Su Yun one after another, effectively sentencing him to death. Listening to these accusations, Su Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over each person present, his eyes radiating a fierce and menacing light. The tension in the air escalated, and an intense confrontation seemed imminent. A cold glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he remarked icily, "Huh, who would have thought that the ghost clan would be full of dishonorable scoundrels? Since you've decided to make a move against me, don't blame me for being ruthless." He had expected Yu Mifeng, as the head of the family, to be a man of his word and not someone who would strike from the shadows. To his surprise, he turned out to be just another hypocrite. Without another word, Su Yun decisively released all his spirits. "You insolent fool! How dare you insult the ghost clan? Attack him!" The leading prodigy of the ghost clan erupted in fury and shouted the command. In an instant, countless pokeballs were hurled into the sky. The ghost-type Pokemon swarmed like dark clouds, blotting out the sun. Su Yun remained unfazed, simultaneously releasing his ace Pokemon, the golden-armored dragon, gleaming like it was forged from gold, the ominous Gengar, the fierce crimson Gyarados, and the elusive Shadow Frog. One youth, who also had a Gengar, was immediately incensed and sneered. "What kind of person are you to use the same Pokemon as me?" The others were captivated by the golden-armored dragon, their eyes filled with waves of astonishment. They had never seen such a unique Pokemon, its entire body a radiant gold, each scale shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Its very presence commanded awe, not to mention the oppressive aura of its dragon might. "What kind of Pokemon is that?" "It's incredible," someone asked in a daze, but no one could answer. "Who cares what it is? Let's take it down first," an impatient fellow shouted and immediately ordered his Pokemon to attack the golden-armored dragon. His move spurred the others into action, and they all joined the fray. In a flash, the battlefield descended into chaos. Various attacks collided in the air, creating bursts of dazzling light. The golden armored dragon held its own against 5 opponents, showcasing its elegance and power. The Shadow Frog moved like a reaper among the ghost-type Pokémon, claiming their lives. The Gengar held an orb of shadows in each hand, causing havoc among the enemy Pokémon. Even the lowest-level Crimson Gyarados fought like a war god, wreaking havoc among the ghost types, soon activating its unique trait, cloaking itself in a shroud of bloodlust and growing stronger with each battle. Su Yun watched the battlefield intently, his brow furrowed. His Pokémon were undoubtedly powerful, but the Ghost Clan's prodigies were no pushovers, especially with their superior numbers. Despite his Pokémon's battle-hardened prowess, they found themselves at a disadvantage. There are too many of them. We can't keep this up, Su Yun murmured, pondering a strategy for victory. If the golden armored dragon could achieve ancient gigantification, the battle would turn into a one-sided slaughter. Unfortunately, activating the ancient bloodline within the golden dragon was no simple task, achievable only under very specific conditions. While the Shadow Frog's bond state could enhance its strength, it was ultimately insufficient to turn the tide. His only hope rested with the Gengar. Su Yun's gaze instinctively fell on the leader Gungue, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could evolve Gungue into a judgment ghost, it might turn the tide of the current battle. However, this plan faced a crucial obstacle: lacked the spirit realm cloth necessary for the evolution. Su Yun quickly assessed his resources. The white feather was ready. He had obtained it earlier in a secret realm from a wild swana. Though common, it met the system's requirements for evolution materials. As for the moonball, he was in luck. There was one right there. Su Yun's eyes locked onto the waist of a youth from the Ghost Clan. Hanging there was a rare moonball, indicating the youth's prominent status within the family. Su Yun calculated silently, deciding to secure the moonball first. He discreetly instructed his Shadow Frog, "Bring me the moonball from that person." The Shadow Frog croaked discontentedly, clearly resistant to such underhanded actions, but it acted quickly regardless. Utilizing its ability to lurk in shadows, it sprang from the shadow beneath the person, deftly snatching the moonball from their waist while they were absorbed in directing the battle. Before leaving, the Shadow Frog delivered a surprise attack, leaving a memorable lesson. With the moonball in hand, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Su Yun's face. He glanced around, pondering the whereabouts of the final item. I wonder if the spirit realm cloth I need is here. As the Ghost Clan's forbidden ground, the Ghost Tomb should hold many opportunities, making the presence of the spirit realm cloth possible. At that moment, Gungue's consciousness suddenly invaded Su Yun's mind. Startled, Su Yun asked, "You sense something calling you?" He recalled that Gungue had been unusually restless outside, eager to enter the Ghost Tomb. The unexpected battle had momentarily made him forget this. "Where is it?" Su Yun asked eagerly. Anything that could attract Gungue's attention must be a ghost-type treasure, possibly the spirit realm cloth he urgently needed. Gungue let out a Gengar cry, retreating from the battlefield and pointing towards a distant, faintly visible tower spire in the mist. Su Yun squinted, trying to make out the outline of the ancient tower through the surrounding pale purple ghostly energy mist. All right, let's go check it out. Su Yun decided swiftly, ordering his Pokémon to retreat and move quickly towards the direction of the ancient tower. In this mysterious ghost tomb, he might find the crucial item needed to evolve Gungue, potentially changing the course of the battle entirely. The prodigies of the Ghost Clan suffered heavy losses, with many elves and personnel also fallen, driving them into a frenzy. They roared with fury, vowing to kill Su Yun right there and then. "Stop right there," one of the prodigies shouted harshly. "Do you think you can escape forever? Trying to run? Not a chance," another roared. "Today, you're destined to fall here. I'm telling you now," the leader said fiercely. "No matter how vast the Ghost Tomb is, there's no place for you to hide." The shouts echoed one after another, with emotions running high. The Scarlet Violent Dragon had already entered a berserk state, and upon hearing the crowd's clamor, it refused to heed Su Yun's retreat order. It only wanted to fight to the death. The dragon's body grew increasingly red, resembling a red-hot iron rod. The red mist emanating from it was scorching, and its combat power kept rising, making it difficult even for elves of much higher levels to match. However, its own health was rapidly declining, and if left unchecked, it would eventually exhaust itself to death. Su Yun sighed inwardly, thinking, the unmatched trait is great, but it has undeniable drawbacks. With no other choice, he forcibly recalled the Scarlet Violent Dragon into its Pokeball. Without the help of the Scarlet Violent Dragon, the battle situation became increasingly passive. Su Yun was forced to fight while retreating, and soon reached the area where the ancient tower stood. When he saw the tower standing amidst the pale purple ghostly mist, he couldn't help but marvel. What an ancient aura, as if it has existed for ages, Su Yun thought to himself. Could this tower be older than the history of the Ghost Clan? A bold speculation suddenly surfaced in Su Yun's mind. The Ghost Tomb might not have always been the exclusive forbidden ground of the Ghost Clan. Filled with anticipation, he felt more certain that coming here was the right decision. Gengar. Gengar stared at the ancient tower, its large eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. It could clearly sense that the force attracting it emanated from this tower. In that case, let's go in and take a look, Su Yun said, glancing back at the approaching prodigies of the Ghost Clan. It's also a good chance to escape their pursuit. Upon seeing the ancient tower ahead, the prodigies of the Ghost Clan halted, many showing reverence in their eyes. This is the Ghost Tower, the treasure of our clan, one declared loudly. Our achievements and glory today are all thanks to the Ghost Tower. It is the most sacred object of our clan and deserves our utmost reverence. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone knelt in worship, leaving Su Yun momentarily stunned. Is this tower really that important and sacred to them? Su Yun pondered, a smirk forming on his lips. Heh, I definitely need to go in and see. Amidst the astonished gazes, Su Yun unhesitatingly pushed open the ancient tower's doors. The Ghost Clan members, realizing what was happening, erupted in anger. Bastard! Get back here now. Our clan's sacred tower is not a place for a wretch like you to enter. Stop right now. Do not take another step forward. If you dare enter the Ghost Tower, we will grind you to dust. The Ghost Clan members shouted their warnings frantically, but Su Yun merely glanced back, sneering at them. TCH, a bunch of fools. With that, he stepped into the Ghost Tower without hesitation. What should we do? That despicable guy actually entered the Ghost Tower. In front of the Ghost Tower, members of the Ghost Clan stood with grim expressions, their eyes blazing with anger. They watched helplessly as Su Yun barged into this forbidden place, powerless to stop him. The Ghost Tower, being the foundation of their clan, was traditionally only accessible to the young master. Now, with an outsider intruding, it was an immense insult to the Ghost Clan. We can't let him get away with this, an elder member growled through gritted teeth. Anyone who dares to insult the Ghost Clan deserves to die. The group was seething with rage, eager to rush in and tear Su Yun apart. However, the mystery and majesty of the Ghost Tower held them back. A worried young man spoke up. What if that guy takes revenge and causes destruction inside? Shouldn't we go in and capture him? His words brought about a silence. The group exchanged uneasy glances, caught in a dilemma. They were well aware that they had no right to enter the Ghost Tower, but leaving Su Yun unchecked seemed equally wrong. At that moment, a core member with inside knowledge stepped forward, his words slightly easing the crowd's anxiety. No worries, we'll wait outside for him. I've heard from the clan elders that there's a powerful force guarding the Ghost Tower. Not just anyone can storm in. He continued, just watch. If he dares to damage the Ghost Tower, the will of the tower itself will punish him. And I'm certain it won't be long before he's thrown out. A nobody like him won't gain the tower's approval. These words temporarily calmed the crowd. They nodded in agreement, deciding to stay outside and wait for Su Yun to emerge. Meanwhile, inside the Ghost Tower, Su Yun stood inside, speechless at the sight before him. Ancient stone carvings adorned the walls, each vivid and lifelike, as if narrating a long-forgotten history. Su Yun felt as though he had traveled back to the era depicted in the carvings, enveloped by a strong sense of history. So this is the origin of the Ghost Tower, Su Yun murmured to himself. No wonder the Ghost Clan has stood strong in Jiangbei City for so long. With this tower, they can continually produce powerful Ghost-type trainers. As Su Yun carefully read the carvings, he gradually understood the Ghost Tower's origin. Long ago, a calamity struck this place. A millennial Gengar appeared, nearly destroying it. To prevent disaster, a powerful ancient trainer stepped up, engaging in an epic battle with the Gengar. In the end, the trainer defeated the Gengar at the cost of his life, burying its body underground. He built an ancient tower at the burial site to suppress the ghostly energy emanating from the Gengar. However, over time, the tower began to fail, allowing ghostly energy to leak and envelop the surrounding space, creating what became known as the Ghost Forbidden Land. Su Yun suddenly realized. The ancestors of the Ghost Clan likely stumbled upon this place by accident, recognized its uniqueness, and established their family here. He suddenly thought of something. That also explains why my leader Gengar was drawn here. In a sense, the millennium-old Gengar buried beneath the Ghost Tower could indeed be considered the ancestor of the chieftain Gengar. Su Yun looked up at the chieftain Gengar beside him and noticed it was intently staring at the dark purple Gengar statue in the center of the room. The craftsmanship and surface weathering of the statue were clearly different from the ancient tower, indicating it was a later addition. Su Yun understood that this must be the work of the Ghost Clan. Inside the ancient tower, apart from a few stone carvings and this massive statue, it was empty, with no sign of a staircase leading to the upper levels. However, from the outside, the tower's height was impressive, suggesting there was more to discover above. Su Yun furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a deliberate design by ancient trainers or a modification by the Ghost Clan. Yet, these were secondary concerns. The important thing was that if someone intentionally hid the passage, it meant there were bigger secrets concealed on the upper level of the tower. Gengar. Just as Su Yun was deep in thought, the chieftain Gengar suddenly exclaimed. It had placed its hand on the statue's head, looking focused. You mean there's something wrong with this statue? Su Yun immediately understood. Seeing the chieftain Gengar nod, he suggested, try turning it to the left first. The statue didn't budge. Then try the right. As the chieftain Gengar changed direction, the statue emitted a clear clicking sound. Their eyes lit up. It was indeed a mechanism. Amidst a rumbling noise, a stone wall slowly moved aside, revealing a staircase leading to the second floor. Eagerly, they climbed the stairs, but upon reaching the second floor, they were taken aback. Instead of some earth-shattering secret, they saw 4 identical, ghostly purple passages. Each passage was arch-shaped, with the entrance not being a solid stone door, but rather a shimmering spatial ripple. Curious, the chieftain Gengar reached out to touch the bluish ripple, immediately causing ripples to spread. This familiar scene reminded Su Yun of the entrance to the secret realm of the Dragonbone ruins, prompting him to ask in surprise, is this also a gateway to some other space? The leader of the Gung Ghost didn't immediately respond to Su Yun's question. Instead, it slowly raised a finger and tentatively poked its own semi-transparent body. A strange scene unfolded. Its finger easily passed through its body, as if it were moving through a dense fog. This sight made Su Yun's eyes widen in surprise, and his mind was filled with mysterious legends about the Gung Ghost. The body of a Gung Ghost is said to be a gateway to another world. Su Yun muttered to himself, his gaze shifting among the 4 identical passageways. Could it be the legendary Underworld? Are these pathways a test left by that ancient Gung Ghost? Su Yun turned to his companion. Gung Ghost, which path do you think we should take? Considering that the leader Gung Ghost and the ancient Gung Ghost belong to the same lineage, it might sense something. The leader Gung Ghost sprang into action, approaching each passageway, closing its eyes to sense them. Finally, it confidently pointed to the leftmost path, letting out a clear Gunga. Just as Su Yun was about to follow Gung Ghost's suggestion, the situation changed abruptly. The shadow frog emerged uninvited from its pokeball and headed straight for the rightmost passageway. With a determined stance, it pointed there, offering a completely opposing opinion. Don't mess around. Let's go with Gung Ghost's choice this time. Su Yun scolded with a frown. However, the shadow frog shook its head, its eyes showing a strong conviction that the leader Gung Ghost's judgment was wrong. This unexpected turn left Su Yun puzzled. How could 2 ghost-type spirits have such opposing judgments? Before he could think it through, the situation escalated. The leader Gung Ghost, visibly displeased by the shadow frog's challenge, quickly formed a shadow ball the size of a basketball in its hand. The shadow frog was not to be outdone, immediately summoning a water shuriken that glowed with a ghostly blue light. All right, we're all on the same side here. Su Yun quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between the 2 tense spirits. It's normal to have different opinions, but there's no need to fight. Su Yun looked sternly at the leader Gengar and said firmly, Gengar, put away the shadow ball. Then he turned to the shadow frog. Shadow frog, you too, put down the water shuriken. Though both ghost-type Pokemon were reluctant, they grudgingly obeyed their trainer's command. Seeing the situation slightly calm down, Su Yun breathed a small sigh of relief, but his brow remained furrowed. The disagreement between the 2 Pokemon had left him in a difficult position. After nearly 3 minutes of careful consideration, Su Yun ultimately decided to trust the leader Gengar's judgment. After all, this was the territory of the ancient Gengar, and as a fellow Gengar, the leader should have a better understanding of the area. Shadow Frog, let's go with Gengar's suggestion this time. Next time, I'll prioritize your opinion, Su Yun patiently persuaded. Hearing this, the Shadow Frog frowned and stayed silent, while the leader Gengar grinned smugly, as if boasting about its victory. Suddenly, the Shadow Frog raised its middle finger in a provocative gesture towards them, and then dashed into the tunnel on the far right. This unexpected action left Su Yun stunned. In his irritation, he immediately told the leader Gengar, ignore it. We'll take the left path. In his view, the Shadow Frog needed to be taught a lesson for its willful behavior. The leader Gengar happily complied and led Su Yun into the left tunnel. Instantly, the space spun, and a wave of dizziness hit them. When Su Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The ground was shrouded in a hazy purple mist, with strands of purple-black energy floating above, resembling a dream. What is this place? Su Yun asked, bewildered, as he surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, the leader Gengar also wore a confused expression, scratching its head and looking around. A sense of unease crept into Su Yun's heart. You didn't choose the wrong path, did you? He began to wonder if he had misjudged the Shadow Frog, and perhaps its initial assessment was correct. The leader Gengar shook its head repeatedly in denial, unable to explain their current situation, but certain that the mysterious energy calling to it was growing closer. A strange crackling sound of electricity emanated from the purple mist, causing Su Yun, who was already puzzled, to tense up instantly. He squinted his eyes, scanning his surroundings with a serious expression. The purple mist roiled like boiling water, gradually gathering in one spot, compressing and merging. Slowly, the dense purple mist began to take shape. Blood-red eyes opened within it, filled with a bloodthirsty and violent aura, as if an evil demon lurked inside, staring intently at him. The moment Su Yun locked eyes with those blood-red eyes, a chill ran up his spine, as though he was being washed by death itself, enveloped in an inescapable aura of mortality. What on earth is this? Su Yun's scalp tingled, his voice hoarse with tension, as beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. Jenga! A soul-piercing sound resonated from the mist. This familiar call made Su Yun freeze. As a Gengar trainer, he knew this sound all too well. It was unmistakably the call of a Gengar. As the purple mist gradually took form, Su Yun's pupils shrank to pinpoints. A wild thought flashed through his mind. This wasn't a mist hiding a Gengar. It was a Gengar itself. This colossal entity was different from an ordinary Gengar. It was covered in deep brown, peculiar patterns that intertwined to form complex, mysterious designs. Seeing these unique markings, Su Yun immediately connected them to a bold theory. Could this be the legendary millennial Gengar, slain by ancient trainers? Though resurrection seemed impossible, the presence before him appeared more like an embodiment of the millennial Gengar's obsession, manifested in this special space by some mysterious force. Su Yun astutely sensed that despite the massive size of the millennial Gengar, its aura wasn't suffocating. Although it exerted tremendous psychological pressure, it didn't completely strip him of his courage to resist. This suggested that its power might be less than a tenth of its peak strength. Could this be a trial and test of the ghostly tower? Su Yun pondered as he gazed at the colossal Millennium Gengar before him, standing amidst a space shrouded in purple mist. This idea wasn't without basis. Looking around, apart from the endless purple fog, the space was utterly void, lacking both entrance and exit. In this eerie, enclosed space, the only presence confronting him was the unexpectedly appearing Millennium Gengar. What was even more peculiar was that from the moment he stepped into the ghostly tower, the pokeballs at his waist seemed to lose their function. Neither the Crimson Gyarados nor the Golden Dragonite could be summoned. It appeared that some unique restriction within the tower only allowed Ghost-type Pokemon to operate. This also explained why the Shadow Frog had managed to escape from its Pokeball. Unfortunately, the Shadow Frog has chosen a different path, Su Yun sighed inwardly. If the Shadow Frog were present, it could have teamed up with Boss Gengar to tackle this formidable opponent. Turning to his last hope, Boss Gengar, Su Yun said firmly, "I'll need your help this time, Gengar." In the current situation, only his strongest Pokemon in normal form had a chance against the Millennium Gengar. Gengar. Boss Gengar nodded resolutely. Despite sensing the overwhelming pressure from its opponent, it chose to face the challenge head-on. At that moment, the surrounding purple mist surged towards the Millennium Gengar, which absorbed it all, swelling to an astonishing size. Its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing Boss Gengar whole. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Su Yun commanded decisively. Boss Gengar grinned, raising its hands to conjure an unprecedentedly powerful Shadow Ball. The purple-black energy sphere, enveloped in a chilling ghostly wind, hurtled towards the target. However, the Millennium Gengar remained motionless, casually extending a massive hand to catch the oncoming Shadow Ball. As it closed its fingers, a loud explosion erupted, with purple energy sparks engulfing its entire arm. The shockwave forced Su Yun to shield himself with his arm. When the energy dissipated, Su Yun looked on anxiously, only to witness the scene he dreaded most. The Millennium Gengar stood there, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Su Yun stared in disbelief, his breath quickening. The leader Gengar's Shadow Ball, which was supposedly of gym-level power, felt like a mere tickle to the Millennium Gengar. Su Yun knew that his leader Gengar was at level 50, a force to be reckoned with in Jiangbei City. Now, he finally understood why the secrets of the Ghost Tower had remained untaken for years. Guarded by such a formidable Millennium Gengar, any challenger would be doomed to fail. Unwilling to give up, Su Yun gritted his teeth and decided to change tactics. Gengar, use Hypnosis. If brute force doesn't work, let's try a softer approach. Jenga, the leader Gengar responded, its blood-red eyes emitting hypnotic waves as it locked gazes with the Millennium Gengar. Shockingly, the Millennium Gengar not only did not avoid the gaze but met it head-on, reflecting the same hypnotic pattern in its own eyes, attempting to reverse the hypnosis. Gengar, close your eyes. Su Yun shouted, realizing the danger. The leader Gengar quickly closed its eyes, narrowly avoiding the counterattack. The situation was at an impasse. Shadow Ball was ineffective, and Hypnosis had been countered. Although the Millennium Gengar remained in a defensive stance, there was no telling when it might suddenly attack. Refusing to wait passively, Su Yun decided to try another move. Gengar, use Nightshade. At Su Yun's command, a massive shadow formed, transforming into a clawing demon lunging at the Millennium Gengar. However, This seemingly fierce attack appeared trivial as the Millennium Gengar effortlessly extended its hands, tearing the Shadow Demon apart. One move after another, such as the Curse, was executed, but they all vanished without a trace, having no effect on the Millennium Gengar. Watching this unfold, Su-Yun clenched his fists, the fire of determination burning in his eyes. I refuse to believe this is the end. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Su-Yun commanded decisively. A wave of dark energy, like lightning in the night, surged toward the Millennium Gengar. Surprisingly, this time the result was different. The Millennium Gengar extended its massive hand to block the attack, but let out a pained cry. Gengar. Su-Yun's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. It's effective, he exclaimed internally. After several Ghost-type moves failed, the effectiveness of the Dark-type move was an anomaly that immediately caught his attention. His mind raced as he speculated. Could it be that this Millennium Gengar is immune to Ghost-type moves? Or are Ghost-type moves simply ineffective against it? He recalled his previous tactical decisions. Based on type advantages, Ghost-type moves are supposed to be effective against Ghost types, which is why he had Gengar use them. Although Dark-type moves also have an advantage over Ghost types, the leader Gengar, being a Ghost-type Pokémon, gains a 50 power boost when using its own type of moves. Yet the situation before him defied his understanding. Ghost-type moves had little effect on the Millennium Gengar, while Dark-type moves inflicted noticeable damage. Though the exact reason was unclear, this discovery was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope. This proves that the Millennium Gengar isn't invincible and can be defeated. Su-Yun's determination soared. Gengar, keep using Dark Pulse, he ordered without hesitation. Gengar. The leader Gengar launched another Dark Pulse, hitting the Millennium Gengar precisely, causing it to cry out in pain once more. Having been repeatedly attacked, the Millennium Gengar finally grew furious. Gengar, it roared a deafening sound. Its massive hand suddenly plunged into its body, pulling out a purple cloak. As it draped the cloak over itself, its aura intensified dramatically. The cloak fluttered with the powerful energy, adding an air of authority to the Millennium Gengar. Upon seeing this cloak, Su-Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't mistaken, and his breath quickened. A huge piece of Spirit World cloth, he exclaimed. This purple cloak was an entire piece of Spirit World cloth. Su-Yun recalled that typically, Spirit World cloth was only palm-sized and extremely valuable, often worth millions. The size of the cloak on the Millennium Gengar was unprecedented, likely breaking records for Spirit World cloth dimensions. If it were on the market, its price would surely be astronomical, possibly reaching tens or hundreds of billions. However, these thoughts were secondary to Su-Yun at the moment. His focus was on a crucial question. Could this purple cloak made from Spirit World cloth serve as a direct evolution material for the leader Gengar? If the answer was yes, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could evolve the leader Gengar into an arbiter ghost right now. Gengar, catch this. Su-Yun's voice rang out, as he forcefully threw a moon ball and a white feather towards the leader Gengar. Gengar turned back in confusion, its blood-red eyes flashing with a hint of bewilderment. It looked at the two items that had suddenly appeared in midair, unsure of Su-Yun's intentions. Haven't you always wanted to evolve like the Golden Dragon? Su-Yun explained urgently, his eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness. This is your chance. Take these two items and approach the purple cloak behind the Millennium Gengar. I will guide you on an extraordinary path of evolution. Su-Yun felt anxious, uncertain if the cloak of the spirit world behind the Millennium Gengar could truly serve as evolution material, just as he was unsure if the Gengar before him was part of reality. But this opportunity was worth a try. If successful, the leader Gengar could achieve an 11-level hidden evolution. Upon hearing the word evolution, the leader Gengar's eyes lit up instantly. Ever since that thrilling battle in the secret realm, it had longed to evolve into a majestic form like the Golden Dragon. This was one of the main reasons it followed Su-Yun so loyally. In the blink of an eye, Gengar absorbed the white feather and moon ball into its body. It transformed into a streak of purple lightning, rushing towards the Millennium Gengar. The Millennium Gengar became furious at this sight, letting out a deafening roar. It raised its enormous hand, like a mountain, to crush the leader Gengar. Unfazed, the leader Gengar flew towards the giant hand. Just as they were about to collide, it suddenly sidestepped, attempting to slip through the fingers. The Millennium Gengar sneered, flipping its hand with force to smack the leader Gengar away. With a resounding smack, the Millennium Gengar's hand struck the leader Gengar like a meteor, sending it flying. Despite the searing pain throughout its body, the leader Gengar wore a triumphant smile. This was its Plinto used the Millennium Gengar's power to get closer to the Spirit World cloak. Realizing it had been tricked, the Millennium Gengar's face twisted with rage. It conjured a massive shadow ball, as large as the sun, and hurled it at the leader Gengar. This was its first serious attack, a testament to its fury. Standing on the ground, Su-Yun watched the enormous shadow ball in the air, drawing a sharp breath. The shadow ball, casually launched by the Millennium Gengar, was much larger than the leader Gengar's entire body. This attack is truly terrifying, Su Yun thought, feeling apprehensive about the battle ahead. If this attack hit the leader Gengar, it would likely shatter it to pieces. Su Yun's face changed dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. He gritted his teeth and made a silent decision. The leader Gengar must evolve, or this battle would be hopeless. A whooshing sound pierced the air as a gigantic shadow ball descended like a meteor from the heavens. The surrounding space twisted and distorted under the pressure, and even before the leader Gengar was touched, it could feel the presence of death. Its body and bones creaked under the immense pressure, as if they might collapse at any moment. At this moment, the leader Gengar was just a short distance away from the Spirit Realm cloak. Su Yun was frantic, stomping his feet on the ground and shouting in his heart, "Faster, just a little faster." He knew that if they didn't speed up, the Millennium Gengar's attack would catch up. The leader Gengar was equally anxious. To increase its speed, it placed its hands in front of its chest, forming a shadow ball almost as large as its own body. It launched it forcefully, using the recoil to propel itself closer to the Spirit Realm cloak. Boom. The two vastly different sized shadow balls collided head-on. The leader Gengar's shadow ball was instantly crushed into dust, while the Millennium Gengar shadow ball continued to roll forward with an earth-shattering force, seemingly about to crush the leader Gengar completely. In this critical moment, the leader Gengar finally touched the edge of the Spirit Realm cloak. Su Yun's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation and tension, as he quickly activated the system. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Ding! Your leader Gengar has met the conditions for a level hidden evolution. Do you want to evolve into the Judgment Spectre now? Yes, it worked. Su Yun's face broke into an uncontrollable smile as he eagerly nodded. Evolve. Evolve quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant white light enveloped the leader Gengar. The massive shadow ball from the Millennium Gengar touched the white light and disappeared silently, as if sinking into the ocean without causing a ripple. Su Yun exhaled a long breath, relieved that the crisis had been averted. Excitement surged within him. He already knew that the Judgment Spectre had multiple transformative forms, which was why he chose this evolutionary path in the first place. Now that evolution was about to be completed, he was full of anticipation for the surprises the Judgment Spectre would bring. Gar! The Millennium Gengar roared in anger. Being outplayed once again filled it with fury, and it formed two massive shadow balls in each hand, hurling them at the white light. However, all these attacks were absorbed by the white light without causing even a ripple, let alone harming the evolving leader Gengar. It's well known that when a Pokémon evolves, it is invincible. At this moment, the leader Gengar was in this invincible state, and even the mighty Millennium Gengar was powerless. Crack! The evolution of the leader Gengar was swift and dramatic. In less than 2.5 minutes, the white light enveloping it began to crack. A milky white hand emerged from the fissure, followed by a purple-black hand. These two distinctly different hands gripped the edges of the crack, tearing it open with force. A newly evolved creature slowly emerged. Its enigmatic eyes immediately captured everyone's attention. One was purple-black, the other milky white. These eyes, like swirling abysses, exuded an eerie power capable of consuming souls and consciousness. The creature's body was tall and corpulent, with two sturdy arms standing like pillars on either side. Its form resembled that of a Mega Gengar, yet it had distinct differences. Unlike the legless Mega Gengar, this creature possessed a pair of short, sturdy legs resembling stone columns. Most striking was its body, which continually shifted between black and white, as if two opposing energies flowed within. Su Yun stared in a daze, muttering, "The power of Ghost and Psychic. Is this the Judgment Ghost?" He recalled the brief information provided by the system when he unlocked the A-level hidden evolution path in the Secret Realm. The Judgment Ghost possessed dual attributes of Psychic and Ghost, able to switch freely between various forms. Watching the creature's ever-changing colors, Su Yun had a strong premonition that this color shift was key to its multiform transformation. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, your leader Gengar has successfully evolved into Judgment Ghost. Instantly, a wealth of information about Judgment Ghost flooded Su Yun's mind. Creature information. Name, Gengar Judgment Ghost. Level, 50. Gender, male. Attributes, Ghost Psychic. Trait. Yin-Yang harmony can freely adjust the balance of psychic and ghost energies within, gaining different abilities and attributes at different ratios. Predominantly psychic energy becomes Judgment Ghost. Attribute is psychic. All psychic moves power is doubled. Predominantly ghost energy becomes Execution Ghost. Attribute is Ghost. All ghost type moves power is doubled. Balanced energies maintains Judgment Ghost form. Attributes are Ghost and Psychic. Both types of moves power increased by 50. Skills: Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Sucker Punch, Nightshade, Hex, Hypnosis, Confusion, Psybeam, Psychic. Hidden Evolution Path, S35. Potential assessment, pseudo-deity. As Su-Yun carefully read through the extensive trait descriptions, his heart gradually filled with awe. The power and uniqueness of the Judgment Ghost far exceeded his expectations. This ability to freely switch forms and attributes would undoubtedly play a significant role in future battles. The special ability to switch between 3 forms, each with unique effects, amazed Su-Yun. He thought to himself, this is even more incredible than the unparalleled traits of the Scarlet Mega Gyarados. The best part is, there are no side effects. Truly deserving of its grade hidden evolution, the Judgment Spirit's trait is the most powerful I've ever seen. Su-Yun's mind raced with thoughts of the future, imagining the terrifying power the Judgment Spirit would wield once it evolved to S-grade, S-grade, or even SS-grade. His excitement grew, his cheeks flushed, and his eyes were fixed on the Judgment Spirit in the sky. It had undergone a qualitative transformation and had mastered many new skills. Su-Yun pondered. With its current power, facing the Millennium Gengar shouldn't be as embarrassing as before, right? Suddenly, the Judgment Spirit's body underwent a startling change. The purple-black energy within it receded like a tide, replaced by a milky white energy. Its entire body glowed brilliantly, reminiscent of a mega-evolved shiny Gengar. Su-Yun immediately realized that the Judgment Spirit was adjusting the balance of its ghost and psychic energy attributes. When the Judgment Spirit's body turned completely white, devoid of any purple-black impurities, Su-Yun's jaw dropped as he muttered. It's transformed all its attributes into psychic ones. The Judgment Spirit had wisely chosen to adopt the form of the Spirit of Judgment to better combat the Millennium Gengar, which had strong immunity to ghost-type moves. In this form, all psychic-type moves of the Judgment Spirit would have doubled power, making each strike exceptionally effective. Overcome with excitement, Su-Yun shouted, "Judgment Spirit, show us your full power." He couldn't wait to witness the true strength of the Judgment Spirit. Ghost! The Judgment Spirit seemed to sense Su-Yun's excitement, letting out a powerful cry. The sound no longer carried an eerie, sinister tone but instead exuded a divine and ethereal quality, like heavenly music. Gengar! The Millennium Gengar clearly disliked this sound, roaring angrily while flailing its arms in the air, as if trying to tear the very space apart. Perhaps it was also enraged because the Judgment Spirit had stolen its beloved cloak, which had vanished since its evolution, evidently absorbed by the Judgment Spirit. In a fit of rage, the Millennium Gengar resorted to its old trick, conjuring a massive shadow ball and hurling it at the Judgment Spirit. The Judgment Spirit remained calm in the face of the impending attack. Just as the shadow ball was about to hit, a silver-white mirror-like barrier appeared in front of it. Buzz, as the shadow ball touched the mirror, instead of exploding, it was reflected back towards the Millennium Gengar with even more force and energy than before. Seeing this, Su-Yun couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, this one's quite cheeky, pulling a mirror move on the Millennium Gengar. He easily recognized the Judgment Spirit's Tactica move that could double back any special damage received from an opponent. Boom! The shadow ball, carrying immense energy, struck the massive body of the Millennium Gengar with great force. In an instant, purple flames erupted with a deafening explosion, and the ensuing cloud of smoke quickly enveloped the Millennium Gengar. A chilling scream echoed from within the smoke, indicating the immense pain the Millennium Gengar was enduring. This strike revealed a harsh truth. While ordinary ghost-type moves had little effect on it, its own ghost-type moves could inflict deadly damage. It was a classic case of being hoisted by its own petard. Nice one, Su-Yun exclaimed, leaping to his feet with excitement as he saw the Millennium Gengar finally injured. Clenching his fist, he shouted with enthusiasm. He quickly seized the opportunity and commanded his newly evolved Judgment Ghost to act. While it's weak, finish it off. Judgment Ghost, now's the time. Use a powerful psychic move. Though Su-Yun wasn't entirely familiar with the psychic move that Judgment Ghost had suddenly mastered, he trusted his partner to make the best choice. Sure enough, Judgment Ghost sprang into action immediately. In a flash, the surrounding space was filled with vibrant beams of light. These beams, as if guided by an invisible hand, converged from all directions, weaving into an impenetrable net that shot towards the Millennium Gengar. What a move! Su-Yun couldn't help but praise. He astutely realized that the move Future Sight had been prepared well in advance. Such a rapid response was not something that could be improvised on the spot. A flicker of fear flashed through the Millennium Gengar's large red eyes, as if recalling some terrifying memories. It showed evident dread towards Future Sight, letting out guttural roars, seemingly trying to dispel its inner fear. Gengar! The Millennium Gengar's body suddenly swelled, conjuring a phantom-like and terrifying specter behind it. This was the ghost-type move Nightshade. However, its counterattack came too late. The Future Sight attack descended like a torrential downpour, striking it relentlessly. Although some attacks were blocked by the Nightshade, the majority landed precisely on its massive body. The Millennium Gengar had no escape and suffered a devastating blow. Gengar! Another chilling scream rang out, and the Millennium Jengar's already grotesque visage twisted even more horrifically. Wow, such a strong reaction. Su Yun observed in surprise. It seems the Millennium Jengar is really afraid of Psychic-type moves, huh? Although Judgment Ghost's Psychic moves were highly effective, Psychic-type moves typically did not have a type advantage over Ghost types. The Millennium Jengar's intense reaction was indeed puzzling. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Yun's mind, and he formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that an ancient Psychic-type trainer was the one who initially defeated this Millennium Jengar, which is why it shows such unusual fear towards Psychic-type moves? This theory seemed to perfectly explain the Millennium Jengar's abnormal reaction. The more Su Yun thought about it, the more convinced he became that he was onto something. If that's the case, then things just got a whole lot easier. Su Yun thought to himself, formulating a new strategy for the battle ahead. The Millennium Jengar, it turns out, is not invincible. A smug smile played on Su Yun's lips, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Armed with the knowledge of his opponent's weakness, his confidence surged like a rising tide. Judgment Spirit, keep using Psychic-type moves. Su Yun commanded loudly, his eyes fixed intently on the battle unfolding in the sky. The Judgment Spirit had already sensed the anomaly of the Millennium Jengar and didn't wait for the command to fully reach it before launching an attack. It concentrated its mental power and unleashed a powerful psychic blast. The invisible psychic force instantly enveloped the Millennium Jengar, pressing down on it like an invisible mountain. In panic, the Millennium Jengar hurled a shadow ball upwards, but it only struck empty air. The next moment, the force of the psychic blast came crashing down, the immense pressure bending the Millennium Jengar's spine and causing its massive body to sway, as if it might collapse at any moment. It works, Su Yun exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Seizing the opportunity, the Judgment Spirit gathered sharp energy blades in its hands and slashed at the Millennium Jengar. Psycho Cut, another powerful Psychic-type move. This was the fourth different Psychic move the Judgment Spirit had used, showcasing its remarkable abilities acquired through evolution. Repeatedly taking heavy hits, the Millennium Jengar was thoroughly enraged. Despite the intense headache, it gathered a massive shadow ball to meet the incoming Psycho Cut. Boom! Two contrasting energies collided in midair, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave instantly swept the area, dispersing the pervasive purple mist. Even Su Yun, standing on the ground, was affected, struggling to maintain his footing and nearly being blown away. What a terrifying energy clash! Su Yun marveled. This Millennium Jengar is extraordinary. Even after enduring such powerful attacks, it can still unleash such a formidable move. The battle reignited. The Millennium Jengar raised its enormous hand, reaching for the Judgment Spirit as if to crush it completely. Yet, as the giant hand approached, the Judgment Spirit stood unwavering, calmly holding its ground. Just as the Millennium Jengar's hand was about to touch the Judgment Spirit, countless tiny photons suddenly surged from within the Judgment Spirit. These photons swirled around it, enveloping it entirely, making it appear like a majestic war god. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, Su Yun's mouth fell open in amazement. Drawing a sharp breath, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement for the intense showdown. Is this a photon geyser? Su Yun murmured in disbelief. The scene before him matched the legendary photon geyser, perfectly floating photons and strange phenomena, all fitting the description. Although it was a move associated with psychic abilities, Photon Geyser was the exclusive skill of the ultimate beast Necrozma, and it shouldn't appear on any other creature. Yet, here was the Judgment Ghost executing this extraordinary technique. Su Yun's mouth twitched, feeling both astonished and speechless. He recalled when the Shadow Frog had learned moves from Marshadao, and now the Judgment Ghost was imitating Necrozma. Are other creatures' moves really that appealing? He mused to himself. Despite his surprise, Su Yun felt a surge of joy. The Photon Geyser, being Necrozma's exclusive move, was undoubtedly powerful and effective. The Judgment Ghost mastering it was a significant boost to its strength. Indeed, the evidence was undeniable. The dense photons enveloped the Judgment Ghost, making it resemble a divine beam of sunlight as it charged towards the massive hand of the Millennium Jengar. With a whoosh, the moment they collided, the Millennium Jengar let out a heart-wrenching scream. A plume of purple energy burst from its palm. The Judgment Ghost had managed to break free, creating a massive hole in its hand. The ghostly energy within the Millennium Jengar seemed to find an escape route, pouring out of the wound. So powerful. Su Yun couldn't help but exclaim, once again amazed by the Judgment Ghost's display of strength. However, this was only the beginning. As the Millennium Jengar attempted to retract its hand, the Judgment Ghost unleashed the Photon Geyser once more. This time, it didn't coat itself with photons but instead condensed them into a golden beam, which sped towards the Millennium Jengar. Gengar! The Millennium Jengar was taken aback, hurriedly stretching out its arm to block. But the golden beam was incredibly sharp, piercing through its arm and striking its chest. Whoosh whoosh, the Millennium Gengar let out another piercing scream. Large holes appeared in its arm and chest, allowing the ghostly energy within to escape through the wounds. Gengar. The Millennium Gengar howled in defiance, but with its ghostly energy depleted, its body rapidly weakened, collapsing like a deflating balloon. We won. The Judgment Ghost defeated the Millennium Gengar. Witnessing this, Suya knew the outcome was decided and couldn't help but laugh in excitement. At that moment, the Judgment Ghost transformed once more. Shedding its divine white form, it turned a dark purple-black as its type shifted to Ghost. The Judgment Ghost transformed. Suyun barely had time to react as the Judgment Ghost opened its massive mouth and inhaled sharply. In an instant, the ghostly energy from the Millennium Gengar surged towards its throat like a tidal wave. Suyun's eyes widened with realization. This creature intended to devour the Millennium Gengar's energy. Violet energy poured out like a deluge, and within moments, the Millennium Gengar's figure vanished without a trace. The entire space then trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The surrounding purple mist rushed towards the Judgment Ghost, and the scene gradually became clear. Only then did Suyun realize he was still inside the ghost tower, and through the window, he saw that he was on the top floor. He suddenly understood. Could this Millennium Gengar be the biggest secret of the ghost tower? A hint of disappointment crossed his mind. He had expected some earth-shattering treasure, only to find it was just a Millennium Gengar. On second thought, he didn't feel too bad. With the ghost cloak in hand and a continuous influx of ghostly energy, he was quite content. Quack! A familiar sound reached him as the shadow frog came up from below. To Suyun's surprise, it was holding a glittering treasure chest in its arms, which seemed to be filled with valuable items. Suyun's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Where did you get that? What's inside? Let me see." A bold guess occurred to him. Could it be that the shadow frog had found the real treasure of the ghost tower, and what he and the Judgment Ghost encountered was merely the greatest test? However, the shadow frog turned away and hid the chest in its shadow right in front of Suyun. Clearly, it was still upset with Suyun's earlier decision. Awkwardly, Suyun withdrew his hand and gave a wry smile. This shadow frog truly had a personality. Boom. Just as Suyun was about to speak, the entire ghost tower shook violently once more. More ghostly energy erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption, all converging towards the Judgment Ghost. Suyun struggled to keep his balance, dumbfounded. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could the Judgment Ghost intend to devour even the Millennium Gengar's remains? He had a strong premonition that at this rate, the entire ghostly energy of the Ghost Mausoleum might be absorbed by the Judgment Ghost. Once that happened, the Ghost Mausoleum would be reduced to ruins. The people of the Ghost Clan would surely be his sworn enemies. But considering they had already sought to kill him, Suyun felt no remorse. If they wanted him dead, he would destroy their legacy. With a fervent expression, Suyun looked up at the Judgment Ghost and murmured softly, "Absorb it all. Let all the ghostly energy here become the nourishment for your growth." A howling gust of ghostly energy swept through the entire ghost tower. The ancient structure, corroded by the energy, swayed precariously before collapsing with a thunderous crash, marking the end of its legendary and mysterious existence. The descendants of the Ghost Clan watched in horror, their faces turning pale. Some staggered backward, while others shouted in anger, "Bastard! You've destroyed our Ghost Clan's legacy. You won't leave this ghost tomb alive." Their sharp nails dug into their palms, drawing blood without them noticing. The leader of the Ghost Clan's heirs, eyes bloodshot, roared with anguish. "The tower stands, we stand. The tower falls, we fall. Ghost Clan disciples, heed my command. Join me in slaying this intruder." Instantly, the air was filled with deafening cries of battle. The Ghost Clan disciples, as numerous as the tide, commanded their spirits and surged towards Suyun. Facing the assault, Suyun remained cold, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. "All of you die." Without hesitation, he unleashed his Jade Dragon, Crimson Carp Dragon, and Shadow Frog. The three spirits immediately engaged in fierce combat with the Ghost Clan members. Meanwhile, the Judgment Ghost hovered above the ruins of the Ghost Tower. Countless ghostly energies converged from all directions, consumed into its form. Its body swelled, vaguely taking on the shape of an ancient spirit. Ancient patterns appeared on its skin, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Noticing the Judgment Ghost's transformation, Suyun frowned. Could it be awakening the ancient spirit bloodline like the Golden Armor Dragon? Or is it inheriting some power from devouring the Millennium Gengar? As he pondered, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "A special title? What's that?" Suyun instinctively asked. The system explained, "Special titles are unique designations possessed by certain special spirits, granting them additional ability enhancements." "I see. What ability boosts does the title Ghost King provide?" Suyun inquired further. The system information updated. Ghost King, a ghost-type spirit with this title, naturally possesses a 50% immunity to ghost-type moves. Wow, that's incredible. Su Yun was astonished. A 50% immunity meant that any ghost-type move would only inflict half the damage on the Judgment Ghost. It was essentially the bane and nightmare of ghost-type spirits. Su Yun suddenly understood. No wonder ghost-type moves were ineffective against the Millennium Gengar before. It must have had the Ghost King title. Now, it has transformed into the Judgment Ghost. Su Yun grinned, his gaze fixed on the spirits of the Ghost family disciples charging towards him. His Judgment Ghost was already exceptionally powerful, and now, having earned the title of Ghost King, dealing with these spirits was as easy as slicing through butter. Judgment Ghost, show them the might of the Ghost King. Su Yun excitedly commanded the Judgment Ghost from atop the ruins. By now, the Judgment Ghost had absorbed all the surrounding ghostly energy, reaching its peak strength. With a heart-stopping growl, the Judgment Ghost waved its hand, conjuring a massive dark purple energy orb. The orb glowed in its palm like a purple sun. Without hesitation, the Judgment Ghost hurled the shadow orb at the Ghost family disciples. Boom! The energy orb exploded among the crowd, flames engulfing them instantly. In the blink of an eye, several were killed on the spot. The nearby ghost-type spirits were not spared either, being instantly annihilated. This scene vividly demonstrated the vast power gap between the two sides. Damn it! This guy stole the legacy of our ghost family, and his strength has become terrifyingly formidable. We might all fall into his hands today. One of the surviving ghost family disciples shouted in frustration, pounding the ground helplessly. Even if we die, we'll make sure he pays. The family head and elders will avenge us. Even if he kills us all today, he won't escape the ghost family, and he'll end up buried with us. One of the more ruthless individuals declared a vow to perish together with Su Yun. A man is destined to die, either as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. To eliminate an enemy for the family, even if we die, we have no regrets, proclaimed one of the righteous, determined to fight Su Yun to the end. Emotions ran high among the crowd. Despite being intimidated by the Judgment Ghost's overwhelming power, they charged forward fearlessly. However, their courage, while commendable, was insufficient to change the course of the battle. With the Judgment Ghost looming overhead, their resistance seemed futile. In no time, everyone was wiped out by the Judgment Ghost. The terrifying energy washed over the area, leaving no bodies behind, cleansing the entire ghost tomb. Phew, it's finally over. As the battle concluded, Su Yun let out a long sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Meanwhile, he began contemplating how to leave safely. The entrance was clearly not an option, as there would undoubtedly be countless members of the ghost family waiting for him outside. Since the ghost family dared to act directly in the ghost tomb, they must have been fully prepared, determined not to let him leave alive. Su Yun knew well that if he was discovered upon exiting the ghost tomb, he would face the ghost family's relentless assault. Boom! While Su Yun was deep in thought, the ground beneath the ghost tower suddenly collapsed, revealing a massive, bottomless pit. To his astonishment, he discovered it was hollow beneath. He quickly got up and walked to the edge to take a closer look. The pit was filled with dense ghostly energy, accompanied by intermittent squeaking sounds from its depths. Groundhogs. Su Yun's eyes lit up as inspiration struck him. Known as underground sprites, groundhogs are famous for their burrowing. Their tunnels are not only smooth and spacious, but also large enough for an adult to walk through. These interconnected tunnels create a vast underground network, inspiring the Groundhog Maze adventure. Without hesitation, Su Yun ordered the Judgment Ghost to take him into the pit. Upon landing, he was stunned by the sight before him. The ghostly energy was so dense it was suffocating, making it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. In just a moment, his entire body was soaked in the liquefied ghostly energy. The energy concentration here is even higher than in the ghost tower, Su Yun mused to himself. Could the body of the 1,000-year-old Gengar be buried here? This unusual environment reminded him of the carvings in the ghost tower. Realizing this was a great boon for the Judgment Ghost and the Shadow Frog, Su Yun immediately released the Shadow Frog and commanded, "Quick, absorb all the ghostly energy here." The Shadow Frog eagerly sat down and opened its mouth wide to absorb the energy. The Judgment Ghost snorted in amusement and then opened its mouth to the limit, inhaling forcefully. The surrounding energy rushed into its mouth like a flood, even stealing what the Shadow Frog had just absorbed. The Shadow Frog's face turned dark with anger, glaring at the Judgment Ghost. However, the Judgment Ghost was unfazed and even seemed to flaunt its actions, as if avenging the time in the secret rift when the Shadow Frog monopolized the energy. Despite its fury, the Shadow Frog dared not engage the Judgment Ghost. It felt outmatched, and the Judgment Ghost emitted a mysterious oppressive force that made it uncomfortable. Thus, the two creatures engaged in a silent contest in the depths of the pit, while Su Yun observed this peculiar scene, contemplating his next move. In desperation, the Shadow Frog had no choice but to turn to Su Yun for help. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He pointed to the Shadow Frog's shadow and teased, Want my help? Sure, but first, let me see the treasure chest you're hiding in your shadow. Back at the ghost tower, Su Yun had already noticed the treasure chest found by the shadow frog. However, given the urgent situation at the time, he didn't inquire further. Now, finally having the chance to corner this little creature, he wasn't about to let it slip away easily. The shadow frog immediately shook its head, a hint of wariness flashing in its eyes. Su Yun shrugged, feigning helplessness. Then there's nothing I can do. You'll just have to watch helplessly. He thought to himself, could he really not handle a tiny shadow frog? Seeing Su Yun's resolute stance, the shadow frog became anxious. It tugged at Su Yun's arm, trying to act cute and gain sympathy. However, Su Yun hardened his expression and turned away decisively, giving it no chance. Frustrated, the shadow frog stomped its feet, struggling internally for a moment before succumbing to the temptation of the dense ghostly energy surrounding them. It reached into its shadow and handed the treasure chest to Su Yun. Su Yun felt a surge of triumph, pleased with his successful manipulation of the shadow frog. He didn't rush to open the chest, but instead cleared his throat and turned to the judgment ghost, saying, leave some for it, don't hog it all. Though the judgment ghost was displeased, it begrudgingly complied with Su Yun's command, remembering his recent assistance in its transformation. The shadow frog, overjoyed, ignored the treasure chest and began absorbing the surrounding ghostly energy immediately. At this point, Su Yun carefully examined the treasure chest in his hands. Its wooden exterior appeared unremarkable, but given its presence in the ghost tower, the contents were unlikely to be ordinary. With a mix of curiosity and doubt, he cautiously opened the chest. To his surprise, there was no dazzling light or unusual phenomenon. Inside lay a simple purple flute. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, puzzled as to why such an ordinary-looking flute would be preserved with such importance. He took out the flute and inspected it closely. It was as light as an egg, its surface smooth as a maiden's skin, yet cold to the touch. Just as Su Yun was pondering, a system prompt suddenly appeared. The flute of the Netherworld, crafted from nether material, possesses the power to connect with the Netherworld. When played at specific times, it can open the gateway to the Netherworld. Su Yun was astounded. He knew that the so-called Netherworld was not the legendary afterlife, but a reverse world opposite the real one ruled by Giratina, the master of the distortion world. This seemingly ordinary flute held such astonishing power. Su Yun stared at the unremarkable flute in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Could this small instrument really be the key to opening the gates of the Underworld? His heart raced as he realized he might be holding the means to summon Giratina. After all, Giratina, being the ruler of the Underworld, would not remain indifferent to the opening of a passage between the two worlds. His gaze lingered on the flute as his thoughts swirled. Such a divine artifact hidden within the ghost tower suggested that the ancient trainer who defeated the millennial Gengar was no ordinary person. Su Yun couldn't help but recall the system's description. The Netherworld flute was crafted from materials of the Underworld. This meant the maker must have ventured into the Underworld, as obtaining the necessary materials otherwise would have been impossible. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the flute seemed to grow heavier in Su Yun's grasp. He understood this artifact was no trifling matter. A slight misstep could cost him his life. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away, he reminded himself, aware that summoning Giratina on a whim would be akin to courting death. After careful consideration, Su Yun decided to securely keep the flute for now, planning to study it further once he was stronger. He carefully stored the Netherworld flute, leaving no room for carelessness. Meanwhile, Shadow Frog and Judgment Ghost had absorbed all the ghost-type energy in the vicinity. Thanks to this, both Pokémon experienced significant power boosts. Shadow Frog's level jumped to 40, while Judgment Ghost reached level 60, stepping into the ranks of the Quasi-Elite Four. This remarkable progress was undoubtedly due to the millennial Gengar in the Ghost Tower. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Well done, both of you have improved greatly. He glanced around and noticed the area was dotted with burrows. Wild Diglets occasionally poked their heads out, warily eyeing them. Perhaps due to the powerful aura emanating from Judgment Ghost, these Diglets dared not approach, opting instead to issue squeaky warnings from their burrows, as if advising Su Yun not to trespass on their territory. Su Yun softly spoke to his two Pokémon. Next, we should find a way out and leave this place as soon as possible. Something seems off with these groundhogs. Su Yun crouched in front of a burrow, squinting as he carefully observed the wild groundhogs curled up inside. Their skin wasn't the usual earthy brown, but instead had an eerie light purple hue. Even more surprising were the earthy brown patterns adorning their bodies, as if their colors had been reversed. Su Yun furrowed his brow, his nose twitching slightly. A faint ghostly aura lingered in the air, adding to his confusion. How could ground-type creatures like groundhogs possess ghostly attributes? It seemed utterly impossible. Could it be that the environment here has influenced them, causing a mutation in their attributes? Su Yun pondered while gently tapping his chin with his fingers. He recalled the example of the Ninetales, a species that exhibited drastically different attributes based on geographical location: fire attributes in the south and ice attributes in the north. Although this phenomenon was intriguing, the current situation was dire and time was of the essence, leaving Su Yun with no time to delve deeper. He turned to the Judgment Ghost behind him and said, "They fear you, so you lead the way." The Judgment Ghost nodded in agreement and moved to the front. As expected, the groundhogs, sensing its presence, scurried into the darkness like startled mice, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the ghost tomb, the elite members of the ghost clan had gathered, waiting for Su Yun to emerge. Just then, the stone door at the entrance of the ghost tomb began to shake violently, as if some immense force was battering against it. "What's happening?" a startled elder of the ghost clan asked. Could something have gone wrong inside the ghost tomb? They had guarded the ghost tomb for nearly a century and had never encountered such a situation. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the grand door of the ghost tower shattered with a thunderous crash, turning into countless pieces of rubble and dust. Even more shocking was that the spatial barrier at the entrance was rapidly dissipating, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The members of the ghost clan stood aghast, inhaling sharply. They exchanged looks of fear and bewilderment. "What on earth is going on?" someone asked with a trembling voice. "How could the spatial barrier just disappear? Doesn't this mean anyone can freely enter the ghost tomb now?" In panic, they turned their gaze towards their leader, Yu Mifeng, hoping he could provide an explanation and guidance. Yu Mifeng remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the ghost tomb, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Yu Mifeng's expression changed dramatically, as if he had realized something terrifying. He shouted abruptly, "This is bad. It's the ghost tower. Something major is about to happen." Before he finished speaking, Yu Mifeng had already dashed into the ghost tomb, leaving his subordinates behind, bewildered and at a loss for what to do. The gate to the ghost tomb opened effortlessly in front of Su Yun. Everyone exchanged astonished glances before filing in one by one. The sight that met their eyes was shocking. Once vibrant with spiritual energy, the ghost tomb now resembled a wasteland ravaged by a hurricane. The ground was cracked, ruins were scattered everywhere, and the signature ghostly energy had vanished. A heavy aura of desolation hung over the barren land. "My God!" An elder staggered back, collapsing to the ground with a pale face, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. "Where are our talented disciples?" another elder asked, frowning as he looked around anxiously. "And that outsider boy, where have they gone?" However, the head of the ghost clan, Yu Mifeng, was too preoccupied to heed these concerns. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the ghost tower, and he rushed over as if carried by the wind. When he arrived, the scene before him struck him like a bolt of lightning. The side of the ghost tower was now just an unfathomably deep pit. "Our ghost tower," an elder cried out in distress. "Who dares to steal our clan's treasure?" "Shut up," Yu Mifeng snapped sharply. "Use your brain. How could such a massive ghost tower be stolen?" "Master, what on earth is going on?" an elder asked, trembling. Yu Mifeng punched the air, gritting his teeth. "The opportunity within the ghost tower has been taken. For hundreds of years, our ghost clan has produced many talents, yet none have ever been recognized by the ghost tower. I never expected that today an unknown young man would receive its inheritance." The crowd was aghast at his words. "Master, do you mean that outsider?" "It was my oversight," Yu Mifeng sighed deeply. "Had I known he was hiding a Gengar, I would never have let him set foot here." At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly knelt down, crying bitterly, "Master, it's all my fault. In seeking revenge for my son, I doomed the entire clan." Unexpectedly, Yu Mifeng did not blame him. The clan leader looked at the bottomless pit, his voice laden with exhaustion. "You are not at fault. He is not at fault. The ghost clan is not at fault. We simply lost. If someone from our clan could have defeated Su Yun or obtained the ghost tower's inheritance, things would not have come to this." Su Yun emerged from an abandoned cave on Shui Feng Mountain, covered in dirt. He took a deep breath of fresh air, brushing the thick dust off his clothes, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Finally out, he murmured to himself, that mole tunnel was a real maze. Looking around, he took in the lush mountain forest surrounding him. Su Yun pulled out his phone and opened the map app. Fortunately, there was still a signal. Soon, the screen displayed his location: Shui Feng Mountain in Candy City. Candy City, a bustling metropolis neighboring Jiangbei City. Unlike Jiangbei, which is focused on technology, Candy emphasizes harmony between humans and nature. Rarely seen are the heavy industrial facilities that pollute the environment. Instead, there are vast parks, forests, and grasslands, teeming with life. Shui Feng Mountain is one of the most renowned natural attractions in Candy City. The mountain is densely vegetated, even home to many endangered species. Su Yun made a rough estimate and realized that Jiangbei City wasn't too far away. It wouldn't take long to return. Just then, his phone vibrated. Looking down, Su Yun saw a new message. The cute Psyduck avatar immediately identified the sender: Ningong Wangyue. "Where are you?" The brief message appeared on the screen. Chui Feng Mountain. Su Yun replied just as succinctly. Nangong Wangyue quickly sent another message. Did you destroy the Ghost Clan's legacy? Su Yun was taken aback. How do you know? He had just escaped from the Ghost Clan, and the news had already reached Nangong Wangyue. Could there be a Nangong family insider within the Ghost Clan? Nangong Wangyue quickly explained. The Ghost Clan issued a hit on you in the black market. If the legacy wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't dare do that with the Nangong family ties we have. Su Yun was slightly stunned. How could they act so quickly? He was well aware of the black market, a place filled with all sorts of gray industries, from selling illegal spirits to hiring assassins to take down trainers. It's said to have powerful backing, so even the League turns a blind eye as long as they don't appear openly in the public eye. Su Yun never expected to make it onto the black market's hit list at such a young age. It was quite the promising future. He couldn't help but wonder. I wonder who the Ghost Clan hired to hunt me down. Despite his curiosity, he felt a twinge of caution. Better safe than sorry. He had no intention of being caught off guard. Nangong Wangyue, concerned, suggested, why don't you come hide with the Nangong family for a while? It's dangerous outside, and your current strength might not be enough. Su Yun politely declined. Although his strength wasn't top tier, it was more than enough for self-defense. Moreover, he wanted to use this opportunity to counterattack and improve his skills. Seeing Su Yun's determination, Nangong Wangyue didn't press further but instead said, there's something else I need to tell you. The news that Song Qinfeng had been sent to Kanglan City's Junior Spirit Academy for an exchange program reached Su Yun's ears. This unexpected information made him raise an eyebrow and feel a sense of delight. He had initially planned to return to Jiangbei City specifically to settle the score with Song Qinfeng. To his surprise, Song Qinfeng was coming to him, saving him quite a bit of trouble. Thank you for telling me this, Su Yun said, casting a grateful look at Nangong Wangyue. This information was indeed quite helpful to him. No need, Nangong Wangyue replied calmly. In fact, I feel somewhat responsible for the conflict between you two. She believed that it was because she was too close to Su Yun that Song Qinfeng harbored hostility towards him. Su Yun shook his head. No, being beautiful isn't your fault. The fault lies with those toads who want to eat swan meat. Nangong Wangyue was momentarily at a loss for words, only returning a puzzled look. After leaving Tsuifeng Mountain, Su Yun headed straight for Kanglan City's Junior Spirit Academy, intending to first gather information about Song Qinfeng's situation. Just as he was about to exit the Tsuifeng Mountain area, a series of urgent cries from deep within the forest caught his attention. Buoy, buoy, buoy. He recognized the sound immediately. It was an EV. This rare spirit, often called the Little Arceus, was renowned for its multiple evolutionary forms. Even rarer were those EV with exceptional talents that could combine these forms, adapting their attributes and forms mid-battle, a capability that closely resembled the creator god Arceus, hence the nickname Little Arceus. Although EV capable of mastering multiform abilities were even rarer than pseudo-legendaries, for Su Yun, who possessed a hidden evolution system, this was no issue at all. He could fully utilize the system's power to help EV achieve multiform evolution. Following the cries, Su Yun quickly discovered the situation. A greedy EV had stumbled into the trap of a victory bell and was now ensnared in its enormous maw. These wild spirits excelled at disguising themselves as ordinary plants to catch prey, secreting sweet, enticing liquid to lure them in. Once the prey let down its guard, they would snap shut the leaf-like lid above their heads, trapping the victim. They would then secrete corrosive liquid to dissolve the prey and absorb its nutrients. If Su Yun didn't intervene quickly, the EV would soon vanish without a trace. Bowie, the EV trapped in the victory bell's mouth, seemed to spot Su Yun, its cries growing more urgent, clearly pleading for his help. Since we've met, your life is under my protection. Su Yun decisively took out the pokeball from his waist and released the shadow frog. As soon as the shadow frog appeared, it stretched its limbs, its joints emitting a chilling cracking sound. With a cruel smirk at the corner of its mouth, it steadily approached the giant Carnivine. Even though the shadow frog hadn't made a move yet, its murderous aura made the giant Carnivine feel threatened. The looming threat of death hovered over it like an invisible scythe. In fear, the giant Carnivine let out a sharp cry, its green leaves on either side shaking violently, trying to warn the shadow frog to stay away. The shadow frog ignored the threat, responding with a cold smile as it continued to advance steadily. The giant Carnivine finally couldn't hold back and fiercely flapped its leaves, unleashing a leaf blade attack. Several sharp leaves sliced through the air, but the shadow frog merely flickered lightly, effortlessly dodging the lethal assault. The giant Carnivine was stunned, unable to believe its opponent had evaded its quick leaf blade. As it stood dumbfounded, the shadow frog suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing instantly in front of it. The shadow frog's fist was enveloped in a faint dark purple energy, landing a powerful punch directly on the giant Carnivine's mouth. The giant Carnivine was immediately overwhelmed, instinctively retching and spitting out the EV it had swallowed. The immense force sent it flying, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. The shadow frog disdainfully picked up the damp EV and tossed it next to Su Yun. Seeing the EV, barely alive yet still breathing, Su Yun sighed in relief, a satisfied smile on his face. He promptly took out an empty Pokeball and easily captured the weakened EV. Perhaps grateful for being saved, the EV did not resist. The system timely popped up a notification, displaying EV's detailed information. Pokemon EV. Level, 20. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability increases the power of same-type moves from 1.5x to 2.0x. Moves, quick attack, swift, baby doll eyes, sand attack. Hidden evolution path, B05SS01. Potential, rare. Suyin nodded to himself, acknowledging the impressive ability. When Suyin noticed that the EV's ability was adaptability, his pupils slightly contracted. Adaptability, a trait that can significantly boost a Pokemon's combat power, undoubtedly increased the value of this seemingly ordinary EV. However, what truly shocked Su Yun was EV's hidden evolution path. His eyes quickly scanned the system panel, and he momentarily held his breath to evolution paths, one of which was astonishingly S-level. It's worth noting that even his strongest Pokemon, the Judgment Ghost, only had an A-level hidden evolution form, never reaching S-level. Just a small amount of sacrifice points to unlock an S-level hidden evolution path. Su Yun couldn't help but murmur. This required even fewer points than opening a level path. He could almost imagine the expressions on the Golden Dragon Armor's faces when they learned of this. Just as Su Yun was feeling regretful about having only one EV, the previously defeated Victreebel suddenly struggled to its feet. It glared fiercely at the shadow frog, emitting a sharp cry from its throat, yet it didn't dare to truly attack. This comical scene made Su Yun chuckle. The shadow frog was evidently irritated by Victreebel's noise. It cast a cold glance at its opponent, causing Victreebel to tremble. A pale blue water shuriken swiftly formed in the shadow frog's palm, ready to finally resolve this nuisance. At this critical moment, cries began to echo around the forest, identical to Victreebel's. This unexpected reinforcement gave Victreebel newfound confidence. It straightened its body and boldly launched an attack on the shadow frog. Oh, so you've called for some backup to act tough, have you? Su Yun glanced around and saw the rustling in the dense underbrush. Large carnivorous flowers were converging from all directions. Their petals were a vivid red, and their gaping mouths revealed sharp teeth, emitting a nauseating stench. This group of giant flowers was clearly drawn by the cries for help from their companion. The one that was previously bested by the shadow frog was now hiding behind its peers, its leaves trembling slightly, obviously seeking revenge through sheer numbers. The shadow frog, however, remained unfazed. It stood with arms crossed, its crimson eyes glinting with a mischievous light as it surveyed the dozen or so aggressive flowers. Despite being outnumbered, its demeanor was calm and unruffled, as if facing opponents not worth its time. This disdainful attitude enraged the flowers. The leader let out a sharp screech, and dozens of razor-sharp leaves shot through the air like a hail of arrows aimed at the shadow frog. With swift, precise movements, the shadow frog put away its water shuriken and deftly navigated through the shower of leaves, its hands forming seals rapidly. A massive, deep purple shadow orb formed in its palms, swelling to the size of 2.5 basketballs in an instant. When the shadow frog hurled this energy ball, the air itself seemed to tremble. The flowers realized the danger too late. The oppressive force left them paralyzed, forced to watch helplessly as death approached. Boom! The purple-black energy storm engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant. The explosion's shockwave snapped the surrounding trees like twigs, and even Su Yun, watching from a distance, could feel the terrifying power. Was it really necessary to go all out for just a few flowers? Su Yun emerged from behind a tree once the energy dissipated, looking helplessly at his creature. With the shadow frog's strength, it could have handled the situation in a much gentler way. The shadow frog shot back a disdainful glance, as if to say, "What do you know?" Its haughty demeanor almost made Su Yun want to punch it. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. Clearly, someone had been drawn by the explosion. Su Yun surveyed the damaged surroundings and shot another glare at the shadow frog. In Azure City, a place that highly values natural preservation, especially within this renowned ecological reserve, such large-scale destruction was bound to cause trouble. If the staff here discovered he was damaging the environment, a fine would be the least of his worries. He might even get arrested. The shadow frog made a throat-slashing gesture, a cold glint in its dark eyes. Watching the menacing female sprite, Su Yun couldn't help but frown. Stop thinking about killing all the time. Can't we just be a bit more peaceful? Su Yun advised in a low voice, while cautiously eyeing a group of figures rushing towards them in the distance. As the people drew near, Su Yun noticed their attire and the tools they carried, and his frown deepened. These weren't ordinary staff members, but a notorious group of sprite hunters. Sprite hunters are a criminal gang making a living by hunting sprites. They often ambush trainers to seize carefully raised sprites, then sell them cheaply on the black market. Although they also capture wild sprites, those aren't as valuable as trained ones. Su Yun recognized them by the high-tech containers in their hand, special tools used by sprite hunters. Boss, it's just a kid. One of the sprite hunters arrived first, casting a greedy look at the shadow frog. The Greninja beside him looked special, all dark and unique. Some buyers love unusual sprites like that. It might fetch a good price. Another hunter followed closely, glaring fiercely at Su Yun. Kid, you've got more than one sprite, right? Be smart and show us the others. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Other hunters chimed in. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear? Hand over your sprites and scram. Or else, you'll lose more than just your sprites. Faced with these threats, Su Yun remained silent, though his gaze grew colder. He thought to himself that sometimes it's not about wanting to kill, but rather about dealing with those who recklessly seek their own doom. Just then, the leader of the sprite hunters, who arrived last, spoke up. Wait, don't let him Goy think I've seen him before. The leader scrutinized Su Yun, a hint of doubt in his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly realized, exclaiming, I remember now. Isn't this kid the one wanted on the black market's bounty list? It turned out that not long ago, a highly lucrative bounty had appeared on the black market, catching the attention of many members. The leader himself had noticed it, but since the target was mentioned to be in Jiangbei City, and he mainly operated in Kanglan City, he hadn't paid much attention. However, much to his surprise, the target supposedly in Jiangbei City was encountered by him in the Tsuifeng Mountains of Kanglan City. The leader of the elf hunters wore a grave expression as he took out his phone and logged into the black market network, carefully comparing the person in front of him, Su Yun, with the photo on the bounty notice. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he burst into laughter. Ha! What a stroke of luck to find you without even trying. His greedy gaze swept over Su Yun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Kid, you're having a really bad day. Someone's paying a hefty price for your head. Initially, I only wanted your elves, but now, sorry, your head is worth more. The leader signaled to his henchmen, and in an instant, a group of fierce elf hunters surrounded Su Yun. One of them gave a twisted smile and taunted, surrender quietly, and we might grant you a swift end. Su Yun chuckled softly, muttering to himself, well, that was quick. Ever since Nangong Wangyue had informed him about the bounty, he knew this day would come. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. In that case, let's fight. Su Yun's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his aura transformed dramatically. These people not only coveted his elves, but also wanted his life. How could he sit idly by? In a flash, the shadow frog vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind one of the elf hunters the next second. With a flash of cold light, a water shuriken mercilessly pierced the hunter's back, blood gushing out. This unexpected counterattack left everyone stunned. They looked at their fallen comrade in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to act. Damn it! You dare kill my brother, I'll take your life. The scent of blood snapped one hunter back to his senses. He roared viciously and released his own alpha ferocious wolfhound. Wolfhound, tear that damn toad apart with Thunder Fang, the hunter shouted his command. The wolfhound howled at the sky, lightning flickering between its fangs, as it ferociously lunged at the shadow frog. It excelled in elemental bite attacks, mastering Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and Ice Fang alike. Facing the charging wolfhound, the shadow frog showed no fear, letting out a low croak and assuming a battle stance. The shadow frog conjured a basketball-sized shadow ball in its hand, launching it like a bolt of lightning towards the oncoming great wolfhound. The wolfhound opened its massive jaws, exuding a terrifying electric power, ready to devour the shadow frog in one gulp. At the critical moment, the shadow frog seized the opportunity and skillfully tossed the shadow ball into the foul-smelling mouth of the great wolfhound. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The shadow ball, infused with a terrifying ghostly energy, detonated inside the wolfhound's mouth, obliterating its jaws and half of its head into fragments. Blood and flesh splattered like raindrops, and the headless wolfhound crashed heavily to the ground, undeniably dead. My great wolfhound! The spirit hunter was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. His prized spirit had been taken down in a single blow by the shadow frog. The leader of the spirit hunter's expression changed drastically, realizing Su Yun's formidable strength, and immediately grew wary. This guy is tough, everyone attacked together. He released his spirit and signaled his subordinates to join in the assault. In an instant, the remaining spirit hunters unleashed their spirits, surrounding the shadow frog. Seeing the Macamp level 45, Arbok level 36, and Weezing level 33, the spirit hunter leader's confidence soared, smugly addressing Su Yun. Kid, I admit you're strong. But there are 5 of us, and only one of you. 5 against 1, let's see how you handle that. Su Yun chuckled lightly, unconcerned. Simple, I'll just bring out another spirit. With a flick of his wrist, a pokeball opened automatically. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as a blood red, menacing spirit appeared before everyone. Crimson Gyarados. A spirit hunter exclaimed, eyes filled with shock and apprehension. What the heck? He even has a Gyarados, and it looks like a shiny one. Who is this guy? The spirit hunter leader suppressed his unease and sneered. Humph. Whatever his identity, kill him, and these spirits will be ours. Despite his dismissive words, he was deeply apprehensive, feeling an ominous foreboding. However, they had already provoked Su Yun, and there was no turning back now. Altogether, even if it's a shiny Gyarados, we'd make Rayquaza shed its skin. The leader shouted, trying to boost morale. Su Yun shook his head in disappointment at the leader's arrogant attitude, murmuring, another boring battle. As soon as he spoke, the Crimson Gyarados joined the fray. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. Arbok, caught directly in the inferno, was incinerated before it could even scream. What the heck? Isn't it a shiny Gyarados? Why can it breathe fire? Arbok's trainer cursed, jumping in frustration. He couldn't comprehend how a water-type spirit like Gyarados could use a fire-type move. Everyone present was equally baffled, but there was no time for answers. The addition of the Crimson Gyarados shifted the battle decisively. Instead of pondering why it could breathe fire, they needed to focus on how to withstand the combined onslaught of the Crimson Gyarados and the Shadow Frog. The Crimson Gyarados swiftly took out an enemy, sparking a competitive spirit in the Shadow Frog. Not to be outdone, it launched a series of water shuriken attacks, quickly dispatching the Weezing. In just moments, the situation shifted from a 5 against 2 to a 3 against 2. Damn, how are they this strong? The leader of the spirit hunters cursed, his face dark with frustration. Boss, maybe we should retreat. These creatures are unbelievably powerful, one of the team members suggested, struggling under the pressure. Su Yun's display of strength had instilled fear in them, driving their desire to flee. Retreat? Huh, where do you think you're going? With me here, you're not going anywhere. Before the spirit hunter leader could respond, Su Yun spoke up. There was no way he would let these spirit hunters off easily. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Su Yun, the leader forced himself to stay calm despite his anxiety. Kid, leave some room for negotiation. It's wise to leave a way out for future encounters. Do you really intend to wipe us out? I admit you're strong, and Unknown, we're no match for you. But this is a 3-on-2 situation. It won't be easy for you to kill us. Let's both step back and call it quits. What do you say? His cowardice and self-preservation instincts were evident. Su Yun chuckled coldly. Not easy to kill you? Don't flatter yourselves. Clearly, they still didn't grasp the gap in power between them and him. Fine, I'll help you realize it soon enough. He murmured to himself, retrieving another pokeball from his belt. With a crisp sound, a black and white spirit appeared before them. The Judgment Ghost. Although it didn't attack immediately, simply standing there and observing, its aura was enough to instill fear in everyone present. Another strong one. The spirit hunter leader was shocked. He had thought the Shadow Frog and Crimson Gyarados were Su Yun's strongest, not expecting an even more formidable presence. What kind of spirit is this? It looks similar to Gengar, yet no Gengar is black and white. It might as well be a panda, he thought. Judgment Ghost, take them out. Su Yun ordered, his voice icy. The Judgment Ghost grinned, transforming into a gust of eerie wind. One by one, the spirit hunters fell. In mere moments, only the leader remained. Terrified, he fell to the ground, scrambling backward. Wait, don't kill me. I have money and spirits. They'll give you everything if you spare me, he pleaded. Su Yun laughed. Fool, if I kill you, your things are mine anyway. With that, a flash of blood erupted, and the spirit hunter leader lay dead. At that moment, his bag opened, and pokeballs rolled out spirits he had stolen or captured. Su Yun initially had no interest in them. Su Yun's attention was suddenly caught by the word sacrifice. To his surprise, among the spoils of battle was an EV. This unexpected discovery thrilled him, as these creatures naturally became his possessions after defeating the leader of the spirit hunters. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Su Yun said with a slight smile, filled with anticipation. I can now trigger EV's S-level hidden evolution. Without hesitation, he sacrificed the newly acquired EV. The system chimed in, providing details on the special S-level hidden evolution path. An EV at level 15 combined with a source of attributes can evolve into RCV. This evolution path allows the fusion of up to 18 sources of attributes, with each additional one enhancing RCV's power. Once all 18 are successfully fused, RCV's potential will reach the S-level deity status and unlock the SS-level hidden evolution path. RCV? Is this trying to mimic Arceus? Su Yun muttered to himself, his expression puzzled. He was quickly satisfied with this evolution path as it eliminated the hassle of constantly acquiring sacrifice points. He only needed to collect the sources of attributes to enable EV's continuous evolution. Suddenly, Su Yun remembered the ghost attribute source he obtained in the Dragon Bone Secret Realm. This source originally belonged to the Shadow Frog, but at the time, it couldn't absorb it. Su Yun decided to discuss with the Shadow Frog about borrowing the ghost attribute source. He looked at the Shadow Frog with a friendly smile and coaxed, "Shadow Frog, how about having a partner that can transform? Just nod, and I'll create one for you now. But I'll need to borrow your ghost attribute source." The Shadow Frog pondered. It understood the significance of hidden evolution, but also realized that losing a source of attributes meant a loss of power. Eventually, it approached Eevee and communicated for a while. Moments later, the Shadow Frog looked at Su Yun and nodded, indicating its willingness to contribute the ghost attribute source to assist Eevee's evolution. Su Yun couldn't help but wonder what conversation had transpired between Eevee and the Shadow Frog that led to such a swift agreement. Su Yun didn't delve into the reasons behind it, and directly placed the ghost attribute source in front of Eevee. When the system prompt appeared, he softly uttered, "Evolve." As soon as he spoke, a dazzling white light of evolution enveloped Eevee and the ghost attribute source. The immense ghost energy, stimulated by the light, transformed into countless streams of energy and flowed into Eevee's body. Eevee closed its eyes, looking peaceful, and fully embraced the transformation. Its fur gradually shifted from a brownish gray to a light purple, perfectly blending with the hue of the ghost attribute source. Its form also changed, becoming more robust and larger. Its dark eyes faintly glowed with a light purple hue, exuding an aura of mystery. About a minute later, the transformation gradually ceased. A newly evolved form of Eevee appeared before Su Yun Arceve, the ghost form. A light purple orb floated a few inches from its body, reminiscent of the deity Arceus. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Wow, even with just one ghost attribute source, it already resembles the creator god quite a bit. It could be considered a fragment of the creator god." If the previous Eevee seemed ordinary, the current Arceve exuded a sacred and commanding presence. And this was just the result of merging one attribute source. If all 18 attribute sources were to be combined in the future, its power would be unimaginable. Just as Su Yun was lost in thought, the system notification sounded. "Ding. Congratulations, your Eevee has successfully evolved into Arceve, ghost form." Then, a series of information about Arceve appeared before Su Yun. Spirit, Arceve. Level, 30. Gender, female. Attribute, ghost. Ability, Protean can change its attribute at will based on the attribute source within, and naturally possesses a 50% resistance to attacks from all attributes when corresponding attribute sources are gathered. Skills, Swift, Quick Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Sand Attack, Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Sucker Punch. Hidden Evolution Path, SSS. Potential, 118 starter. Oh, not bad. It jumped up 10 levels, all at once, Su Yun remarked in surprise. Originally at only level 20, Eevee not only successfully evolved after merging with the ghost attribute source, but its level also soared to 30, an impressive result. The change in attributes was expected. After merging with the ghost attribute source, Arceve's attribute naturally shifted to ghost. Su Yun glanced over the attribute change casually and continued to examine the other information. As Su Yun carefully read the system's introduction to the ever-changing characteristic, his eyes lit up. This innovative feature reminded him of Arceus's multi-type ability in the Pokémon world. Su Yun murmured to himself. Although it can only block 50% of the damage, unlike Arceus's complete immunity, it's still quite impressive. His mind raced as he analyzed the potential of Arsub. If all 18 type sources are gathered, Arsub's power might rival that of a first-tier god. Even when facing legendary Pokémon like Groudon and Kyogre, it wouldn't be inferior. Su Yun secretly decided to keep an eye out for any news about the type sources. At that moment, Shadow Frog excitedly called out and walked over to Arsub, patting it on the head like a big brother. Unexpectedly, Arsub accepted the gesture with great respect. Su Yun suddenly understood and shook his head with a smile. "I see. Shadow Frog has taken Arsub under its wing. No wonder it willingly gave up the ghost-type source." Shadow Frog then turned to Su Yun, making an eager sound as if to ask, "When can I evolve again?" Su Yun smiled and replied, "Soon. Once we find Song Qinfeng and settle the score between us, you'll be able to evolve again." Su Yun calculated that Shadow Frog's current sacrifice value was already at 14 points, needing just 6 more to unlock the A-rank hidden evolution path. Song Qinfeng's Greninja could provide exactly 10 sacrifice points, more than enough. Hearing this, Shadow Frog was thrilled and couldn't wait to embark on the journey to find Song Qinfeng. Seeing this, Su Yun laughed heartily. "Since you're so eager, let's go find him now. The sooner we settle things with him, the sooner you can evolve." With that, Su Yun and the excited Shadow Frog left Green Peak Mountain, heading towards the city below to begin their new adventure. In the district of Kanglan, a uniquely charming city unfolded before Su Yun's eyes. Unlike the towering skyscrapers of modern cities, this place was predominantly composed of blue brick and tile-roofed houses, reflecting a profound respect for nature. The hustle and bustle of contemporary urban life seemed to be kept at bay, with the ancient natural atmosphere reigning over this land. As Su Yun stepped into the city, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Having lived in the modern and vibrant Jiangbei city for a long time, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such a nature-infused environment. The local shops lining the streets caught Su Yun's attention with their variety. However, a peculiar phenomenon piqued his curiosity. Almost every shop displayed an array of insect-catching tools, like nets and scented lures, as if the residents had a particular fascination with catching insects. While Su Yun paused to observe, an enthusiastic middle-aged man called out to him, "Hey there, young man, interested in buying an insect net? I've got the best ones in the city, top quality, guaranteed to give you an edge in the insect-catching competition." Insect-catching competition? Su Yun was taken aback, not interested in the nets, but intrigued by the mention of a competition. "Uncle, what is this insect-catching competition you're talking about?" Su Yun approached to inquire, knowing little about Kanglan City and nothing about this so-called competition. The middle-aged man looked at him with disbelief. "You don't know about the insect-catching competition? It's the most famous event in Kanglan City. Every local knows about it." He eyed Su Yun up and down, asking suspiciously, "You're not from around here, are you?" Su Yun nodded, admitting, "I'm from the neighboring Jiangbei city." The man understood. "That explains it. Since you're not from Kanglan City, it's normal you haven't heard of it." He eagerly began to explain. "Let me tell you, the insect-catching competition is more of a city-wide event than just a competition. It turns out, the insect-catching competition is held annually, open to all residents of Kanglan City. Organizers choose a venue and release a certain number of wild bug-type creatures. Participants must catch these creatures using only the permitted tools within a set time. Each type of bug has a corresponding point value, and the winners are determined by their total points, with substantial rewards for the victors. The rules strictly forbid using creatures," the man emphasized. "You can only rely on nets and scented lures. That's why so many shops here sell insect-catching gear." Su Yun listened intently, suddenly thinking of a question. "So are Caterpies included in the competition?" "Of course," the man confirmed. "Caterpies are emblematic of bug-type creatures and regulars in the competition. Let me put it this way, more than half of the wild bug-type creatures in the competition are Caterpies. Not only are the Caterpie, but their evolved forms, Metapod and Butterfree, are also abundant in this forest." Su Yun looked around, surrounded by lush greenery. These gentle, non-toxic creatures crawled or fluttered slowly, making them ideal targets for contestants to capture. Su Yun's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, "So many Caterpie, Metapod, and Butterfree. This is the perfect place to boost the sacrifice value for the golden armored dragon." His mind raced, weighing the opportunity before him. Should I join the bug-catching contest to earn sacrifice value for the golden armored dragon before seeking revenge on Song Chenfeng? Since the battle in the Dragonbone Secret Realm, the golden armored dragon's sacrifice value had stagnated, preventing its hidden evolution path from advancing beyond Scrate. Now, with such a rare opportunity, Su Yun hesitated. As he pondered, a middle-aged man beside him continued, "Young man, are you thinking of joining the bug-catching contest too? This year is a great time. I've heard that the Spirit Academy, as the organizer, has not only increased the rewards but also invited representatives from other cities' Spirit Academies to watch. If I remember correctly, your Jiangbei City's Spirit Academy is also invited." These words instantly put Su Yun on alert. Jiangbei City's Spirit Academy will be there too. He couldn't help but recall Nangong Wanyue's previous words, a thought flashing in his mind. Could Song Chenfeng also be present? A cold smile appeared on Su Yun's lips. "It seems I must participate in this contest. Whether to enhance the golden armored dragon's sacrifice value or to find Song Chenfeng, the bug-catching contest became an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss." He turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Sir, can I enter the bug-catching contest?" Although he had heard that people from Kanglan City could participate, he wasn't sure if outsiders were eligible. "Of course, as long as you have a ticket," the man replied, pulling a crumpled paper ticket from his pocket. "Where can I get a ticket?" Su Yun asked eagerly. The man scratched his head awkwardly. "That might be a bit tricky, as ticket sales stopped yesterday." Su Yun frowned, sighing internally that his plan might fall through. However, the middle-aged man suddenly offered him the ticket. "If you're really keen to participate, I can give you this ticket. But you'll have to buy some things from me, as you'll definitely need these bug-catching tools for the contest." Su Yun agreed without hesitation. No problem. He thought, buying the tools and getting a free ticket was a deal too good to pass up. To show his gratitude, he bought all the bug-catching tools he might need. The man beamed, happily handing over the ticket to Su Yun and reminding him, "You can head to the contest now. It starts in 2 hours." Su Yun thanked him, took his newly purchased bug-catching tools, and hurried to the address on the ticket. His mind was already strategizing on how to stand out in the contest while searching for Song Chenfeng. For him, this bug-catching contest was far more than a simple competition. It was an essential opportunity for revenge and to enhance his strength. The bug-catching competition was buzzing with activity, filled with participants of all ages, from children to the elderly. Su Yun stood amidst the crowd, deeply impressed by the grandeur of the event. He couldn't help but exclaim, No wonder this is the most renowned community sport in Candy City. The scale is massive. To stand out and win first place here, extraordinary bug-catching skills are a must. Yun knew that his goal wasn't to win the championship. He simply wanted to catch a green caterpillar, a steel cocoon, or a butterfree. Without the help of a sprite, it was difficult to compete with the local participants who had been practicing bug-catching since childhood. Finding a secluded corner, Yun quietly released his shadow frog. He bent down and whispered to it, "Hide in my shadow, and only come out when I tell you to, understand?" The competition rules prohibited bringing sprites, but without one, he couldn't complete the sacrifice ritual. The shadow frog, with its ability to hide in shadows, was undoubtedly the best choice. The shadow frog gave a soft ribbit and nodded in agreement. It then transformed into a pool of dark water, silently merging into Yun's shadow. Yun nodded in satisfaction, relieved to have solved this problem. He proceeded to the storage area with his remaining sprite balls, handed his entry ticket to the staff, and kept only the necessary bug-catching tools. After an inspection, the staff guided him to the entrance of the competition grounds. Many participants had already gathered at the entrance, holding various bug-catching tools and engaging in lively discussions. Yun paid them no mind, as they were neither friends nor rivals. His gaze was fixed on the podium, where many prominent figures, including the senior members of Candy City's Junior Sprite Academy and other invited guests, were gathered. Suddenly, a figure in a purple robe caught his eye, and a flicker of coldness passed through Yun's eyes. Song Chinfeng, he thought to himself. He's here too. Good. Saves me the trouble of searching for him. Yun thought coldly. His trip had two purposes: to help the golden armor dragon increase its sacrifice value, and to find Song Chinfeng to seek revenge. Now he was one step closer to his goal. Yun withdrew his gaze, no longer focusing on Song Chinfeng. The immediate task was to participate in the bug-catching competition and accumulate sacrifice value for the golden armor dragon. Once the competition was over, he would look for an opportunity to confront Song Chinfeng directly. At that moment, a staff member stepped forward to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, the annual bug-catching competition is about to begin. Before we start, please allow me to explain the specific rules of this year's event." He began to elaborate on the rules, which were largely similar to what Yun had heard from the shopkeeper earlier. The contestants gathered at the edge of the arena, waiting for the competition to begin. The staff explained the rules in detail. Participants would earn points by capturing wild bug-type creatures, with different creatures having different point values. Each contestant was given a reference chart to check the points for each creature at any time. The competition would last for 3 hours, and participants had to return to a designated spot to submit their captured creatures before time ran out. The winner would be determined based on the total points accumulated. After the briefing, the staff distributed sky blue high-tech cubes. He explained, "This is a special tool for containing the creatures. Once captured, just press the button, and the creature will be automatically contained. Each cube can hold up to 500 creatures the size of a butterfree, providing plenty of space." Yun examined the cube in his hand with surprise. It functioned similarly to a pokeball, but had a much larger capacity. He speculated that this might be a new invention based on pokeball technology, possibly a proprietary technology of Kanglan City. As the staff announced the start of the competition, the contestants rushed forward. Yun didn't hesitate and joined the crowd, heading straight for the easternmost area. According to the manual, this area was primarily inhabited by Caterpie, which he urgently needed as offerings. He encountered few other contestants along the way. It was understandable. Caterpie, though common and easy to catch, offered the lowest points. Ambitious contestants saw no challenge in capturing them and considered the effort not worth the low reward. 10 minutes later, Yun arrived at a vast grassy field teeming with clusters of Caterpie, creating a spectacular sight. After ensuring no one else was around, he whispered to his shadow, "Shadow Frog, you can come out now." The shadow quivered slightly, and the shadow frog emerged. Yun pointed to the Caterpie groups and instructed, "Take care of them, but keep it quiet." This reminder was crucial, as attracting the attention of other contestants could lead to a report and his disqualification from the competition. The shadow frog nodded in agreement, conjuring a water shuriken in its hand and silently darting towards the Caterpie groups. As a stealthy assassin, it could operate undetected. The grass swayed in waves as Caterpie flew up and landed like raindrops. Wherever the shadow frog passed, Caterpie lay scattered in disarray. For it, this was not even an appetizer. It was a simple task to handle. Meanwhile, Yun's vision was filled with the word sacrifice repeatedly, which thrilled him. So many offerings, he thought with delight. Sacrifice them all. The sacrifice value of the golden armored dragon surged like boiling mercury, rapidly climbing at a visible pace. In no time, it reached 300, just 200 short of the 500 needed to unlock this level hidden evolution. Meanwhile, the shadow frog continued to fight valiantly in battle. A dense swarm of green caterpillars, numbering over 100, surrounded them. The shadow frog swung its sharp claws and spat venom, taking them down one by one. After more than half an hour, the battlefield finally calmed. The evolution value of the golden armor dragon rose to 360. Su Yun was secretly delighted, thinking that the bug-catching contest was the perfect opportunity for the golden armor dragon to boost its sacrifice value. Looking down at the panting shadow frog, he whispered, "Well done. Just 140 more green caterpillars, and the golden armor dragon can unlock its level hidden evolution." The shadow frog also benefited from the battle, slightly leveling up to 41, officially entering the ranks of elite spirits. Next, let's head to the area with the armored pupae, Su Yun decided. Upon reaching the armored pupae gathering spot, Su Yun found it even more deserted than the caterpillar area. Although armored pupae were also common and easy to catch, they offered fewer points and were less favored by trainers. This suited Su Yun just fine. Shadow Frog, continue the attack, Su Yun commanded. The Shadow Frog understood immediately and plunged into a new round of battle. Despite the strong defenses of the armored pupae, they couldn't withstand the Shadow Frog's fierce assault. After a full hour, all the armored pupae were dealt with. At this moment, the sacrifice value of the golden armor dragon broke through the 500 mark, reaching 530. Ding! A familiar system notification sounded. Congratulations, your spirit golden armor dragon has unlocked this level hidden evolution path. Golden Armor Dragon LV50 Purple Copper or Golden Crown Dragon Gem Dragon Fire Fruit Purple Gold Divine Dragon. Su Yun's heart raced as he eagerly checked the level hidden evolution path of the Golden Armored Dragon. Purple Gold Divine Dragon, he murmured. What a majestic name. It truly has the potential of a quasi-divine level. He carefully analyzed the required materials. Purple copper ore was not uncommon in the western mining area. The Golden Crown was an honorary item of the Spirit Alliance, possibly obtainable in the bug-catching contest. Only the Dragon Gem was harder to acquire, typically found in Dragon-type spirit habitats. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for the upcoming challenge. The treasures that are hard to find on the market, though rare, aren't enough to make one scratch their head in frustration. Su Yun pondered to himself, realizing that Dragonfire fruit was relatively easy to find and should be available in large fruit stores. He murmured softly, closed the system interface, and his thoughts drifted toward the evolution path of the Golden Armored Dragon. Even without the materials in hand or the Golden Armored Dragon by his side, Su Yun was not discouraged. His eyes gleamed with intelligence as he realized he could continue to accumulate sacrifice points for the Golden Armored Dragon. This level hidden evolution path was just the beginning, with the S-level and SS-level paths stretching ahead, requiring astronomical numbers of sacrifice points. Su Yun's gaze fell on the competition manual, and the marked area for Butterfree caught his attention. A single Butterfree was equivalent to the value of 10 Caterpies, which was undoubtedly a substantial source of sacrifice points for him. He quickly flipped through the manual, his eyes fixing on the 1,000 sacrifice points required for S-level evolution, causing him to gasp. Without hesitation, Su Yun set off with his Shadow Frog towards the Butterfree area. Compared to Caterpies and Metapods, capturing Butterfree presented a significantly higher challenge. By the time Su Yun arrived, several contestants were already busy capturing these agile flying creatures with their tools. Su Yun frowned slightly, contemplating how to obtain sacrifice points without revealing the Shadow Frog's abilities. Just then, the content on the last page of the competition manual caught his attention. Hidden Bug King? Su Yun muttered to himself, staring at the blurry silhouette and the 3 question marks beside it on the manual. The information that capturing the Bug King could earn 2,000 points made his pupils contract and his heart race. This meant capturing the Bug King was almost equivalent to winning the championship. Su Yun's gaze darted between the manual and the surroundings, his mind racing. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. He slowly turned his gaze to the Shadow Frog beside him, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Su Yun quietly moved close to the Shadow Frog and whispered a few words. The Shadow Frog nodded in understanding and silently slipped away, only to reappear suddenly among the unsuspecting crowd. The contestants, who were busy catching Butterfrees, froze in place, staring blankly at this unexpected and peculiar creature. What is that thing? One contestant asked, tilting his head in confusion as he was the first to regain his composure. The Shadow Frog's unique shape and color made it difficult for him to identify. It looks like a shiny Greninja, another contestant guessed uncertainly. Although the Shadow Frog's appearance was indeed similar to a Greninja, its dark purple skin was extraordinarily bizarre and unheard of. A shiny Shadow Frog? Someone repeated, frowning as they quickly flipped through the competition manual. Wait, that's not right, it's not in the... His voice trailed off as his gaze landed on the description of the Bug King on the last page. Suddenly, a realization struck him. No way could this shiny Greninja be the hidden Bug King of this year's bug-catching contest. Although the manual did not specify the exact form of the Bug King, the shadowy figure did bear some resemblance to the Shadow Frog. Thump, thump, thump. The contestant's heart pounded wildly. and his eyes glinted with excitement and greed. He noticed that the Bug King was worth a staggering 2,000 points, far more than an ordinary Butterfree. If he could capture the Bug King, the championship would be within his grasp. Come on, little Bug King, get into the net. Taking advantage of the other's delayed reactions, he swiftly lunged forward, raising his bug-catching net to trap the Shadow Frog. This action ignited a fuse, and the other contestants snapped to attention. No way, it's the hidden Bug King. No wonder it looks so strange, someone exclaimed. Capture it, and the championship is mine, another shouted excitedly. One Bug King is worth 200 Butterfrees. Forget about catching Butterfrees. Out of the way, the Bug King is mine. No one else can have it. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Chaos ensued as everyone rushed toward the Shadow Frog. However, the Shadow Frog remained unfazed, provocatively flipping them off, which only infuriated the contestants further. This thing dares to mock us. We have to catch it and teach it a lesson. A Bug King with personality. I like it. Come here. Everyone, let's surround it first. Don't let it escape. Mock us, will you? Let's show it what we're made of. Amid the chaos, the Shadow Frog seized the opportunity and swiftly darted away. The contestants followed closely, jostling and shoving, determined to capture this mysterious Bug King. In no time, the once lively atmosphere turned eerily quiet. All the participants seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, disappearing into the distance as they followed the trail of the Shadow Frog. Suyin stepped out slowly, gazing at the deserted field, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. That Shadow Frog sure knows how to draw ire. Thankfully, those participants didn't have any sprites on them, or we would have had a serious fight on our hands. With arms crossed, he looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Now, all I need to do is wait for it to return. With its abilities, shaking off those participants shouldn't be a problem. Suyin knew full well that the Shadow Frog was his only sprite, and hunting the Butterfree relied solely on its prowess. As for himself, he let out a bitter laugh, knowing that bug catching wasn't exactly his forte. Time ticked by, and about 10 minutes later, the Shadow Frog silently returned. No one was following it, which allowed Suyin to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. He decisively commanded, "Let's make this quick. Take out those Butterfrees." His gaze fixed on the gracefully fluttering Butterfrees ahead, his tone urgent. Although the Shadow Frog had successfully diverted the participants, there was no guarantee they wouldn't suddenly return. Before they did, he needed to maximize the number of Butterfrees converted into sacrifice points. Understanding the directive, the Shadow Frog nodded and charged toward the group of Butterfrees without hesitation. Despite the Butterfrees being more powerful than Caterpie and Metapod, they were no match for the Shadow Frog. Armed with a water-blue shuriken, it moved effortlessly through the Butterfree swarm, each strike dispatching several of them with ease. Meanwhile, Suyin continuously received notifications of Butterfree sacrifices. Without hesitation, he opted for full sacrifices. Each Butterfree provided him with 10 sacrifice points, and under the Shadow Frog's efficient slaughter, the sacrifice points for the Golden Armored Dragon skyrocketed. In no time, the count surpassed 700. When the Shadow Frog finished off the Butterfrees in the area, the sacrifice points for the Golden Armored Dragon had reached an astonishing 850. Su Yun was elated, just 150 points short of unlocking the S-grade hidden evolution. This meant that soon, he would have a Caterpie with potential rivaling the Sky Ruler Rayquaza. Just the thought of it thrilled him. "Let's go. We need to leave quickly. Someone's coming," Su Yun said, eyeing the distance cautiously as he noticed more participants heading their way. He swiftly retreated with the Shadow Frog. Since all the Butterfrees here were gone, staying any longer was pointless. Shortly after Su Yun and the Shadow Frog left, the participants who had been chasing the Shadow Frog began to return. One of them complained angrily, "Damn it! Letting that Bug King get away was a huge loss. Not only did we not catch it, but we also wasted so much time. It's such a colossal waste." Another chimed in, "Tell me about it. Who would have thought that Bug King was so fast? It disappeared in the blink of an eye, no chance to catch it, not even a glimpse of its shadow." Someone else regretted, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone with you to catch that Bug King. I should have stayed here and caught Butterfrees. I might have caught several by now." However, when they tried to catch Butterfrees again, they were dumbfounded. The area was empty, not a single Butterfree in sight. Someone glanced around in confusion and exclaimed, "Wait, where are my Butterfrees? Where did they go?" Su Yun and the Shadow Frog arrived at the lakeside, initially planning to rest and wait for the competition to end. After all, his goal in the bug-catching contest had already been achieved, had added hundreds of sacrificial points for the Golden Armor Dragon. However, fate seemed to have other plans. The lake's surface shimmered with light, and suddenly, an unusual green glint flashed from the grass by the shore. Su Yun squinted, hardly believing his eyes. Shiny Scyther was calmly drinking water. This rare creature, with power comparable to the elite starters, could only be described as the king of bugs. Su Yun laughed silently to himself, thinking, "It's as if the championship is being handed to me." He hadn't intended to compete for the prize, but with such an opportunity presenting itself, How could he possibly let it slip away? Turning to the Shadow Frog, Su Yun quietly instructed, "Subdue it, but don't hurt it." In a flash, the Shadow Frog shot forward like an arrow, appearing behind the Scyther. It placed a firm hand on the creature's head, holding it securely. Despite the Scyther's vigorous struggle, the level 43 Shadow Frog's strength was far superior to the level 20 Scyther, making escape impossible. The Shadow Frog let out an impatient rib bit, as if warning, "Move again, and I'll clip your wings." The icy threat made the Scyther shiver, and it immediately settled down. Su Yun approached unhurriedly, taking out the high-tech cube provided by the organizers, and effortlessly captured the shiny Scyther. 2,000 points secured, he thought with delight, beginning to anticipate what the championship prize might be. 3 hours flew by, and the contestants gradually returned. Su Yun handed in the cube and retrieved his deposited creatures. The large screen on-site lit up, the leaderboard refreshed unsurprisingly. Su Yun was at the top. Su Yun wasn't surprised by the result. However, some contestants in the audience couldn't contain themselves, whispering among each other. "How is this possible? How can this guy outshine me?" One of the contestants exclaimed incredulously as he stared at the leaderboard. His achievements were already impressive: 30 Morliths, 10 Ariados, and 10 Volbeats, with his score soon to break the 1,000-point mark. His companion patted him on the shoulder and said, "Maybe the other guy encountered a hidden bug king. You know, one hidden bug king is worth 2,000 points, way more than any regular bug-type creature." Just then, the leaderboard updated with detailed scores. Su Yun was at the top with exactly 2,000 points. The second-place contestant opened his mouth, struggling for words, before blurting out, "Damn, cheater." Meanwhile, Song Chenfeng on the podium noticed the familiar name and was taken aback. "Su Yun? Isn't he supposed to be in Jiangbei City? Must be someone with the same name," he muttered, trying to convince himself. At that moment, the referee announced, "Would the top 10 winners please come up to receive their awards?" As Su Yun confidently stepped onto the podium, Song Chenfeng's pupils contracted sharply. It really was him. A wave of elation surged through him. "Ha, divine intervention. I wouldn't dare touch you in Jiangbei City, but here." He sneered at Su Yun, muttering to himself, "Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." He turned to the people from Kanglan City's Junior Spirit Academy, saying, "Sorry, Dean Song, something urgent has come up. I must leave now." With that, he hurried away. On the podium, Su Yun noticed Song Chenfeng's unusual behavior. He smirked slightly. "Can't sit still, can you? Just what I wanted." The staff handed Su Yun his championship rewards. The first prize was a golden insect-patterned crown, a necessary item for the golden armor dragon to evolve into the purple gold divine dragon. The second prize was an antique wooden box containing 8 differently shaped berries, one of which was a pale yellow with a dragon scale-like exterior. The dragonfire fruit he needed. Wow, 2 evolution materials at once. Su Yun thought to himself with delight. Looks like the golden armor dragon is one step closer to evolving into the purple gold divine dragon. This unexpected boon put him in an excellent mood. After the competition, Su Yun quickly headed towards the remote Suifeng Mountain. As soon as his figure disappeared at the exit of the arena, Song Chenfeng, who had been hiding in the crowd, silently followed. Watching Su Yun choose to head to the outskirts, Song Chenfeng smirked. "Huh, running to a secluded place on his own. Isn't he just giving me an opportunity?" Song Chenfeng glanced at the overcast sky and followed lightly. Su Yun had already noticed the tracker behind him, but he didn't confront him, instead deliberately slowing his pace. As they moved further away from the city, the surrounding buildings were gradually replaced by wild grass and trees. On the quiet mountain path, even the rustling of the wind through the shrubs was particularly clear. On a deserted mountain clearing, Su Yun suddenly stopped. He turned to face the empty path behind him and said calmly, "Stop hiding, Song Chenfeng. I've known you were following me since we left the arena. There's no one else here now, why not show yourself?" Before he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps emerged from behind a tree. Song Chenfeng, dressed in a purple robe, stepped out, clapping mockingly. "Impressive, you noticed my tracking. So why lead me to such a desolate place? Are you trying to pick a good spot for yourself?" Su Yun crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "What do you think?" Song Chenfeng frowned in thought before bursting into laughter. "Interesting, we have the same idea. But do you really think you can kill me?" His expression twisted as his voice turned hoarse. "Don't forget, I'm the top mentor at Jiangbei City Junior Spirit Academy, a genuine gym-level expert. And you? You're just a novice who hasn't even been around for 6 months. Have you forgotten how you were paralyzed with fear by my Greninja last time? Do you need me to remind you?" Anger ignited in Song Chenfeng's eyes. He despised being looked down upon, and at that moment, Su Yun's gaze mirrored those he loathed. He's a genius, a strong one, so why should he be despised? Before the words finished, a crisp click sounded as the pokeball on Song Chenfeng's waist automatically opened. A water-blue figure appeared like a ghost beside Hyman, imposing Greninja. Su Yun's gaze immediately locked onto the Pokémon, a hint of greed and excitement flashing in his eyes. A level 55 Greninja, he calculated silently. What a perfect offering. To him, this powerful Greninja was merely fodder for his Shadow Frog's evolution. By having the Shadow Frog devour it, he could not only unlock in a level hidden evolution path, but also significantly boost its strength. Shadow Frog, it's your turn. At Su Yun's call, a shadow quietly emerged from his own, making Song Qinfeng's eyes narrow with caution. Able to hide in shadows? What is the origin of this Greninja? He recalled the bizarre abilities the Shadow Frog had displayed during the freshman competition. Not only could it use Ghost-type moves, but it could also achieve the legendary Bond evolution. Yet Song Qinfeng quickly regained his confident demeanor. Although he sensed the powerful aura emanating from the Shadow Frog, he still believed it couldn't compare to his Greninja. Your strength has increased so rapidly in such a short time. It seems the secret realm granted you many opportunities, Song Qinfeng said coldly, his expression growing dark. Song Zhe, that guy, must have already fallen by your hand, right? Although he had hired Song Zhe with a hefty sum to deal with Su Yun, their blood relation made his cousin's death a bitter pill to swallow. That's right, I killed him, Su Yun replied without hesitation, his tone filled with provocation. Very well, then you'll taste death as well. Greninja, attack! Song Qinfeng shouted. The water blue figure vanished in an instant, and a sharp water shuriken sliced through the air. The Shadow Frog let out a disdainful growl, similarly conjuring a water shuriken to counter. The two attacks collided midair, exploding into a shower of fine water droplets. Song Qinfeng smirked disdainfully. Not bad reflexes, but your power is still lacking. The scattered water shuriken began to reform. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, sending a shadow ball flying overhead, precisely shattering the reforming water shuriken once more. Gua? As its move was interrupted, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the Greninja. It gathered strength beneath its feet and instantly transformed into a streak of water blue lightning, shooting directly at its opponent. The Shadow Frog was not to be outdone and charged forward as well. In an instant, the two Pokémon clashed fiercely in midair, with Water-type and Shadow-type moves intertwining into a dazzling display of light and shadow. However, the difference in levels soon became apparent. The Shadow Frog began to fall behind, its movements becoming sluggish. Song Qinfeng smirked mockingly. How boring. Why not let your Pokémon undergo Bond evolution? At least it would make this battle less dull. He was well aware that Su Yun possessed the power of Bond evolution, which was the only thing he feared. As you wish, Su Yun grinned, and before his eyes, the Bond value of the Shadow Frog appeared. 60, 70, 80, and in an instant, it soared to 100. Bond evolution, activate. In a flash, a surge of purple energy erupted from the Shadow Frog, forming a perfect resonance with Su Yun. Their wills merged, achieving a true you and me and you. Thus, the Bond Shadow Frog was born. A terrifying energy storm swept across the surroundings, and in its bonded state, the Shadow Frog's aura surged, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Song Qinfeng narrowed his eyes, his face revealing unconcealed jealousy and envy. The power of Bond evolution, appearing in the hands of a mere boy. How unfair. His eyes gradually turned blood red, his psyche completely twisted. So what if it's a mutated Pokémon? So what if it's Bond evolution? I have rare Pokémon. I have gym-level strength. My Greninja is invincible. Greninja, attack. The battle erupted once more, with the two Pokémon darting through the forest at ghostly speeds. From one end to the other, the battlefield shifted constantly, affecting an area of several hundred meters. Trees snapped, the ground was left in ruins, and the intense water-type energy caused a light drizzle to fall from the sky. Seeing that Greninja was unable to secure victory, Song Qinfeng's expression darkened. His hand unconsciously reached for another Pokeball at his waist. Looks like there's no choice but to bring it out. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a new Pokemon appeared on the battlefield, the Volcarona, a legendary ultra-rare Pokemon born from flames, at level 59, just a step away from reaching the rank of a pseudo-champion. Ha ha ha. Song Qinfeng laughed maniacally. I've lain low for years, intending to make a stunning debut with this Volcarona, to powerfully enter the ranks of the pseudo-champions. Little did I expect I'd have to unleash it early to kill a wretch like you. Song Qinfeng laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of victory. His fire moth gave him unparalleled assurance, making his demeanor increasingly arrogant. It's your honor to witness my true power and be killed by my fire moth. Song Qinfeng sneered at Su Yun, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If I recall correctly, you still have a Caterpie, don't you? Better bring it out before my fire moth makes a move, or you won't get another chance. Song Qinfeng watched Su Yun's face intently, hoping to see a flicker of panic and fear. However, to his disappointment, even when faced with the formidable fire moth, as strong as a Quasiking, Su Yun's expression remained calm and indifferent, as if such a powerful opponent was of no significance to him. This attitude irked Song Qinfeng, prompting him to snort in disdain. Playing tough on the brink of death. Just wait until my fire moth strikes. You won't be able to stand straight then. Just as Song Chinfeng was about to command his fire moth to attack, a deafening dragon roar erupted from behind him. What is that? Song Chinfeng's heart skipped a beat. He turned instinctively, his pupils contracting and his face turning pale. Behind him appeared a massive dragon, its body radiating a holy golden light. This magnificent creature hovered in midair, exuding an aura reminiscent of the sky ruler, Rayquaza. If not witnessed firsthand, one might think it was a hybrid offspring of Rayquaza and some other mythical creature. What kind of Pokemon is this? Song Chinfeng stammered, his lips trembling. As someone on the verge of joining the ranks of Quasikings, he had never seen such an imposing Pokemon. From its appearance, it was evidently a dragon type, yet it didn't match any known dragon Pokemon. While Song Chinfeng was engulfed in shock, Su Yun smiled calmly and clarified his confusion. This is the Caterpie you mentioned. What? Just a slight change and you can't recognize it. Song Chinfeng turned to Su Yun in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His mind screamed. The dragon's roar nearly shattered my eardrums. And you say this is a Caterpie? What kind of Caterpie changes like this? This isn't just a slight change. It's an earth-shattering transformation. His mind was in turmoil, struggling to accept the reality before him. If this colossal creature in the sky was a Caterpie, then what was the motionless thing spinning silk on the ground beside it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Chinfeng roared. How can a Caterpie turn into this? Do you take me for a fool? Furious, he pointed at the golden-armored dragon in the sky and shouted. Enough with the tricks. Whatever you are, you'll be reduced to ashes under my fire moth's flames. Fire moth, use fiery dance. At Song Chinfeng's command, the fire moth was instantly enveloped in terrifyingly high-temperature flames. It vibrated its wings, emitting a piercing insect cry, transforming into a massive fireball that charged straight at the golden-armored dragon. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.